This is our protagonist. With his handsome and imposing physique, he captivates the hearts of women, and he's even an honorable knight whom everyone looks up to. Currently, he's enjoying immense popularity on TikTok for bringing his wife home. No one knew that just a few years ago, he was merely a child wandering the slums, forced to scavenge for food with two others. He constantly trained, always hoping to change his life someday. Then, one bright day, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred to him. A voice echoed in his mind, teaching him how to master godlike swordsmanship. He followed its guidance, and his swordsmanship training speed noticeably accelerated. While he was enjoying himself, an incident suddenly forced him to escape the slums. He became a mercenary, gradually rising to the position of an honorable knight. Well, that's enough for the introduction. Shall we get to the main story? On a cloudless, starless night in a quaint village where snow fell ceaselessly, nothing was visible in the vast sky, and though he was trapped in a ditch unseen by anyone, a ceaseless thump-thump began to echo from within the ashes now covered by thick snow. A man's arm was reaching out from the ashes. If you wish to shine, a white-haired man, gasping for breath, slowly emerged from the ashes step by agonizing step. His eyes seemed to reveal a firm resolve to become his own light. If you still hold a glimmer of light in your heart, it will surely become a star. The scene shifted, and a shop in a small village was still brightly lit. A blue-eyed man was staring at a sword displayed in the shop. He didn't know how many times he had looked at it, but he couldn't help but admire it. No matter how many times I look, it truly is beautiful. But just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from behind him. You're lost in thought again, aren't you? Hearing the voice, he quickly turned around. It turned out to be Jemima with her red hair. She stood with her arms crossed, looking at the protagonist in front of her. In such cold weather, she was only wearing a thin layer of clothing, looking quite chilly, with her breath continually puffing out. Hey Vlad, do you know you've been slacking off lately? Hearing her words, he immediately retorted, seemingly annoyed. Don't bother me. I'm finally getting some rest. Oh really? People are whispering behind your back because you're idling around like this. I don't know why people are whispering behind my back when I haven't done anything. He immediately asked what. Jemima, without hiding anything, glanced around, confirmed no one was nearby, and spoke to him. She leaned closer to him and whispered, When you were carrying firewood, did you still hear that voice? Hearing her, he seemed to ponder and analyze her words, but Jemima continued. Haha, what sin did you commit in a past life to have thunder and lightning on a clear sky? What does that even mean? And it was black lightning. Just stay in the shop. People say the new bishop is very sensitive to such omens, especially since he's a former inquisitor. So if he sees even a small sign, you'll be dragged straight to the stake. After letting her finish, Vlad immediately glared at her with a slightly displeased look. Damn it, don't say such ominous things. It's really funny, I'm worrying about you, and you're still annoyed. Do you think you're the only one who saw you getting struck by lightning? Everyone's whispering behind your back, so don't just stand there blankly. What if you get singled out and dragged to the church? Vlad, with a confident expression, put his hands in his pockets and looked at the door. I won't be dragged to the church over a sword. Seeing him gaze at the sword before him until it seemed worn out, she advised, It's exhausting. Buy it on credit even. But how can you live if you can't earn money? It's incredibly expensive, you know. Jemima, a young lady from a wealthy family, seeing his poverty, asked without hesitation, How expensive can something sold at a back-alley blacksmith's be? How much is it? Should I buy it for you? His words came out as light as a cloud. 5 gold coins. 5 gold coins at this number. The young lady from the wealthy family exclaimed in surprise, as if taken aback. Are you crazy? Stand there and look at that sword again. See why it's so expensive. Wow, 5 gold coins. For that piece of junk. Before she could even finish her sentence, he cut her off as if seeing through her thoughts. I know you just eat, drink, and party all year with that money. As the two were talking, a sudden curse came from inside the shop. What piece of junk? The shop owner, hammer in hand, rushed out of the shop with a furious face. You damn brats, get out now. This isn't something back-alley thugs like you can afford. Seeing the old man suddenly rush out and insult them, Jemima, without hesitation, looked at him and retorted in a defiant tone, Then who is going to buy it? It's hanging in a back-alley where only back-alley people can see it. Are you senile, old man? Suddenly hearing such insults from a snot-nosed kid, the old man became furious. What, senile? What are these damn brats blabbering about? The old man clenched his teeth, raised his fist, and moved toward the two. Jemima sighed and replied, Why bother making a sword only knights can use? You're going to die soon anyway. The more she spoke, the angrier the old man became. Blue veins bulged on his face, and he seemed unable to contain his fury. Yes, because I'm going to die soon, you damn brat. Go back to your shop and wash dishes. You failed brats. Jemima wasn't one to stand idly by either. Seeing the old man insult her, she could no longer remain calm. Brat, you called me a brat, I'm a grown lady. To avoid causing a commotion, Vlad gently placed his arm over her head, stopping her. Then, to avoid a fight, he quickly led her away. Don't cause trouble, we'll leave. Before leaving, she didn't forget to add, Let's go. Did I say something wrong? You're not going to stop, are you? As the two left and disappeared from sight, the old man, still angry, chased after them, shouting, Damn brat, she's never lived in hunger. That's why she's so ill-mannered. She probably doesn't even know how much food I've given you. The more the old man spoke, the angrier he became, stomping his foot hard on the ground. You damn bastards. But suddenly his gaze fell to the ground and he looked slightly surprised. It was the deep footprints left by the protagonist before he left. Perhaps that kid stood here for a long time. Seeing the mud so deeply indented, he must have only been thinking about making a living. He gently caressed the sword in his hand and thought to himself, "It's truly difficult for a kid to find ambition in this world. I know well that those born in the back alleys can never escape this place, so I will only sell this sword to someone capable of getting out. I can't let my last work rot here." His face was reflected in the sharp gleaming sword, and upon closer inspection it bore a strong resemblance to his own. Though trapped in such a ditch, something within him was shining. It became the economic hub of the North, and combined with the prestige of the Bati family, it became Sarah, the lighthouse of the North. Beneath that brilliant light there definitely existed a darkness hidden by the light, the slums. A place where all things dirty and ugly existed, right there in that darkness. Just then, inside a tavern, all the men were drunk, enjoying themselves together. Suddenly, a painful scream echoed from the second floor of the tavern. Ah! A fat man had a firm grip on a poor woman's hair, dragging her body across the floor. As he dragged her, he incessantly cursed, "You damn brat, all you have to do is shake your ass quietly. Who are you trying to trick here?" The poor woman was too small to resist and screamed in pain as she was dragged across the floor by him. "What did I trick you about?" He didn't listen to her explanation and continued to hurl insults. "I've been a merchant for 20 years and the medicine you sold me has no effect, does it?" Suddenly, a white-haired man carrying a box walked past, saw the two arguing so fiercely, and muttered, "Not a single quiet day." Seeing him, the old man quickly requested, "Ah yes, candle seller, perfect timing, go find the landlady." But he replied coldly, as if not wanting to get involved with those people, "To meet our landlady you should bring gold coins, not silver." The old man, equally enraged, shouted loudly, "You want gold coins when the service here is this bad? If the landlady isn't here, bring your mother." Vlad heard that and just stared at him silently. This made him even angrier and his blood continued to boil. "The candles you sell are a scam, aren't they? The wick burns out as soon as you light it, doesn't it?" The more he spoke, the more he proved how foolish he was. Vlad sighed and replied, "Then what do you expect from a 5-minute candle? If you don't have money, go play with your wife at home." These words struck his weak spot precisely, and veins bulged on his bald head, his face turning beet red. What did you just say?" Vlad frowned. He seemed unwilling to explain reason to that bald man. "Oh dear, this is troublesome. Shall we verify then?" He held up the candle he was selling and pointed to a clock far away. "See that clock? Let's see if this candle burns for 5 minutes. If it doesn't burn for 5 minutes, you can do whatever you want with the woman behind you." But the old man also seemed unwilling to do such a foolish thing. "Why should I listen to a swindler like you?" Just then his face became serious. He said to him in a cold voice, "I said do it, but if the candle burns for 5 minutes, then you, sir, will be beaten to death by me." At these words he couldn't say anything more. Cold sweat incessantly streamed down his face and he was terrified. How can such a mere kid be so terrifying? As he spoke, he quickly struck the matchstick in his hand and lit it. "HMPH, who's the swindler?" The more he spoke, the more his face contorted in extreme fear. He lit his candle and counted the time, making a bet with him. Because of this bet, the poor woman also had no choice but to tremble in fear. If 5 minutes didn't pass, she could be beaten to death by him. Those downstairs also couldn't hide their curious expressions, looking up at the interesting spectacle unfolding upstairs. A short while later, the candle finally burned out completely. The man, startled, looked back at the clock behind him. His face couldn't hide his confusion. Damn it, how many minutes was that? While he was perplexed and couldn't understand what had happened, a voice was heard. "Sir." And then the sound of incessant beating echoed. After losing the bet with the protagonist, the fat man was immediately struck squarely in the face by his club. With that blow, blood incessantly flowed from his body and he fell helplessly to the floor. Vlad looked at him with a cold face and said, "5 minutes are up, you damned bastard." To people of his kind, he didn't hesitate to give him another kick. He kicked him hard in the buttocks, making him fall forward. It turned out he was pushing him into a room, apparently wanting to face him one-on-one. He quietly closed the door, intending to deal with him more easily. "Today is the day you die." The old man no longer had his arrogant demeanor from before. He clutched his nose in pain and raised a hand to stop him. "Wait, you're the swindler first." Before he could even finish speaking, he kicked his fat belly once more and didn't forget to add a pointed remark. "You're a merchant, so why are you so fat? And what did you say? Bring my mother. It's sad because I don't have one." And then the fat man's painful screams continuously echoed from inside the room. Stop. The scene shifted. The next morning the sky was clear and cloudless. In that tavern from yesterday, a man was slowly slicing sausages and tasting them. "Sir, it seems someone ruined the candles. They didn't even burn for 5 minutes. Don't you understand, sir?" he said to the person in front of him in an angry voice. "Doc, someone is ruining our business. Don't you understand, Doc?" The old man heard his words but didn't reply, tasting a piece of sausage in his mouth. Suddenly a woman ran in from somewhere outside and shouted loudly, "What? Who dares ruin our precious rose candles?" Vlad, with a serious expression, told the two everything he knew. "Now we'll have to find the cause," the woman ordered him. "Of course, you go find out." Hearing that, he was slightly bewildered. He couldn't understand why she was entrusting him with such an important task. "Why do I have to do that?" Old man Doc's voice suddenly interjected. "You found her." He stood up abruptly in surprise and quickly asked, "Who?" She smiled innocently, as if knowing nothing. "Me. I tweaked them a bit to trick those drunkards and make some money." The one who spoke was none other than Lady Marie, the owner of Rose's Smile. Hearing that, he just fell silent, as if speechless. So I ended up beating an innocent person. What can I do? The landlady caused the trouble. What can a mere employee do?" As he descended the last step, he suddenly noticed a man in red clothes standing there, having appeared some time earlier. "Hey, little brother, I heard you caused some trouble yesterday." The The man, with unruly dog hair-like hair and an insolent face, stood with his arms crossed, a confident expression on his face, and spoke brazenly to him with his subordinates. "Doing well in your position, aren't you? I wonder how such a thing happened when I wasn't around." He quickly approached Vlad and draped his dirty arm over his shoulder. "You made some money selling candles yesterday, didn't you? Your older brothers have places to spend it, and our wallets are empty, you know." Hearing this, he frowned and asked the lunatic, "What exactly do you want?" Seeing his slightly serious face, he faltered a bit and stepped back. "Hey, no need for that expression. I'm not demanding it from you. Let's make a deal." Hearing this, he seemed a bit puzzled and asked again, "A deal? What do you mean? If you give us some loose change, I have something to give you too." He was a pickpocket, clumsy, stupid, and lacking in foresight. He brought a poor black boy from somewhere, and countless wounds from his beating were visible on the boy's face. "Looks familiar, doesn't he? I'll hand him over to you for 40 silver coins, super cheap, right?" Seeing the poor boy being tormented like that, with a heart full of compassion, he seemed unable to let the boy continue to be beaten. "Then what about his fingers or ankles?" he replied confidently. "Do you think I'd call you after cutting them off? I just lightly beat him and he's still intact." Vlad frowned, annoyed. "Damn it," but in the end he threw a money pouch to him. After receiving the money pouch, he sarcastically praised the protagonist. "Our little brother is truly our pride. Next time it won't be this simple, be careful." The boy, once released, no longer cried. He seemed to have regained his composure. The man who had received the money had nothing more to say and turned his back, leaving with his subordinates. What? We're a gang, not murderers. That madman blatantly steals from others, yet he thinks he's noble. He even snatches from his own people and talks so much. After walking for a while, he turned back to his subordinates and said, "See, I told you Vlad would agree. That's why he manages all the kids on the street." After dealing with those thugs, the next person he had to deal with was the boy in front of him. Seeing Vlad's cold face, the boy's face turned pale and he stepped back. I'm sorry, Uncle Vlad, I just tried to steal a little." Before the boy could finish, he cut him off and asked in a solemn voice, "Are any bones broken?" The boy scratched his head, slightly frightened, and replied, "No, nothing's broken." After confirming the boy's body was intact, he quickly shooed him away out of his sight. "Disappear before I smash you." The dark-skinned boy rubbed his eyes and looked at his retreating back. "Understood, Uncle, thank you." After saving the boy from that madman, he suddenly felt a bit regretful. Seeing his increasingly lighter wallet, he felt a little disappointed. "Phew, I spent another 5 gold coins." The scene shifted to a bustling harbor. Everyone was busy with their own tasks. A man continuously wrote something on paper and said, "But that guy was lucky he didn't end up like this," he said, raising his hand, which had 2 fingers cut off. The man with 2 missing fingers was a whale hunter and a member of Captain Harbor Haven's family. He briefly recalled his past. Back then he had 2 fingers and 1 left leg cut off. Both fingers and an ankle severed. He became an example for people back then. "Oh, and I heard Rose's smile messed up a few more candles this time, didn't they?" Vlad was a little surprised that this story spread so quickly. "That story spread all the way here. These rumors have been circulating for a while, but everyone doubts their authenticity. The landlady made the candles, but she's not the type to cause such trouble, you know that, right?" Vlad agreed with his brother. "That's what I mean. Even Uncle Doc seems to know already. They aren't the kind of people to stir up trouble for no reason." But Haven didn't seem to think so. "They aren't that kind of people, but they did it. That means they had an intention. So what's the reason? 90 of the time they desperately need money." "Be careful, Vlad. There's only one reason gangs urgently raise money: a war with other gangs. The 5 leaders who run the Sarah slums. First there's Doc, the whore knight. Next is the Black Bear pork butcher. The third is the cunning gambler Joker. The fourth is none other than Captain Harbor the whale hunter. And the final boss is One-Armed Jack, an annoying figure like a shadow in everyone's life. The world is quietly approaching, hidden in the curtain of night, just like now." A voice echoed from the darkness. "Hey Runt, One-Armed Jack had appeared at the shop entrance sometime earlier. Where's your boss?" Vlad didn't answer him. He scrutinized his body from head to toe. But he had no idea that this was an unforeseen accident, an unexpected disruption to his life. Inside the tavern, Vlad sat facing One-Armed Jack. Seeing his sudden arrival, he felt a little strange. This money-crazed bastard came himself. Does that mean they're preparing for war? When his boss didn't get an answer for a long time, one of the subordinates behind him angrily pointed a finger at him and shouted loudly, "Hey, can't you hear our boss? Our boss is asking where your boss is." Vlad's face hardened and he glared at them. "Remains, I don't know. I just sell candles, so I don't know anything." Hearing that, he was infuriated, as if his blood was boiling. He hadn't expected the fresh-faced kid in front of him to dare to answer him like this. You still smell of mother's milk. If you don't know, go find him and bring him here now." He slammed the table violently in anger, scattering all his candles. In the face of his fury, Vlad didn't flinch. He still sat facing them. All his white candles were regrettably scattered on the floor. The tavern patrons also gathered to watch the scene. Everyone's faces showed confusion and fear. The men drinking nearby stared blankly, drooling. Jemima was no exception. "Oh no, they're all ruined." Vlad slowly knelt down and picked up the candles that the madman had scattered. "Can't sell them anymore today." The madman frowned as if he had been mocked. He looked at Vlad, who was only picking up candles, paying no attention to him. "This bastard, is he blind?" No matter what insults he hurled, Vlad ignored him and continued his work. "Uncle, what happened to your leg?" Vlad looked up, his blue eyes slightly narrowed, and said with an angry face, My leg almost broke, my leg that is. These words touched his pride. His face turned red like a chili pepper, but he couldn't do anything. You son of a bitch. As he spoke, he raised his leg and tried to kick him. Fighting is only a small part of war. It requires strict formations and meticulous strategies. So as soon as his foot was about to reach his face, he quickly picked up a staff from somewhere and stood straight. The staff precisely struck the ankle of the scarred-faced man. He reflexively recoiled quickly in pain. Ow, ow, and determination, that's what creates victory. Seizing this opportunity, he didn't hesitate to swing the staff and strike him squarely in the face. Everyone in the tavern was startled by this sight. The men hadn't expected him to dare to fight that gang. One-armed Jack looked at him with intriguing eyes. He didn't seem to have expected his subordinate to be knocked down by one blow. Vlad stood tall, looking directly at the one lying at his feet. In this muddy place, a principle had been established long ago. Even in this muddy corner, that rule didn't change. The winner stands above and the loser remains below. Seeing their friend beaten and fallen, they all drew their swords and swung their clubs, ready for revenge. Damn it, how dare you fight in front of the boss? But before they could step forward, one-armed Jack intervened to stop them. Stop. Hearing that, they suddenly paused and stepped back. He clapped his hands at them. But since he only had one arm, the sound wasn't very clear. I like this kid very much. Since I only have one arm, I can only make this sound, so I hope you understand. Vlad didn't hesitate to tell him honestly. I don't discriminate against people with disabilities. At these words from the person he had targeted, he laughed heartily. Haha, this crazy kid. He looked at his face with reddish, slightly dangerous eyes. Let's talk just the two of us. He leaned down and whispered to him. His severed arm gently rested on Vlad's chin. What would happen to this commotion? I don't know either, but they should have died earlier. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside. Why did you come all the way here? Uncle Doc walked out of the crowd and spoke to the one-armed man in a friendly voice. If you had told me in advance, I would have grilled some meat for you. Hearing that, he just smiled and looked at the landlady. Ah, we're not that close. Uncle Doc, to avoid disturbing the customers, reassured him and suggested going somewhere else. There are customers downstairs. Shall we go upstairs first? The one-armed man scratched his head and said, No, enough about meat. Do you have any cheap liquor? Of course. Sister Maria would never disappoint her customers. One-armed Jack, having received the desired answer, smiled and replied, In that case, I'll have a drink. After speaking, he went upstairs to the restaurant with his subordinates. Once he was out of sight, he immediately sighed. Phew, I almost died. After picking up the candles scattered by the madman for a long time, he couldn't help but feel regret at the sight of how many of his handmade candles were damaged. How many are broken? While he was counting, a voice suddenly called from behind him. You, Star? One-armed Jack, after finishing his conversation with the landlady, came downstairs and said, Your boss praised you a lot. I really have a good eye for people. If you're tired of the smell of candles, come over to my side. I like you. Without thinking further, he immediately rejected his offer. But I quite like it here. People feed me, give me a place to sleep, and pay me a salary. He hadn't expected him to stay for such trivial things, and he laughed very amusingly. Ha ha ha, we can do that too. After speaking, he snapped his fingers, took out a gold coin from somewhere and threw it to Vlad, towards the candles. Seeing the shining gold coin in his hand, he admired it internally. How can there be so many? One gold coin, that's too much. He continued to tempt him, trying to pull him to his side. If you come to my side, I'll give you that much anytime. I'm a money-crazed bastard. After speaking, he seemed very pleased and generously said to his subordinates, Now let's go eat. All right. Once he disappeared from sight, he thought to himself, that person seems very happy. Did the negotiation go well? While he was still lost in thought, a voice called from upstairs. Vlad, Uncle Doc is calling you. Hearing that, he didn't hesitate and immediately went upstairs to meet the landlady. The two sat together in a corner of the tavern. Upon seeing the old man, a slight surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. The old man took out a sharp sword from somewhere and handed it to him. I was going to give it to you later, but since it's come to this, I should give it to you earlier. Always carry it with you. Vlad was slightly confused, seeing the old man's face unusually serious. As he entered, he could feel the abnormal atmosphere. I could sense the conversation between Uncle Doc and one-armed Jack from the atmosphere here. Something terrible seems to have happened between them. The old man continued to instruct the boy, From now on, don't sell candles. Then what should I do? Collect money from the shop or patrol? The old man stroked his beard, thought slowly, and then told him, I received information that one-armed Jack brought an outsider. He seems to be a mercenary who used to be a knight. Hearing this, he looked back at his beloved Uncle Doc. Like Uncle Doc, yes, that's right, like me, one-armed Jack is a leader with countless followers, but to him a former knight like Uncle Doc was still an insurmountable wall, just as an entire flock of sheep cannot fight one lion. But if he brings one more knight, everything will immediately balance out. The old man thought for a moment and then continued, We are in a disadvantageous situation. That's why I need you. I will give you your first mission soon. Hearing this, his body stiffened slightly. He hadn't expected to be given a mission so quickly. Haven was a disabled person whose fingers were cut off and couldn't walk. He learned to read and calculate with his clever mind and is using those skills under Captain Harbor. Looking at Harbor, I realized that I could strive to learn and use that knowledge to climb higher. So he had to work even harder. While he was practicing, a voice suddenly came from somewhere. Runt, lower your elbow. But strangely, he was the only one there, yet the voice continued to echo. Damn it, that old man talks so much whenever I practice. A month ago, after being struck by black lightning, he started hearing someone's voice. That whispering demonic voice appeared whenever he needed something similar to a sword. Exhausted by this phenomenon, he sighed and frowned uncomfortably. Instead of buying a sword, I might have to buy holy water first. Oh well, I heard that the more you answer, the more they talk, so I need to focus more. Always give your best, focus your mind and strength, and finally strike. As he raised his staff to the sky, ready to strike down, the voice echoed once again. Lower, indeed. Following that voice, the power of the staff in his hand became strangely strong. Many question marks floated in his mind. Why is it so different? If what I just did was merely swinging a sword, this is swordsmanship. What exactly is in my head? On a distant mountain, snow fell ceaselessly. A man in black gloves continuously wiped red blood from a knife. The old man constantly lamented as he worked. Age is truly terrifying. I can feel the biting east wind. The old man had white hair and blue eyes, quite similar to Vlad, but his face was covered in many scars. He seemed to have been a knight. As he walked through the snowy forest, a small sound suddenly came from afar. Seeing the sound getting closer to him, the old man just smiled. Very clever. I wonder if it's carelessness or intentional. To confirm his judgment, he didn't hesitate to take a step forward. He didn't hesitate to shout loudly at the one hiding in the forest. You there, stop. I've arrived. When the old man spoke first, the person standing behind the forest also replied. Are you Stanga? Yes, I am Stanga. You must be Violet? He scrutinized him from head to toe for a long time and then said, The guide said you were from the streets, but with blonde hair and blue eyes, those who don't know would think you're from a noble family. As he finished speaking, he handed him a letter. This is a letter from the master. After reading the letter, he was a little intrigued to hire a knight mercenary. It's not surprising that they're asking for my help from above. Seeing the old man agree without wasting time, he turned around, ready to leave. Then I will guide the way. We will depart the day after tomorrow. Stanga heard that and quickly followed Vlad's lead. But after a few steps, he let out a long sigh. Haha, I don't know if I should follow this foolish fellow. Suddenly, seeing that the old man didn't trust him, he turned back. At least I can guarantee I can guide the way well. I'm suspicious of a guy who imitates animal sounds in midsummer and uses them as a code in midwinter. How could he possibly know? His words implied he hadn't expected to be found out so quickly. If he had said, if you think you have no enemies here, I'll take your life right now. Vlad didn't react to his words. No matter what he said, Vlad turned his back and left. Please follow me. I don't want to mess up my first mission. He had never met such a strange person in his life, someone who wouldn't listen to him and acted as they pleased. Look at this guy. I deliberately created such a dangerous atmosphere, but he doesn't care at all. The guy in front of me is really interesting. He gave a faint smile and followed him. Doc will like this kid. He's a young man worth honing. The scene shifted to a dark forest where snow fell ceaselessly in the cold weather. The two quickly found a small cave, sat down and lit a fire to warm themselves. Vlad suddenly looked at the strange man next to him. Noticing Vlad's gaze, he looked up and observed him. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a retired knight before? Vlad didn't answer him and continued speaking. Up close, I can tell. Before Vlad could finish, the old man quickly interjected. You look like a country bumpkin. Where are you from? Dia? He had thought he would be from some city, but didn't expect him to be from the countryside. Yet he dared to call Vlad a country bumpkin. Vlad sighed and said in a scornful voice, Wow, that's the countryside too. Vlad's words angered him, but he couldn't do anything. I wish you'd get me lost so I'd have an excuse to cut you down with one stroke. Vlad slowly took out a few pieces of raw meat from his bag. Hey, why so scary? Can't you even take a joke? The old man's face did a complete 180 when he saw the meat in Vlad's hand. Oh, fresh beef. I wish I could have some. Vlad's next answer silenced him. I shouldn't have asked earlier, it's just embarrassing. I didn't bring any for you, sir. Don't you have anything to eat? I do. As he spoke, he pulled out 2 pieces of dried meat he didn't know when he had gotten. Anyway, I should fill my stomach first. Vlad quickly grilled the fresh beef pieces he had brought. Stanga smelled his own beef, then looked at Vlad's beef and suddenly felt, This smell is really disgusting. But kid, don't you have something to say to me? When Vlad seemed to ask why he was suddenly like that, he had no choice but to approach Vlad to get some food. 1 piece of beef per question. It's an opportunity you won't get again. He chewed the beef in his mouth and glared at Vlad with an unpleasant look. How much do you want? Just ask for it. He hadn't expected Vlad to speak so frankly. The old man's face stiffened and he couldn't say anything. Vlad seemed to have gained quite a bit of favorability. Kid, I have my pride too. And he began to tell Vlad the stories he knew. Originally, knights always received only appropriate compensation. But wasn't he already retired? However, he had been beating around the bush for a long time, so Vlad couldn't wait any longer and got straight to the point. Stanga, 42 years old, he answered, but his heart was not at ease. Hey, do you know how to use aura? This was the question he most wanted to hear from Vlad, not other trivial ones. It seems the guy is finally showing his hand. All knights can use aura, but utilizing it in actual combat is another story. Then can you do it, sir, or can't you? Vlad's question seemed to pierce his heart and he was flustered, not knowing how to answer. Vlad bravely held out all the meat he had to the old knight, negotiating, take it all. Just as he wished, the old man's eyes wavered slightly. Knights should only receive fair compensation, but sometimes we must reward ourselves too. Stanga drew his sword and continued, after all, I've only eaten dried meat for days. Vlad's eyes shone even brighter when he saw the old man draw his sword, to finally see what he had wanted to see for so long. Really? Can I truly see it? After Stonga agreed to show Vlad his aura, he immediately drew his sword and stood up, pointing it towards the sky. His left eye was closed, but his right eye was still open. Feeling something strange, Vlad quickly asked, "Why are you closing your left eye?" "Because I need to reveal the inner world of my soul." After speaking, he continued to keep his left eye closed, focusing on revealing his aura. "Watch closely, kid. This is the essence of knights." The moment the old man spoke, a beautiful blue aura suddenly appeared from the sword in his hand. A moment later, Stonga finally finished. He opened his eyes wide, and the light of the aura continuously emanated from his body. This light made Vlad's eyes uncomfortable, and he recoiled, avoiding it. This was clearly the aura he had wanted to see for so long. The scene shifted to an abandoned house in a small village. The two, Vlad and Stonga, had searched for a long time and finally found a place to stay for a while. Stonga sat on a chair and sighed. "Oh dear, this is really the worst. Don't you think I look like a fool?" he spoke, but these words only made the protagonist's mouth even harsher. "It's not bad. Looking like a fool is better than looking like a knight." Hearing his words, he replied with slight displeasure, "I'm talking about inner feelings, not appearance. For an honorable knight to be in such a state, I'll guide you through a secret passage, sir. You can't go through the main entrance. Your identity could be exposed too easily. Let's go. When we arrive, I'll prepare a bath for you." After speaking, he turned around and moved towards the place he had mentioned. He chattered without stopping as he walked. It was too noisy. Perhaps it was because it was too late, but after only a few steps the two stopped. Seeing the sight before them, Stonga frowned, a displeased expression on his face. "Is it always like this here?" Vlad had never seen such a sight either, so he replied, "No, then this place must have been attacked. Before them were the attacked people. Every single one seemed to have already lost their breath." It was fine when he didn't see it, but the sight before him made Vlad a little worried about his uncle. "Let's go. I'll show you a door only our guild members know. What about you?" "I'll go through the main entrance and draw their attention. See you later." After speaking, he said nothing more and quickly turned his back, leaving. A short while later, Vlad finally arrived at his uncle's tavern, but the sight was a little scary, with bloodstains splattered on the outside wall. He gasped, his eyes wide. He feared something might have happened to the people inside the tavern. As he entered, his body stiffened slightly. All the chairs and tables inside the tavern were knocked over and food and drinks were scattered on the floor, but his uncle's voice reassured him, "It's good that you've returned safely. The greedy fellow has started moving." At this time, Doc was injured and Marie was tending to his wounds. He continued, looking at Vlad. "Those greedy bastards' skills are truly extraordinary." Vlad seemed uninterested in such matters. He only cared about the wounds on his uncle's body. "Uncle, are you all right?" He glanced at the injured man clutching his stomach behind the wall, then answered Vlad's question. "It's been a long time since I had to fight a knight-level guy." He had been beating around the bush but now remembered the important main point. "So did you bring him?" Vlad answered clearly, "Yes, the front entrance was being watched, so I told him to enter through the back door. He should be almost here by now." Hearing this, his resolve to beat to death those greedy bastards who had ruined his shop grew even stronger. "Good, I'll catch that greedy bastard tomorrow. This time I'll end it for good. By the way, what does he look like? He won't just wander around anywhere, will he?" Vlad answered with a confident voice. "No, he'll be fine. And he looks like a good person." Vlad's words made him feel that he was quite similar to his comrade. After all, Stonga also had a noble face. He looked nimble too. Did he lose weight? Well, it's right to take care of oneself to live long. Yes, and he's even a knight who can use aura. Tomorrow will definitely be our day. But Vlad's words made him disbelieving. Something was off. "What? Why?" Suddenly, footsteps were heard from outside the door. "Ah, it seems he's coming." The man came in from outside the door with a cold expression. Only then did Doc come to his senses. "Vlad, he really uses aura?" "Yes, I saw it." Confirming Vlad's answer, he became angry, drew his sword and ordered Vlad, "Hide behind your uncle. Stonga doesn't know how to use aura." Vlad was startled, his eyes wide. "Did I misjudge him? Uncle, what are you talking about?" The man wearing a coat entered Doc's shop with a cold expression. A long blood-stained sword was in his hand. "It's been a long journey." Hearing the familiar voice of the person he had just met, Vlad quickly turned around. The man greeted Doc insolently. "Long time no see, senior." "Let's go back to the past, before the protagonist brought Stonga." He was calmly wiping his blood-stained knife. "One truly cannot escape old age. The east wind these days is truly bone-chillingly cold." The white-haired old man looked back at the person behind him. "Is it really so, or are they truly fools, or are they doing it intentionally?" It turned out that the real Stonga had been murdered by the white-haired man, and that man himself had impersonated Stonga to infiltrate the tavern. Returning to the present, he stood tall, sword in hand, looking directly at Vlad and Doc. He was facing Doc and his eyes were filled with fury. "You've changed a lot. Why have you come to find me?" To Doc's question, he answered very softly with just one sentence. "Duke Gaia has passed away." At these words, Doc paused slightly. He seemed unable to believe what he had said. "This complicated matter hasn't been announced publicly yet, but everyone will know soon." After speaking, he tightly gripped the wine glass in his hand. He raised his glass to toast as if he had accomplished something great. "To our poor Duke Gaia." The more he spoke, the more Doc lost his composure. He gritted his teeth and glared at him in fury. Without a word, Doc drew his sword and quickly approached the madman. The bastard, as soon as he was attacked by Doc, held up his wine glass in front of his face. As he finished speaking, Doc brought his sword down towards his body, but only the wine glass in his hand shattered. This sight made everyone, including Jemima, widen their eyes. He was unharmed by this attack. He still shouted the name of the new Duke Gaia, Simon. Hearing those words, Doc, engulfed in fury, turned his body, drew his sword, and cried out to God. Doc's attack was blocked by his sword. The two glared at each other, eyes blazing with fury. Solitary night. Doc returned to base immediately. That is Lord Simon's first command, of course. The tavern owner didn't want to return because he didn't want to become that Duke's subordinate. Simon is not my master. Of course, the Duke didn't expect you to return willingly, nor did he want you to. After speaking, he didn't hesitate to retort in the restaurant. Now everything was in chaos. Doc gritted his teeth and swung his sword with all his might to avenge the deceased Duke. But the guy in front of him was no pushover. He quickly leapt into the air, spun once and dodged the sword. Everything descended into chaos. Wood fragments scattered everywhere. Vlad, worried that Marie standing next to him might get hurt, embraced her and left. "Marie, it's dangerous here. This way." Then the two immediately escaped through the door, avoiding injury and giving the two men space to fight. A short while later the two safely came out. Burlee saw the chaos happening upstairs and asked Vlad, "Oh Vlad, what happened upstairs?" Seeing everyone gathered there, Vlad decided to call them to help his uncle. "Quickly, everyone gather here." Before Doc could finish speaking, he crashed through the wooden railing and fell. Vlad was astonished by the sight before him, speechless. Mia also stood there, mouth agape, disbelieving. The tavern owner fell so helplessly and no one had a chance to catch him. The fake Stonga walked powerfully out of the rubble, sword in hand. Still making foolish decisions as usual, Doc. He fell so helplessly that the wooden floor shattered. Everyone inside the tavern was startled to see the owner lying in pain. "Captain, what's wrong?" He just gasped for breath, barely managed to utter a single word, and then coughed violently. The guy stood upstairs, coldly looking at his fallen enemy on the floor. Suddenly a small knife flew from somewhere, rushing towards him. But with his sharp abilities, dodging this knife was not difficult. Vlad, filled with fury, threw a knife at him. But he didn't look at Vlad for long. He immediately leaped down from upstairs towards Doc. Doc was lying painfully on the floor. Seeing that, Vlad couldn't hide his surprise and shouted loudly, "Doc, run away quickly." Hearing those words, he propped himself up with his painful arm on the floor and struggled to stand. Fortunately, he managed to evade the madman's powerful attack. Doc knelt on the floor, sword in hand, looking at the man before him. The man looked at Doc's miserable state and said, "You should have followed the Duke's orders that day." Doc didn't hesitate and immediately retorted to him, "I am human too. I cannot obey that dog-like command. No, you are a knight." The people inside the tavern saw that, quickly drew their swords and stood behind Doc, covering him. The fake Stonga, seeing them, decided to quickly deal with this group. "Tonight is too long. I need to rest now." As he finished speaking, Vlad hurriedly leapt down from upstairs. He seemed to want to protect his uncle and exact revenge. The fake Stonga quickly summoned his aura to the sword in front of him. As he squeezed his eyes shut, a blue aura enveloped his sword. Vlad, filled with terror, watched him and screamed, "No, stop." As soon as he finished speaking, a white flash of light like lightning streaked through the bodies of the group. The light passed through everyone's bodies, including Old Man Doc's, one by one. Stan was slightly surprised, and a mysterious blue aura emanated from his eyes. The light swept through every corner of the restaurant, creating a magnificent sight, but behind it something terrible seemed to be hidden. Vlad covered his eyes in fear at the sight, and looking into the restaurant from outside, it was strangely brightly lit. With it, the windows shattered. The scene inside the restaurant was not intact as before, but utterly devastated. Vlad was lucky to survive. He pushed himself up from the ground, continuously coughing due to the thick smoke. Cough, cough. His body was covered in wounds and he seemed not to understand what had happened. Before he could regain his senses, what entered his eyes were the bodies of innocent people sprawled on the floor. He gritted his teeth and a growling sound escaped through them. "Damn it!" Someone approached him from afar, but he didn't notice it. What he saw was Old Man Doc, severely injured with a blood-stained face. He called out to the old man loudly. "Doc!" The old man's blood incessantly dripped onto the floor. He looked at the sight before him as if frozen. This scene reminded him of the warmth the old man had once given him. The old man was the only one who had first extended a hand to a wandering child from a black alley like him, recognized him more than anyone, and was the person he thought was the strongest. Under the silent blue moonlight, the fake Stonga killed the person he loved most with his sword. He stood tall, holding up the innkeeper's severed head. The sight before him cruelly destroyed the boy's world. He didn't hesitate, quickly picked up the sword on the floor and charged forward like a wild beast. As soon as he raised his sword, a strange voice echoed once again, stopping him. "Don't," but now he had lost his reason, ignored the voice and charged. The powerful sword in his hand grazed past him, and he was slightly surprised. He realized with astonishment that this swordsmanship was truly strange. How can a kid with such swordsmanship appear in this gutter? So he didn't hesitate to give him a compliment. "Well done." He didn't even bother to listen to those words and screamed, "Die." But before he could do anything, he was struck in the stomach by him, feeling an agonizing pain down to his bones, and that madman kicked him, sending him flying far away. Vlad was thrown far away without a chance to resist and crashed hard against the wall. As soon as he finished kicking, he immediately stood still. His gaze followed Vlad's every move, and he seemed to have noticed Vlad's instinct. The instinct Vlad possesses is a defensive instinct. Vlad was clutching his stomach painfully on this side. He continuously urged himself not to fall, to breathe, not to faint. He hadn't expected there to be someone with such potential in this damned place. It's a pity to kill such a budding potential, even if he returns with a sharp sword. He recalled how Doc had trained him since he was young, and he thought this guy was very much like his past self. Observing potential is always interesting, Godwin. Thinking this far, he smiled an intriguing smile, and a thought seemed to arise in his mind to leave him for the next generation. He looked at Vlad, who was clutching his stomach in pain, and said loudly, "You guided me, kid. Knights only receive appropriate compensation. He thought he would kill him, but he didn't expect him to say such words. Vlad looked up at him in surprise. What? He began to reintroduce himself. My name is not Stanga, nor am I 42 years old. You were treated unfairly, so I gained a lot from you, and therefore I will compensate you. But I will also take this. After speaking, he took the severed head of Uncle Doc. This is fair compensation for me and also the right of the victor. The more he saw his face, the more enraged Vlad became, and his resolve to avenge his deceased uncle grew even stronger. I'll kill you. But these words were just like the wind to him. Falling on deaf ears, he no longer listened, closed his eyes, turned around and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give him a piece of advice. With your current life, don't even think about a second reward in life. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were bloodshot with fury, but he couldn't do anything because he wasn't strong enough to fight him. He said to him with strong resolve, Godwin, I will definitely take your life. I guarantee it. He didn't listen, carried the head and exited the door, leaving Vlad to continue shouting behind him. I will definitely kill you. At this time, on a desolate road in a small village, two shadows walked dejectedly, supporting each other. Jemima carefully supported Vlad's injured body, taking difficult steps. Suddenly, the wound in his stomach pained him, and he sank to the ground, clutching his stomach and groaning softly. His breathing suddenly became rapid, and sweat incessantly streamed down his face. Suddenly, he remembered himself sitting in a corner of the tavern, blaming himself. Sister Maria approached him with a booming voice and spoke loudly. Get up, do you want to die here? But at her words, he only sighed and said nothing. Seeing him suddenly become like that, she became increasingly angry. To get him out of his self-blame, she slapped his cheek hard. Her eyes blazed with fury. Snap out of it. Kid, do you know the difference between us and those who live on the streets? Sister Maria lowered her voice and her eyes held a resolute light. It's opportunity. Even if they fail, they can always get back up because there are people who can pay the price for them. But what about us? She paused after saying this much, looked at all the people lying dead on the floor and continued. Look, this is the result of failure. For us, falling means death. We were born that way. Sister Maria grabbed Vlad's collar. So don't throw away the only chance you've been given. As he recalled what Sister Maria had said before she left, his resolve grew stronger and stronger. Jemima looked at him, clutching his stomach in pain, and asked worriedly, Are you okay? Shall we go a little slower? To avoid wasting time, he resolutely refused. No, keep going. He wiped the sweat from his cheek, showing strong determination. I can't end it like this. But before he could relax, a man with a knife suddenly appeared from afar, pointed at them, and shouted loudly, Find them, Doc's kid subordinate is this way. Without time to think, Vlad tightly grabbed Jemima's hand and quickly pulled her away. Damn it, run away quickly. The group heard the scream and rushed to chase them. Since the nest is destroyed, even a young bird must fly on its own. The group chased them so quickly, but they didn't expect him to shake them off. They were all in a panic, searching every corner of this small village. Where did they go? They definitely went this way. Those rats, they ran into the alley. The leader looked at them and commanded, Find them no matter what, there will be a big reward for you. The scarred man who had some of his teeth broken by him last time spoke with a furious face as if he was determined to get revenge today. I will definitely repay the humiliation of that day. He immediately ordered the rest of the group. Scatter and search immediately. They couldn't have gone far. They quickly scattered, but they didn't realize that the door behind them had opened at some point, which was a little strange. Behind the door, the two were holding their mouths tightly to avoid being discovered. Vlad was already in a prepared stance, holding the knife his uncle had given him earlier, ready to fight them at any time. The thought, I can't keep running like this, came to his mind, and then he looked at his red-haired friend next to him. Jemima, stay here, don't go out until it's quiet outside. Then you? He clutched his stomach and lowered his head, saying, I'll go find a way. It's too dangerous if those damn guys keep sticking together. Jemima was surprised and refused. No, let's go together. He reassured her and begged her to stay here so as not to put herself in danger. Sister Maria, you promised, right? She'll get us to our destination. Go back to the monastery before dawn or go to Haven. But no matter what he said, she never agreed to leave him alone. I said no. Even though she was already exhausted and tired, she never agreed. He was slightly bewildered and angry, and spoke a little loudly. Listen to me. Do you think I can protect you? Jemima kept shedding tears of sorrow. She bit her lower lip tightly. While the two were still arguing, a voice suddenly came from afar. Who are you two? With her reflexes, the red-haired girl quickly picked up the knife next to her. Before them was the shadow of a man coming out of the house with a flashlight. The old man, the sword merchant, looked at the two with a slightly puzzled face. You two, why are you here? As soon as the old man approached them, she tensed up, holding the knife tightly. Don't move. The old sword merchant was helpless and puzzled by her reaction. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly invading someone's house? She held the knife tightly in her hand and said loudly, I said don't move, I'll really stab you. The old man said nothing more and looked at the two seriously. Jemima was overwhelmed with emotion at this time, and tears continuously streamed down her cheeks, expressing her indignation. The old man spoke to the two in a gentle voice. I understand. So put down that unsightly thing first. Seeing the old man so calm, she gritted her teeth, pushed the knife forward and shouted loudly at the old man. Give me the sword. The old man looked blankly, slightly puzzled. How the sword hanging there? It's too dangerous outside the village right now. I'm not joking, so give it to me. At this time Vlad stepped in to calm her. Seeing her agitated state, Jemima put it down, but his words didn't seem to reach her ears at all. Jemima still didn't put down the knife and shouted loudly, "Give me the sword now." Yes, this is the true face of people living in the back alleys. This is their true nature. The nature of stealing everything to survive. The old man looked at the two with contemplative eyes. And now that kid has become like that. Her young face was filled with fear, but at the same time it showed vitality and strong determination. Seeing this, the old man just uttered two light words. How sad. Jemima at this time was like she had gone mad, gritting her teeth and clenching the knife tightly in her hand, growling. "Oh!" Vlad quickly reached out his hand, shouting loudly to stop her. Before everything was too late, "Jemima!" The old man just quietly closed his eyes and waited for the little girl's action. The knife was swung through the air. Vlad's blue eyes widened in surprise. Swish, and her small red hair fell to the ground. In her hand was her own hair. The shop owner was slightly surprised, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Her voice trembled and tears streamed down her face as she vented her anger. "I know this isn't enough, but I will definitely repay you. I swear." Tears flowed down the beautiful girl's face, and Jemima held out a handful of her hair, offering a deal. "So please give that sword to Vlad." The old man still stood blankly, as if he couldn't believe his old eyes. The old man was silent for a moment, then came to his senses and looked back at Vlad, who was standing next to him. "Are you going to leave?" Vlad replied to the old man's words with a tense face. "Yes." The sword merchant looked at him and seemed to see his younger self in him. This young man was doing what he had dreamed of doing all his life, and what he himself could never do. He hadn't yet fully spread his wings under the sky. The old man at this time seemed to have changed his mind, frowning and rubbing his aching forehead. "Oh dear, these kids really trouble adults a lot." He immediately turned around and commanded the two children behind him, "Follow me." A cart suddenly rattled onto the snow-covered road. The cart slowly moved forward along the road. The cart was piled high with waste and garbage, and Jemima grumbled, seemingly a little unbearable. "Oh dear, what is this smell? Stop complaining and push. This is the only way." While the two were going, a loud voice suddenly came from behind them. "Hey, old man!" Several rough young men with knives and swords blocked the old man's way. "What are you doing, old man, in the middle of the night? Are these damned ruffians trying to block my way?" Before the old man could answer, the scarred man surveyed the cart once. "Are you going to throw out garbage? But why at this hour?" The old man didn't hesitate, pointed directly at the other party and shouted loudly in an angry voice, "Damn it, you guys made such a mess that the alley is blocked. My house is full of garbage right now, so I can't throw it out." The scarred man was slightly displeased when the old man suddenly cursed. "Oh, this old man really has a temper." And then he quickly noticed the child behind the old man, quietly covering his face. "Who's that? Wasn't he going alone?" The old man calmly retorted. "I was too tired, so I exchanged bread for some help." "Why didn't you guys come to help?" "HMPH, I'm only tolerating you because you're the only blacksmith in the back alley." After speaking, he approached the child whose face was covered to check. "But I need to check you." After speaking, he approached the other party and pushed his cold sword into the child's hood, and then he commanded, "Don't move, otherwise I'll cut you." As soon as he finished speaking, he mercilessly tore off the girl's hood. His gaze was as sharp as the knife in his hand. Even the old man standing next to him broke into a cold sweat and was terrified at this sight. Oh dear, it's really hard to make a living." Jemima used all her facial muscles to make the ugliest expression possible. Sweat streamed down her face. Perhaps seeing her devilish face, he lowered his guard and decided to let them go with a contemptuous look. "All right, go." At this time, to divert their attention, the old man asked first, "What exactly are you looking for?" "Doc's kid subordinate, the blonde-haired one. Only he's missing." The old man looked displeased, as if this had nothing to do with him. "HMPH, can I go now?" The man shook his head violently. "Oh, and one more thing, we need to check thoroughly." Then he called another subordinate to check on his behalf. "Hey you, check the cart." Vlad was hiding under the pile of trash at this time, a little frightened. Jemima and the old man were equally surprised. Before leaving, the man didn't forget to instruct his comrade, "Don't make a mess here." "Got it." After speaking, the scarred man turned around and left them to work among themselves. "Go over there." The old man was also a little scared. He was just afraid that he would be discovered. "Damn it, should I take him somewhere else?" But where else was there? There was nowhere else to go. The dark-faced man looked at the messy load on the cart and inwardly admired it. There's too much stuff. But he seemed to realize something was wrong, and he turned to look at Jemima standing next to him. It was unclear if he recognized her. Seeing his gaze, she lowered her head and dared not look up. She was afraid of being discovered, but he spoke reassuringly, as if he knew them. "Don't be sad, this is my job." After speaking, he gripped the sword in his hand and strongly thrust it into the pile of trash on the cart to check. Jemima was terrified and dared not face him. She was afraid he would stab Vlad to death, but his next words reassured them both, and they no longer worried. "I heard Haven started a search operation near the river. So he must be over there. There must have been a reason why he did that. Anyway, I'm just telling you." After checking once, he put the sword on his shoulder and ordered them to be released. "All right, go." The old man was also a little surprised. He couldn't understand why he was letting them go so quickly. But anyway, the most important thing now was to get out of here. Before they left, he offered him words of gratitude. "This is 40 silver coins, a debt I'm repaying on behalf of my younger brother." It turned out that the man was the biological elder brother of the 4 poor black boys. Vlad, who was in the trash pile, seemed a little moved by his words and replied softly, "Thank you, brother." After passing through this gate, they quickly headed for the outer gate of the dump. Standing in front of the communal dump, the old man informed Vlad. "We've arrived. This is the dump." Jemima started crying as soon as they arrived. Bye. Vlad had grown up with her. Now it was time to say goodbye. "You take care too." After speaking, the old man immediately poured the trash on the cart into a deep pit. Vlad also took this opportunity to escape along with the trash pile. The kind old man looked at him with affection. It was as if he saw his younger self in him. The beginning was that child's first step. That child became the dream of a dying old man and even stole the tears of a young girl. Darkness covered the sky and snow piled thick on the white mountain. A long shining sword emerged from the mist. Vlad seemed to have safely escaped from that small village now. He tightly gripped the long sword in his hand and spoke to it. "Can you hear me?" The sword heard his words and replied, "Yes." Vlad asked in surprise. "Who are you?" It quickly replied. "I don't know. I can't believe you've taught me so many sword techniques without even knowing who you are. Perhaps it's all right. I'll help you and you help me. I'll be your memory and you'll be my sword. I don't care if you're a devil or not." Now, the only thing he feared was the name of the man who had killed his beloved uncle. But even that would not be a major obstacle to his progress. The thing he feared most was having nothing. Hearing his resolve, the sword replied, "All right, I'll teach you about my sword." One morning at a military camp deep in the forest, snow covered the entire area in white. Flags were hung everywhere outside the camp. Inside the camp, Bea, the second son of the Bati family, was engrossed in his chessboard. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Too easy." His face looked quite serious as he stared at his chessboard. "This is too simple." At that moment a guard appeared outside the door and entered. "Young master, I have returned." He was just about to call him. "Ah yes, you're here." The man with an eye patch over his left eye and a black beard was Jaeger. Seeing that his young master looked unwell, he asked, "What are you worried about? Are you concerned?" Joseph propped his chin on his fist and said with a serious expression, "Because it was too easy." Seeing his young master worried about this, he began to explain to him. The monster subjugation operation proceeded smoothly, with few casualties, and all of them were mercenaries. That's precisely what worries me. Are deserters not considered minor disappearances? Results without variables or deserters will make everyone doubt my commandability. The more he spoke, the more his brow furrowed, including my father, the lords, and my half-brother, Duke Tiger. Hearing this, Jaeger no longer knew how to answer his young master. He chose to remain silent. Joseph was extremely worried about this position. If things continue like this, I'm screwed. If I can't become the new Duke, it's too clear what Duke Tiger will do. From the time my father and his brothers fought and trampled each other for the throne, the Bati family brought glory to the military. The more he spoke, the more worried he became. Currently, he had too few swordsmen to compete with his half-brother. "I don't have enough swordsmen, even if I count everyone except you." After waiting for his young master to finish speaking, the swordsman continued to inform him, "Young master, I have something else to tell you besides this." "Tell me." During his patrol in the past few days, he had discovered something very strange. There was a very suspicious soldier. "Suspicious? Is it a spy planted by my brother?" "No, that's not what he meant." Jaeger looked at the light on his finger and continued to speak to his young master. "That's not why I suspect him. You'll understand when you see for yourself." After speaking, he led his young master to another place. A green monster was baring its teeth. There were countless knife marks on its neck and blood flowed continuously. Joseph smelled the disgusting odor of this monster and quickly covered his nose with a handkerchief. His face was full of contempt. Truly disgusting. Looking at the irregular, haphazard knife marks on the monster's body, he was slightly confused and inwardly assessed, "Is this the work of a child who just started learning swordsmanship?" But that wasn't all. One Eye quickly led his young master to the other side. "Your Excellency, look over there too." Then the two passed by the monsters hanging on iron bars one by one, examining the wounds on their bodies. "These knife marks are very crude." Joseph covered his nose, squinted his eyes for a moment, and finally realized. "They're all different." The monster in front of him seemed to have developed somewhat. "This one is a little better, and this one too." Suddenly he stopped, his eyes wide with surprise. He seemed to have realized the difference here. "Wait, are all these the same marks, but they're so different?" To clarify the thoughts in his mind, he called the guard next to him. "Jaeger, don't tell me this is all done by the same person." Yes, he was right. All of this, there were dozens to hundreds of monsters hanging on iron bars around them, an enormous number. But all of this was done by one person. Yes, young master. These appeared yesterday, and the ones you saw earlier were from a month ago. Hearing this, Joseph couldn't believe his ears and his face went blank. An unbelievable thought crossed his mind. Impossible. In just 1 month, then who on earth is that person? The scene shifted, and in the distant snow-covered mountains and desolate forest, blood splattered everywhere from somewhere. Orcs were continuously cut down by long swords and died that way. The mercenaries were desperately eliminating the monsters in the forest. The commander held the long sword in his hand and ordered his subordinates behind him, "Maintain formation. Don't let them escape." A sharp blade was quickly swung towards the ground. The man who had defeated the monster confidently stepped on its dying body. He loudly declared, "Finally, we can see a great end." And then, with a joyful face, he turned to the people behind him. "All right, let's catch the rest of them." But for some reason, the mercenaries behind him looked confused and they stared ahead. Seeing everyone staring at him as if they couldn't understand him and not moving, he asked, quote, "How what?" Before he could finish speaking, the man was struck on the head by a club-wielding monster and lost consciousness. It caused a white explosion, and the rest of the people recoiled in fear. The mercenary laughed and said, "How could yesterday's honorable man have known his head would burst today?" This monster had a huge body and muscular brown skin, making it very menacing. Grr! Its roar echoed violently throughout the snow-covered forest. It seemed to be the leader of this village. It was enraged and out of control by those who had killed its kin. As the creature went out of control, the mercenaries quickly retreated to save their lives, reorganizing their formation. But they couldn't retreat for long, and they were torn apart by this mad monster. He's insane. Where did that guy come from? He took down the entire 5th squad. Retreat quickly. Running is the best option. As they prepared to turn and run, a fat knight on horseback approached them from the top of the mountain. Seeing the mercenaries trying to escape, the man shouted angrily with displeasure, "What are you doing? Advance quickly. Do you expect to get a reward working like this?" But the people gathered here were all mercenaries. They refused, as if they knew they were incapable of fighting such a giant monster. "We haven't heard of orcs, Your Excellency. You should hire higher-ranked soldiers or go fight it yourself." The commander was so angry he was speechless. He quickly drew the sword from his body and continuously cursed, "Damn it, you bastards." But before he could charge, a mercenary appeared from somewhere and fell onto the snowy ground. Over there, the orc was still rampaging, killing mercenaries one by one. Seeing that, the fat knight immediately flinched and no longer dared to advance. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the crowd and approached step by step. That person had a sword at his waist and hair as white as the thick snow piled at his feet. The mercenaries were all surprised to see the man calmly approaching the monster, unafraid of death. Who is that?" Riemann confirmed that he was the soldier he had spoken of, and the mercenaries shouted loudly with joy. "That's right, Rome prays." His blue eyes were filled with a resolute light. "I'll handle it." After speaking, he quickly charged towards the muscular monster in front of him. The demon finally seemed to have seen the man approaching him. He roared violently, its eyes pierced through the thick snow, coldly gazing at his eyes, completely different from a human's gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, Vlad drew his sword and stared directly at him. Immediately, a light brighter than snow streaked across the giant monster's waist. A cleanly cut wound deeply penetrated the monster's body. But he knew well that this single blow would not be enough to take down this monster. It was a blow that hadn't dealt enough damage. Grr! The monster roared in fury at the sensation of metal piercing its body and charged at him. The people behind him saw it and loudly reminded him, "Dodge!" Realizing that his sword hadn't dealt enough damage to take down the monster, his face was filled with worry and he dodged the attack. A cold wind blew past and Vlad quickly rolled a few times on the ground. "Damn it, I failed again." Just as he felt he had failed, the sword's voice suddenly echoed once more. "Idiot, can't you do it even after I taught you?" Vlad heard the voice echoing in his mind and gritted his teeth in helplessness. "If I could do that, I'd be called a genius. If I understood it as soon as I heard it, I'd be performing perfect swordsmanship." Despite the criticism in his head, his previous attack was too difficult. After only a month of seriously wielding a sword, he immediately stood up, determined to grasp the sword. "I was just testing you." The monster roared in rage, holding the wooden club in its hand. It suddenly swung the club, which shone silver, but to no avail. Vlad took advantage of the opening to slash the orc's body once and quickly retreated to avoid the attack. The attacked orc gritted its teeth in pain. It gripped the club in its hand with all its might and raised it high. This single blow sent all the thick snow piled on the ground scattering everywhere. Blind dust shit everywhere, blurring everything, but beneath its huge club there was only a hole in the snow, and no one was there, Vlad confidently declared. "This time I'll definitely cut it down." Behind the orc's back, his overwhelming power was at full force. The monster seemed to sense someone behind it and quickly turned around. But it was too late. He quickly used his sword to slash its body once. "Arrogance, arrogance prays. Jaeger, investigate him immediately." On this side, Joseph immediately ordered his close guard to investigate as soon as he heard this name. The guard heard this and bowed his head, politely accepting the order. "Understood, Your Excellency." The more he spoke, the more absurd he thought it was, and he couldn't believe how one person could possess such immense power. Truly absurd, twisted and crude yet improved knife marks. He couldn't believe that he had mastered swordsmanship in just 1 month. He gave an intriguing smile. Returning to the forest scene, the monster's red blood stained the thick white snow red. Vlad sighed and exhaled smoke after taking down the giant monster. As Joseph judged, he truly was a genius. In the middle of the winter forest where the battle had just ended, people were diligently clearing the debris from the battle. The mercenaries, knowing the orc's habit of collecting things, were desperately clearing their trash. "It's all trash, nothing useful here." The bodies of the fallen orcs were piled on the white snow. "Haha, you're kidding, right? I hoped we'd find something useful since there were goblins here." A man approached his captain with a bright smile. "Isn't our captain amazing this time?" Vlad, with a firm expression, watched him and neatly sheathed his sword. "Stop with the nonsense, just take what I've marked. Since I did all the work, no one will take the credit for the captain's top score." As the captain was chatting, he suddenly thought of bringing him to his side for the next battle. The punitive operation will end soon. What are you planning to do next? If you don't have any plans yet, why not work with me? He continued to present future benefits. If your sword skill and my intellect combine. Before he could finish speaking, Vlad immediately turned his back and left. "My principle is not to get involved in scams." Hearing himself suddenly called a swindler, his face stiffened slightly. To make him stay, he decided to resort to blackmail. "Your mercenary emblem." Vlad faltered at his whispered words. "You can't use that forever, can you?" Seeing him hesitate, he smiled, thinking he could persuade and blackmail him into staying. "No, you can forge it perfectly." Vlad, knowing he had found his weakness, spoke in a low voice. "Goyer, watch your mouth. If that's a proposal, I'll warn you, but if it's blackmail, I'll kill you." Anyone who deliberately pokes at my weakness will pay the price. Goyer, sensing his captain's wrath, sweat broke out on his face in fear. I was just saying it out of concern for you, Captain. It's a waste of your talent if you just make money relying on your captain's reputation. The man's words weren't wrong. Even when collecting spoils, he would realize that mercenaries always find ways to evade duties, and he wouldn't receive as much compensation as he had endured. But as a captain, he wouldn't allow himself to do that. Vlad, realizing his words hadn't quite sunk in, turned back and gave him a warning look. If you don't want to lose your life, shut up and pack your bags. Goyer immediately backed down at Vlad's silent warning gaze. Having spent time with Vlad, he seemed to know full well what would happen if he ignored this warning. All right, I'll do it right now. After he left, Vlad just sighed, looking at him. Someday I'll have to teach him a lesson. Vlad looked around, confirmed that the mercenaries had almost finished clearing the goblin corpses, then turned his back and returned to headquarters. The two soldiers saw him heading towards the forest but didn't react much. Is Jean going to pray again? He's really persistent. Vlad left the battle area where the other soldiers were gathered and headed towards a nearby spot bathed in warm sunlight. Sunlight streamed through the leaves of the straight coniferous trees. He knelt on one knee and bowed his head. Golden sunlight poured onto his brilliant blonde hair. Though far away, all the surrounding mercenaries watched him and whispered, "Damn, this sight is really incredible. Is he really not a noble? He must have lived a life different from ours." Beneath the golden sunlight, his presence seemed like the prayer of a devout believer. And with the sword in his hand, he was no different from a holy knight. No one thought he was a mere street urchin, and some said he was a bastard child of some noble family. He exuded a mysterious aura that made him difficult to approach. Damn it, but if one drew closer to the heart of this mystery, anyone could know the truth. Still can't cut it down in one go, you fool, I told you. The secret to felling a monster in a single strike is hard to learn. The boy named Jean wasn't praying. His earnest prayer was merely a disguise for the strange conversation between him and the divine sword in his hand. So what exactly is the cause? If you lift your body and gather your strength to attack the enemy, you must first find the enemy's weak point and focus there. He was a little confused. He hadn't expected to have to understand such complex things. Do I really have to understand that? Why can't you understand every time the enemy reveals a weakness you must attack immediately? Right, I'll pay more attention. The others seemed unaware that he was talking to a sword, not praying. Many immediately joined hands in prayer with him. After finishing the battle with the monsters and cleaning up the scene, everyone quickly returned to their respective guard zones. A bowl of strangely colored beef stew was served. Vlad, looking displeased, scooped up a spoonful of soup and examined it. What kind of meat is this? Is it even meat? Although the stew tasted strange, it was free food, so the mercenaries ate without stopping. I don't know. It's free, so it's fine, right? Owners elsewhere don't provide meals. Did we suddenly become the Bati family? It's salty but still delicious. Having fought a tough battle yesterday, eating now didn't seem like it would make things any better, so he decided to get up. Enjoy your meal. As they watched him walk towards the barracks, everyone was filled with envy. Is the captain going to the priest again? Should I try praying too? If you have to ask, you've already failed. Do you think praying will make you as successful as him? He quickly headed towards the tent where the priest was. The priest saw him enter and greeted him with a warm smile. "Oh demon, come in." He stepped inside the tent and a warm heat enveloped him. Seeing the priest standing to greet him, he bowed his head in greeting. "Father Andrea, I hope you rested well last night. I'm always comfortable. I heard you also came to pray last night. Was it very cold?" He politely bowed his head and answered the old priest's words. How could I be cold in the Lord's embrace? Though he said that aloud, inwardly he was continuously cursing, "That damn thing made me train swordsmanship all night." Seeing him so earnest, the old priest laughed heartily and praised the young man before him. "Ha, you're more like a priest than I am." Suddenly, a young boy who had just finished his swordsmanship practice entered from somewhere and spoke politely to the old priest. "Father, breakfast is ready." "All right, thank you." The old priest quickly pulled him to the table and seated him. "I was just about to have breakfast. Join me," he replied, looking a little uncomfortable. "I didn't come for breakfast." Whether he agreed or not, the old priest clasped his hands ready to pray. "Now let us pray. Thank you, Lord, for giving us food today. Through this food grant us strength and help us to do more good deeds." The old priest glanced at the young man beside him while praying. Though Vlad had outwardly refused, the old priest was already quite perceptive. Saw through Vlad's intentions but said nothing to preserve his pride. He's truly sincere, even in such a humble place. He doesn't lose his faith. The appearance of this young man gave the priest a small shock. A mercenary who seeks God's will no matter how hard life is, I must guide him. A young man dedicating his life to seeking glory on a blood-soaked battlefield. This too is precious in the Lord's eyes. Amen. After finishing the prayer, the old priest looked at him. "Now let's eat." "Yes, thank you for the meal." Seeing the bread and warm soup on the table, Vlad's eyes lit up. "Precious bread and soup, let's eat." Just as he was about to put the bread in his mouth, the old priest suddenly continued. "About your swordsmanship, I've known you for a long time, so I know, but it seems your story has reached Lord Joseph's ears. A few days ago, Lady Gaia asked about you." Vlad, his cheeks still full of bread, paused at the old priest's words, his expression frozen. "Oh, what now?" he said with a smile. "I recommended you." Vlad's reaction was a little strange, but the old priest mistook it for joy, because it's not easy to recommend someone so quickly. "I told him I truly look forward to your future. You're a truly earnest young man. The Bati family is a prestigious noble family, even in the north. Working there will provide a better environment than anything I can offer you now. You deserve such treatment." After finishing his meal with the priest, he continued towards the snow-covered forest. Ah, this is difficult. It seems I've drawn attention again. The reason he willingly went to hunt monsters in the city was because he had nowhere else to go at the moment. But on the other hand, it was also because this anonymous voice had suggested it was a good place for swordsmanship training. There's no avoiding it. My swordsmanship can only be learned through practical training. Didn't he used to think that being too close to the priest would be a problem? Though he had no such intention, his connection with the old priest made him want to try it once. I need to check. Can I be sure I'm not an evil spirit? People rumored that Father Andrea was so renowned and powerful for his divine power that he was even recommended for the archbishop's position. Even he couldn't catch me, so everything is safe. Even a bishop-level priest couldn't recognize me, so I can still be safe even if I meet him. But if you're discovered, shouldn't you at least run away? With this skill level, do you think they'll pretend not to see your fake identity? If they suspect me, they'll find out I killed that thieving mercenary and impersonated him. Then I'd be burdened with both identity forgery and murder. You're too cruel too. Hearing that, he just kept his mouth shut, feeling like he would die of anger. Didn't that person incite me to do such a thing? You're an accomplice too. It seems it would be better to escape. Only by cleverly arguing with them can it be recognized as self-defense. You're too conspicuous. Vlad himself had always lived in the shadows of the slums, and no one paid him any mind. But now he was unexpectedly drawing too much attention. So let's assume I escape tonight. If I take Harbo with me, will I get another fake ID? The sword's voice immediately echoed, foiling all his escape plans. It seems it will be difficult to escape from here. Someone is approaching from behind. From their aura, they're at least a high-ranking knight. Hearing the sword's warning, Vlad turned around and saw a black-bearded man with one eye covered. Wearing shining armor and a small earring in his ear, he was none other than Jaeger. Jaeger was slightly surprised by his reaction. Vlad, extremely cautious, quickly drew his sword and pointed it at him. Jaeger was slightly surprised by his swift reaction. He detected my presence. This idler is more useful than I thought. He no longer beat around the bush and spoke directly. Lord Joseph wishes to see you. Looking into this man's terrifying eyes, Vlad was certain he wouldn't be able to control what was about to happen. The more he thought about it, the more his head throbbed. I shouldn't have thought so much. I should have just run away immediately. I don't know what will happen if I'm caught here. Since it's come to this, I'll have to face it. He quickly smiled and agreed. It's an honor. In poker, they say a poker face is the secret to beating your opponent. Did you know I was coming? I heard from the priest, but I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Jaeger gazed at the young, composed mercenary. Interesting. This young mercenary is still so unconcerned even before meeting me. Wondering how long he could maintain his composure, he turned his back and said, "Follow me." Vlad followed behind him, contemplating other options. Should I escape? But the voice in his head told him to follow. Don't even think about escaping from this knight. Knights can take your head in 3 strikes. The fact that the voice knew what he was thinking meant that his actions could also be predicted by the man. Damn it, there's no avoiding it. Following Jaeger's footsteps, he arrived at Joseph's tent. Seeing him enter, Joseph, who was reading a book, greeted him. So we finally meet. It's a pleasure to meet you. Vlad also politely bowed 90 degrees in greeting. It's an honor, Lord Joseph. Were there any inconveniences during your mission? Thanks to your dedication, we're all very grateful. He scrutinized him from head to toe, blonde hair and blue eyes. From what I see, you seem to be a noble from the Saker family. Is your name Jean? Vlad reluctantly replied. Yes, Your Excellency. Hearing this, he immediately closed the book in his hand. You should have told me earlier. As soon as he finished speaking, the knight standing next to him suddenly slapped his cheek hard. Vlad was startled, unable to understand why he had been hit. Joseph smiled and looked at him with a warning gaze. I dislike liars. His next words made Vlad's eyes widen, showing an expression of disbelief. Vlad of the slums, old Vlad. Vlad, clutching his painful face, stood up. You knew everything. Someone confirmed your mother was a prostitute, but I couldn't find out who your father was. The man looked at him with a warning gaze. If you lie again, you might face death. Do you know who your father is? Vlad, forgetting the heavy atmosphere, answered his question with a mocking voice. Funny. Are you asking a prostitute's child who his father is? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately received punishment from Jaeger. Jaeger kicked his knee hard. Vlad, unable to withstand the blow to the back of his knee, his legs buckled and he groaned in pain. Ah! Jaeger immediately gave him a stern warning look. Know your limits, runt. Joseph had all the information, but he was still curious about the blonde boy before him. He approached him step by step. No, on second thought, it's truly interesting. It was a mercenary organization and they probably killed someone and brought him in. I found out why you fled from the slums. How could a young boy trembling in the slums acquire such astonishing abilities? Who taught him, and under what circumstances? Why was he so talented? That alone was enough to pique the curiosity of this second son of a prestigious family. So where did you learn swordsmanship after all? He truly wanted to know what was hidden within those blue eyes. Many things were hidden within those eyes. The one who was supposed to answer kept his mouth tightly shut. Swish, the sound of a sword being drawn quietly echoed from behind him. Vlad pressed his lips tightly together. Now he didn't know how to answer. After a long pause, he lowered his head and murmured, then raised his head and looked straight into Joseph's eyes, as if he had thought it through and spoken. The one who advances like thunder, he was my master, but he disappeared like the wind. Joseph was engrossed in his every word, unknowingly having his interest piqued by each one. Vlad was still engrossed in his own story. His eyes were unwavering, because this time he wasn't lying. He didn't reveal his name, but he said it was his divine sight. He claimed he could see the potential in a select few. In a place no one could see. Joseph listened to his words, recalled his actions, and nodded. His gaze was unwavering, and he seemed to be telling the truth. Although many doubts still lingered in his mind, now was not the time to resolve them all. I understand. My apologies for treating you roughly. Hearing his words, Vlad felt one of the knots in his heart loosen. Did it work? I don't know who you are, but I am in a difficult situation right now, so I have a proposal. Don't you, a child of the slums, desire a higher position, power, freedom, survival, knighthood, such things? I am seeking those very things. Vlad was startled to hear this. He had come here through murder and identity forgery, and yet the Duke before him was asking for his help. Joseph continued to play cards that Vlad could not refuse. I want to help you achieve those things. Clang, the clang of two swords resounded loudly. Jaeger and Vlad were sparring in the training ground from early morning. The mercenaries had all gathered to watch this rare and precious sight. He handles it quite well, that guy. Go easy on him. Has he become Jaeger's disciple? His skill must be truly exceptional. It's not easy to see a knight practice swordsmanship, and to think the person receiving the training is someone we know. I'm envious. I wish I could be taught by him too. With the heavy impact of the wooden sword, Vlad struggled to endure the knight's sharp gaze, but the sword in his hand did not obey his will. Still terrible. He looked at the one he was fighting with a serious expression. Do you truly think it's acceptable to dare raise your head before Lord Joseph with such skill? You are completely unaware of your current standing. Clang, the wooden sword continued to flash like lightning above his head. Vlad felt another wave of humiliation within him. He blocked each of Jaeger's attacks, but it was too much for him to handle. He knew he had talent but lacked experience, and no matter how hard he tried, it was incredibly difficult to contend with the old man. The skill gap is too wide. If I dodge, he'll attack. He's too strong. There's nothing I can do. Suddenly an idea came to him, but the old man seemed to notice it too. Vlad moved to attack, and the two swords clashed once more. Vlad used a new technique, and the sword in the old knight's hand was quickly deflected. Ultimately, that sword moved out of its intended attack range against Vlad, and Vlad successfully dodged the old man's attack. Seizing this opportunity, he didn't hesitate to swing his sword forward. The two mushed at each other again. Two swords clashed with immense force, and all the surrounding mercenaries held their breath, and seeing him rise like that, they immediately cheered at the extraordinary sight before their eyes. He stood up. He's quite good, as you can see. He successfully blocked the old knight's sword. Seeing his slight improvement, the old man praised him without reservation. Good, at least this much is acceptable. According to the old man, his training today was about evasion. Phew. Sweat beaded on his face, and he looked a little pitiable. Although he had been praised by the old man, he still felt he hadn't truly succeeded. He just gave me a chance to step up for a moment. But the old man's next words were enough to surprise him, who was already exhausted. Amazing. Keep training like this twice a day, morning and evening. He's truly a ruthless capitalist. Twice a day. Having finished speaking, the old man turned around but did not forget to instruct the person behind him. Morning training ends here. Don't rest too much. Vlad simply watched his retreating back. Vlad was utterly exhausted when Jaeger said morning training was over and to prepare for tonight's training. He wasn't sincere at all and didn't even offer a word of advice. You fought well. His grumbling was met not with comfort but with a voice as if it were stating the obvious. He relentlessly stripped away his burdens and complacency. There are things you can only learn by getting hit. That was what the voice desired. That person wanted to impart what he knew to enhance his abilities, and that knight would forge this rough gem into an even sharper, more brilliant one through training. But Vlad was somewhat dissatisfied with this situation. Nothing special. After sparring and training with Vlad from early morning, Jaeger headed back to the young lord's tent. Your Excellency, I observed him personally. What do you think of him? Jaeger walked into the tent and reported to the young lord. He's not bad. If he were of noble birth, even a count would notice him. Hearing the knight's assessment, he smiled confidently. As expected, my judgment wasn't wrong. But the problem Jaeger found with Vlad was somewhat concerning. The problem is that he doesn't know his limits and is quite arrogant. However, for the Lord, that wasn't a difficult problem either. It wasn't surprising for Vlad, being from the slums, to be so arrogant. He was born and raised on the streets. It's only natural. Our job is merely to teach him etiquette. It seems I've found the right person for the job. Seeing the Lord intending to promote him too quickly, the old man showed a slight wariness. An untrustworthy sword cannot be relied upon. No matter how politely I bow my head, I cannot trust him. If he shows his true colors, it would actually be a good thing. At these words, he recalled how that young man had dared to raise his head and speak to him last night. That young man spoke about something he had to do. There is something I must do. This seems to be the best option. A relationship where both sides give and take what they want would be appropriate. Jaeger could only nod at these words. Understood, Your Excellency. He's like a wolf, arrogant and trustworthy, and not living nobly. A wolf is a free animal. That's why I desire him even more. I don't want to, but I will. Constructing a massive dam would take a long time, but he felt no need to rush. Because building a massive dam requires time. A dam large enough could make a captured wolf still believe it was free. The scene shifted to a vast snow-covered forest at night. A mercenary shivered incessantly in the cold. Ah, it's so cold. Why is winter so bone-chilling? He thought of the captain, realizing that since Vlad had become Jaeger's disciple, he too needed to quickly improve his skills and work harder. Anyway, success aside, do I really have to do this in such weather? He looked at the surrounding fog, feeling sleepy, and yearned for his sleeping bag in the barracks. As he endured the cold in the fog, a man suddenly appeared behind him. "Are you all right?" Yes, Lord Roddy. Everything seems to be normal." Hearing the mercenary's report, he warned him with a serious expression. "Stay alert and keep working." "Yes, understood, don't worry." "Good." Watching him pass by, the mercenary immediately bowed his head and muttered a few words. The old man's appearance seemed to instill great fear in the mercenaries. He was a person who valued discipline and order. "He's so tough, a needle couldn't even pierce him. He just finished his patrol, so he won't come back, right?" Seeing him disappear, the mercenary thought he could rest for a moment. "Can I get some sleep?" As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed next to a large tree and closed his eyes. But as soon as he closed his eyes, a voice suddenly came from afar. "What are you doing here?" Fearing the captain would scold him for sleeping, he immediately stood up straight. "Oh no, he hasn't left yet." Yorick's voice echoed through the thick fog. "A child, what does that mean? Who is he talking to?" He opened his eyes wide and tried to find the captain's figure thanks to the scattered torches. "He must be crazy." A woman's voice suddenly came from the fog. "I'm looking for a child." A child? He couldn't clearly tell who the old man was talking to, but strangely, the old man's voice was clear and he couldn't hear anyone else's voice at all. Why isn't she speaking anymore? Feeling that this strange conversation was somehow wrong, he followed the captain's footsteps and voice out of curiosity. The sounds that had been echoing in the fog suddenly stopped abruptly. He felt something bizarre and suddenly halted. "His swordsmanship isn't great, but I need to be careful if I want to move without the old man noticing me." "All right." From afar, he saw the old man heading towards the end of the torchlit procession. "Something's odd, that's not the way back to the barracks." He took one step after another, but after only a short distance he completely stopped, unable to believe the sight before his eyes. No, something is swirling around Yorick's body. The deeper he goes into the forest, it was at that moment that he realized something and his face immediately turned cold. "What in the world is that?" A blurry figure appeared in the fog. It was a long-haired woman. Her red hair was wrapped around the old captain's body as if trying to drag him away. After the designated morning training ended, Vlad felt pain all over his body. My whole body aches so much. Couldn't he have gone a little easier?" The sword heard his words and instead of comforting him, admonished him. "You are just beginning. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Many people have to pay money to get a chance to fight Jaeger. He is a truly excellent knight," but thinking of the old man's attitude during training and his glaring eyes, he felt so wronged. "It felt like he just wanted to beat me to death. That's how your combat power improves. No matter what happens, such willpower is important. Hearing that makes me so sad." Since training was scheduled for morning and evening, Vlad was completely free at other times, so he prepared to go meet the priest, but as soon as he turned to leave, an urgent voice suddenly came from afar. "Captain Vlad, Captain." He had been standing behind a tree waiting for him, and as soon as he turned, he gestured and called out, "Come here, come over and look at me." He seemed a little surprised. "Goyer, how long have you been there? Has the expeditionary force not returned yet?" Despite Vlad's indifferent question, Goyer looked around anxiously and urgently. Only after confirming there was no one else nearby did he begin to speak to Vlad. "Captain, I'm planning to escape from here tonight." He asked back, unable to understand. "What are you talking about?" He whispered to Vlad in a low voice. "Don't forget that I came here to find you, Captain. I only have good intentions. Shouldn't we meet and have a good time sometimes?" Vlad finally accepted that his attitude was truly strange and continued to listen to him. "What do you mean? Don't take my words lightly. I've seen that forest myself. That forest we are conquering is cursed." Vlad's eyes widened in surprise, as if he couldn't believe his words. "What? You know that many soldiers have deserted, don't you, Captain?" Although the salary and working conditions were very good, Vlad himself knew that many mercenaries deserted because they liked freedom and preferred to act as they pleased, so he didn't pay much attention. "Yes." As he became increasingly engrossed in his story, Goyer whispered again, "It's because the forest took them. They aren't deserters, they're missing." Vlad listened to his words, feeling it was a bit unbelievable. "How can there be ghosts?" He continued to talk about what he had seen. The figure of a long-haired woman, the face of an old woman with no eyes and blood dripping, a ghost kidnapping people in the forest. Vlad was quite interested at first, but as soon as he heard this absurd story he lost interest. The more he listened, the more preposterous it seemed. Vlad didn't hesitate to raise his hand and hit him a few times to make him snap out of it. "You fool. There's a limit to how much nonsense you can talk." Goyer painfully blocked Vlad's blows. "It's true, it's really true. Even a knight disappeared yesterday." When Goyer said this, Vlad suddenly realized that this situation was somewhat strange. The knight he mentioned was probably Lord Yorick. "Lord Yorick, I found out on my way back that everyone who has gone missing so far had black hair." Vlad looked at Goyer again, realizing the seriousness of the situation. He was truly terrified. The scene shifted after returning from Vlad. Goyer's face had changed strangely. He was now unable to speak due to his indignation. "Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it." He walked ahead, muttering incessantly. "Damn it, I should have packed up and run away earlier." Behind him, about 20 armed men were moving cautiously, sweeping through the snow-covered ground with very menacing looks. Old man Roger followed that mercenary on horseback. Vlad, walking beside Jaeger's horse, suddenly asked him, "Can we trust him?" Hearing Vlad's question, he looked at the mercenary walking ahead and replied, "No, but he's not crazy." Upon hearing the news of Knight Yorick's disappearance, Joseph immediately halted preparations for return and began searching for the missing person. This made the Knight Jaeger very worried. "Lord Joseph, this is an opportunity. Instead of a meaningless conquest, finding something strange would be more beneficial." because a knight of a noble family going missing is different from a few mercenaries going missing. But that bothers me. All the missing people have black hair, Vlad tried to comfort him. The 3 knights at the outpost probably have some problem. They're all just useless. But he too seemed unable to simply stand by. With Yorick missing, someone more capable than him must be involved. Goyer was leading the team in searching. He pointed forward with a trembling hand. Mercenaries had already gathered there. Lord Jaeger, the expeditionary barracks are here. And this was also where he had witnessed the knight's disappearance. A man claiming to be the missing knight's subordinate stepped forward and greeted him politely. I am Iran. Your Lord Yorick's subordinate? So you've searched this forest thoroughly and found no trace? Yes. These mercenaries were no different from hunters, yet they couldn't find a single footprint on the ground. Even though mercenary hunters guided the way, not a single footprint could be found. Jaeger circled the forest once. He seemed to realize he couldn't expect anything more from them. He had to check it himself. Seeing the serious situation where a bodyguard had disappeared without a trace, as the commander of the entire team, he instructed them to split into groups of 3 and search the surrounding area. Scatter and search, but don't lose sight of each other. As soon as the order was given, the mercenaries all responded loudly in unison. After clearly dividing into groups, they scattered to search for the missing. The sun was setting behind the pine forest in the distance. Goche glared at the person opposite him, complaining incessantly. This is ridiculous. How could this happen to me? A swindler who takes advantage of others' goodwill. Although Vlad knew he was complaining, the immediate task was to find the missing person. He reminded him to focus on his work. Stop talking nonsense and focus on searching. I'll compensate you later. Not long after the 2 had walked, Jaeger suddenly appeared from behind. He asked the 2, have you found anything? No. As soon as they answered his question, he said to them without hesitation, useless. Vlad replied firmly, I'm from the city, so it's a bit difficult for me to find people in the forest. For someone who only lived in the slums like you, it must be unavoidable. You know how to start a fire, but you've never learned how to track. Then how did you find missing people in the back alleys? Missing people in the back alleys are just physical impacts, so they can be found quickly. It's simple. Just drag anyone out, give them a good beating, and you can find the person you need right away. This answer made him feel that everything he had thought about Vlad was too accurate. You really are useless, Jaeger said, raising his head to look at the setting sun. It meant there was no more time. The sun is setting. Night is approaching. How should we go back? This was because the area they were searching was very far from headquarters. They had walked from sunrise to sunset but found no clues. He seemed to be pondering whether to give up the search here, when he suddenly looked at one place. It was a frozen river, and beyond it was a forest. He gazed into the distance and suddenly asked the 2 standing behind him, have you searched across that river? As far as I know, we haven't crossed the river yet. It's not the path to conquest anyway. They had searched the entire forest, but there were no footprints, even less so signs of a struggle. He had various thoughts in his mind. There were no traces in the forest, and we already searched once. There's no way we couldn't find Bati. Or it could be an as yet unidentified woman. To find them, we would definitely have to go further, to a place they haven't searched yet. He immediately ordered the mercenary to gather the others. Quickly gather the mercenaries. We will cross the river. Understood. As soon as Goche heard the knight's words, he whistled to command the mercenaries. Everyone gathered by the river to prepare to cross and assess the situation. It wasn't completely frozen yet. Every step felt like the ice was cracking, but it seemed strong enough for an adult male to cross. Damn it, winter is almost over. We can cross this much. Despite the sound of cracking ice, Jaeger decided to cross in small teams. It'll be fine if we cross little by little. Hearing Gose's whistle, the mercenaries rushed to gather. Did you find him? No, that's not why I called you. We're expanding the search to the other side of the river. It's not completely frozen yet, so split into groups of 3 and cross. As soon as they heard the order, they all shouted understood in unison. The mercenaries quickly formed groups of 3 and began to cross the frozen river one step at a time. Suddenly, as they were walking, Vlad heard Gose's fearful groan from behind. What's wrong? His face turned pale as he watched the mercenaries slowly crossing the river. Somehow everything feels wrong. It's just a foolish intuition. You're just scared. As Vlad suddenly shouted at him, Goche immediately flinched like a hedgehog and retorted, Of course I'm scared too. How could I be as skilled as you? You trust your intuition, but people like me have to rely on intuition to survive. Do you understand? And right now, he said, looking at the sunlight on the horizon, my intuition is telling me not to cross this river. I don't know what your intuition is telling you, but one thing is for sure. If you run away now, you won't die peacefully. His face immediately filled with terror at these words. You're the only witness who fled the scene. Even I would catch and kill you. Stop babbling. Follow me. Crossing the river is your only way to survive. Seeing Vlad's displeased expression and threatening words, Goche just followed him step by step in fear. Damn it. Anyway, this is not good at all. The moment he stepped onto the ice, a sudden cracking sound echoed, and he flinched in fear. Hey, Captain, this might break, right? Vlad looked back at him with a contemptuous gaze. When he first saw him, he thought he was a bold person who could even deceive Vlad, but it turned out he was much more cowardly than expected. Of course. If you keep dawdling, I'll break the ice and drown you. he slumped onto the cold ice in fear, no longer wanting to stand up and move forward. I can't see our group going too far. Vlad approached him, grabbed his neck and shouted, "Get up, we're the only ones left behind." He was about to continue scolding him when he suddenly screamed, and his face also turned pale. This guy really? Vlad was a little confused by his scream at this moment. With fear on his face, he looked down at the river. Corpses with wide open eyes staring into space floated in the river. Corpses! The soldiers ahead heard this scream and immediately turned back. In the dark, icy cold river below, small bubbles continuously rose. The corpses below had their mouths wide open, raising their pale hands. Grotesque creatures crawled out from under the ground, breaking the ice. The mercenaries continuously trembled in fear as they saw the ice cracking beneath their feet. What? The ice is... Quickly, get to land, quickly! Suddenly, an arm powerfully shot out from the icy cold river, heading towards the land. The corpses began to break the ice as if desperate to escape. They seemed to be saying, "It's too cold down here." They desperately tried to reach out to the survivors in front of them. The mercenaries, filled with fear, held their swords and weapons in their hands and retreated. "Damn it, what is this? We're surrounded." "Lord Jaeger, what should we do now?" Only then did he regain his composure, clenching his teeth with an angry face. "This is a trap, a very elaborate trap, as if they knew we would come here." As he thought this far, he glanced at the setting sun behind the ridge. Night and darkness, this place is definitely not the realm of the living. At this time, night was slowly falling, and a thick fog covered the entire camp where the army was gathered. Inside a small room, the old priest seemed to be preparing to pray for the upcoming meal. "Lord, thank you for looking after us today. Guide us with your light so that we may always walk the right path." Now, the old man with the child knelt wholeheartedly and prayed to the Lord, imploring blessings upon himself and those around him. Suddenly his body began to tremble, and the child next to him, who had been praying with closed eyes, also opened his eyes in surprise. Surprisingly, the water in the cup on the old priest's altar suddenly changed from transparent white to dark black. It was as if this was a sign from God, warning him that something ominous was about to happen. His face, terrified, looked at the cup of holy water. Lord, the water in the cup is now surrounded by a mysterious black light. Snow was falling and a thick fog covered the camp at that time. The footsteps of the female demon lightly grazed the faint ice, and she continuously whispered terrifying words. My child, a desperate cry of a mother echoing from the world of the dead. The mother painfully searched for her precious child, endlessly crying in this bone-chilling cold. Where is my child? And on this side, a terrifying zombie reached out its dreadful hand to the soldiers in front of it. Arg! Goche saw it and with a pale face of fear continuously retreated. Captain, help me. Suddenly this corpse rose from the river and blood continuously flew from his head. His eyes glowed eerily, looking at the mortals in front of him. Vlad saw it and without hesitation swung his sword, cutting off the demon's hand that tried to touch him, and then shouted with a tired voice, "Come out!" From all directions, corpses with terrifying open mouths were approaching him. Vlad activated his defensive mode, avoiding the corpse's attacks and protecting himself. He immediately took the axe-like sword in his hand and transformed into a grim reaper. Everywhere he went, corpses were cut down and fell under his sword. Goche was still disoriented and didn't even know when the sword in his hand had dropped. With fear on his face, he stood there doing nothing but crying. Seeing the decapitated corpses, Vlad himself was already exhausted from continuously blocking the corpse's attacks. But when he looked back, his comrade was crying miserably on the cold ice. The more he saw him, the angrier Vlad became, and he stood up, raising his spear and shouting, "You bastard, I can't do it, I can't." Vlad was furious, his eyes bulging, but he couldn't do anything to the bastard sitting over there. Damn it! The sword saw that his mood hadn't calmed down and advised him to first assess the surrounding situation. Don't panic. You need to choose a path before you decide to run. His gaze was fixed on his commander and the mercenaries standing on the riverbank across the river in the distance. I can't go forward. Is Lord Jaeger safe? The knight on the outside was also in a bad situation just like him. He was desperately cutting down all the zombies with his sword. The zombies' blood didn't splatter far, and sweat continuously flowed from his forehead onto the cold ice. The mercenaries were too weak to kill the zombies themselves and were bitten by the corpses one by one. After a long and arduous battle, he seemed to realize that if things continued like this, everyone here would lose their lives. Damn it, this battle will go on endlessly. A thought crossed his mind that someone must have carefully considered everything to make him cross the river at sunset. This trap means they planned it in advance. I don't know who set the trap, but the objective is already too clear. Jaeger immediately closed his left eye, even though he could no longer see with it. Then a blue aura like the Milky Way suddenly appeared around his eye, and then enveloped the sword in his hand. It was the only thing shining under this dark sky. There was no more time to hesitate. The first thing to do was to deal with some of the tongue-lashing zombies that were continuously attacking him. Jaeger gritted his teeth, suppressed the anger in his body, ignored the pain in his left eye, and focused on the horde of zombies in front of him. The zombies saw it and roared in front of his ability. His power surged, taking down all the zombies with each swing of his sword. The mercenaries cheered with joy at the excellent display the knight in front of them was showing. Wow, gather over here. Lord Jaeger is still with us? Jaeger was continuously dealing with the zombies, but he seemed to realize that this was not a solution if things continued like this. After speaking, he looked straight at Vlad and shouted loudly, "Vlad of Sor, fulfill the contract." On this side he heard his voice and was slightly surprised, turning his head. With the hand that had just broken the neck of the zombie in front of him, he turned his head and shouted loudly to his knight, Lord Jaeger, I will do so. Jaeger thought that even at the moment of death he must always do his best for Lord Joseph. Immediately retreat to headquarters and resist for as long as possible by any means. Protect Lord Joseph as per the contract. His shout and aura spread across the entire river. Now it was time to fulfill what he had promised without even needing to know what it was. Understood. There was no more time to delay. Vlad quickly turned around and ran forward. He didn't forget to call Goche, who was sitting blankly on the ground. Let's go, Goche, Captain, with me. Watching their receding shadows, Jaeger just prayed to the Lord to save Lord Joseph. He only hoped that they could return safely to the camp. O Lord, I pray that those who have received my orders can safely return to Lord Joseph. As he protected and worried about his body, suddenly footsteps were heard behind him and someone was panting. Growl. He didn't seem to notice that something was wrong around him, and a bitter emotion suddenly crossed his face. Jaeger raised his sword towards the creatures in front of him. I'm sorry you're late. That person was a knight in twisted armor with pale, lifeless eyes. He led a horde of zombies and looked at Jaeger. The scene shifted, returning to the camp where Joseph was resting. He was leisurely reading a book in his room, panting, and footsteps continuously approached. What's going on? Hey, let go. Hearing the voice approaching him, he looked up in surprise. An intruder? Borden rushed into the tent, panting, his chubby cheeks jiggling, but he couldn't say anything. Lord Joseph saw him rush in from outside, flustered and speechless, and looked up to ask, Borden, what's all this commotion? That guy, he frowned, displeased. You came straight to me without even checking the situation. That's for His Excellency's safety. It's the top priority. The more he spoke, the angrier the Duke became, and he shouted in fury. Then why aren't you carrying your sword? Hearing that, the old fat man looked down at his waist, only to find an empty scabbard with no sword in sight. Oh, what luck today. If it were back then, I would have hanged you on the spot. Terrified, he continuously bowed his head in apology. Please forgive me. Suddenly, urgent footsteps continuously echoed from outside. Andrea and the young acolyte stood before Lord Joseph. Lord Joseph looked up as the priest entered and asked, Father Andrea, is something? Before he could finish speaking, the old priest opened his mouth. It's a demon. Instead of explaining verbally, the priest showed Joseph the Bible in his hand. Look, these are verses from the Bible written in holy ink. The holy scripture was in the old priest's possession. All the letters written on it were in holy ink. Under the flickering candlelight, the letters of the Bible trembled like willow branches. Though mere letters, they appeared very frightening. The letters were shaking like leaves before a storm. This was by no means normal. Though he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the Lord could feel an evil presence attempting to invade the camp. Is there no way to stop it? At his words, the old priest replied with eyes full of sorrow. I am not an exorcist. I will do my best to unleash my divine power. Andrea was an excellent priest, but in the face of such evil forces he couldn't unleash his full power. But it won't be much help against this kind of demon. I understand. Joseph frowned, seemingly continuously devising a plan to deal with this demon he had never encountered. Among the remaining knights, none could create their own barrier to protect their comrades. Now the three people before him were the only trustworthy option. But at this moment they were the only hope. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly ordered the priest and knights to follow him outside. Outside the camp, a thick fog enveloped everything. The sight before his eyes horrified him. In the fog before him, the figures of terrified fallen mercenaries were clearly visible. Everyone was agonizing as they inhaled this mysterious misty gas. No, I'm no longer human. Joseph, terrified, covered his nose with a handkerchief. The most unreliable thing in this world was his own weak body. Is this fog causing hallucinations? I can certainly tell you that this is not a natural phenomenon. Even he, being of high rank, hadn't expected to be so affected by this phenomenon that it would give him a headache. It's affecting me too. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the fog, terrifying everyone present. A shadowy figure slowly approached through the black mist, and screams continuously drew closer to everyone. My child, where is my child? The old priest and the young acolyte were so startled by the sight that they couldn't believe what they saw. The knights were no exception. The woman's footsteps were faint, and with each step she took, a chill ran down their spines. Is my child there? A pale-faced woman eerily approached them. Black tears continuously streamed from her eyes. Joseph also seemed to sense the approaching evil aura and shook his head, staring straight at her. The woman stared directly at him and quickly approached him. Her mouth continuously uttered, I've finally found you. My child. The demonic woman drew closer and closer. Her large hands reached forward as if to grasp everyone present. She spread her arms and continuously cried out, My child. Andrea clasped his hands, praying for God to bless him and everyone to defeat this wicked demon. The young acolyte behind the old priest had his eyes closed, singing a hymn. Though his voice trembled with fear, the melody still rang brightly to the Lord, and Andrea's divine power seemed to push back the thick fog, if only slightly. Joseph, enraged, gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his face. Is there no other way to defeat this demon besides Father Andrea? They are worthless. They do not deserve Father Andrea's blessing. They struggled to resist with the old priest's powerful prayer, but it seemed insufficient. They weren't enough to break the curse laid upon this place. The outcome was already too obvious. The demonic woman was surrounded by the priest's light, but seemed unable to do anything. She continuously cried out, My child. Joseph also seemed to realize now. This seemed to be a curse meant only for him. What worried him most was the identity of whoever had led him to this end. Who on earth could it be? But no one here could answer his question. Ian was too young and seemed unable to endure this hymn. The child was spitting blood. Andrea, seeing that, was slightly worried. In this critical situation, he alone had no chance against the monster outside. Hold your ground, stay strong, the sun will surely rise again. The demonic woman's hand was now struggling to pierce the barrier created by the old priest and the child. This further exhausted the already weary child, who continuously spat blood. The child sat down, crying and reading the Bible in a trembling voice filled with fear. Poor Ian could no longer endure it. The shadow of the demonic woman drew closer and closer. Joseph looked back. That young acolyte seems to have reached his limit. The hymn will soon end. Now there are no knights left to protect us. The young acolyte's miserable voice was also nearly gone. Is this the end? Waiting for the sun to rise seems too difficult now. He himself could already predict what was about to happen. Won't be able to wait until sunrise tomorrow morning. Death approached the moment the hymn ended, but suddenly he opened his eyes, unable to hide his surprise. Just then he saw a beam of light. The light was emanating from behind the woman. What's that? The demonic woman sensed the sound behind her back and quickly turned around. The divine sword has returned. I will break the evil forces here. He and the divine sword arrived, and the white light emanating from the rustic blade pierced through the fog, illuminating the entire sky. The mysterious voice of the sword echoed. It's cursed, so it can't be cut with an ordinary sword. Then what should I do? It kept asking him. Can you use aura? It seemed to have somewhat overestimated his abilities. Are you joking? Suddenly the sword had an idea. There's a way. You came here to save the Lord and you have firm resolve, but right now you can't even wield your sword. Fighting that woman is too difficult. As the sword proposed the idea, he quickly replied. What is it? The old sword's voice lacked conviction. If you lend me your body for a moment. He often borrowed his body during practice. However, borrowing a body to transmit sensations was different from transmitting aura to a sword and using it. Can he do it? Can I? I am confident that I can use aura. He knew he could use aura, but he didn't know if he could use it within his body. But even if I can use it, you won't be able to move for a while. So I don't recommend it. He thought for a moment. This might be the only chance, but if he failed, everything would be for naught. So if I can't kill her, I die. Yes, that is the law of swordsmanship. He himself now had to be prepared for death, because if he failed, he too would die along with everyone else. Hearing this, Vlad no longer hesitated and drew the sword from his waist. He agreed to the old sword's proposal. I will do it. To confirm he hadn't changed his mind, the old sword asked one last time. Are you sure? Vlad showed firm resolve, as if he had no more room to retreat. The opportunity Lord Joseph has given me might be a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I promised him. I will offer faith instead of loyalty. He seemed to know himself. And if I run away, I'll have to return to being Vlad of the slums. He didn't want to meet the end of his life as a nobody. The old sword heard his words and immediately agreed with him. I respect your decision. Thus the brave Vlad was born. Fearless of death, he charged towards the demonic woman, sword in hand. The demonic woman was not to be underestimated. She too screamed without hesitation, approaching him to tear him apart. Suddenly, everything went dark before his eyes, and he paused for a moment. The master immediately commanded him. The time has come. Close your right eye. A beam of light directly streamed into his body from the horizon. He felt this change. His body felt like it was continuously floating, and he couldn't tell if he was in the real world or not. Am I truly in a dream world? The white light enveloped him like swirling waves. In his eyes, a blue light flashed, just like when Knight Jaeger used aura. Vlad raised the sword his childhood friend Jemima had tearfully bought him and took a deep breath. The sword was quickly engulfed in an ocean-like blue light. The woman was also affected by that light. She screamed, unable to close her mouth. At this moment, the fusion of him and the master seemed to have succeeded. The woman, crying, paid no attention to him. And even if she had, she wouldn't have predicted the attack he was about to unleash. Vlad quickly drew his sword and charged, cutting through the fog. Each of these astonishing, unhesitating movements was like an arrow shot directly at the demon. Even young Ian, now lucid, watched his every move in awe. Borden was utterly terrified before the superhuman Vlad. Joseph also couldn't hide his surprise at this sudden turn of events. Vlad gritted his teeth. His body seemed unable to endure any longer. Just then he collapsed to the ground. Although he had prepared himself mentally, the pain struck much faster than he had imagined it would. Vlad now seemed to writhe in belated agony. After using aura, he had to endure a terrible heart-wrenching pain. Joseph realized he seemed unable to move any longer. He continuously trembled all over, suffering from unbearable pain. His light made Joseph unable to doubt any longer. It was aura. Didn't know how Vlad had managed it, but he must have paid a heavy price for it. The attack just now was clearly a trace of aura. I don't know why one would gain such power, but it must surely come at an immense cost. The demon, seeing him fall, continuously used its magic to extend a long skeletal hand. My child, though split in half, she did not stop. With an empty expression, she continued to crawl on the ground. Her target was Vlad, who was agonizingly hunched over on the cold ice. Joseph, seeing that, risked danger and rushed towards him, who was in pain. Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct the old priest behind him. Continue the hymn, Father Andrea. He seemed to think the child was worthy. This was a precious talent, someone willing to sacrifice himself to save him. He quickly helped his weak body up. Lean on me. Gasp. The demonic woman still didn't give up, chasing the two, continuously repeating, my child, my child. Her black hand quickly touched Joseph's ankle. Now he was in extreme pain. The pain in his ankle continuously spread, but he did not let go of Vlad's hand. Joseph, now too weak, desperately held on to save the child, even in a place surrounded by divine power. Damn this weak body, I can't escape on my own. One large hand firmly gripped the Lord's clothes. Lord Joseph Borden regained his senses, saw the Lord suddenly rushing in and quickly grabbed the two, pulling them inside. Please forgive my presumption. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately grabbed the two, lifted them, and hurled them onto a beam. The demonic woman, seeing them taken away, began to wail again like a mother who had lost her child. Andrea was helpless. The old priest was extremely terrified to see the two thrown like that, and sweat continuously streamed down his face. Joseph seemed somewhat touched to be protected with such desperation. This is the first time I've felt relieved with someone by my side. Thank you. Vlad, now raising his agonizing body, picked up the divine sword next to him. He probably still hadn't fully regained his senses. Vlad's body continuously trembled as he forced himself to stand and approach the old priest. Father, please bless my sword. I must ease that woman's suffering. Father Andrea also noticed his state but still nodded and followed him. Though his face grew paler and paler, his eyes were unwavering, so the priest agreed. I understand. The old priest stopped his prayer and raised his sword. It was an ordinary sword. The priest placed his hand on the blade, letting his own blood flow from it. The priest's blood continuously flowed onto Vlad's sword. I have blessed your sword. After receiving the sword from the priest's hand, he politely replied, Thank you, Father. Vlad stood up once more, to fight alone before the expectant eyes watching him from behind. Now immense expectations rested on his shoulders. He stood firmly before the demonic woman who was agonizingly crawling on the ground. Despairing black tears continuously streamed from her empty eye sockets, and her mouth incessantly pleaded for help from the son standing before her. Please help me find my child. In a fleeting moment, even in his haste, Vlad accidentally met the spirit's eyes. Though brief, terrible memories were contained within them. A woman trapped in a dark basement. A woman continuously crying and screaming, clinging to cold iron bars, my child, and a child abandoned on the cold floor. She could only watch helplessly as her young child slowly died on the cold floor outside the iron bars. She was powerless. Please, give me back my child, please. She could only plead within the terrible memory of her child slowly dying before her eyes. Vlad knelt before the crying woman. He aimed his sword at the mother, searching for her child, though he didn't want to. He had to do this. He was the one who could understand her suffering better than anyone. Rest in peace. With a swish, the demonic woman shed her last tears as she saw the sword touch her. Where is my child? The sword pierced her body. The cold ground was drenched with tears and endlessly flowing blood, but she seemed to have returned to her former self. My child, the mother who couldn't find her child, finally ended this journey of searching. The dark energy had not completely disappeared. It was still gathered in a single box. A man covered from head to toe in cloth was the one controlling this magic. He smiled as if he had gathered quite a lot of evil energy himself. He was the one manipulating everything that had just happened from behind the scenes. The poor woman was freed, and this meant that all the magic power he had just gathered immediately vanished into thin air. His triumphant face of a moment ago instantly changed 180 degrees. Her presence is no longer felt. Right now, he was sitting deep in the forest behind a huge rock manipulating magic power. She was defeated, but by whose hand? There's only one knight among them who knows how to use aura. While he was still lost in his own questions, a voice suddenly echoed from afar. So it was you after all. The rat pulling all the strings from behind. The owner of the voice was none other than Jaeger. He was thought to have died in the battle with the corpses, but he had returned safely. Upon seeing the man standing firmly before him, the man's face turned pale and cold sweat continuously streamed down his face. The scene shifted. The next morning the sky was clear and cloudless. Joseph looked down, gazing at the head of a strange man held by the knight in his hand. Is this the one who was pulling all the strings from behind? Many questions and answers were omitted, but the two seemed to understand each other. It must be so. Furthermore, he was holding one more box in his right hand, which seemed to contain the corpse of the child of the poor woman who had been searching for her child yesterday. Moreover, what the woman had so desperately sought was none other than the child's coffin. Joseph checked everything after a moment, then turned his head toward the camp. Before leaving, he did not forget to instruct Jaeger to give this to the priest. I'll investigate more when I return to Bati. Yes, Your Excellency. Joseph looked at his camp below the mountain with empty eyes and said in a sad voice, It seems our conquest operation has completely failed, Jaeger immediately replied. No excuses, Your Excellency. But Joseph's heart seemed to be very light now. He knew that there were people who would willingly sacrifice for him even in the most difficult moments. Although it failed, somehow his heart felt very light. After a short conversation, the old knight finally remembered Vlad. Last night he had entrusted him with the important task of protecting his lord. What happened to that fellow? Hearing the question, Joseph smiled skillfully. He seemed to know he had found someone he could trust and who would protect him. I think I've found him. You will be my sword. As he spoke, he recalled Vlad's shining figure and smile. Like the sunlight, Vlad would become a sword that shone brighter than anyone else. With just these few words, he knew that in that night when everything was dark, he had finally waited for the sun to rise. For a very long time, although today ended in defeat, he was still confident that victory would surely come tomorrow. The scene shifted. After 3 days and nights of sleeping like the dead, Vlad finally awoke from his coma. He looked blankly, as if he couldn't believe he had slept for so long. I slept for 3 days and nights, the mysterious voice replied once again. Yes, be careful next time. I didn't expect the side effects to be so strong. You didn't yet have the ability to borrow someone else's spiritual world and bring something from it. So the price is to accept your body's rebellion. After waking up, Vlad looked around the room. The beds next to him were all empty, and it was clear that everyone had gone elsewhere. Good, I thought they would just throw me in a cart like luggage and leave. They probably waited for you to recover. Perhaps the Duke delayed his return for a few days so you could rest. Joseph seems to care about you quite a bit. Vlad laboriously got up, and he immediately pulled back the camp tent and went outside to look around. As soon as he came out of the tent, his eyes widened in surprise. There was not a single shadow around the camp, and the number of tents had greatly decreased, making it look even emptier. Why is there no one in the barracks? Anyway, after all that, it's natural for them to flee. While he was staring blankly, Goyer's voice calling Vlad was heard in the silence. Goyer, seeing him awake, approached him quickly, overjoyed. "Captain, you're awake? Do you know how worried I was?" Vlad was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected this coward to return so quickly instead of running away. "Oh, the one who wanted to escape first is the last one left? Of course. They promised to give me more money if I returned that night. Instead of fleeing, that swindler went back into the forest and brought Jaeger to escape the danger. I brought the Lord to the barracks. And I fought with the knight, risking my life, don't forget this." Vlad seemed unable to believe that the man before him was a cunning swindler. He seemed to realize that the knight wanted to buy more time by bringing Vlad to the barracks. So he returned as quickly as possible, intending to bring him back and gain his trust. Vlad replied with a blank face, "All right, I'll consider you. Lord Jaeger, I told you to report to the Lord when you wake up. Lord Joseph is in his tent now, go meet him." After speaking, he immediately turned his back and left coldly. But he didn't forget to encourage the swindler behind him. "All right, keep up the good work. Say good things about me in front of them. Don't forget. He's really annoying, so noisy I could die." Inside the commander's tent, the door was already open. Joseph was pouring a red liquid into the wine glass before him. It was wine. "Can you drink alcohol?" "Yes, of course. I used to work in a tavern." Vlad smelled the sweet vanilla scent and was sure this was no ordinary expensive wine, but he had never tasted such an expensive wine. He looked at the black wine bottle in his hand. "Indeed, as you said, it's wine for nobles." Joseph calmly looked at Vlad, who was sitting opposite him, and continued, "First, I want to thank you. You could have run away then, but Vlad couldn't do that. He had made a contract with him. I can't break my promise and run away." Joseph looked at him with intriguing eyes, rested his chin on his hand, and fixed his gaze on him. "Yes, you promised me with faith." He thought then that he had only made an empty promise to make him believe him, but he hadn't expected him to leave him like that and not run away. But that contract was just an empty promise anyway. But this fellow really kept his word. He's a talent I can't miss. His face suddenly hardened. Last night's actions had far exceeded his evaluation. He was deeply impressed not only by his talent but also by his honest character. Wait, that's not it. Especially since Vlad had only recently started using a sword, yet last night he was able to release and control aura against the cursed woman. He's really a talent I must acquire. Joseph's hand gently touched the wine glass in his hand. "Then it's my turn to keep my promise. I will give you a reward befitting what you have done." Indeed, a relationship between emperor and noble, or master and knight, was ultimately just a give and take. And since Vlad had given his life to Joseph, he would give Vlad a reward commensurate with his efforts. "I officially invite you to the Bati family." These words of his startled Vlad, making him unable to believe his ears. Because that was what he had always dreamed of. The scene shifted. After completing the long conquest operation in the mountainous region, everyone immediately returned to Bati. Currently, Ban District is one of the cities under Bati's administration. Since the monster hunting team was established here, Joseph immediately disbanded the team upon arrival and reported on his journey. "Lord Joseph, all the mercenary troops have been disbanded." "Good. The report on the conquest hasn't been processed yet, so we'll have to stay here for another day or two." Seeing Vlad continuously looking around with unfamiliar eyes since returning to the city, Jaeger turned his head and looked at him helplessly. "Is this your first time here?" Vlad scratched his head without hesitation and replied awkwardly. "Wherever we go, it's always my first time." Seeing Vlad act like a country bumpkin, the old knight immediately joked. "Then what about Bacon District?" Although he said he didn't know anywhere, when he kept asking, Vlad was helplessly unsure how to answer. Joseph noticed his interest and curiosity in this city and allowed him to rest and walk around for a few days. "Then rest today. You can look around the city." "Thank you, Your Excellency." Before leaving, Jaeger didn't forget to instruct Vlad not to get lost here. "Kid, don't get lost. And return to the city hall before nightfall." "Yes." Vlad looked at the old knights retreating back with helplessness and a little annoyance. The old knight had teased him, but he couldn't do anything anyway. He lacked experience and vision. "Should I really hate Jaeger?" Seeing everyone disappear, the voice in the sword echoed, "Jaeger will like you just as much as Joseph does." As absurd words echoed in his head, Vlad was helplessly unsure how to respond. It was as if he wanted them to like him. "Then please don't bother me anymore. Don't ruin my life. Anyway, I earned a lot of money from the conquest operation, so I should eat a proper meal." His eyes were now full of curiosity, and he thought that since he had money he should enjoy himself a little. "What delicious things are there here?" Just as Vlad was about to treat himself a little after a long struggle, a small hand suddenly rushed over and grabbed his hand. "Lord Vlad," it turned out to be the young acolyte who was next to Lord Andrea. The young boy was brave, and though small, he had fulfilled his duty that night, no matter how afraid he was. "Oh, acolyte, what's wrong?" The boy looked at him with the bright smile of a blossoming adolescent and said, "If you have nothing to do today, father would like to meet you." "Father?" The two stood in front of the city church very quickly. It was a large and magnificent church. Vlad looked at the magnificent architecture before his eyes and felt that Ban was indeed greatly influenced by religion. This cathedral is twice as big as the one in Sarah. Wow, it's really big. Other cathedrals in Sarah aren't this big either, the acolyte explained to him without hesitation. Sturma is the capital of the Bawai territory and Ban is the religious center here. He held his hand and said, "Please go inside and wait for a moment. I will bring father soon." Vlad entered the luxurious room of the church alone. He was slightly surprised, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Wow, every detail here is meticulously expressed and gilded with warm gold. His gaze immediately fell upon the church's chapel. He felt a little sad. Come to think of it, even though I am a son of vainglory, I have never prayed properly, not even once. He continuously stroked himself as if ashamed and asked inwardly, "Why do I feel so guilty?" While he was blaming himself, Father Andrea quickly entered. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Vlad politely bowed his head and replied courteously to the old priest, "It's all right, Father. Thank you for inviting me." He smiled gently, looking at his child like a benevolent father. "Ho ho, it's all right." He took out a wooden card from his pocket and handed it to him. "Here, take this. It's your identification card." Vlad looked at the card with bewildered eyes. It was a solid brown wooden card covered in letters. "Lord Joseph will also take care of it somehow, but an identification card from the church is the most effective. Anyway, the father's influence extends across the entire continent." He received it, and reading the letters carved on the card, he couldn't hide his surprise. It was a long set of letters used in only one place. The name of the only god in this world and the symbol of the church that served that god. Below it was another person's name, Guardian Priest Andrea. The old bishop, seeing the surprise in his eyes, gently patted the young man. "If you ever need help in the future, come to me anytime. From now on I will be your guardian." Vlad, as if unable to believe that he had a guardian, or that he had someone to support him in difficult times, looked up at Lord Andrea, unable to hide his emotion. Father, being from the streets, he didn't even have a birth certificate, so he had never imagined having a guardian or something like the card he now held. But now he had a guardian, someone who would register his name in this vast world. He was so moved that he knelt down and thanked the old priest. Perhaps from today, Vlad would confirm his existence under the watchful eyes of the Lord and his precious guardian. For the first time in his life, he carved his name into this vast world, and he was no longer Vlad of the slums. Now he was Vlad of Sor. Now he had a sufficient foundation to confidently face this vast world. The colorful light streaming through the stained glass windows gently enveloped his hair as if comforting and encouraging him for what he deserved. Joseph's cavalry was advancing step by step towards their city. Wherever they went, sounds of introduction continuously echoed. The territory of Bawai consists of 12 townships and 3 cities. Sor, the commercial center, is where Vlad was born and raised. Ban, the religious capital, is the city where the monster hunting team was organized. Joseph, unable to hide his pride, looked forward and introduced to him. And this is the central city, Sturma. Before Vlad's eyes was Sturma City, the capital of the Bawai territory. What was reflected in his eyes was the grandeur and splendor of this place. Jaeger looked at the people before him with sharp eyes and instructed them. "Now you are Lord Joseph's guests. Any foolish actions you make will affect his reputation. Don't wander around like country bumpkins. Sit still." The two commoners, eyes wide, entered the mansion they could never have imagined. Vlad and Goyer gaped in disbelief. But after hearing Jaeger's warning, especially one related to Lord Joseph, the two simply bowed their heads silently and replied, "Yes, Your Excellency. The maid will bring food." Before they could finish speaking, the old man suddenly stopped. This made the two wonder what the old man would say next. After a moment's thought, the old man shook his head, worried that their disorderly eating and drinking would reflect poorly on the Duke. "Oh dear, don't eat anything, just wait. Eating like you barbarians will harm his reputation." Vlad was also a little surprised. By now he must have been very hungry and could have eaten a bite, but the old man turned his back without giving him a chance to retort. "Shut up and don't eat anything." After the conversation with the knight ended, the two hurried into the prepared room. Although Sir Jaeger's threatening gaze was gone, the two still couldn't relax. Everything here was too luxurious for them. Godwin entered a splendid room for the first time in his life. Everything was gilded with gold, and its size was equivalent to several of his slum houses combined. Wow, this is the living room. This was a sight they, born and raised in a completely different world, had never seen before. So they couldn't stop being interested in the shining objects. "The Bawai family is really rich." He stated the obvious. How could such a large noble family not be rich? "All right." As the two were looking around, a voice suddenly came. "You two are new." The two were startled and turned their heads to find the owner of the voice. Was there anyone else in this room besides them? The window was open and a man was hidden behind a brown curtain. He spoke in a displeased voice. "Actually, I was planning to sleep here for a bit." A man walked out from behind the curtain. He had a confident and powerful demeanor and an unmistakable presence. Upon seeing his face, Vlad suddenly felt a strange familiarity. "Oh, this man." He appeared quickly before the two with a confident look. With brown eyes and hair of the same color, he looked like a nobleman. "Who are you two?" Vlad seemed to recognize him as soon as he saw the man. He looked very similar to another black-haired man he had seen before. Familiar, but the aura is completely different. He was like a black wolf living in the eastern forest transformed into a human. He exuded energy from his entire body, making everyone feel fearful. It was as if his gaze alone could cut others in half. Godwin quickly bowed his head to the person in front of him and greeted him. I am Godwin. We met Lord Joseph during our expedition. Before he could finish speaking, the man cut him off. Ah, so you are Godwin. His gaze quickly turned to Vlad, staring sharply at Vlad, who was standing next to him. It was as if his mere presence could overwhelm anyone. Vlad also didn't hesitate and looked directly at him, replying, I am Vlad from Sarah. The black-haired man looked at the blonde boy, who answered confidently with interest. Oh, a name I haven't heard before, but his thoughts were different. HMPH, look at this kid. Sharp eyes, deep blue pupils shining with confidence. He faced him without flinching at all, because he knew that avoiding someone's gaze was a sign of inferiority. Isn't he afraid? He's so confident even when facing me. He seemed to like this kid very much. Joseph brought some useful ones. I like you. After speaking, he immediately put his hand in his pocket and took something out. With his cheerful personality, he highly valued confident people. He was more generous than anyone to those he liked. The black-haired man took out a handful of beans from his pocket and offered them to Vlad. Want some beans? Vlad quickly looked down at the man's hand and thought for a moment. He remembered what the old knight had said before entering here and immediately firmly refused. We were told not to eat anything. His words shocked Godwin, who was standing next to him. He hadn't expected him to dare to refuse this man's offer, and the man stiffened. He replied firmly once more. We were told not to eat anything here. Godwin's face was now pale. What are you doing, you crazy fool? He couldn't refuse the favor of someone higher than himself like that. Duke Tiger's face darkened as if he was speechless. Oh really? And Vlad from Sarah. The first thing he did upon arriving at the Bati family was to refuse Duke Tiger's friendly offer of peanuts. Duke Tiger was surprised by his answer, as he hadn't expected anyone to dare to refuse him. He picked up a bean and put it in his mouth, saying, but it's delicious. Swish swish, the sound of a quill scratching on paper echoed throughout the room. A soft but authoritative voice echoed, Vlad, yes, your excellency, understood. The only one who was impressed by you was Jaeger. Jaeger was brought by my son. The old man had bushy eyebrows, firmly closed lips, and black hair, but the Duke's shining eyes showed that his white hair was not a sign of age but of experience. He looked at his son in front of him and said, if you can make him a knight equal to a knight of the family, I will reward you. Joseph immediately bowed his head and respectfully replied to his father, thank you, father. Although he offered a reward, he seemed to simultaneously reproach his son for failing to properly train or hire knights. His gaze was sharp and dignified. I know you are not skilled in swordsmanship, but do not forget that you bear the name of the Bati family. Yes, father. After the reproach, his gaze gradually softened and he asked, concerned about his youngest son's well-being, are you feeling better now? Yes, father. After finishing his work, he quietly dismissed his son to work. Good, you may go now. Joseph had maintained his bowed posture until now and simply replied without moving, Father, please rest well. After Joseph left, the old man looked at his son's small body with a bit of concern. His legs seemed to be limping slightly. The old Duke asked the white-haired man next to him, should I give him some more medicine? He'll surely be grateful. And to Coca as well. When mentioning his wife, his eyes softened and filled with tenderness. That woman is very fond of her children. As a duke, he seemed to bear too many burdens, making it difficult for him to express his fatherly love in front of his son. But what do you think? I need to review Joseph's report more seriously. Strange things keep happening. I need to find out who is behind all this. How dare they lay hands on the young lord of the Bati family in my land? How dare they commit such a crime in my territory? Rumus read the report once more and found several strange points. The report from Ban was the same. On the surface it looked like a combination of corpse resurrection and a curse, but this was impossible, because it required more than one wizard. The Duke sighed, listening to the old wizard's words. After a moment's thought, he speculated that if there were more than two, it must be a group or an organization. Yes, that could be it. Clank. The sound of a chair scraping against the floor echoed in the quiet study, but nothing changed, because the Bati family would always stand firm on this land. We rose from the darkness and we are ready to deal with anyone who dares to block our path. The Duke's eyes sharpened as he spoke of enemies who dared to destroy his family. Please find them quickly. Those who endangered my son and threw my country into chaos. Thus the day quickly ended, and darkness covered the entire castle. After the long report finally ended, Joseph came out with Jaeger and spoke to the two. The report took longer than expected. Have you been waiting long? Vlad, who had been hopelessly waiting for the two in the reception room, quickly stood up and respectfully greeted them as soon as he saw them. Joseph looked at the person standing next to him and asked, Are you Godwin? Upon hearing his name mentioned, he looked at the Duke with expectant eyes. Yes, Lord Joseph, we will discuss compensation tomorrow. The maid will guide you to your room. Go and rest. What he received was only these dry words from the Duke. Even though he had been hungry all day, he didn't dare to retort. Godwin, hearing Joseph's words, left the room like a boneless dog, disappointed. Ah yes, then I'll go first. As Godwin left, only 3 people remained in the room. Joseph sat in his chair with a dignified posture. Shall we talk now? The Duke, who had been smiling comfortably just a moment ago, now transformed into a dignified nobleman, looking at the person in front of him. You saved me, and you've decided to dedicate your sword to me in the future, haven't you? Vlad sensed this stifling change in atmosphere and unconsciously swallowed. He nodded at the Duke's question. Yes, Your Excellency. You said you had a mission to accomplish, and I understand that to mean you desire freedom. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. You said you would dedicate your sword to me, yet your wish is freedom, which is contradictory. We need to clarify this point. What exactly do you plan to do with your freedom? If you tell me, I can consider how much I can help you. Vlad listened, silent in thought. Should he tell all this here? Can he trust the Duke sitting in front of him? Vlad looked at the moonlight pouring into the room, and the light illuminated the Duke's body. The full moon behind the window was still shining as it had that day. Blue Moon Knight, Godwin of Gaia, do you know him? Although Vlad had hesitated to speak just a moment ago, now that Joseph had heard what he said, he was in a difficult situation. I just thought he was a talented kid, but he had an incredible past. Who would have known he had such a special background? The anonymous figure who destroyed Rose's smile was Godwin, the Knight of Gaia. Yes, he was the one who destroyed his life. He never forgot that day. The man who killed his benefactor and destroyed his world. Yes, but at the same time he was also someone he couldn't help but admire. Godwin was the strongest and most radiant person he had ever met, and he was also the ideal model he had pursued until now. Joseph seemed to be in a difficult situation now. He continued to think and finally made a decision. I'm sorry, I don't think I can help you. They are beyond my reach. The Duke's answer was also what he had expected. I thought so too. I have already accepted this. Although he didn't know much about nobles, he knew that Lord Joseph was, after all, only a duke's son, and there were countless people of higher status than him, but at least he was honest with him. In that case, Vlad had already heard the answer to his question, so he was preparing to leave politely, but Joseph didn't want him to leave so quickly. Shall we change our contract a little? Joseph saw Vlad's shining potential more clearly than anyone else, so he proposed a contract that would benefit both sides. I propose a 7-year contract, Vlad of Sor. Vlad was a little surprised by his sudden change. Why? He wouldn't have expected this situation, would he? I just abandoned a nobleman's pride. That decision wasn't easy to make. He seemed to have lowered himself a bit. Vlad couldn't understand what he was saying, but he knew that his actions were extremely unusual, because Jaeger, who was standing next to him, was glaring at him with a fiercer expression than usual. I don't know, but he seems to be serious, Joseph continued. You are my benefactor, so I will guarantee your future. For 7 years I will feed you, house you, and train you. I will make you an invincible knight, second to none. Joseph seemed to understand Vlad very well. He knew what he wanted, what he truly yearned for, and becoming a knight was something he had never even dreamed of. A knight, in return, I only demand your loyalty in the missions I assign you. Of course, that includes matters related to Godwin and the Soza Valley. That is all I can do to help you. Currently, the girl Jemima is in a monastery. When Jemima was mentioned, Vlad was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Joseph to have thoroughly investigated his past, present, and even his desired future. A single sword cannot accomplish much. There are many things sharper than a sword in this world. I also have my own weapons. After presenting him with everything he could help with, he finally asked the decisive question, What do you say, Vlad? His eyes were now like deep black holes that could swallow everything. As soon as he left the room, Joseph looked at him from outside the window and said, That kid has quite a bit of ambition. Jaeger, who had been with him for 24 hours, also hadn't expected him to go to such lengths to keep Vlad by his side. Was it necessary to go that far? I can always find useful kids for your excellency. I know there are many talented children. Talent inherited from where they were born, but utilizing that talent is another matter. Can that kid meet your excellency's expectations? Hearing this, Joseph paused for a moment. He looked out the window where the blue moonlight shone in the sky and replied in a confident tone, Of course, I saw it myself. That kid is quite stubborn and headstrong, making him difficult to control. This wasn't a difficult problem for Joseph, as Jaeger was always by his side. He was always ready to help him. What's difficult when I have someone by my side? 7 years is enough time to train a wild beast to obey. Then I will do my best. The more outstanding he is, the more beneficial it will be for me. At first he thought he was just a useful wolf, but he turned out to be an ambitious child who dared to chase the moon. That child aims to become the Blue Moon Knight. Whether he could truly conquer the moon, Joseph couldn't be sure, but he was at least confident that he would become a shining star in the night sky, because he was already moving towards that goal. 75 years is enough time to build a dam so large that a captured wolf still believes it is free. The scene shifted to the next morning. After the contract with Vlad ended, Sir Jaeger immediately led him to a room which would be his room for the next 7 years. From now on, this room is yours. It's a bit old, but you can use it as you like. Though old, it was an excellent room for him. It was probably his first time having such a spacious and private room. No, it's wonderful. The rafters are clean and there's even a bed. It's like my own palace. Hearing that, Jaeger finally remembered that Vlad was from the slums, so it was natural for him to be so impressed by a room like this. Ah, I see. I forgot you came from the valleys and alleys. After that, other trainees from wealthy backgrounds found it difficult to adapt here. Though the guards grew up in affluent families, from the moment they became guards, they had to start over. No matter how fit they were, it was difficult to adapt to sudden changes in environment and treatment. But this child, having lived like a weed from the start, would find this place like heaven. It seems there are no problems for now, as long as you don't cause any trouble. When the old man said this, Vlad flinched. His refusal of the peanut seemed to have already become known to everyone. He replied, slightly intimidated, About the peanut incident, Duke Tiger. The old man quickly cut him off before he could finish. Forget it, just forget it. You weren't listening to me from the start anyway. He quickly left after speaking, but didn't forget to instruct him. After you eat, come quickly to the military training ground and meet me. We'll train morning and evening. The same applies during marches. The old man who was walking suddenly stopped. "Jaeger, my loyal knight." The voice belonged to a green-haired woman with neatly tied hair. She was walking with her maids in the palace. Seeing this noble lady, the old man quickly instructed Vlad behind him. "This is Lady Ona, Lord Joseph's mother. Greet her courteously, as you've learned." Vlad had only learned etiquette a few days prior, but he tried hard to remember everything, bowing deeply and performing the hand gestures with great politeness. "My greetings to Lady Ona. How do you do?" She looked at the white-haired boy bowing politely and asked, "Is that the boy?" "Yes, madam. Lord Joseph himself chose him." Her gaze remained fixed on Vlad. "I see." Feeling the continued gaze on him, Vlad raised his head. He had always been around rough men, prostitutes and swindlers, so the green-haired, yellow-eyed woman before him was a type of person he had never encountered. She was a woman so beautiful that just one look made him blush. He quickly lowered his head. She gently expressed her gratitude for saving her beloved son. "Thank you. I heard you saved my son." Vlad thought he had merely done his duty, but he still replied, "I merely did what was natural. I will reward you. You did a greater deed than you think. Thank you, madam." Vlad was about to bow his head in gratitude, but Lady Asana suddenly approached and stroked his head, making him freeze. "Your hair color is pretty. It suits your blue eyes very well." He tried to say something but just stared at Lady Asana as if frozen. "You have a truly nostalgic scent. Your body is too thin, but if you eat well you'll be very handsome. What's wrong? I'll prepare some clothes for you." Having lived with prostitutes, he had developed an immunity to women and could deal with them adeptly, but now he could only lower his head and say nothing. He continuously blushed and felt embarrassed. "Thank you, madam." Vlad had never seen a woman with eyes like Lady Asana's. They were like the gentle eyes of a mother who truly loved her children. That warmth was something he, who had lost his mother early, had never felt. After the conversation, the lady finally departed. "Work hard, Sir Jaeger." "Yes, madam. Have a good day." Seeing her leave, Vlad finally relaxed. He let out a long sigh. "Phew, what was that just now? I didn't know you had this side to you. Why are you so shy?" Blushing with embarrassment, he replied, "It's my first time meeting a noblewoman." His recent demeanor was quite good, so the old man praised him unreservedly. Not bad for a first meeting. But the old man thought to himself, "Honestly, I'm not comfortable next to the lady either." When the conversation about the sword ended, the old man quickly ordered him loudly, "Eat your meal." "Yes." The scene shifted to the barracks mess hall. An arrogant fellow who appeared from somewhere spoke with spit flying. It landed directly in the hot bowl of soup in front of him. 3 guards had somehow appeared behind Vlad, laughing scornfully with wide-open mouths. Seeing Vlad say nothing, the arrogant fellow looked at him smugly. "Oh, sorry, I thought you were a trash can. You smelled like garbage, you know." As soon as he finished speaking, the guards behind him erupted in triumphant laughter. Vlad looked down at his bowl of soup without a word. It seemed this kind of thing happened occasionally. The Bati family was a prestigious noble house in the north. All the guards here were from noble families. Even if not nobles themselves, they grew up wealthy, so it wasn't strange for them to treat someone from the slums like him this way. He slowly scooped off the fellow's spit with his spoon and flicked it behind him. And then he slowly tasted the soup. "This is happening sooner than I expected." The guards who had planned to harass him were startled to see him act calmly despite everyone's contempt. "What's wrong with this damn guy? How can he be so calm?" The mess hall fell silent. Vlad recalled what the old knight had told him. The old man, as if knowing his brazenness, advised him to be extremely careful in all his actions. "From now on you are a guest brought by Lord Joseph. Any foolish action could affect his reputation, so be careful." Though he tried to calmly finish the bowl of soup in his hand, something was boiling inside him. How can I beat these idiots without affecting Lord Joseph's reputation? When things didn't go their way, the guards grew angry and left. "You damned bastard, we'll meet again soon." Vlad slowly raised his head and said in a cold voice, "What's your name?" The fellow flinched when Vlad suddenly spoke and glanced at him. What's your name?" Facing those burning blue eyes, the guard felt as if he was falling into endless darkness. Those eyes were more terrifying than those of the knights he served. "What kind of demonic aura is this?" he instinctively stammered. "It's Sobanen." Vlad remained standing, repeating his name. "Sobanen. I'll remember that name. A dog that intends to bite doesn't bark. A person who intends to kill doesn't show anger. A wise man says revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. You guys just wait and see." Meanwhile, inside the mansion, the old count was taking a stroll with his attendants. He heard sounds from the courtyard below and tilted his head to see what was happening. The guards gathered in the courtyard below were training with wooden swords under the instructor's guidance. All the trainees seemed to be participating in the training. The old count seemed to frequently observe the knights and guards training in secret. He was not only the head of a family but also a great knight representing the north. Therefore, nurturing talent was an essential task. The old man said to the person next to him, "Let's observe a little longer." "Yes, Lord." Everything seemed to be going as the old man intended, but his eyes suddenly focused forward, unable to conceal his surprise. He often checks on the training, but today he seems interested in the new guard. The blonde-haired, eye-catching guard. "Is that the child? I heard his blonde hair makes him look sharp," but what he wanted to show everyone wasn't that. Laguz said to his master beside him, "Master, look over there." Following the direction the white-haired old man pointed, Peter quickly turned his gaze. "Someone is hiding and watching us." A one-eyed knight was seriously observing all the trainees from behind a distant wall. "That must be Jaeger. That child probably bothered him." The old man simply smiled quietly, as it was the knight's first time leading the guards. "Shall we go a little closer?" The old man himself wanted to personally confirm what kind of person his son trusted. Below, Vlad was fiercely swinging his sword at a guard who was a head taller than him. The defender and the one looking for an attack opportunity alternately targeted each other. It seemed his training partner's stamina was starting to wane. He gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into blocking Vlad's sword. Peter seemed to notice this as well. He quite liked Vlad's fighting spirit. His fighting spirit is remarkable. Although his opponent was twice his size, Vlad showed no fear and continued to gain the upper hand. Count continued to murmur, "Truly daring." The white-haired old man beside him was slightly surprised. "Really, master?" he analyzed indirectly and replied. "But at the same time that child also has courage. He's applying everything he's learned in practical combat, indeed." Vlad was always a person with a strong will to learn. As proof, he always kept these words in mind. "Remember this, all swordsmanship begins with the legs. Use the power of your feet to instill fear." Vlad was not of robust physique, but that always allowed him to gain the initiative against powerful opponents. Next, a sharp momentum captured his opponent. With cold blue eyes, the movement of his feet and shoulders and his gaze, he overwhelmed his opponent. But that alone wasn't enough. His combat partner was ready to attack his body with all his might. He clearly shouted, "Take this." Now it was time for Vlad to practice another lesson, controlling his opponent with his own movements. And as soon as his opponent tried to swing his sword, Vlad dodged to the side with lightning speed. The training partner, who thought he had seized an opportunity for victory, was slightly surprised to lose it right before his eyes. While he was still staring blankly like a dazed dog, Vlad rushed in, quickly knocked his sword away and sent his opponent flying far off. He clutched his stomach in pain and continued to groan. He must have aimed for the left. He probably still hasn't gotten over the frustration of defeat. He even grabbed his opponent by the hair and shook him. Vlad stood behind him and said in a low voice, "Sobanen's minion, you mocked me in the mess hall yesterday, didn't you?" He looked at him with a smug, challenging gaze. "Keep laughing." But his face was already battered and bleeding, so he could no longer smile broadly. Everyone there was sweating with fear. They were amazed, having not expected such a big fellow to be so thoroughly defeated by Vlad. Peter watched the entire scene from above, unable to hide his surprise. Good heavens, children shouldn't be allowed to fight during training. Peter ignored them and closed his eyes. He didn't try to stop them. Let them be. To become a knight, strong resolve is needed. That child seemed quite satisfied with the outcome. Peter stopped walking and glanced at the knight standing over there. At this moment, Jaeger was still secretly smiling, observing his guard from a distance. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. "Oh, it seems so, master." The instructor, seeing Vlad continuously hitting his training partner's face, rushed over in a panic to stop him. "Stop, stop!" The old man, angry, lowered his voice and shouted loudly. "I told you to stop. Are you ignoring my orders?" At this, Vlad finally stopped his hands. He released the hand that had been gripping his opponent's hair. "I apologize. I lost my self-control." As he spoke, he looked at the instructor with sharp eyes. His eyes were now filled with killing intent. At this gaze, the instructor continuously swallowed in fear. "What are those eyes?" Having finished his business, Vlad immediately turned and left, and the remaining guards all stared at him in bewilderment. As he walked, he suddenly met Sobanen and glanced at him. "Tell your minions I said hello." Vlad spoke with a smile, but the conversation was quite bloodthirsty. "I easily lose my reason when provoked by something stimulating." Sobanen seemed to still not know fear. He frowned and glared at Vlad, gritting his teeth in anger. "You son of a bitch." Vlad looked at him and slowly approached. "Sorry, I won't go easy on you. When I find the right seasoning, I'll call you." Hearing that, Sobanen immediately tensed up. He had never met anyone like this before. Though not of noble blood, his father ran a large business, so many people yielded before even being threatened. But this damned guy, this guy is crazy. Seeing Vlad smile, he thought that Lord Joseph had truly brought a mad dog from the alleys. Back in the mess hall, Goche ate his soup spoonful by spoonful and spoke to Vlad. "Captain, I heard you beat up the trainees. The rumors have spread among our servants too." Vlad, holding a sausage in his hand, mumbled and continued talking with Goche. "How about you? Is working in the stables all right?" Goche looked at Vlad with an excited face. "Of course it is. Do you think I work in just any stable?" "No, I manage the Bawai Count's stables." "Wait, that's not important right now." Goche had heard that Vlad was being harassed by the guards, and after that harassment he tracked them down one by one and beat them up like a wolf among sheep. Any guard who went alone to the mess hall, public bath, corridor corner, or anywhere in the mansion had to face Vlad's threatening gaze. "I heard you beat up the fellows you met in each territory. Isn't that a crime?" he asked back, surprised. "What's so surprising about that? Did you forget? I've always lived a life of sin. Beatings are just natural violence." Goche stiffened at Vlad's words. "Ah, I see. Besides, I didn't beat them cleverly, and I didn't leave any traces, but they started the fight anyway, right? How can that be okay? Now look around. Who dares to pick a fight with us? Isn't it much more comfortable?" As he said this much, Goche felt a strange atmosphere in the mess hall. The two chatted comfortably in the mess hall. All the guards pretended not to see him, and those who had been beaten couldn't even look at him. Suddenly, someone with a trembling voice approached the two. "Hello?" Small, with a chubby face and brown hair, he approached them with his tray and greeted them in a trembling voice. "I am Portal Pakkanos." Interrupted during his meal, Vlad asked, "Is there a reason you've come to see me?" At Vlad's question, he dared not answer in a trembling voice. He disliked Pak standing in front of him with a tray, hesitating like that. "Sit down or leave. Don't just stand there awkwardly." Vlad's words were harsh, but Pak's face flushed with joy, thinking he had been given permission to sit with him. Oh really? He quickly sat next to Vlad, continuously thanking him. Thank you for telling me to sit, but he seemed to have misunderstood something. Vlad's face clearly showed I meant for him to disappear. Pak felt a little shy. It was probably his first time eating with someone like this. Since coming here I've always eaten alone. Like in the washroom. As they talked, Vlad seemed to realize that the chubby man had been the target of bullying before he arrived. I'm eating right now, can't you see? This is my precious sausage. Don't ruin the mood. He looked a little surprised, pointed at the sausage in Vlad's hand and said, Ah, isn't that delicious? The chubby man had looked as if he was enduring something until now, but when he spoke about his father he was very confident. My father is the meat supplier here. The Kano's family supplies meat and many processed meat products to various parts of the kingdom. Our family has raised poultry and livestock for generations. I saw you get more sausages earlier. Want some? Vlad seemed annoyed that he kept boasting here. What are you saying? Do you think this will make me change the situation? The scene shifted to a room in the kitchen filled with hanging meat and sausages. Pak quickly led Vlad and Goche there, showing and introducing it to them. My father gave me a lot of meat to eat, but it's too much for me to eat all by myself. Vlad seemed to have forgotten one fact. All the trainees here were children from wealthy families. As the child of a family that supplied an astonishing amount of meat to the count's household, Pak would certainly be very useful. All the trainees here are young masters from wealthy families. I forgot that these are people I would never have even spoken to if I had stayed in the alley. It wouldn't be bad to forge some good relationships with them. Vlad, thinking this, wanted to befriend the chubby man next to him. Pak, do you want to eat with us from now on? Hearing his words, Pak's eyes lit up. It was probably the first time he had ever felt the desire to eat with someone. Really, I can eat with you? Vlad felt no need to refuse. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the piles of sausages hanging everywhere like jewels. Of course, trainees should socialize with each other. I'm dying for some sausages, he said. This isn't just about sausages. Thump, thump. The one-eyed knight was walking down the mansion corridor lost in thought without realizing it. He was extremely busy these days. In addition to escorting Lord Joseph every day, he had to train Vlad and secretly observe others training. Serving Lord Joseph and training a newcomer was not a problem, but it was a little tiring. This was because Roddy, one of the 5 knights under Lord Joseph, had died in the monster subjugation operation. The other 2 were injured, so he had to handle everything. Now there would be no rest until Bareth and Mars recovered. As he hurried along due to his busy schedule, someone suddenly called him from afar. Lord Jaeger. He immediately turned around and recognized who was standing at the end of the corridor and what they were doing. A massive man with long hair and a bushy beard greeted Jaeger. Lord Jaeger, where are you rushing to so busily? Jaeger seemed a little displeased with the man in front of him. Damn it, what now? The brown-haired man seemed to have noticed the displeasure on the one-eyed knight's face. Ha ha ha, displeasure is evident on your face, your excellency. He was busy to death, yet this madman was blocking his way, so he answered directly. But as you can see, I am very busy. Gray waved his hand without hesitation, seemingly bothering him. I'm not surprised. You must be very busy completing Lord Joseph's missions. I understand. Do you have anything to tell me? Gray laughed after hearing his words and replied, For someone like your excellency, a squire should properly assist with tasks. Truly, I think it's not too late to do so even now. Jaeger seemed a little displeased by his rambling. Mind your own business. Why are you suddenly bringing up squires? All my subordinates have gained weight, so they need to lose it. Jaeger was a little confused by what the chubby man in front of him was saying. What do you mean? Seeing Jaeger's sharp gaze, Gray quickly changed the subject. He kept awkwardly scratching his head. Well, about Vlad, that kid seems to get along well with me. As he spoke, he explained all his best qualities to the one-eyed knight, confident and brave, a manly character. But Jaeger could no longer remain calm because the madman in front of him had interrupted both his work and his break. Damn it, I told you I'm very busy. Just get to the point. So Gray quickly got to the point. As your excellency knows, knights are not permitted to interfere with a squire's duties. I too feel a little ashamed. Vlad doesn't seem to be receiving proper attention. Jaeger seemed to understand what he was trying to say, thought for a moment, then replied, That kid has no friends. He chose solitude, thinking he was smarter than others. Gray in turn continued. Even a respected knight like Gray sometimes has to ask others for help. Please tell him that many people care about him. What I mean is he's also my nephew. I can't let him keep suffering like that. So it's a bit awkward to ask your excellency to convey that. As he said this much, the chubby knight's bright expression gradually faded. Your excellency, you want me to help for free? Hearing Jaeger's words, he seemed to realize that the one-eyed knight in front of him was implicitly agreeing to his request. He continued to beat his chest. If everything goes well as I intend, I will repay this favor to your excellency once. After all, Gray was asking for help with something he wasn't sure he could handle himself, and Vlad was one of the reasons he was so busy. That kid really won't listen to me. Gray thought for a moment, then laughed heartily. Oh, but that kid is good at his job. Jaeger seemed a little helpless, having faced countless difficulties trying to make Vlad obey his words. I told him he doesn't listen to my advice. Gray heard his words and continued to repeat, Oh, he's really done a lot of work. Your excellency keeps saying that. The scene shifted to inside the count's stables. From what I see, the problem seems to be with your excellency. The problem is that your excellency cannot ride a horse. After the recent riding lesson, Vlad had tried everything, but he couldn't ride any of the horses in the stables. Vlad was so sad he couldn't say anything. Goche saw this and comforted his captain. All the horses here are well-trained and not afraid of people, but when your excellency approaches they run away. This isn't a matter of skill, it's something very strange. Other stable hands say the same thing. Hearing Ghost's words, Vlad thought for a moment and felt he was right. Damn it, it was always like this. It was like this before too. Dogs, cats, birds, without exception, most animals would panic when they saw him. Jemima even used to tease him, saying he must have done something terrible in a past life. Dogs, cats, all animals hate me. They always run away as soon as I approach. If I want to touch something like a cat, I have to set a trap to get close, because then the cat can't escape. Is it the same with horses now? Vlad was annoyed. Were horses avoiding him too? The problem wasn't like or dislike, it was that he had to ride a horse to become a knight. Vlad suddenly remembered riding Lord Yeager's horse that night when he was on the brink of death. I was the one holding the reins, but I rode Lord Yeager's horse that night. You rode with me that night when we were escaping from the zombie horde. Goche also knew that was true, but Lord Yeager's horse was very expensive. It was a trained warhorse. Hearing the person next to him say that the horse wasn't easily startled and was better trained than usual, he bowed his head. Can I only ride skilled, well-trained, expensive horses? I can't say that to other people. There was no use lamenting now. He had to learn to ride a horse by any means necessary. While the two were whispering about Vlad's annoying problem, a maid suddenly approached them from afar. Lady Ona is looking for you. Vlad quickly raised his head, a little bewildered. He couldn't understand why the lady was calling him. Lady Ona is looking for me? Soon he was led by the maid to the lady's room. The woman with green hair and a gentle face was looking at him very carefully. Now who would think you grew up in the slums when they see you? Those clothes suit you very well. Bright sunlight poured in through the window. Vlad felt as if someone had sucked all the air out of the room. He dared not even breathe and his body trembled with embarrassment. Although the clothes fit quite well, the lady still asked the maid to alter them so that he could wear them comfortably. Don't make them too tight. Make them a little loose. He's only 17, he's still growing. Joseph also had a growth spurt around this age. Winter passed and spring came, a new era, new opportunities, new clothes, and a new person. The gentle lady looked at the boy who had saved her son and smiled warmly. When summer comes, I'll make you other clothes. After all, seasonal clothes are more helpful for stamina and activities. He was still confused by her smile, so he bowed his head to hide his blushing face. Thank you, lady. You're welcome. You saved my son's life, so I should be the one thanking you. She apologized for interrupting his training and told him he could go now. Yes, thank you very much. The corridor was bathed in the splendid sunset. Vlad left the room carrying the pile of clothes Lady Ona had given him. Vlad felt quite warm today but also pressured. As soon as he left the room he finally sighed. Phew. Facing the lady is too much pressure. Vlad felt as if he was walking on clouds due to the softness. These luxurious clothes were completely different from the rough clothes he had worn before. How much would these clothes cost? They were so comfortable he couldn't even think. Mine. This happiness isn't like my old self. Now, Vlad was walking alone down the unlit corridor of the palace, and countless thoughts continuously flooded his mind. I can't keep being idle like this. I trained hard to enter the Bati family. So from the moment he set foot in this mansion, he continuously tried to adapt to the new environment, but every moment seemed to tell him that he didn't belong here. I feel something, still feel like I don't belong here. Vlad looked down at his body, which had gained weight. Damn it, I've gained weight again. Complacency has stolen my fighting spirit. Just as he was about to return to his room, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Ah, Vlad followed the voice and looked out the window. In the training ground below, a group of people were surrounding a man and continuously beating him. At this moment, a huge man was violently and continuously punching another person who had no chance to resist. You pig, have you forgotten what this is? This is the price for living peacefully. Funny, isn't it? You'll have to get used to this now. Do you like your new friends? It turned out to be Pak. Sobanen's gang was beating him indiscriminately. And with his weak body he could do nothing, simply taking their punches. Are all the guards here training together? Seeing him really annoys me at that time. Vlad was watching all this bullying from afar through the window. This sight was no different from what he had seen countless times in the slums. Vlad felt a little bitter watching Pak get beaten and cry silently. Wherever you are, human nature never changes. Whether wealthy or not, in the end they can only survive by trampling on those weaker than themselves. And it's the same here. There are two types, those who live comfortably and those who cannot live peacefully. In short, the strong are simply tormenting the weak. He put the clothes he had just received over his shoulder. He knew what he had to do. He realized that his world was growing and he could do more than he wanted. It seems I'll only be wearing these clothes until today. All right. Night fell, and in the guard's dormitory, thump thump, a black-gloved hand knocked on a room door. Vlad walked through the misty corridor and arrived at his destination. A voice came from inside the room. Who is it? It's me. Pak opened the door, a little bewildered to see him standing there, not yet asleep. As soon as he opened the door, Vlad's eyebrows furrowed slightly, revealing displeasure. Pak's face was now bruised and swollen. What are you doing here? Do I need something from you? Vlad looked around his room, then pointed with his hand. Give me that. Vlad was pointing at expensive, luxurious ramboom ham, which even Pak was reluctant to waste. Ramboom for free, but I like it too. When Vlad suddenly asked for ramboom ham in the middle of the night, he was flustered and bitter. He thought they weren't friends, but at least they could share a laugh. But the slum boy didn't seem to think so. He just wanted the ham. Even if we're not as close as I wished, I still hoped we could become a little closer, not like this. Perhaps he too is just using me like the others. Even for a chubby child from a wealthy family, giving away a precious ramboom ham was a bit much, but despite that he gave it to Vlad. He didn't want to eat alone again tomorrow. Loneliness and alienation were still too terrible for a boy his age. This is better than eating alone like this. At least I can ask him for something later. He didn't hesitate and held out his precious ramboom ham to Vlad. Here, it's yours. Vlad quickly took the piece of ramboom ham in his hand. Don't think negative thoughts, I'll repay you with something just as valuable. Puck was a little confused by his words. A knight I know said this. A knight only receives compensation commensurate with the effort they put in. Tonight the sky was clear and cloudless and the wind was still. Vlad stood alone, wielding a wooden sword, facing a gang of thugs in front of him. 14-1, even in the slums he hadn't fought against such a large number of people. Inside the brightly lit mansion under the moonlight, Sobanen gnashed his teeth in fury, pointing his finger at him. Shut up, let's see how long you can maintain that arrogant attitude. Despite being surrounded on all sides, he still calmly smiled and waved his hand challengingly at them. Come on, attack. I've come all this way, shouldn't you at least make yourselves useful? Sobanen, hearing his challenge, was so enraged he couldn't speak. He charged first, and the guards also rushed towards him, shouting, "Kill him!" Seeing the people charging at him, Vlad smirked. It's a relief you understand what I mean. His eyes were now as sharp as the sword in his hand. Tonight blood will flow. One was hit in the face right at the start, and so was another next to him. He was hit squarely by Vlad's fist. As the punches kept flying, the trainees behind him were gripped by extreme fear. Meanwhile, Sobanen stood outside, shouting loudly, "Hey, don't back down like that. He attacked us. Surround him again from that side." Damn it, seeing this situation, he couldn't believe his eyes. Damn it, he's completely different from when he fought one-on-one. How can he be like that? He's only been holding a sword for 2 months. Then, noticing the trainees trying to retreat, Sobanen immediately roared and stopped them. Don't back down, remember, I'll kill anyone who retreats. As soon as he finished speaking, Vlad rushed towards him with lightning speed before he could even realize it. His cold blue eyes glanced at him, throwing out a challenging remark. You talk so much, but do you have the courage to act? Come on, fight me. Sobanen was startled, grabbed the sword in his hand and charged at him in a fury. You crazy bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Immediately he swung his sword at Vlad, but it wasn't difficult for Vlad to evade his blade. With swift reflexes and an agile body, Vlad quickly regained the initiative and became lost in his thoughts. Back at the barracks, I could only deliver one powerful blow with all my might, and throughout the previous expedition, I merely poured all my strength into each strike without carefully observing the situation. Vlad's single sword strike was so powerful that his opponent had to grit his teeth and endure. The fight raged fiercely, and his sword kept flying. The clashing of the two swords echoed deafeningly, and his master's voice continuously resonated. Yes, the training with Jaeger has yielded good results. Keep maintaining distance to trap your opponent and find his weakness. The moment his opponent couldn't withstand his attack, Vlad quickly took advantage of his opportunity to attack him, leaving him unable to utter a single coherent sentence. Damn it, his sword was aimed precisely at his body. I get it, my own space, breath and rhythm. Sobanen fell to the ground, his body crashing hard like a kite cut loose from its string, looking very painful. He struggled, but his legs seemed severely injured. My legs. No matter how much he struggled, what he saw after falling was Vlad's angry face and a wooden sword poised to stab Sobanen. He was consumed by extreme fear, with 2 streams of tears running down his face. Vlad thrust his sword straight in without a moment's hesitation. Screams of terror continuously echoed. All the trainees nearby couldn't hide the fear on their faces, and the body of the man under his sword trembled incessantly. Vlad thrust his sword directly a few centimeters from his face. His eyes gazed at him coldly like the moon. Don't look into my eyes again, and don't bother Pak, understand? It was truly humiliating, but Sobanen was now too terrified to move. Vlad was speaking very seriously. He was helpless before the fear of death he had never known. It was the fear brought by Vlad's eyes. Those eyes could truly kill a person. This guy was really intent on killing me. After dealing with the ringleader, Vlad raised his head and stood up. My revenge for Pak is complete. In return, I received a ramboom ham. Phew, my work for the ramboom is done now. Now that he had done what he needed to do, he could act freely as he wished. He raised his head and looked at them. His sweat-soaked blonde hair shone under the round moonlight. Who else is there? Shouldn't you also pay the price for what you've done? As he held up the wooden sword, his eyes glowed. Who would dare to stand against him? The remaining guards all backed away, their faces full of fear, and no one dared to answer. If no one answers, I'll have to find my opponent myself. He walked straight towards the remaining guards with a frightening look, and their faces turned pale, their bodies trembled all over, and they couldn't say a word. Following this, screams of extreme pain echoed. Life is like that, it's like a struggle. That's why he fights tirelessly all night, wandering in the shadows, to survive and to take revenge. Inside the castle, a shadow witnessed all of this from a window throughout the night. It was none other than the Count. He nodded, hearing the guard's screams. He still watched Vlad carefully, a satisfied smile on his face. His wooden sword shone under the moonlight like a star in the sky. Truly remarkable. The scene shifted. At the guards' meeting of the month, Peter sat at the highest position, and the knights stood facing each other on either side of a long, wide red carpet. Whether intentional or not, one side comprised knights loyal to Duke Tiger, their faces scowling at each other with ill-concealed animosity. The other side was Joseph's faction, including Jaeger, the stout old knight, and neutral parties. Directly below Peter sat a white-haired old knight, whose voice was much louder and clearer than the others standing. All the knights listened to his words. He was Antalas, the cavalry captain. With Duke Tiger's absence and the knights ready for new missions, the schedule was already set. The meeting continued at its pace. Next was the distribution of holy relics sent by the church. Peter, sitting at the highest position, seemed to keenly notice that the atmosphere of this meeting room was gradually changing. The atmosphere was completely different today. He too seemed to feel the hidden struggle between the two hostile factions. Those who followed Duke Tiger looked very angry. It was as if they could attack anyone at any moment. In contrast to their furious faces, Joseph's side looked quite relaxed. Actually it's good news. Joseph's knight order had been stagnant for a long time, but now it seems to have regained momentum. The meeting seemed to be over, and they all looked up at the count waiting for the order to dismiss, but he still gazed at Jaeger in silence. Jaeger also noticed Peter looking at him with an unknown smile. Countless question marks appeared in his mind. Is the count smiling at me? And finally, the long-awaited words echoed. Then the meeting ends here. All knights receive your new missions. As soon as the words ended, all the knights quickly left the meeting room. One of those who followed Duke Tiger shouted in an angry voice, probably having been annoyed throughout the meeting. He spoke loudly, making sure Jaeger heard. You brought a mad dog here, a mad dog that bites indiscriminately. That's why people say family background is very important. Jaeger, being a knight, chose not to listen to their words and simply smiled. Only he knew whether Vlad had done well or not. This made those people even angrier, and they left. The ringleader, in a rage, said to the people behind him, "Don't cause any more trouble, let's go." He was just his subordinate after all. Gray approached from behind and said, "Ha, they seem upset." Jaeger deliberately pretended not to understand and asked, "What do you mean? Oh, there's no need for that. You already know everything, so why act so innocent?" Good rumors spread far and wide. "I heard Vlad performed a great exorcism. The instructor said he exceeded the standard and could no longer teach him." When that annoying fellow was mentioned, the old man was left speechless and helpless. "That guy is really a nuisance." "Really?" Gray suddenly changed his expression and with an excited face continuously pounded his chest, looking at the one-eyed old knight. "Lord Jaeger, as promised, I will accompany you on that day's mission. No matter how difficult or painful, I will not back down." Having said this much, it was time for him to go do other work, so he turned and waved goodbye. "I will remember these words." Remembering Vlad, the old man couldn't hide his pride. Having raised such a guard, the old man was very satisfied. "That child truly makes me proud. It's not surprising who taught him. At least it should be like that." Inside Joseph's room was an exquisitely crafted set of armor. Cuirass, shoulder guards, wrist and knee guards, and boots. It was truly an elaborate set. Joseph gazed at the armor and said, "This is a gift from my father to Vlad." Jaeger was a little surprised. Vlad was just a mere guard, so receiving such an elaborate set as a gift was quite astonishing. The count himself prepared it. Vlad stood next to the stout old knight and admired it. "Oh, he's really generous to his subordinates." Jaeger carefully examined and confirmed the armor. "That's orc fur." "It's definitely gray orc fur." "That's right. Gray orcs only appear in the north. So armor made from gray orc fur is a symbol of a northern warrior." Joseph was also a little surprised. Starting from the slums and becoming a knight from nothing and then beloved by the count, he would be in a very advantageous position. "My father probably likes him very much. He too must think he's worth proving himself. After all, my father recognized him as a knight in just 1 month." Jaeger also seemed to agree with Joseph's words about Vlad. "That's right. At least among the current young subordinates, no one can rival him. I also heard that rumors have already spread everywhere." After speaking, Joseph took out a card in a neatly wrapped envelope and held it out to them. "I can't just stand by either. What is this? It's what we need to do next." He handed the letter to Jaeger. Jaeger read the letter and nodded. This is no ordinary invitation." That's right, as he expected, this letter was not ordinary at all. "So would you reply on my behalf?" "Yes, I've been too stressed lately, and after dealing with that guy I have to clean up the mess he made." Indeed, this was a good opportunity to properly teach him. "All right, then, it's decided. We will go to Maine." While the young blonde boy was striving to prove his worth, this young man with black eyes also had to struggle to rise again. And so the invitation was accepted. It was also an opportunity for Joseph to prove himself. Soon came the day for everyone to go out and fight together. A city. This place was so far from the center that all around the procession led by horses were green pastures and wheat fields ripe for harvest. At this time, inside the carriage, Joseph rested his chin on his hand and explained everything about this city to Vlad. Maine is a city famous for grim fruit. It's located in the extreme northern climate zone, suitable for cultivating grim fruit. And grim fruit production is the main business, with processed grim fruit products also very popular. Also, since northern people rarely get to eat fruit, this is also a valuable city, and this is also one of the main roads to the central region. This is a very important route for trade. Hearing this, he could guess Joseph's reason for attacking this place. "Is that why Lord Jaeger is acting?" "That's right. Crisis is opportunity, especially when it's not our crisis. The Helmer family is currently undergoing the inheritance process. The invitation from the second successor is also a plea for help." "Ah, I see." To him, who had never encountered politics, all of this was too complicated, and his face was blank, comprehending nothing. High society is truly complicated. Joseph listened to his words, merely sighed, rested his chin on his hand and looked at him. "In the end, it's just a fight to claim land," Vlad heard and continued. "And it's a fight among blood relatives. Internal strife is an old tradition among nobles." These words described a noble society Joseph was all too familiar with. Alicia was the Helmer family's official successor. She was the one who invited Joseph here. Her uncle Helner claimed she was the bastard child of a beast. True or not, if she disappeared he would clearly become the next Baron Helner. And Alicia, the only child of the former Baron Helner, was a woman, so her supporting forces were not at all solid, and there were countless hostile forces behind her. The only way to solve this problem was to prove her innocence through a fight of honor hosted by the cathedral. In the end she had no choice but to participate in the fight hosted by the cathedral, but it was orchestrated by her uncle. Joseph also had a headache thinking about it. They are relatives, but not too close. She is my 8th cousin on my mother's side, but that's enough to build a connection. We will use this opportunity to put the Helner family in our debt. My father also agreed to this. Vlad listened and calmly replied. Understood. He looked out the carriage window and Jaeger was riding his horse, looking like a confident knight. He was an excellent knight, so Alicia specially invited him to participate on her behalf. Truly amazing, for the head of a family to invite a knight to represent them in a fight to uphold their honor. This is what all knights dream of. Jaeger, riding his horse, suddenly felt someone watching him and turned his head. What are you looking at again? Vlad, who had been looking at him with respectful eyes, immediately had to avert his gaze. Nothing, your excellency. Jaeger was slightly displeased with the rude fellow before him. Do you, such a lowly subordinate, get to ride comfortably in a carriage while I, the knight you're accompanying, have to ride a horse? Now, even if he had 10 mouths he couldn't offer an excuse. He blushed and bowed his head. It had been a long time since he felt this way. I have nothing to say. The one-eyed old knight was now angry. The carriage was cool and comfortable, but he had to ride an old horse because of that damn fellow. Only after you've defeated all the others will I be able to show my face proudly. But what about now? Can't even ride a horse? Unbelievable. To think I'm teaching such a fool. All the knights rode horses and there was probably no guard like him who couldn't ride a horse. Vlad, blushing, retorted, I can probably ride a good horse, then just stay put. Now that he had spoken, the old man became even angrier and continuously reprimanded him. I should be riding a good horse. I am far nobler than you. Suddenly he felt something strange in his body. Oh, what's wrong with me? My heart was pounding as if I were running a marathon. For the past few days my heart had been beating violently. It couldn't be that I was so frequently like this just because of scolding, could it? It was no surprise, as the person sitting in front of me was none other than Duke Joseph. Lord Joseph continued to speak in front of me, while Lord Jaeger persistently reprimanded me from the side. This made me feel even more pressured. But mental stress is the root of all illnesses. Vlad tried to calmly take a deep breath but couldn't. Not only was his heart beating violently, but it was also making strange noises. Oh, was it an earthquake? The ground was shaking violently at that moment. Borden, who was on horseback, could feel this strange phenomenon. The ground was shaking outside. Jaeger also sensed something amiss, stopped and quickly looked around. Everyone scatter and dismount. As soon as the order was heard, everyone quickly stopped, held their breath and cautiously dismounted to prepare for this sudden situation. The carriage shook with the horses. Vlad frantically kicked open the carriage door. Damn it, he was extremely flustered, holding Duke Joseph, but instinctively pulled him out of the carriage. Lord Joseph, move aside. Lord Joseph was slightly bewildered when Vlad suddenly pulled him away without any reason. He seemed unable to understand what was happening. Where am I? Who am I? Vlad quickly calmed the presence that had just been pressing down on his mind. Your sincerity is precious, but don't worry too much. Vlad asked back with a slightly bewildered expression. Huh? Borden was also in a panic. Only after confirming that the ground had settled again did he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's over. Vlad raised his head and looked into the distance. Haha, this is my first earthquake. That wasn't an earthquake. Before Lord Joseph could finish speaking, the ground shook once again with maximum intensity. It was so strong that even standing there, the ground cracked and dust flew everywhere. Look over there. The ground was suddenly being torn up for a long stretch as if a mole were digging, but it wasn't a mole. It was a giant earthworm monster. It was a remnant of a dragon. Vlad carefully observed it, still moving the ground. A remnant of a dragon? Then he gave an intriguing smile. How truly amazing. To think that what I'm seeing for the first time in my life, which looks like mud, is expanding my understanding. His world was growing larger and larger before his eyes. Scene shifted, and in Jima, the only city of the Helner family, Vlad and his companions soon arrived at the invited hotel. Before entering, Duke Joseph did not forget to instruct Vlad once again. Vlad, from now on you are free to act as you please. Vlad still seemed unable to enter, remaining outside alone, standing guard. Alone, you may go with Goche. Enjoy the scenery to your heart's content. As soon as he finished speaking, Vlad suddenly looked up with a puzzled expression. How is that allowed? As Vlad seemed to be curious with a bewildered expression, Lord Joseph immediately asked, Do you have any complaints? Vlad hesitated before replying, No, of course I'd like to, but Lord Joseph coldly cut him off. Think about why I brought you here. Fights of honor are rare, and this time it's a team battle with knights from various places gathered. Observe them and learn. Hearing this, Vlad felt immense pressure. Lord Joseph gazed thoughtfully at Vlad. Seeing is believing. I want to train him properly, and I want him to expand his experience this way. Jaeger, who had been silent until now, finally instructed Vlad. Be careful not to get beaten in any alley. We also need to prepare for night battles. Hearing his words, Vlad felt a slight sense of helplessness, as if he were a very useless person. I'm not that foolish. In response, the one-eyed old knight replied with extremely cold words, No, I've lost all trust in you. You can't even ride a horse." The more he spoke, the more pained Vlad felt as his hidden secret was revealed. Lord Joseph, as he turned to prepare to enter, did not forget to instruct Vlad, "You must report to me every night. If you find anything strange, report it immediately." Only after the two disappeared from sight did Vlad finally let out a sigh. Finally, some time to roam freely. As soon as he entered this mansion, Vlad felt it was quite small, though incomparable to a prestigious noble house. Even he, having lived in the slums, felt this mansion was not large and was old. It felt as if it would become an abandoned mansion if not maintained soon. Are they not maintaining this place? Dust filled every corner of the corridors, and the stained paper remnants on the walls suggested that paintings had recently been removed. I heard it was famous for its paintings. It didn't look very wealthy either. Suddenly, the sword at Vlad's waist trembled violently. As soon as Vlad placed his hand on it, the voice was heard. "I feel like I've been here before. That tree on the hill reminds me of something." Following the strange voice, Vlad quickly looked up at the hilltop. There was a gnarled old tree there. How could the poor voice, which didn't even know its own identity, know about a tree shadowed by sunlight? The branches swayed in the wind as if calling out to Vlad. Vlad thought this was the opportune moment to continue his prayer. "I need to find a place to pray. I will give you a sword and you will give me memories. I have already received that. Now it's time to return." At this time, in the Helmer family's palace, a woman sat in the highest position. As soon as Lord Joseph entered, she quickly greeted him. "You've come a long way. Thank you for your efforts on the journey." Lord Joseph also returned the greeting, placing his hand on his chest. "Of course I must assist the official successor. What could be more important than blood ties? Although they were eighth cousins on the maternal side, if there was profit, even a more distant relationship wouldn't matter." Elisha, a young woman who sat as the head of the family at a young age, conversed with him. Though she was very young and beautiful, the clothes she wore and the chair she sat on seemed like a heavy burden to her. After exchanging brief greetings, Lord Joseph immediately got to the point. "Count Bati has granted his permission, so now only your decision remains." Elisha trembled slightly, as if afraid before the burden of responsibility on her shoulders and an uncertain future. "If I make a mistake, this entire family will follow. I have decided. Everything will be according to the Count's will, provided I win the fight." Lord Joseph replied to her with a relaxed smile. He seemed quite confident in the sword in his hand. "You have no need to worry," Lord Joseph spoke, pointing to his family's sword. A sword with hidden power capable of destroying hundreds, the Bati family's sword had always been victorious. After the negotiations ended, the sun began to set behind the ridge. Jaeger spoke first. "She should not be underestimated. She possesses the dignity of a family head and is quite adventurous." Lord Joseph walked, recalling his recent conversation with Elisha. Seeing her desperate plea for help, it seemed she was already cornered, but she did not stop planning until the last moment. That meant she had not given up. "I think so too. She did not lose the initiative until the very end." But Lord Joseph turned back to the two and said with a sharp gaze, "Nevertheless, our plan remains unchanged. In the end, everything will only remain in memory. Perhaps that is why humans wish for their traces to be recorded. A secluded hill with only the Helmer family's tombstones under a gnarled tree on the hill. Because when you see deeply carved traces, those memories resurface." Looking at the gray tombstones that seemed to have been neglected for a long time, Vlad recalled his deceased mother who had protected him alone from danger in the slums. "I wish I could have done more for my mother." Even the most recent tombstone was covered in leaves. It seemed no one had tended to this tombstone for a while. Vlad casually brushed them away with his hand, and the tombstone revealed its original appearance and forgotten name. After all, it's natural to show respect to a lord. Vlad was slightly embarrassed and tried to excuse his recent actions, but the voice still spoke as if it understood him. "I said nothing. Now look, I have brought the knights here as you requested." Vlad drew the sword from his waist and thanked him. Then he pointed the sword straight into the ground like a person in prayer. The spring breeze brushed past his golden hair, making it flutter. At this moment the sky around him darkened. This prayer was for the person Vlad had thought of as soon as he saw this place. Then the man immediately appeared and stood beside him. "It's as if I'm returning." Bubbles of memory surfaced. He recalled his past when the tree was very small. "I thought this tree was smaller before. When did it grow so big? When was it? He seemed to have come here with someone. I feel like I was here with someone. Who could it have been? He couldn't remember." It was as if a fog still obstructed his mind. Rather than remembering something, he felt something beyond that fog looking at him. It seemed something is watching us. "As if it knows me." Vlad was slightly afraid. He was afraid that a third party would know he and the man were here. "What? May I borrow your body for a moment?" Vlad quickly agreed without hesitation. "Of course, for a moment is fine." Vlad relaxed his body as usual and closed his eyes. "Come on." A blue light appeared around his eyes. Then, as soon as he opened his right eye, power immediately erupted from Vlad's body. Suddenly he looked surprised, and his tone was hesitant. "What is this?" Something slowly revealed itself on the desolate hill. A giant white serpent with blue eyes was slowly crawling towards him. A spirit? Seeing the gigantic tree-sized serpent, Vlad tried his best to remain calm, but his throat went dry. "A spirit? I've seen too many strange things in this kingdom." Vlad quietly swallowed. Seeing the giant serpent, his heart pounded once more. From Vlad's perspective, spirits didn't actually exist. He saw it through the eyes of the voice, and then the white serpent wrapped around the tree and gazed at him with affectionate eyes. "I think it's looking at me. It's looking at me within you." Despite that, Vlad still felt pressured upon seeing the massive and powerful being. The serpent clung to the tree and crawled down to the ground. "It's coming down." I don't think it will attack you. At these words, Vlad's face grew paler and paler. How do you know? Suddenly, Vlad seemed to realize something, hesitating and speculating. Wait, thinking about it, although it's strange and gigantic, I don't feel threatened by it. It doesn't seem to intend to harm me. Its shining round eyes were as if a family head were welcoming a guest they were truly happy to meet again. The serpent came closer. 4 eyes met and the tree branches swayed. A warm energy like a spring breeze spread throughout the entire hill. Truly wonderful. This feeling is as warm as the wind at the hilltop. Just then a voice was heard from behind. Who are you? Vlad was slightly surprised and immediately opened his eyes wide upon hearing a human voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Vlad returned to his own world. The serpent also slowly blurred and then disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the voice's vision also vanished without a trace. Vlad quickly returned to himself. It was as if he had dreamt. How did you get here? As soon as Vlad heard this voice, he quickly turned around. Then he discovered a young woman standing there. She had emerald-colored hair and possessed a very pure yet mysterious beauty. The strange woman opened her mouth. No one can come here except those of the Helmer family. Vlad hesitated slightly. He seemed to be thinking about what to say. It was as if his brain wasn't working yet. In the past he had skillfully fabricated lies, but today, seeing the woman before him, he was a little slow to respond. I apologize. I was looking for a quiet place to pray and found this spot. The woman looked at Vlad with a puzzled gaze. Pray? Seeing that she was still suspicious, Vlad hastily pulled out his identification card. I am not a stranger. I am Lord Jaeger's squire knight. The emerald-haired woman quickly approached Vlad's identification card and examined it closely. I see, then you are not a stranger here. Ah, thank you. After those words, an unusually long silence followed. Vlad was slightly flustered. He thought standing next to these tombstones might be disrespectful. I seem to have been a bit disrespectful standing before a noble's tombstone. If this woman goes into the castle and spreads strange rumors, it will cause trouble for Lord Joseph. Then I'll be in trouble too. What should I say to prevent her from asking further questions? To make her silent about this matter, Vlad chose to help her. How may I help you? The emerald-haired woman's eyes widened at Vlad's question. How are you a squire here? Weren't you here to tend to the tombstones? Alicia couldn't believe her ears. She, the lady of the family and now its head, although she was currently wearing a servant's clothes and carrying a bucket, cleaning the tombstones, she could not be mistaken for a servant. Vlad, unaware that he had stirred up trouble, continued speaking. I did some cleaning before I came. I gathered the fallen leaves over there. Alicia, hearing that Vlad had tidied her parents' tombstones, suppressed her anger and turned to look. You tidied everything? I think it's proper to show respect. Alicia also nodded inadvertently at Vlad's words. His demeanor was like a noble's, and his identification card made him very trustworthy. Moreover, for some reason, the hill felt warmer than usual today. Alicia watched with a bewildered expression as Vlad approached the tombstones. I'll do it. Vlad, holding the cleaning cloth in his hand, turned and said, But I have one request. Could you overlook what happened today? If Lord Jaeger knows I was here, he will be angry. She had expected Vlad to demand more, but he only wished for her not to mention this to anyone. Alicia smiled. This young man is truly interesting. Perhaps if you clear all the weeds around these tombstones I might reconsider. Hearing this, Vlad frowned slightly and watched her turn away. Anger was now clearly visible on Vlad's face. Seriously, pretty women are annoying. Unlike Vlad, who was quietly grumbling, Alicia was quite amused. Watching him quietly clean her parents' tombstones, her heart softened, and she gave a satisfied smile. On the hill that brought her peace, she could finally shed some of the grief she had suppressed for so long. His blonde hair shimmered faintly under the sunset, truly beautiful. At this moment, a continuous clanging sound echoed throughout the castle. Swords and armor clashed, making the entire palace reverberate with the sound. Vlad was watching the clashing of weapons from behind a wall. The Lord had ordered him to observe the knights here, and the sight surprised him. Amazing, this must be a duel between the kingdom's skilled knights. The sword at his side praised the two men fighting in front of them. Well done. He who had been watching the fight without taking his eyes off it until just now immediately asked, I mean Sir Colin, right? Yes, if he fought you, you'd be cut in two instantly. He watched him fight without blinking, and sweat continuously streamed down his cheeks, though he didn't know where it was coming from. He's truly strong, as expected of a knight from the central region. However, Sir Barlow made a greater impression on him. Unlike the hulking knight who swung his sword with all his might, his opponent held a large sword, maintaining a strong defensive stance and continuously advancing. But in my opinion, Sir Barlow's solid defensive technique was more impressive. The voice also agreed with his opinion. Right, his defensive skill is excellent. He used just enough force to counter most attacks. Watching them fight, he mumbled to himself, I didn't expect tomorrow's training duel to be so tense. Then he asked the sword at his side, Do you think one needs to be this skilled to become a knight? To make him understand easily, the sword gave a specific example. Sir Borden is a knight too, isn't he? As soon as he thought of him, he quickly retorted, Wait, not all knights are the same, right? It wasn't that he didn't respect him, but he had a clear goal, to become the Blue Moon Knight. When I was in SOAR, I didn't think much about it, but from now on I need to know everything, my place in this world. I need to be more outstanding. Thinking this far, he sighed, feeling a surge of fighting spirit within him. There's still a long way to go, I need to work even harder. The next day, the day of the duel, the mansion's main hall, though it seemed small, still stood majestically, and there was an empty chair where no one sat. Everyone was gathered here, and all the knights held their swords. Vlad was adjusting Jaeger's clothes at this time, and the old man, looking back, continuously urged him, "Tighten it more, you runt." "Yes, my lord." He shifted his gaze. He saw a blue-haired man with a satisfied expression. He was probably the one who tried to seize the right of succession. That man was Andal Helner. Vlad's eyes widened when Jaeger suddenly spoke. "It's not every day you get to see a duel between such powerful knights." Vlad seemed to feel quite lucky that everyone had brought him here. "Yes, my lord." After those words, the old man's voice suddenly softened. "And whatever happened yesterday, don't worry about it." Vlad looked at him, slightly surprised. Seeing the expression on his face, Jaeger immediately explained, "Why are you surprised? It's written all over your face." Vlad was slightly surprised, as he always compared himself to the people here, and this made him lose confidence. "I was truly surprised. The skills of the knights he had been observing were indeed far superior to his own." Jaeger slowly comforted him. "A child must learn to walk first. This world is vast and you are but a grain of sand." He saw, felt, and experienced powers that he had not yet reached. It was perfectly natural for this to worry him. He had enough talent, but he needed training. "You are not ready to run yet. With a long road ahead and a noble goal, it's easy to lose patience." But Jaeger's advice permeated deep into his heart, comforting his weakest part. The higher the goal, the harder he had to work. Now he seemed to feel a certain sense of relief. "Understood." After finishing his guard duty, a man's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Everyone bow your heads." The grand hall doors opened, and an old man's voice, whether a servant or a butler, was heard. Vlad quickly turned his gaze toward the grand doors. "The head of the Helner family. Come to think of it, I've never seen her before." Even though he was with a high-ranking noble like Joseph, he was merely a small guard. He hadn't even met Sir Peter, the head of the Bawai family, yet. So he was very curious about this family head. "Rumor has it she's a very young and beautiful woman." The family head's footsteps approached step by step. Vlad was preparing to greet her. Suddenly he was slightly surprised to see the woman before him. Oh, a knight wearing a splendid cloak escorted the blue-haired woman inside. Alicia Helner was entering. Her face was much colder and sterner than the woman he had met yesterday. Seeing her enter, the sword immediately said, "Now you've added the crime of disrespect towards a noble." Vlad suddenly felt the world turn dark. "Damn it." Alicia quickly moved towards the central chair between the rows of people on both sides. She was escorted by an old knight behind her. As Alicia passed him, she glanced at him, and he was so surprised he forgot to even bow his head. Her cold, stern expression was completely different from hers that day. Vlad quickly bowed as deeply as possible in etiquette, minimizing his presence there. However, his mind was now in extreme turmoil. "Damn it, she recognized me." Very quickly she withdrew her gaze and continued walking without exposing him. She quickly proceeded to the highest seat in the hall. The family head seat was blessed at the highest point, and only one person could sit there. Even against those hateful gazes, she calmly took her seat. The specially invited priest quickly opened his mouth. "Now that all participants have arrived, let the duel begin. The gods be our witnesses, and may the sun bear witness to this duel." As soon as Alicia entered, the grand doors closed, and now a life-or-death battle was about to begin. On one side were Alicia's subordinates, and on the other were the hostile forces always eyeing her throne. This was truly a grand yet cruel battle. The chair symbolizing power was now drenched in the blood of family strife. A family's blood was blue, like the color of the sea. Their veins were filled with responsibility and duty, and those with ordinary red blood could never bear it. However, Alicia was not yet ready to turn her own blood blue, and a white handkerchief was thrown as a sign of surrender. She cried out in an angry voice, "Stop, halt, we surrender." At this time the old knight Duncan was covered in blood, his body filled with large and small wounds. He had protected this family for a long time, his entire life, but in the end effort could not defeat time. He was now exhausted and continuously panted. Not yet, he could not accept defeat like that. This fight could not end yet. However, the priest pointed to the white handkerchief thrown by the lady. "Sir Duncan, your liege has already decided to give up, accept defeat." "Ah, Suai." The old knight Duncan looked at his former protege, Suai, and said, "Master, that last duel was truly excellent." Suai's words slightly displeased the old man. Duncan clenched his eyes shut as if trying to avoid seeing that trash-like disdain. Seeing the arrogance displayed on his face, the old man felt even more heartbroken. "I raised you as a warrior, a steadfast shield to protect the Helner family, but you became a sword that kills its master." This old man's misguided judgment harmed Alicia, and it tore at his heart. He gnashed his teeth in pain. "It's truly painful." Suai arrogantly listened as the old priest declared, "The winner of this duel is Sir Andal Helner's knight." A man approached the old blue-haired man Andal and continuously flattered and congratulated him. "Ha ha ha, truly a good start, Sir Andal," he replied, not hiding his arrogance. "Of course, the outcome is already clear. Next is the second round. This round will be crucial, as losing it means immediate defeat, and the overall winner will be decided." The priest commanded, "Next contestants, please step forward," and the knight entrusted with this important role was none other than Jaeger. He was preparing to fight a man twice his size, Colin. The referee announced the rules once more. "Let me be clear. The use of aura is strictly forbidden. If a participant or their lord declares an intention to surrender, the match will end immediately. Furthermore, if one of the participants sustains a severe injury, the match will be halted at once. Before entering the battle, the one-eyed old knight turned back to Vlad, who was standing behind him, pointed to his own eye and said, "Watch closely and learn, you foolish runt." Vlad, startled, refocused on the fight. Jaeger raised the sword in his hand and his blue eyes seemed to glow. "Today's duel will take place here." Colin, with a body as massive as a pig's, held a huge sword and continuously charged forward. "Today's lesson is this pig in front of me. I will take him down instantly." As Colin's sword fell before Jaeger, it was not difficult for him to quickly dodge to the side. Colin swung with all his might, continuously shouting, "Ah!" The one-eyed old knight quickly dodged and immediately counter-attacked. Jaeger maintained his composed expression at this time. Colin began to get nervous, but he comforted himself. "I only slipped a little. I can win this fight." As soon as he thought it, he immediately swung his sword with lightning speed and rushed at the one-eyed old knight. However, Jaeger was able to avoid his attack with just a slight movement of his body. Colin continued to comfort himself. Faster, stronger. However, his continuous attacks completely failed against Jaeger's flexible and constantly moving body. While Colin tried to defend with all his might, he seized this opportunity to charge thoughtlessly. Andal and his companions outside were continuously satisfied. His strength is truly astonishing. As rumored, he's cornering his opponent to death. However, Barlow, standing behind them, thought differently. He observed carefully. He seemed to have already noticed Colin's mistake. Cornering him? Do they not realize that the flow of this duel is very strange? The one wielding the sword must have already realized it too. Colin began to panic at this point. "Emmett, why can't I touch him?" Against Colin's continuous panting, Jaeger remained calm, not shedding a single drop of sweat. Colin now lost his composure and charged, crying out in an angry voice, "You bastard!" While Colin charged and attacked with his pig-like massive body, Jaeger quickly approached him. Just as Colin's sword was about to strike, Jaeger quickly raised his own sword to block. Suddenly, the sword's voice echoed within Vlad's body. "Watch closely. What he is trying to teach you will now be revealed." Before the fat old knight's sword could even fall, the one-eyed knight quickly rushed in and cut him down. An expression of disbelief flashed in Colin's eyes, followed by anger, then acceptance, and then disbelief once more. His opponent, the one-eyed old knight, still maintained a composed expression. A moment later, he was immediately thrown by Jaeger and his body was pushed out like that. The fight was extremely tense at this moment. The sword's voice continuously echoed in Vlad's head. "That's it, don't you see? He's countering the attack, making his opponent swing empty. That technique is called a counterattack." After his opponent stopped, Jaeger's body still had no wounds. Vlad, having witnessed the fight just now, began to understand and absorb new knowledge. Counterattack. An attack used to block an enemy's assault, using the enemy's strength to exhaust them and expose their weaknesses. The moment the two swords touched the ground, the match ended. Jaeger calmly gazed at his opponent, who was kneeling before him. Colin, now completely devoid of his initial arrogance, was filled only with fear as he looked at the man standing before him. He was truly on a different level of existence. He stood tall like a shadow that he could never overcome. Colin, now speechless, bowed his head and surrendered. I surrender." As soon as Colin surrendered, the priest immediately declared clearly, "The winner of this duel is Lady Alicia Helmer's knight, Sir Jaeger." As Jaeger's victory was so clearly declared, Alicia breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if a part of the burden had been lifted from her heart. At this time, silence fell upon the battlefield. Andal's party was simply astonished by the pressure Jaeger had created. Anger filled the face of each one of them. Jaeger calmly walked out of the fighting arena, while Colin struggled behind him to pick himself up. He approached Vlad and asked, "What did you learn?" He replied with a polite smile, "Yes, thank you very much." With Duncan defeated and Jaeger victorious, everything now hinged on the final match. The final duel was ready to begin. Following the priest's voice, the two participants quickly stepped onto the stage. Barlow was the first to speak. "I am Barlow of Arton." Du still maintained an arrogant expression and said, "There's no need for such formality in your introduction. Haven't we met before?" Seeing his smiling face, Barlow's expression immediately hardened, and he introduced himself as Barlow of Eston. Seeing his opponent tense up, the blue-haired man quickly raised his hand and offered peace. Jaber of Jar, the sword, watching the two from outside, assessed, "It seems Alicia has acquired a powerful ally for herself. Barlow is on par with Colin, but Jaber is on a completely different level from those two." Jaber gazed at Alicia and Joseph, who were sitting far away. Alicia sensed his strange gaze and was slightly confused, unable to tell what he intended to do. A moment later, he turned his head towards Alicia and greeted her with a respectful bow as per regulations. However, Joseph, sitting in the VIP section, noticed that this greeting was somehow strange. It was not appropriate for the current situation. His face was slightly bewildered at this time. Why is he saying goodbye? Subsequently, he bowed and with a dangerous smile said, "I am Jaber of the Jar family. I will surrender this fight." Jaber spoke casually, but to those associated with Alicia it was like a death sentence. Jaeger, Vlad and even Duncan were speechless at his words. Joseph, though not losing his usual calm demeanor, continuously furrowed his brow. Clap, clap, clap. Andel's applause echoed throughout the great hall at that moment. Since he had surrendered, wasn't this duel over? Seeing Joseph wasn't surprised. Did he have 4 people on his side from the start? Andel still clearly declared, "Now swear before the waiting parties. This fight was planned from the start by those who had lost their honor. Swear before heaven and earth to serve me and only me." Sahate chose immediate profit over kinship. Sahate granted Andal's request and sent a knight who had betrayed Alicia. Alicia was deceived, and the Bawai family took a hit. Joseph of the Bawai family had become the representative of the North in this duel, and as soon as their honor was trampled, he immediately stood up and said directly, "This fight is not over yet." Andal, still wearing a contemptuous expression, implied that this was none of his business and he shouldn't interfere. "Alicia's knight has already surrendered. Lord Joseph, I understand your concern, but this fight is already over." Joseph remained calm. "This fight will not be considered over until I receive a satisfactory explanation." His declaration also caused a stir. The moment it echoed, it would signal the start of a dispute. The Bawai family will not accept the outcome of such a duel. The man standing behind Andal hastily spoke up. "Lord Andal, perhaps we should at least hear what he has to say. Lord Joseph represents the northern region. This cavalry belongs to the central region." He spoke to Andal in a low voice. "If any problem arises here, it could lead to a conflict between the northern and central regions." Andal fell silent for a moment after hearing that. He asked in a low voice, "Then what should we do?" Joseph furrowed his brow. "The best-case scenario is already gone. Now we can only avoid the worst-case scenario. At present, only victory will allow us to make the next decision. Only then can we plan for the future." Joseph couldn't find the optimal solution, but he believed he could at least avoid the worst outcome. "Please let the duel continue. Lady Alicia's reputation cannot be tarnished by a surrender." Andal immediately replied, "Do you have anyone on your side to replace Lord Rubus? If so, we will accept your proposal." The raccoon-faced Andal clearly knew that Joseph and Alicia no longer had any knights capable of fighting. He had calculated everything meticulously from the start. Duncan was the only one belonging to Alicia's knight order, and the unwritten rule was that invited guests could not bring too many knights. Absolutely no other fight could take place. Joseph's sharp black eyes shot daggers at his opponent. "Good, I have brought one person. Joseph of the Bawai family will select a warrior to uphold Lady Alicia's honor." From the highest position, Joseph pointed to one person to represent Alicia. Vlad of Sor, a golden-haired boy, froze in the midst of the wind and waves. He stood in the middle of the powder keg between the central and northern regions. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Everyone turned to look in the direction Joseph was pointing. It was a young boy whom no one had considered or even seen, and he was the only one who could participate in the duel. Andal shouted, "But he is not a knight. He is not qualified to participate in this duel." Joseph replied coldly, "Respect the honor of the duel. Anyone bearing a sword may participate." Upon confirming Vlad's identity, Andal was enraged, deeming it unfair, yet his opponent was a knight. Sending a commoner into this battle is an insult to the Helmer family's name. Joseph stomped his foot hard on the ground, interrupting Andal's words in an angry tone. "What about your side? You allowed such a thing to happen. Then did you even consider the honor of the Bawai family? How dare you provoke the Bawai family with such vulgar and despicable tactics? I will vouch for his honor." Andal nodded reluctantly. "Very well, have it your way." But he thought to himself, what could a naive commoner possibly do? Jaeger tightened Vlad's armor and equipped him with as much as possible. Vlad asked, flustered, "Am I really going to participate in this duel? Fighting a knight in front of everyone?" Jaeger nodded. "Yes, you won't lose your life here, will you?" Jaeger replied in a low voice. "If things go badly, I will intervene." "But what if things aren't completely bad, just a little bad?" Jaeger remained silent for a moment, not answering. Vlad furrowed his brow, flustered. "Hey, why aren't you saying anything?" Suddenly, Joseph descended from his high position and approached Vlad. He embraced the boy and Vlad was startled. "Oh, Lord Joseph, you don't have to go that far," Joseph suddenly said. "You just need to buy 10 minutes. To others, Joseph seemed to be encouraging his bodyguard before sending him into a harsh battle, but in truth it was something only the parties involved knew. "I have already made a plan. You just need to buy time." Vlad asked in a low voice. "Will 10 minutes be enough?" Joseph replied, "The longer the better." Vlad, knowing that Joseph was not someone who easily lost his temper or acted impulsively, calmed down. "Understood. I will do my best with conviction," Joseph said, looking at Vlad's retreating back. "Careful." "Yes, my lord." Vlad bowed to the trembling emerald-haired woman. She nodded silently in return, flustered. Vlad turned to face the shield-bearing knight. He drew his sword and introduced himself. "I am Vlad of Sor." However, his opponent looked at him with a displeased frown. Suddenly, he dropped his shield to the ground. Barlow looked at Vlad with hatred. "You have no right to utter my name. The moment a lowly wretch like you appeared here, this duel lost all honor." Vlad's eyes momentarily dimmed. "Value. I hate that word. Why do people always only cherish beautiful and shining things? I probably came from a place of no particular value," Vlad muttered, gripping his sword tightly. "What is it that I lack? But I have no intention of ending up an unknown here." Despite having to fight a knight, his blue eyes still burned brightly. The young boy shining brightly. He truly wanted to know what was so different between himself and that knight who bore such noble honor. The knight paused. "The Bawai family's standards have really hit rock bottom, it seems." Vlad gazed at his opponent as if conversing with his eyes. Barlow drew his sword. "You may ignore the rules of this duel. Fight me with everything you have." He looked down at Vlad from above. "I will eradicate scum like you." Today, this young boy was perfectly entitled to shine. Before he even realized that the boy had vanished from where he was originally standing, Vlad rushed at the knight as fast as the wind. For a warrior skilled in close combat, and someone as active as himself, it was quite suitable. The two swords clashed, producing an ear-splitting sound. Barlow's eyes glanced down at Vlad's trembling sword, admiring it for a moment. Barlow swung his sword, pushing Vlad back, but he retreated steadily, preparing his next attack. Because for the first time in his life he had raised his sword not for himself but for someone else, the voice echoed in Vlad's head, directing the battle. Aim for the left, where he just blocked himself with his shield. Vlad cut at Barlow's weak point without hesitation. He could block it too easily, but Barlow felt something flashing like lightning from Vlad's sword. Habit is a terrifying thing. Everyone around was surprised by Vlad's speed and strength. Oh, he's fast, he's no ordinary fellow. Once again, Vlad's sword was parried. But this time Barlow was not as displeased as before. His eyes were filled with interest. This guy has talent. This fellow possesses the necessary ferocity. Like a hungry wolf his eyes flashed. You have good mental fortitude. But as the pressure swept over Vlad's entire body he paused for a moment and cold sweat streamed down him. Vlad continuously attacked Barlow, instinctively raising his sword against the sudden weight of the enormous blade flying towards him. Barlow's face was filled with the cruelty of a warlike knight. With a single sword he easily slammed Vlad to the ground. You are not yet at my level. Vlad barely managed to block this heavy attack with both hands, and his sword trembled as if it couldn't endure. Vlad coughed and struggled to block Barlow's sword, feeling as if he had been struck by a rock. Barlow again raised his sword high and brought it down on Vlad. Is the play over? Vlad quickly leaned back to reduce the sword's momentum, then raised his sword to block. The sword, which had almost touched Vlad's body, was barely parried. Vlad gritted his teeth and the voice echoed again. Find a way to deflect that attack. Then you'll have a chance to counterattack. But before Vlad could find an opportunity, Barlow swung his sword once more, attacking Vlad horizontally. Vlad blocked this attack, avoiding being cut horizontally, but he couldn't stop the force of the impact. The impact sent him flying completely backward. Vlad's back hit the wall hard, and he screamed in pain. He knelt on one knee and slumped to the floor. Barlow approached the golden-haired boy who had endured several of his attacks. He stood before Vlad, pausing without rushing the duel. Barlow looked down at Vlad from above and praised him. Impressive, boy. It's still early, but you are worthy of my respect here. Barlow raised his sword high, preparing for the final blow. Vlad watched him with trembling eyes and a dizzy head. It's truly a shame. It seems I must end it here. Vlad bit his lip. This is your choice. He stared as Barlow raised his sword and brought it down. The voice echoed, comforting Vlad. You did your best. Vlad had done his part. Now he could rest. Just as everyone in the great hall thought the duel was over, the sword in Barlow's hand, flying towards Vlad, suddenly twisted strangely. The clang of the sword surprised everyone. Even Joseph and Jaeger, who were preparing to retrieve Vlad, paused. Alicia also opened her eyes wide in surprise. Even an experienced knight like Pablo found it hard to believe. Is this a counterattack technique? Vlad's youthful figure momentarily overlapped with Jaeger's. Everyone was surprised. How could this happen? A mere guard blocked a knight's sword. Endel sweated, comforting himself. It must have been a coincidence. Look at him. He can't even hold his sword properly right now. Hearing people muttering behind him, Barlow frowned in disagreement. A coincidence? Impossible. Something is strange. Even I was quite surprised that he could do that. Why? Hearing Vlad muttering, Barlow quietly withdrew his sword and looked at the young boy before him. Why only you? Barlow was surprised for a moment. As he lost consciousness, Vlad was still muttering and his eyes were dim as if he had lost consciousness. He seemed to be trying to remember something. Me too, Barlow suddenly realized. No, he was thinking of something in an unconscious state. It was probably a dream or some wish he wanted to achieve. Vlad unconsciously recalled his past. A past where he felt he was stuck in the mud and couldn't escape. The young boy had suffered much in the past and always wanted to rise. He wanted strength, ability, and opportunity. And he always dreamed that he would be able to achieve what he desired in the future. To go to a shining place and erase his past. Vlad growled in a low voice. I always wanted that too. Barlow was startled. An unbloomed flower, a brilliant flower no one had ever seen. The two swords clashed so quickly that others couldn't follow, and Dahl was horrified. What is this? Vlad's two hands gripped the sword hilt so deadly that they bled. Jaeger was astonished by the talent Vlad was displaying. I never taught him such a technique. I only taught him basic swordsmanship. The battle was still ongoing, but at a slower pace than before. Barlow relished the moment of battle, pushing the golden-haired boy to his limits as if guiding him toward the path of a seasoned knight. Jaeger watched the battle without blinking. But he is using the swordsmanship I used. Barlow also observed his opponent carefully. His fear and wariness disappeared, replaced by strong resolve. His mind was now even more stable. Interesting. Barlow was very curious. Where did that resolve for battle come from? He inadvertently saw two blood-stained hands gripping the trembling sword tightly. Barlow's eyes widened as if he had discovered something. The sword seemed to roar. Ah, wait, it's not because of a mysterious voice. It comes from an ordinary sword, forged by an old man's dream, bought with a girl's tears and wielded by a boy's will. At this moment, Barlow sincerely wanted to thank Joseph. Is this flower about to bloom? Barlow raised his sword. Barlow regained his composure and swung his sword at Vlad, not with the intention of defeating Vlad but to awaken the world of spirit that was about to bloom within him. He muttered to himself, I am merely fulfilling a knight's duty. He moved. In the unbroken silence of the great hall, only the clang of swords could be heard. Barlow accepted Vlad's sword, which had become thin and clearly lost its sharpness like a thread, yet was filled with strong will. The flower was about to reveal its most beautiful form. Suddenly a flash of light gleamed, and Andel's party faltered. What is this? Vlad's sword emitted a flash of aura, burning like a gray-blue flame. These were the petals that the flower had bloomed with all its might. Everyone was shocked. The blond young boy, a mere guard, had blocked a knight's sword. It was a powerful resistance. Barlow hurriedly shouted. Finally he saw the light emanating from Vlad. bring me a shield. As soon as he said that, his bodyguard quickly threw a shield into the arena. Barlow grabbed the shield and looked back at Vlad. The shield and sword clashed, making a loud sound. I am Pablo Antine. Pablo's voice echoed throughout the hall. Everyone could hear it. He had previously said that Vlad was not worthy to stand here and that this duel was no longer honorable, so he had not wanted to reveal his name. But now he held a shield, and before the boy who was now worthy and respectable, he loudly proclaimed his name. The boy had now earned that right. Reveal your name before me. I am the faint spirit of Vlad. He traced his dimming memories. He was born in lawless back alleys, through the dark slums, past old pawn shops to the crossroads where the stars hung. His life was determined by where he was born. He walked that path towards a dazzling and glorious place. He was born in a place unworthy of notice, but always yearned to move to a splendid place, to escape his former life. To do that, I had to prove my worth. The light of the luxurious street in Vlad's memory pierced through space, aligning with the brilliant light in his blue eyes, harmonizing like an aurora with the sword in his hand. I am, and he cried out, his voice echoed, and the rustic sword was also filled with light. Under the auspices of the swordsman, the bud of Vlad of Swara blossomed. The light was so brilliant and dazzling that no one could look directly at it, but the swordsmen strained their eyes, trying to chase the aura of a potential swordsman. A halo also gleamed from Pablo's left eye. This was an honorable fight between two swordsmen. He held a shield and a sword and shouted loudly at Vlad. Vlad of Swara, come forth. Vlad charged at Pablo with his sword with fierce determination. The blue light of the crescent moon, the blue moonlight pierced through Pablo's golden aura. Vlad from Swara brought the moon here. A new world of spirit bloomed. The duel ended today. The master lay on the ground, but Vlad's hand, though stained with blood, still gripped his sword tightly, refusing to let go. Pablo bowed his head and smiled genuinely at the swordsman he had acknowledged. He praised the young boy who lay unconscious in Pablo's arms. Well done. Beside him lay his shield and sword. Vlad was already unconscious at this point. His face was pale from overexertion, but his breathing was steady. However, at that respectable moment, a clown noisily burst out. Andal shouted, Aura, this is a duel where the use of aura is forbidden. That damn fellow should be disqualified immediately. Pablo glared with an enraged look at Andal, who was trying to pluck the beautiful flower immediately after seeing it. Miserable wretch. Yet you only think to pluck it. Joseph and Jaeger approached Pablo at this moment. The two bowed slightly to Duncan and placed their hands on their chests in gratitude. Sir Pablo, thank you for fulfilling your duty as a knight. Pablo also returned the courtesy. I merely did what I had to do. Oh, it was truly a precious moment. Joseph turned back to the priest. Father, was that aura? The priest, seemingly not understanding what his opponent was trying to do, nodded. Indeed, unlike his expression a moment ago. Joseph coldly glanced at the people in the hall. Then, between the sacred rules of this duel and the pleasure or ability of a swordsman, which is more important? The priest suddenly understood. Ah, Joseph continued, the master of swordsmanship was the only person in human history with extraordinary abilities. He left behind actions and teachings accompanying the noble title mentioned above. He also said that a swordsman must unleash all their abilities. It is an honor and a duty, and it is related to royal power and the dignity of the duel. He coldly glanced at the dancing clown Andal with his black eyes. Ha, the rules and honor of this duel contradict each other. Between the honor of a swordsman with a title or the duty of one with a title, no one here can say which is right or wrong. Joseph smiled slightly. I believe what happened here should be reported to the Swordsman's Guild and the Royal Palace. Hearing Joseph's words, Andal's face seemed to crack like a pile of dry mud. Until we get a clear answer from them, the result of the duel will be postponed. All young people with skill and conviction throughout this kingdom have every right to bloom their own flowers. Ability and effort are always beautiful, and young swordsmen who can demonstrate such beautiful things are even more worthy of respect. Therefore, everyone must diligently protect those marvelous moments. All who wield the sword and respect that honor must follow my teachings and fulfill their duties and obligations as swordsmen. The master of swordsmanship and the founding king, I, Frozen S, leave these teachings to you. Another new day began. The dazzling sunlight pouring down under the blue sky gave a sense of peace. Vlad slowly woke up and an unfamiliar ceiling appeared before his eyes. He let out a groan. Ah, Vlad moaned, and the person next to his bed paid attention to the sound. Hearing Vlad's words, the person next to the bed poured a glass of water and handed it to Vlad. Vlad frowned in displeasure. Ah, my whole body aches. The person next to the bed handed him water and spoke, and Vlad was startled, opening his eyes wide. The person attending to him with a more generous smile than usual was not Goche but Joseph, the person he had sworn loyalty to. Vlad hurriedly got up. Oh, Lord Joseph. Joseph smiled slightly. I am relieved to see your health restored. Vlad realized he had made a serious mistake and quickly bowed his head, saying, I apologize, my lord. Joseph responded gently. It's all right, rest easy. Joseph asked the other person, Is anything hurting? Does your whole body still ache? Vlad hurriedly took the glass of water from Joseph's hand and drank it desperately. Nothing at all. Thinking of Vlad's duel that day, Joseph sincerely wanted to thank his bodyguard. Thank you. Honestly, I didn't expect you to go that far. Thanks to you, the duel has been postponed. Vlad was puzzled. Postponed? Joseph explained. It means the duel is temporarily suspended without a result. The situation has become complicated due to the intertwining of the temple law and the swordsman's rules. Vlad was startled for a moment. Swordsman's rules, it was the voice mentioned once before. Joseph continued, To become a knight, one must swear to follow the swordsman's rules. If all goes well, you too will have to undergo this ritual someday. Hearing this, Vlad was shocked as a knight. Joseph stood up to leave Vlad a quiet space. Take care of yourself. Staying here longer will disturb your rest, Vlad hastily replied. Oh, I'm fine, I can manage now. Joseph cut Vlad off. I cannot allow such a thing to happen. He turned his head and slightly curled the corner of his mouth. Because I am the type to cherish what is precious to me. In Alicia's private room she was conversing with her trusted knight. How are the guests? Duncan replied. They have all left one by one. The emerald-haired lady stood by the window gazing at the sky. How irritating. I haven't even given them a proper warning yet, she kept asking. Has Andal left too? The old knight replied. It was postponed anyway. I have already asked the priest to assign personal guards from the church. Alicia lowered her eyes in anger. I can't believe I have to let those who dragged me into this mess go so peacefully. It felt as if her heart was being trampled. Duncan comforted the lady. There will be another opportunity. It was an unavoidable situation. The important thing is that you already have everything in your hands. Alicia sighed. I had no choice but to do that. She then asked something else. How is the situation in Grim Forest? Duncan mumbled. Not very optimistic. Alicia raised her head, lost in thought. If the production continues to decrease, should we switch to planting barley? Duncan offered his opinion. Or perhaps wait a little longer. Changing the industrial structure is not an easy decision. Alicia turned her head and looked at the knight. You are right. Indeed, it is very difficult to make a decision right now, she sighed. After countless trials, it seems there's another mountain ahead. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon something outside the window. She suddenly asked a topic unrelated to what she had just said. Sir Duncan, most knights know how to ride a horse, don't they? Duncan was surprised. Yes, he nodded. Of course, one cannot call oneself a knight if one doesn't know how to ride a horse. This skill is as important as swordsmanship, Alicia suddenly smiled. It seems heaven doesn't give everything to everyone. Hearing that, Duncan approached curiously and followed Alicia's gaze. Seeing Vlad struggling on horseback in the courtyard, he made a helpless expression. Ah, I understand this painful feeling. In the courtyard, after Digger had been dancing on the horse for a long time, Vlad fell to the ground with a thud. He groaned, rubbing his aching back. Oh my God, Jaeger, standing behind him with his arms crossed, asked, Didn't you say that if you switched to an expensive horse it would be fine? Vlad slightly rubbed his chin and averted his gaze. Perhaps a slightly more expensive and better horse would be needed, without noticing Jaeger's cold gaze and approaching fist. Jaeger smacked Vlad on the head and a vein pulsed on Vlad's forehead. Think before you speak. Vlad clutched his head in pain and looked gloomily at Jaeger. I was able to get on a horse last time. Of course, Goche was holding the reins then. Hearing that, Jaeger turned to Goche. Goche immediately replied, Yes, Sir Jaeger, he really did get on the horse. Jaeger looked seriously at Vlad. This is serious. I thought it would work if I taught him directly. Is there really a problem with the horses? Even my horse dislikes him. It's as if the horses are afraid of the person standing in front of them. Jaeger sighed. That's enough for today. Vlad looked at him curiously. More training. Jaeger was silent for a moment. Let's continue tomorrow. Vlad frowned in dissatisfaction. Then when will I learn to ride a horse? Jaeger replied. Let's put that aside for now, Vlad pouted. I've heard that 1,000,000 times before coming here. Hearing that, Jaeger turned to him. Is there a problem? Vlad answered honestly. A little. Jaeger sighed again. No, this problem cannot be solved quickly. He left first. Let's rethink this when we return to Sturma. I have something to do today. Goche on one side stroked the horse's head and looked at Vlad quizzically. Why do the horses dislike you more and more? Vlad put his hand on his waist and made a helpless expression. What if even more expensive horses are like that? Goche suggested. Or how about riding a goat? They're much less intelligent than horses. Vlad's eyes widened. What nonsense are you spouting? Think before you speak. Goche rolled his eyes. You're so good at it, he scoffed. Sir Jaeger will really like you, riding horses in the stables all day. Goche led the horse away. Well then I'll be off. I'll take this excellent young man to the nobles. Vlad looked at Goche in annoyance. Damn it, what's wrong with this cursed problem? At this moment the voice echoed again. Perhaps it was because he was moving too quickly. Animals were usually more sensitive to movement. Vlad mumbled. What should I do now? The voice instructed. You must learn to control your own inertia. That is one of the methods of mental control. If you can freely use aura, you will be able to dominate your own inertia. Vlad was lost in thought for a moment. I still don't quite understand. Besides, my aura itself only feels very vague. It was natural that to use aura in actual combat one had to undergo training and hardship to master it. Remember Jaeger's words. Don't try to run before you know how to walk. Vlad sighed. Understood. Vlad suddenly remembered something. They said they would return to Sturma after the closing ceremony tomorrow. He gazed at the old tree in the distance. Should I go back one last time? The empty corridor bathed in the burning sunset light. A man walked through the corridor as if no one else was there. The knight who had lost his honor, Rubus of the Sahate family. He was preparing to leave after completing his mission at the Helmer mansion. Although the mission failed, he was confident that his master would understand the situation once he heard it. How can one stop away from hitting the shore? What can one do when one's strength is insufficient? Oh my God. Rubus sighed, thinking of that absurd duel. In the end it was just bad luck. Rubus frowned, and the more he thought about it, the more ridiculous it became. Lowly subordinate, he walked quickly down the corridor, lost in thought. A flash of light in front of his eyes made Rubus raise his eyebrows. Oh ho! A sword suddenly shot out from the darkness at the end of the corridor. This greeting is too aggressive. The man with the sword was Jaeger. This was what he had told Vlad he had to do. Rubus's gaze calmly swept over the man with the eye patch. There's no need for this. Jaeger looked coldly at Rubus. I believe this much is necessary. So don't underestimate me. Rubus raised his eyebrows, conversing with Jaeger as if they had met by chance. How long have you been waiting? Don't you have anything to do? Jaeger replied. Today is my day off. Even with a cold blade at his throat, Rubus could not wipe the smile from his face. He was the type of person who would smile until his last breath. Then aren't you wasting your day off? Jaeger growled in a low voice. On my day off I have to deal with unresolved matters. Rubus shrugged. I know you're dissatisfied, but I can't help it either, Jaeger calmly retorted. Coincidentally, I too don't have many choices. Rubus sighed. How sad, the knight gently stroked the blade. Our work is similar, at least you should understand this. Jaeger was not to be outdone. He asked indifferently, what can you do? Do you bark when your master tells you to bark? The two knights faced each other following their master's orders. Two pairs of eyes filled with calculations and plans stared at each other, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Finally, Rubus sighed. He raised both hands and pushed the sword away. I think that's enough of a warning, Rubus scoffed at Jaeger. Others call you a swordsman, but in truth that's not quite right. You're just a dog that does whatever your master tells you to do when he needs you, he threatened. If you're done barking, go rest. If even a drop of my blood falls, it will start a war with Sahate. As soon as Rubus finished speaking, Jaeger, with long suppressed anger, threw a punch. Jaeger's enraged punch, without giving the knight time to defend, made him stumble and fall backward. Rubus's back hit the wall hard behind him. The veins on Jaeger's neck bulged. He growled, my lord is a good man, so it's fine to be a dog for him. Rubus wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, tasting the salty tang on his tongue. Lucky me, is this enough? Not even close. As soon as he finished speaking, Jaeger punched the traitor in the stomach again. Rubus good in pain and coughed. Cough, he sank to the floor, unable to stop coughing. Cough, cough. Jaeger looked indifferently at the miserable man on the floor and said, as a fellow swordsman you understand, don't you? Rubus, despite being beaten, still smiled comfortably. He believed Jaeger would stop because he wouldn't kill him. Jaeger knew that if he died it would be a huge headache, so he didn't. Just wait and see. Since I can't make you fully pay for mocking my lord here, I look forward to the day we meet again. Rubus clutched his stomach and stood up. It seems we'll meet again. The two knights understood the situation well, so they only exchanged meaningful blows for a short while. The empire is declining, so this is not the time for people to take sides. After speaking, he turned and left. Rubus waved his hand, I'm leaving. In the empty corridor, only Jaeger stood silently, holding his sword. Perhaps Rubus was right. Jaeger blinked slightly. The time had come, the time when people needed swords more than ever. Returning to Vlad's perspective, he had now arrived at the site of the withered old tree. Vlad mumbled to the sword's voice, it seems to be trying to talk to me like an old friend. The voice replied, honestly I can't believe it. I was very surprised that the spirit recognized me too. Vlad knelt on one knee, resting his hand on the sword. I should just take a quick look and leave, before Lady Alicia catches me like last time. I've come here. The voice could only do one thing. It quietly opened the inner world through Vlad's left eye. Vlad's clear blue world gradually blurred and was replaced by an entirely white world. The moment that white world fully appeared in Vlad's eyes, both Vlad and the voice were horrified by the sight before them. A gigantic white serpent crawled before him. At a distance close enough to feel each other's breath, Vlad immediately panicked. He stammered to the voice, is this your friend? The voice was silent for a moment, as if unsure. I hope so. It was as if the serpent had been waiting for Vlad to come here for a long time. The serpent began to coil around where he stood. He couldn't be sure since he couldn't talk to the serpent, but it seemed very excited. It's probably greeting you. The voice replied, it should be. After coiling around Vlad's body several times, the white serpent finally stopped and faced Vlad. Suddenly, the serpent's two eyes curved and its tail gently swayed as if smiling and dancing. Vlad was startled and said, why are you suddenly doing this? Seeing the serpent coil around him and raise its head to sway, the voice replied, don't try to understand spirits. They come from a different world, and a weak mortal soul cannot fully comprehend everything. This world is the same. Suddenly, the serpent raised its head high, opened its mouth, and seemed to finish its dance. In sync with the serpent's dance, something began to rise from below the hill. Though it was still early, blue lights rose like fireflies in the night. They flew towards the white serpent, emitting dazzling light at the same time. Blue lights also flew towards Vlad and enveloped him. Oh, it's warm. He suddenly looked down in surprise. His gray armor was now glowing with the blue light of the fireflies. Vlad stared blankly at his shining armor. This is, the voice also seemed slightly surprised, truly astonishing. To see a forgotten mystery here. A spirit's blessing. A new day dawned, and today was the day Joseph returned to his territory. All uninvited guests had left, and only Joseph's party remained. Since the Bati family were the true guests, Alicia prepared to bid them farewell on their departure. I apologize for seeing you off like this. I should have held a grand banquet. Joseph also understood the situation well, so he spoke a few words beforehand so Alicia wouldn't feel pressured. Your sincerity is enough. You must now mend the rift within your family. Alicia bowed her head and smiled. Thank you, Lord Joseph. The people behind Joseph bowed politely to their host. We shall take our leave. Suddenly, Duncan interrupted. Please wait a moment. He looked at the golden-haired young Vlad, the Bati family's squire knight, and told him to step forward. Vlad was momentarily surprised, having not expected such a sudden turn of events. Joseph turned around and nodded. Go ahead. At these words, Vlad was flustered but obediently complied. Yes. As Vlad stepped forward, Jaeger and Joseph whispered, it seems they've prepared a ceremony? Probably. I asked them to keep it simple. Duncan knelt. Seeing Vlad awkwardly kneel, Alicia couldn't help but smile. She wanted to tease him a bit more, but now was not the time. Sir Vlad, I sincerely thank you. Without you, I would not be standing here today. You protected our honor and brought us light in the fight against that despicable swindler. This gratitude cannot be expressed in words. So Alicia extended a handkerchief. Although you are not a knight today, I wish to give you this. From below, Joseph watched everything, his eyes gleaming. Just as I expected, she's very smart. To prove her connection with the Bati family, she chose Vlad as a common ground and at the same time expressed gratitude while gaining an advantage. Only Vlad remained completely bewildered by the whole situation. He looked confusedly at Alicia, offering him the handkerchief. Oh, how precious, can I just take it? Vlad remembered what Jaeger had strictly told him. Always accept whatever a noble gives you. That is the minimum courtesy. Vlad sweated slightly. I was scolded last time for refusing Duke Tiger's peanuts. I don't want to get hit again. Thinking that, Vlad casually reached out his hand and received Alicia's handkerchief. Thank you, Lady Alicia. But this action of his startled those around him, and even Joseph burst out laughing in surprise. Only Jaeger's face turned pale and he covered his forehead with a headache, unable to look directly. I didn't expect this. He grew up in the back alleys, so he knows nothing about nobles. Duncan's voice trembled. He didn't know what to do, and he couldn't take Alicia's handkerchief back. That's not the way. Vlad was flustered, looking at the old knight with a skeptical gaze regarding knights. When a lady gives a handkerchief as a symbol of honor, there are two ways to receive it. First, hang it on the tip of your sword. Second, receive it directly with your hands. Vlad held the handkerchief with both hands and, bewildered, turned to Joseph and Jaeger, asking, So, one is to express respect, the other is for love. Seeing Vlad receive it directly with his hands, Alicia was startled and her face flushed slightly, but Vlad was still bewildered. Everyone around watched the scene that had just unfolded with wide, surprised eyes. Vlad couldn't understand why Alicia was making such a fuss over this small handkerchief. He rolled his eyes in confusion, and feeling a chill run down his spine at the ominous aura emanating from Joseph's party, who looked displeased behind him, he added as if making a promise, I will use it very well. His mind was in extreme turmoil. Why are they acting like this? Finally the party set off on their way back inside the carriage. Joseph couldn't stop laughing since then. It's been a long time since I felt such excitement, even though I made a mistake too. Joseph rested his chin on his hand and smiled slightly. It seems the bards here won't have to worry about their livelihoods anymore. When they retell his story, that is. Now Vlad completely understood the situation, and from the moment he stepped into the carriage he dared not even raise his head. Damn it, I can't fix this. I'm sorry. Jaeger, riding his horse next to the carriage, spoke with a displeased voice. From now on, whatever a noble gives you, look at me first, got it? Vlad, like withered noodles, obediently replied to Jaeger's scolding. I will remember that. Joseph suddenly nodded. Congratulations. Vlad turned around bewildered. You have now received a title from a noble lady, so from today you are an honorary knight. Vlad was startled, his eyes wide. An honorary knight? Me? Joseph rested his chin on his hand and explained, That's not bad either, at least where she is you will be treated as a knight. Vlad was horrified. A knight? Me? A knight? Seeing Vlad's surprised expression, Joseph continued, Of course only here. She has only just become a baroness after all. At these words, Vlad let out a slight sigh of relief. So that's why they call it an honorary knight. He looked down at the exquisitely crafted handkerchief. Yes, it's reasonable. Becoming a knight can't be that easy, Joseph cautioned. Although you received it by chance, don't lose it. It's not just a handkerchief, it's Alicia's honor. Vlad asked again. What if I lose it? Joseph's expression was still indifferent. You'll have to take responsibility yourself. This happened because you received it with both hands. Vlad was startled and gripped the handkerchief tightly. I can tell by his eyes, this is something Lord Joseph can't even fix, he immediately asserted. We'll never lose it. Joseph held up a contract. The outcome was very unreasonable, but thanks to you I no longer need to use this. Vlad looked curiously at the paper. A contract? Joseph nodded. Yes, this is proof that Alicia borrowed 10,000 gold. At the enormous sum, Vlad was momentarily surprised. 10,000 gold, Joseph explained. It was to take care of the soldiers in case she lost the duel. If she lost her position, Alicia would have had to surrender herself. That was the only way to save her. Of course, she didn't actually borrow it. Vlad was deep in thought and curiously asked Joseph, Why did you choose Lady Alicia? Losing the duel means losing the chance to win, doesn't it? Joseph smiled, a sly glint in his eyes. Desire is like a spark in the ashes. A single breath of wind will make it blaze again. If Alicia is embraced by the Bati family, Andal will surely feel pressured. I understand, Vlad nodded. He was slightly impressed and seemed to understand this world a little better. Perhaps I'm beginning to understand how nobles prove themselves. Suddenly, Vlad became alert and looked back. Joseph was momentarily surprised. Why are you doing that? Vlad still stared behind him. I hear sounds from the west of the forest. There was nothing behind them, just peaceful plains. But in an instant, dust swirled and a group of cavalry appeared. A sound of hooves thundered across the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Vlad's eyes widened. Oh, these cavalrymen. In just a few seconds they were close to the party. Vlad was horrified and immediately drew his sword. Are they bandits? But before the sword was fully out of its scabbard, Joseph's hand stopped it. He observed outside the window and said to Vlad, Put your sword away. Joseph smiled slightly. I had already made preparations before the duel began. It turned out the cavalry were Joseph's people. Everyone dismounted from the carriage. Specifically, they stood before Joseph. A man with a scar on his face placed a blood-stained black pouch before Joseph. Lord Joseph, I apologize for being late. Joseph looked down with a cold face. Really? I ended up having to give you another task, Joseph said to the man. Well done. Stand up. The man glanced cautiously at Vlad, who was next to Joseph. He looked at Vlad with curiosity. Is that the boy? He had seen the Marquis receiving Lady Alicia's handkerchief. Rumors have already spread everywhere. Joseph sighed slightly. Yes, so quickly. You'll like him later. Vlad was startled to realize that the leader was still looking at him, and he raised his head. Even though Joseph had introduced him directly, he still stared at Vlad with a dangerous gaze. Chilling, a shiver ran down his spine, and the aura emanating from this person was completely different from other knights. It was like a dangerous scent from a dark alley. My intuition tells me not to get involved with this man. Joseph, seemingly unaware of the subtle tension between the two, asked the man. We're heading back to Sturma. Will you come with us? But he refused. We must return quickly. Joseph didn't press further. That's a shame. Well done. The man placed his hand on his chest. I merely fulfilled my duty as a secret sword of the Bati family. Vlad was startled. A secret sword of the Bati family? Who are they? He turned his gaze to the blood-stained black pouch on the ground. And what's in that black pouch? Joseph turned back. Noticing Vlad's curiosity, he asked indifferently. Curious what's inside? Vlad stammered in reply. Yes, a little. Joseph's expression was extremely cold. It contains the world of nobles. A cold, cruel, and merciless world. Inside the large pouch was Andel's head. Inside the Bati family mansion, a man's voice echoed. A group of travelers is passing through the Sturma territory. Should we welcome them? They probably don't want that. They just said they want to quietly observe the traces of the holy dragon and then leave. Count Bati fell into thought at this information. He rested his chin on his hand, and their tone suggested they wanted nothing. It's been a long time since I've seen travelers so sincere. He closed his eyes and quietly considered them. It's probably fine. Laguz was not very surprised. I thought you would say that. Count Bati narrowed his eyes. We have the right to enjoy what we deserve. Laguz smiled. Then I will make the preparations. Count Bati seemed to recall something. My second son and Vlad. I heard they did great things this time. Laguz nodded and reported. Yes, one sentence in the report made even an old man like me feel my heart pound. Count Bati crossed his arms and fell into thought. The first rule of swordsmanship. It's been a long time since I heard that. I truly miss it. Training elite soldiers began with selecting those with clear lineage and innate talent. Precious raw gems rarely required the first rule, even in extreme situations. He nodded. These days swordsmen are so highly valued that I see such things less often. Laguz smiled. If you had been there, you surely would have been pleased. He opened his eyes. I'm sure I'm not the only one. The golden generation of the Bati family, I mean. Count Bati burst out laughing. At this rate, the old guard will have to appease the younger generation, Laguz replied. Lord Joseph will be very pleased. Count Bati closed his eyes and thought deeply. I thought he barely survived, but he crawled out of that quagmire and brought back something precious. He frowned. I need to consider carefully. In the end, I'll have to choose between the two. The dining hall was bustling. Did you hear the news? Vlad's back from his mission. Upon hearing this news, the dining hall instantly grew boisterous. Really? I heard he fought a knight in a one-on-one duel, and that he even has his own faction. Of course, there were also those who weren't pleased at all. That's ridiculous. A slumdog using aura? What a joke. Just then, the door swung open and Vlad's voice was heard. I'm starving to death. He calmly entered the dining hall. How much time had passed? A month. He suddenly looked up and surveyed the dining hall. The noisy dining hall instantly fell silent. Whether they were from wealthy families or humble origins, whether the difference in status was great or small, none of it mattered, because the struggles of the slum children were over. With the arrival of just one person, that one step opened a door to a different world. A plate of sausages and warm soup was served. Vlad immediately began to eat, but he frowned. Seriously? Vlad knew that countless eyes were on him even as he ate. It's annoying when people stare while I'm eating. Pak forced a smile and said, I think it'll be like this for a while. Everyone heard what happened at the main family. Vlad rested his finger on his chin and thought quietly. Rumors really spread fast. Pak changed the subject. Anyway, what are you doing for your vacation? Vlad looked up, curious. Vacation, Pak explained. Didn't you know we get 2 vacations a year? This week all believers get a holiday. Vlad stroked his chin, thinking, do I get a vacation too? I'm not from a prestigious family and I have nowhere to go. Upon hearing this, Pak excitedly suggested, then would you like to come to my house? My father officially wants to invite you. Pak scratched his head, forcing a smile. Actually, I've never taken a friend home before. Vlad exclaimed in admiration. So you've always failed until now, Pak vigorously promoted. Our family is very generous with guests. We offer unlimited fresh barbecue meat. Vlad still stroked his chin, thinking, Pak suddenly remembered something that would surely interest Vlad and said excitedly, didn't you say you were looking for a horse? I told you what our family does, remember. We can get you a horse anywhere nearby. Upon hearing this, Vlad's eyes lit up. I think we even have a few horses better than Lord Yeager's. Vlad's eyes immediately sparkled. You decide, are you sure? I need my vacation guaranteed. Pak looked at Vlad, flustered. Yes. In the training ground, a sunset glow illuminated the room, indicating that it was quite late. Even after eating, Vlad continued his sword training with Yeager. A vein throbbed on Vlad's forehead, but he didn't seem very focused. Yeager frowned. He unleashed an overhead attack. Focus. Vlad hastily raised his wooden sword to block. He attacked quickly with all his might, but Yeager easily blocked every blow. Despite his advice, Yeager was still dissatisfied with Vlad's attitude. His face hardened. As fast as lightning, Yeager ended the match with all his strength. The wooden sword struck Vlad behind the waist so fast he had no time to react. Vlad fell in pain. Jaeger looked annoyed at the young boy kneeling on the ground. I told you not to. Do you think you've become great just because you dueled a knight in Maine? At these words, Vlad stiffened. Jaeger looked down at Vlad with a disappointed expression. Did you make a laughingstock of yourself by not listening to my words and letting them go in one ear and out the other? Vlad turned his head slightly to look at him but couldn't say anything. Seeing Jaeger's cold gaze, Vlad's eyes widened in surprise. Vlad dejectedly stood up and bowed his head in apology. No, I'm sorry, Jaeger admonished him. If you're forcing yourself, don't come here. If you think you can do it without me, don't seek me out. That's enough for today. You may go now. Having spoken, Jaeger turned away. Vlad didn't dare to lift his head. Yes, my lord. He turned and left. Still with his head bowed, Jaeger looked at the young boys retreating back. All the results he has achieved are very brilliant. I am proud of them. But they are still too raw, like grains of sand on the beach, liable to be swept away by a giant wave at any moment. He narrowed his eyes. Still very dangerous. In the empty corridor, the voice in Vlad's head continuously echoed, I told you to focus on the basics. If I were you, I'd be angry. Vlad mumbled. I just wanted to show off one more time. Though it had no physical form, the voice seemed to let out a sigh. Not all knights can use aura, but that doesn't mean knights who can't use aura are unskilled. Aura merely indicates an individual's potential to become stronger. You must remember that you haven't been wielding a sword for long. Only on a solid foundation can a beautiful flower bloom. If you weren't worth respecting, he wouldn't have reprimanded you. Think about Jaeger's words again. Vlad sighed. Understood. Vlad frowned sadly. I've grown accustomed to contempt and mockery. Just now it was disappointment. Vlad couldn't be happy at all with his head bowed. Damn it, that expression hurt more than being hit by a sword. At this moment the voice echoed once more. In the end, you didn't even get to ask about your vacation. At these words, Vlad, who had been dejected, snapped out of it. Ah, right, vacation. He let out a slight sigh. Damn it, what am I talking about vacation for in this situation? He looked down at the sword in his hand and offered himself a comforting smile. I'll just swing my sword until I can't think of anything else. The sky had already turned dark and the round moonlight was the only source of light in the darkness, yet from the forest behind the mansion sounds continuously echoed. It was the sound of Vlad continuously swinging his sword in training. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Only training could make Vlad forget everything for a while. Vlad gritted his teeth and swung his sword, his entire body already drenched in sweat. On the ground there was a long sword line made by the sword he had just swung. As Vlad panted and wiped the sweat from his chin, the voice echoed, That's enough for today. Vlad mumbled, Is it that late already? The voice replied, You've already achieved your daily goal. Overdoing it will only harm your body. If you get injured, all your efforts until now will be for nothing. Vlad stretched and followed the voice's words. Ah, understood. He opened his eyes. He looked up at the sky. The round moonlight illuminated everything in the sky, and the deep blue night sky was as blue as his two pupils. Vlad pressed his lips together. Yes, I only managed to achieve one thing, emitting aura. From the upper floor of the mansion, Jaeger always watched him. He saw Vlad stop training and gaze at something. Jaeger turned his head and followed his gaze. It was the round moon in the sky. He fell into deep thought. A wolf chasing the moon. At the same time, in the Chinova territory of Yanoma, a castle was continuously burning. Screams echoed everywhere within it. A massacre was taking place inside the castle, and red blood splattered everywhere. Numerous corpses lay scattered on the ground, staining the entire space with the color of death. A voice was heard by an injured man leaning against a pillar. I was wondering where you were. You were on your last mission, weren't you? A figure with a sword slowly appeared under the moonlight. He approached the man, his clothes and sword stained with red blood. The man leaning against the stone pillar gritted his teeth and looked up at him. So you've come this far after all. The figure was a white-haired man with a sword. A knife scar ran across his face. Noma said in a trembling voice. They all said their lord's reputation was most important and their own honor secondary. But that doesn't mean they should blindly follow orders. The knights who served Baron Gaia were not like that, Godwin replied in a cold voice. Cold light emanated from his two eyes. Under the moonlight he looked like a grim reaper from hell. That's why they all died, Noma panted. Godwin, your light will also eventually disappear. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to speak. Tell Count Gaia my words. His last words were like a curse before he died under Godwin's blade. I'll be waiting in hell, Godwin replied indifferently. All right, having spoken, Godwin cut Noma down with his sword. Blood spurted, staining red under the fantastical moonlight. The massacre ended with the death of the main target. Vlad's eyes widened. Vacation? Joseph rested his chin on his hand and replied languidly. The Kano's family invited you, didn't they? Vlad asked in surprise. How did you know? Joseph smiled slightly. Rumors spread quickly, it seems. Lord Lagos's subordinates spread the rumors everywhere. Vlad instantly understood, a diagram forming in his mind. Aha. Joseph continued, Anyway, I was planning to give you a rest. I won't stop you from going wherever you want, Vlad replied, flustered. Thank you, my lord. Vlad secretly glanced at Jaeger, who was standing next to Joseph, but he didn't even look at Vlad. Joseph, noticing the subtle tension between the two, looked at his bodyguard with curious eyes. He smiled slightly. There seems to be something going on. If I intervene, this silence will be broken, but some relationships must be respected. Vlad was flustered by this atmosphere, frowning and thinking to himself, It's hard to even breathe. Should I just say hello and leave? At this moment, Jaeger suddenly spoke. Even on vacation, the knight should not lay down his sword. Vlad was surprised, not expecting Jaeger to speak first. Ah yes, Jaeger glanced at him. Neglect training for just one day and you'll know it yourself. Neglect it for a week and everyone will know it. Jaeger thought to himself, I know he won't be lazy even if I don't say anything, but I need to keep watching him so he doesn't lose his way. Jaeger seemed not to care about what happened last time. He spoke first so Vlad wouldn't be flustered. Then see you next time. Vlad smiled brightly with a much lighter expression. Yes, I'll remember that, Joseph warned, but don't expect too much. Even the Kanos family will find your problem difficult to solve. Try to find out about horses that are difficult to tame. If there's a horse that listens well, investigate what region it's from, Vlad replied seriously. Yes, my lord. Joseph smiled as he bid Vlad farewell. You may go now, see you next week. Vlad bowed his head. Just then, as Vlad was about to leave the door, Joseph suddenly spoke. Vlad, don't buy any gifts. Vlad was flustered. Understood, he thought to himself. He probably means to bring gifts, doesn't he? Lord Joseph seemed to really like the jam Pak brought last time. After Vlad left, the room fell silent. Joseph fell into deep thought. The Kanos family, Jaeger spoke up. If they're lucky, they might meet, Joseph said quietly. That's possible. Both of them are prominent figures. Jaeger was slightly worried. What if someone targets them? Joseph was silent for a moment, then his expression turned extremely cold. Then they will come and ask directly. The pressure of a noble suddenly erupted. Though I have no intention of allowing it. Meanwhile, Vlad was in extreme confusion. A group of servants surrounded him. Vlad thought blankly. Why am I here? Lady Asana sat in a chair, looking at the young boy and subtly praising him. These clothes suit you very well. They go well with armor too. Your body is strong, so anything looks good on you. Try on a few more outfits. Vlad shyly bowed his head. Thank you, Lady Asana. She asked quietly. You're going to Kanos' house for your vacation, aren't you? Since it's your first time visiting someone else's home, you should dress neatly. Lady Asana gently admonished him. This is basic etiquette. Don't bring shame upon your parents. As Vlad was flustered and couldn't say anything with his head bowed, she gently approached him. Lady Asana adjusted the cloak on his shoulder and smiled gently. You won't disappoint me, will you? Vlad's eyes widened and he froze. Before his eyes, Lady Asana with a benevolent smile looked as if she was gazing at a proud son. Vlad bowed his head, his ears turning red. Yes, lady. Lady Asana continued. After your vacation I'll hire a teacher for you. One mistake with your hands is enough. At these words Vlad was surprised, because he remembered the embarrassment of receiving Alicia's handkerchief. Lady Asana chuckled. Right? Vlad was truly surprised and froze. Lady, excuse me, she carefully urged. The position of a knight is no different from that of a semi-noble, so you must learn to act appropriately. Vlad nodded. Yes, lady, I understand. She instructed a maid to bring a fruit basket. Here, take this. Lady Asana had meticulously prepared everything for Vlad. It's not good to go to someone else's house empty-handed, so take this. Vlad bowed his head. The lady is truly meticulous and has given me much advice. Lady Asana smiled and bid Vlad farewell. Then have a pleasant vacation. Vlad went outside carrying the fruit basket. He suddenly noticed his reflection in the glass of the door and was surprised. It's unfamiliar. I feel like I'm wearing clothes that are too big. Vlad suddenly remembered his red-haired friend Jemima. She said she was in the monastery. Vlad turned and left. I hope she's doing well. You'll be wearing clothes that don't suit you too. Murmuring sounds were heard from the monastery kitchen. It seems the Bawai family's adjutant is going to become famous. Did he do well in Leomark? The nuns gathered on one side talking. No, just that he's very handsome. The red-haired nun knelt on the ground, cleaning and not participating in the conversation, blonde hair and blue eyes. Upon hearing these words, the bruised hand suddenly paused. The nuns chatted happily. He must be from a noble family. That young boy used aura in swordsmanship. Perhaps he might one day become a knight representing the north. Jemima remained silent, her head bowed. Just leave me be, her expression hardened. Vlad couldn't have done that yet. It's enough that he's alive and well. At this moment, 3 nuns looked at Jemima in the corner with great displeasure. You redhead, what are you doing with those hands? If you're going to stay here without paying and half-ass your work, then work your whole life to pay off that debt. Go quickly and do the dishes. Don't complain about being scolded. The 3 nuns scoffed at Jemima and left. She won't know how to do anything outside and will starve to death. Getting used to serving here isn't bad. Let's go. We have to finish everything before dinner. With a dazed expression and deep dark circles under her eyes, Jemima muttered with a hopeless smile. Fortunately, that smile of his already gave me a hint. She fell into a reverie. She recalled the day she first arrived here. This place is not permitted to everyone. It is one of the closest places to God. The old nun stood at the door, looking at the people with displeasure. We cannot accept girls who have been in dirty places. Arila retorted, What are you talking about? These girls are all virgins. These are the children the bishop cared for. The day they first arrived here was a cold, snowy evening. The old nun still did not agree. Still, we cannot accept these children, Marilla shouted. Why, how much money have I donated to you? There would still be money left over after raising them for 10 years. The old nun was flustered and couldn't reply. Jemima looked at the black-haired woman with concern. What about you, lady? Marilla turned back and replied, You just worry about yourselves. She pointed to the children and said, Get in there. The old nun suddenly stopped Marilla. You cannot, Marilla calmly said. I don't want to go in either. Please take good care of the children. They will be very useful. Just then a group of people appeared from the forest and pointed at Marilla. There they are. Seeing that they had been found, Marilla quickly shouted, Get in quickly. A rough hand reached out and a man grabbed Marilla by the hair and pulled her back. Got you, you devilish bitch. Jemima knew what would happen to Marilla if she was caught. She cried out, Marilla, no! The nuns no longer hesitated, grabbed Marilla and pulled her inside. Jemima's screams echoed helplessly throughout the space. She watched Marilla being dragged on the ground by her hair. Marilla. As the door slowly closed, Marilla disappeared from Jemima's sight. As the flashback ended, the brush in Jemima's hand trembled. In the dark kitchen, the sobbing of a young woman continuously echoed. Sob, sob, Vlad. Vlad's jaw dropped at what he was seeing. He wasn't a noble, but he heard that he was quite influential in Suma. But seeing this mansion, he could tell his wealth was truly enormous. Before his eyes stood the magnificent Kano's mansion. The Kano's family's butler politely greeted Vlad and Pak. Welcome, young masters. Pak shouted with great joy, startling Vlad, who was next to him. Butler, the boy hugged the butler. It's been so long, I missed you, the butler also replied joyfully. I'm very glad to see you again. Pak took the butler's hand and asked, Where's father? The butler replied. The master is currently receiving unexpected guests. He then politely spoke to Vlad. If you don't mind, would you like to tour our lawn first? It is our pride. Vlad smiled. Yes, that's fine. The butler bowed, grateful that Vlad understood. Vlad suggested, But I'd like to see the horses first. I'm really looking forward to them, the butler quickly replied. Of course, let's do that, the butler added. The master said he would personally introduce the most valuable horses, but seeing the rest of them now isn't a bad idea either. He and Pak led Vlad in one direction. Please come this way. The horses seemed to have caught Vlad's scent. The horses, grazing peacefully, suddenly lifted their heads and stared in one direction, trembling as if they had seen a ferocious creature. Vlad just stared blankly at the horses that fled as soon as he approached. Not only horses but cows also ran away. Vlad silently gazed at the empty space before him for a moment. Despair was evident on Vlad's face and his mouth twisted. Should I just die? It's truly over. I can't ride not just horses but cows too, and 9 of them. Having never seen such a scene in his life, the butler thought Vlad might be cursed. This is quite a serious problem. Have you visited the church? Vlad sighed and looked at the butler. It's not a curse. My guardian is priest and he said so. The butler's eyes widened. I apologize. Watching the horses that had run far away only stopping when they became small specks, Vlad fell into extreme despair. Damn it, I'm going crazy. What's the use of being able to use aura if I can't ride a horse? Vlad chuckled darkly to himself while others galloped splendidly. I'll have to follow, eating dust. Seeing his friend discouraged, Pak quickly comforted him. Let's go see the other horses on our lawn. They're for battle, riding, work, or slaughter. I'll show you all of them. There's definitely a horse that's right for you. Vlad had lost faith. Oh really? Pak was also flustered. Of course there are many magnificent and valuable horses you haven't seen yet, even the famous horses father bought at a high price. I'll ask father to show them to you. Pak patted Vlad on the shoulder and comforted him. All right, let's see the rest of the horses tomorrow. For now, just enjoy dinner and forget everything. Twilight slowly fell, painting the magnificent mansion in beautiful orange hues. The sizzling sound of grilling meat and delicious aromas filled the entire space. Pak led Vlad to the kitchen. Vlad was astonished. Wow, truly impressive. Vlad couldn't resist asking, Hey, does your family have no concept of enough? This is too much. Pak scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. Suddenly a voice came from behind the two. Oh, they've arrived. A tall man approached and introduced himself. Welcome. I am Oxon, the master of this house. I apologize for not greeting such esteemed guests in person. Vlad politely bowed his head. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Vlad, Squire Knight of Sir Jaeger. Oxon replied with great delight. I know. Rumors about you have spread all the way to Suma. He patted Vlad on the back and said, Welcome, welcome. Oxon was very enthusiastic, but as the head of a family he still saw immense potential in the blond boy. This boy is said to have shown exceptional skill in the swordsmanship duel in the ducal territory. The birth of a new star is Suma's pride. He gave a joyful smile. Pak has made a good friend. He led Vlad inside. Please come in. Let's talk while dinner is prepared. As the host, I am very pleased to welcome such esteemed guests today. Vlad keenly caught something in Oxon's words. Ah, I see, he mentioned other guests, so we're dining with them, and everyone here is from the Bati family. Isn't that good? Vlad was slightly surprised. The Bati family? Who could it be? Oxon opened the door and led the two into the room. As soon as they entered, Vlad's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, a familiar man sat by the fireplace, surrounded by numerous bodyguards. Vlad was startled. Why is this person here? At that moment, the man sitting in the chair spoke. It's been a long time. Duke Tiger glanced at Vlad with a slight smile. Truly surprising. Pak and Vlad quickly bowed in noble fashion. Duke Tiger, we didn't expect to see you here. Duke Tiger, still smiling, said, Would you mind dining with me today? The food looked so delicious I couldn't refuse. Vlad's expression hardened and he didn't reply. Damn it, the atmosphere here is really strange. As soon as he slightly lifted his head, unpleasant gazes were cast upon him all at once. Seeing the bodyguards looking as if they would rush forward and tear him to pieces, Vlad broke out in a cold sweat. It seems they really dislike me. I probably can't accept Duke Tiger's favor, but I have no choice. I still have to comply. The bodyguards are staring at me as if they'll eat me alive. What can I gain by sitting here like this? Vlad gave a slight smile. Today is fine. I was looking forward to it anyway. Duke Tiger's eyes slightly lifted, not expecting his opponent to agree. Oh, the corners of his mouth turned up. Duke Tiger looked at the boy as if calculating something and asked, I heard you're on vacation. Are you free tomorrow? Vlad didn't understand what the other person wanted. What do you mean? Duke Tiger made an offer Vlad couldn't refuse. Come with me anywhere tomorrow. The next day was a sunny one. Among the many people on horseback, a carriage was trailing behind. Vlad rested his chin on his hand board and watched the sensitive ears of the beastkin next to him twitch. The beastkin shouted at Vlad in an irritated voice, Why do you keep staring at me? Is this your first time seeing a beastkin? The girl was Dozia of the Rue family. Vlad calmly replied, there's a first time for everything. Dozia frowned. Anyway, it'd be stranger if you had seen us before. I heard you're from the remote streets of Sawar, so how did you become a Bawai family member? Vlad's eyes widened. Is that so funny? Duke Tiger's mage being a beastkin is stranger than my origins, don't you think? Dozia's expression darkened and she became annoyed. He asked again, have you really used aura before? If you can use aura, why can't you ride a horse? The carriage trailing behind the horses was clearly prepared because Vlad couldn't ride a horse. Dozia glanced at Pak, who was riding a horse alongside the carriage. Even that useless fat boy can ride a horse, Vlad replied nonchalantly. Anything can happen in this world. Seeing Vlad's indifferent attitude, Dozia couldn't help but add, this is too much, isn't it? A knight who can't even ride a horse. Vlad, looking tired, turned his head, no longer wishing to reply. Does that woman know nothing but how to chatter? Thinking of the days ahead, Vlad muttered irritably, this vacation is going to be a disaster. Why did it turn out like this? It's truly tiresome. Not getting a reply, Dozia continued to pester Vlad, who became annoyed. Are you listening to me? Vlad didn't answer, but instead asked back, are all beastkin as talkative as you? Dozia retorted, isn't that racism? Vlad asked again. Or are all mages that talkative? Dozia countered. That's discrimination against my profession, don't you get it? Duke Tiger stopped their bickering. Dozia, don't tease him so much. It wasn't easy to bring him all the way here, Dozia replied dejectedly. That vulgar fellow always looks displeased when he sees me. Duke Tiger laughed. Anyone would if you pestered them like that. Dozia sighed, swallowing her anger, her ears drooping. Phew. Duke Tiger's bodyguard went ahead and reported. Duke Tiger, how is this vicinity? Duke Tiger nodded. It looks good. This area is very open, so we should be able to see even better scenery. Pak looked ahead and said to Vlad, it seems they're going hunting here. Vlad glanced slightly and didn't reply. He knew well in his heart. They didn't seem to be here for hunting, nor did they release falcons for reconnaissance. Duke Tiger's bodyguard suddenly pointed into the distance. Duke Tiger, over there. Duke Tiger squinted in the direction the bodyguard pointed. Well, he's met I didn't expect to encounter a group of pilgrims here. Duke Tiger commanded, raise the flag, show them our intentions so as not to displease them. The Bawai family flag was quickly raised. Duke Tiger stood beside the fluttering flag and signaled the start of the hunt. Now we must find our prey. In the vast plains, horses were grazing idly, completely unaware of what was about to happen. The lead horse stood on the cliff gazing into the distance. When it sensed something amiss, as the ground shook, all the horses stopped grazing. An immense pressure was felt as if all the horses had become prey on the plate of a dangerous being crawling out from underground. A group of pilgrims with carriages passed below the cliff. Duke Tiger's soldiers also moved alongside the group of pilgrims from atop the high cliff. Vlad understood immediately upon seeing it. Hunting? What hunting? This is clearly an escort. He was still deep in thought. That person didn't come here to train falcons in the first place. Suddenly, the carriage passed over a protruding rock. Vlad, sitting in the carriage, suddenly turned pale from the shaking. I'm getting motion sickness. I'd rather walk, Pak asked worriedly. Are you all right? You look like you're going to throw up. Vlad got out of the carriage and replied, not that bad. Vlad's complexion was not good. He placed a hand on his chest. My heart keeps pounding violently. Pak was slightly worried. Is it because the carriage is shaking too much? Vlad sighed and walked alongside Pak. What am I to complain about? I'll be fine after a little walk. Vlad looked around. The scenery here is truly beautiful, Pak smiled. Right, I really wanted to show you this scenery. The two stood atop a high cliff looking out at the green plains. The plains stretch all the way to Ban and sometimes monsters appear, but thanks to Lord Joseph we've had less to worry about this year. Vlad was surprised. Lord Joseph? Pak nodded. That's right. Thanks to last winter's expedition, you participated too, didn't you? Vlad remembered then. Ah, that time, he smiled slightly. Then I also contributed to creating this scenery. Vlad suddenly saw something rushing in from the distance. What's that? It was an enormous herd of horses. Vlad's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, the lead horse, black all over, was galloping as if being chased by something. Vlad suddenly felt a chill. An immense, indescribable pressure bore down on Vlad. Startled, he clutched his chest, his heart pounding violently. What is this? What in the world is happening? The herd of horses was galloping at full speed towards the people. Duke Tiger, observing the herd from above, said, it's a herd of wild horses, all plump and healthy. Now they're just uninvited guests. He suddenly paused. But why are they moving south? The bodyguards also noticed something strange. You're right, it's really odd. They usually head north where the new shoots sprout. The herd of horses showed no sign of stopping. Duke Tiger continued to observe, and the more he thought about it, their actions seemed stranger and more urgent. It was as if they were being chased by something. Vlad's face turned pale, and the pounding of his heart was distinctly audible in his ears. He looked at the herd of horses. It was as if a strange feeling was surfacing in his mind. Vlad's eyes widened. They're afraid. What in the world are they afraid of? A sharp scream echoed, and the ground suddenly shook violently. The soldiers were thrown into confusion. Duke Tiger, it's an earthquake. Vlad's body stiffened. He felt the same as the horses. This isn't an earthquake, this vibration. I remember it very well. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted right behind the herd of horses from underground. A long, gigantic creature suddenly burst out from underground. The horses continued to wail. Everyone who had just witnessed it stared in horror, unable to believe their eyes. Vlad's eyes widened and cold sweat dripped from his face. It's one of the worm monsters, remnants of a dead dragon. The massive body burst through the ground and quickly approached the herd of horses. It opened its large mouth and bit and crushed a straggling horse. Dozia screamed, "Something's wrong. Worm monsters aren't carnivores, so why is it doing this?" The next scene horrified her. Above the monster's blood-soaked head as it tore apart the unfortunate horse, Dozia noticed something. It was a glowing orb emanating black energy from its head. That's the strange energy flowing from the head of the dead worm monster. The horses were terrified, but they still galloped in the direction the lead horse was moving. A bodyguard next to Duke Tiger screamed in terror. "Duke Tiger, the wild horses are changing direction and charging towards the pilgrims." At this moment, the worm monster, which had been biting, suddenly sensed something. It immediately raised its head and looked at the fleeing herd of horses. But rather than the herd, the worm monster's target was the distant pilgrims. The bodyguard shouted loudly in terror. "No, no, the worm monster is chasing the pilgrims." Duke Tiger turned and asked Dozia. "Dozia, what are worm monsters attracted to?" Dozia replied, trembling. "Worm monsters don't have ears or eyes, so they can only sense through ground vibrations." Dozia was startled when Duke Tiger shouted loudly. "Snap out of it, quickly find a way to attract its attention and lure it this way." Dozia, as if waking from a dream, remembered her duty. "Yes, yes, Duke Tiger." Duke Tiger immediately ordered Vlad to take Dozia to a high place and protect her. "If you find a way to attract its attention, signal me." Vlad quickly received the order. "Yes, understood." Duke Tiger drew his sword and said loudly, "Everyone, listen to me." His face was grim. "Whether this is rational or not is not important. What's important is that I am where I should be, and I am doing what I should be doing. Our mission is to complete the task given by the Count and protect the pilgrims." All the bodyguards and soldiers uniformly mounted their horses and followed Duke Tiger. They drew their swords and charged towards the worm monster, shouting, "Charge!" Followed Duke Tiger. Duke Tiger gritted his teeth and observed the enemy. This worm monster is behaving differently than usual, and this entire situation is too strange. In that case, he quickly realized that someone was behind all this. A fire of rage flared in Duke Tiger's heart. "You're quite daring." His eyes sharpened like the sword in his hand, filled with fury. "This is the Bawai family's territory. How dare you?" From a distant mountaintop, Pak and Dozia stood there, observing the situation below. Dozia rummaged through all the magic vials on her person. They fell to the ground, sparkling. But she hadn't found what she was looking for yet. Dozia frantically searched her pockets. "Vibration, vibration, what color is the vibration-sensing seal?" Vlad, hearing the word seal, turned around curiously and looked at Dozia. The voice explained to him. "It's a kind of mysterious power that forms a trio with divine power and aura," Vlad exclaimed. "Oh ho, indeed, worthy of being Duke Tiger's mage." A fire tornado rose in the distance, making a deafening sound that startled Vlad and Pak. The two turned together, looking at the storm in surprise. What is that?" The worm monster was burning in Duke Tiger's flames, letting out a piercing scream. Pak said loudly, "It's Duke Tiger." Vlad was astonished by Duke Tiger's power. "He's truly amazing. His level is completely different." The voice again noticed something strange. "His sword strikes are still immature. He wouldn't have had time to prepare properly." Duke Tiger muttered to himself, "Damn it," seeing that the worm monster was unfazed. Duke Tiger thought, annoyed, "Are you trying to say you're the toughest dragon?" The worm monster opened its large mouth and charged towards Duke Tiger, who quickly reacted, mounting his horse and stomping hard to evade. The monster suddenly slammed its head into the ground right where Duke Tiger had been. As if not intending to kill Duke Tiger, it burrowed into the ground and left, creating a deep hole in the earth. The bodyguards looked at their master in terror and concern. "Duke Tiger, are you all right?" Duke Tiger solemnly warned. "Don't let your guard down. This worm monster is not an easy opponent." Vlad observed the situation anxiously from the cliff, and the voice continued. "It's really too difficult. No matter how excellent he is, he can't fight an enemy that's underground." Duke Tiger commanded. "Find it quickly. It must be somewhere around here." Everyone shouted in unison. "Understood, Duke Tiger." Duke Tiger turned and searched for the worm monster's form. "Where is it?" Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. "Duke Tiger, look over there." The worm monster's body was clearly visible, bursting out of the ground. "It's the pilgrims. The worm monster is heading straight for the pilgrims." Duke Tiger quickly mounted his horse and gave chase. "Damn it, quickly follow." Vlad couldn't hold back and urged, "Dozia, we need to hurry." Vlad paused when he saw her scribbling something on paper. He remained silent. "Is this a time for playing?" Dozia hastily explained. "What are you talking about? I'm not playing. This is a unique method only for the werewolf tribe." Dozia's drawing emitted light. She complained, "If you hadn't interrupted me, I would have finished already." Once the work was done, she quickly handed the paper to Pak. "Quickly, take this drawing to Duke Tiger. You can use it by just rubbing it or tearing it in half." Pak pointed to himself, bewildered. "Me, sir?" Dozia shouted irritably, her face pale. "I'm completely exhausted just from making a location tracking seal, and you want me to walk to him? There's no way I'd get there in time, is there? And this blonde guy can't even ride a horse?" The voice warned. "Even if you rode a horse, you wouldn't catch up. The worm monster moves much faster underground than above. Duke Tiger's knights won't have a chance to catch up either." Vlad, seeing the worm monster approach right in front of the pilgrims, thought to himself, Then it'll get away. He reached out his hand decisively. Vlad snatched Dozia's paper, startling her. He gritted his teeth and sprinted towards the high cliff. There's no more time to think, it's the last resort, Dozia screamed, surprised by his actions. Blonde, where are you going? Seeing Vlad jump off the cliff, Dozia shrieked in horror. Why, you idiot, that's a cliff! Vlad didn't even have time to answer Dozia. As he slid down the steep cliff, he thought to himself, from the start, Duke Tiger and Lord Joseph had conflicts over the inheritance. And most importantly, their knights are the elite soldiers of the Bati family, so I don't need to act. But that terrifying sensation I felt with the lead horse made Vlad uneasy, and thoughts of those animals kept swirling in his mind. I remember everything so vividly. It's as if that feeling of being helpless when a giant world took over my home is deeply etched in my bones. Vlad gritted his teeth in anger. The voice suddenly echoed, interrupting Vlad's thoughts. Focus. Push down with your toes. Before he could even finish speaking, Vlad stumbled over a rock. Vlad dazed. Oh, the voice also fell silent for a moment. Ah, Vlad quickly fell downwards. Ah, he bumped into things everywhere. The voice urgently warned, roll, roll. Vlad immediately curled up and rolled down the cliff like a ball. Arg, finally. Vlad landed. He came down very quickly, but it wasn't comfortable. Vlad lay flat on the ground. After a long while, he staggered to his feet, groaning like an old man. Ouch, Pak cried out worriedly from above. Oh, he made it. Dozia, clinging to the cliff above, watched Vlad fall in terror, and Pak stared at Vlad in shock. Fell from such a height and he's unfazed? Vlad clutched his chest, panting. Oh, I'm still alive. I thought I'd broken a bone or two. Just then a mysterious blue light suddenly erupted from Vlad's body. At the same time, the lead horse, which had been leading the herd, suddenly sensed something. It turned its head toward Vlad. In its eyes he was emitting a shimmering white light, like a brightly shining white star. A brilliant white star was falling down the hill in the horse's world. Vlad's entire body was glowing. The black horse's clear eyes seemed to reflect that light directly. Staring intently at Vlad, the voice explained, "That's a blessing. Without the serpent spirit's blessing you would have died," Vlad exclaimed in admiration. Truly amazing, the voice agreed. Yes, then let's go back there again later. Vlad had only thought of the purpose of coming down here. He held the paper and continued to run. Surely there's still a chance. Now I need to go in this direction. Vlad turned to observe the pilgrims. A familiar shadow suddenly caught his eye. Ha, Vlad flinched. Prieston. Vlad was more tense than ever. He's the leader of the pilgrim group. He hastily searched for Duke Tiger. Where is Duke Tiger? They were still too far away. The worm monster will harm the pilgrims first. He clutched the seal in his hand, extremely tense. If it continues like this, the priest will be in danger. In that case, the seal, the voice echoed. Sometimes coincidence appears as destiny, forcing you to make a choice. Vlad squeezed his eyes shut, gritted his teeth, and cursed quietly. Damn it. Seeing the worm monster almost upon them, Vlad quickly made a decision. He threw the seal high into the air. The white paper fluttered in the wind. He thought to himself, there's no more time to hesitate. I have to act now. Vlad resolutely drew his sword. A rough sword sharply sliced the paper horizontally. To be precise, I must act. I must not hesitate any longer. The seal activated, emitting a dazzling blue light. Vlad's body was engulfed in the light of the seal as the paper tore in half. The symbols on it also appeared on Vlad's sword. Vlad raised his sword high and shouted, "Take this, you damned bastard." He powerfully plunged his sword into the ground. It was as if all space had stopped. Then the sword began to vibrate according to the glowing text, spreading outwards from Vlad and making his cloak flutter. The voice warned, "It's not enough yet. You need to amplify the vibration frequency enough to summon your own world of spirit." Vlad concentrated with all his might and, as instructed, closed his eyes, trying to summon his burgeoning world of spirit. When Vlad suddenly opened his eyes, light erupted from his sword, shining brilliantly like an aurora beneath the night sky. Vlad shouted, "Look at me!" The sound reached the worm monster underground, a provocative invitation to the remnant of the corrupted dragon. The light emanating from Vlad was brighter and more noticeable than ever, and at its center was Vlad. Vlad gritted his teeth, determined to use his body as bait. The worm monster indeed responded to his call. It screamed and turned its direction from chasing the pilgrims towards the blonde boy. As the worm monster burst out of the ground, Duke Tiger, Dozia and Pak, who had been galloping at full speed from afar, all stared in horror from the cliff. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the shining boy. For a moment the whole world revolved around him. "I am right here." The worm monster opened its large mouth filled with sharp fangs. It charged towards Vlad, attacking him. Dirt and rocks flew chaotically and Vlad was pushed backward. The voice hastily shouted, "Don't try to fight it. Quickly retreat. With your current skill you cannot fight it. It's enough for you to just hold it here." Vlad looked at Duke Tiger's army approaching quickly. "I know, but they're still too far. Aren't they ready yet?" At this moment the worm monster suddenly reared its head back again. It turned around, opened its large mouth and charged towards Vlad. Vlad frowned, trying to block the attack with his rough sword, but Vlad could not resist it. He was sent flying far away, crashing to the ground. In front of Vlad it burrowed into the ground again. Vlad cursed in an angry voice. "Damn it, it went underground again." He quickly got up and looked around. Where is it? Left or right? Oh no, is it heading towards the pilgrims at this moment? A vibration reached Vlad from beneath his feet. He looked down in surprise, but it was already too late. The ground around where he stood shattered. "Move!" the voice cried out urgently. But Vlad could not open his eyes immediately. Vlad, still unable to regain his balance, fell straight into the worm monster's mouth. Too late. A shadow of despair loomed. Duke Tiger rushed to save him, but the distance between them felt like the passage of time. He screamed in terror. "No!" The worm monster slowly straightened its body, drooling from its mouth. It remained frozen for a moment. Suddenly a figure of a knight on horseback appeared from the dust. Upon seeing the completely black horse, Duke Tiger was mesmerized. Vlad, still disoriented, stared blankly at the horse's underside. Haha, horse, it's a real horse. I'm riding on a horse's back, the voice echoed. Use your spirit world to observe the horse's forehead. In Vlad's vision, a faint horn was visible on the horse's forehead. He exclaimed, "This is a spirit." The horse possessed the blood of a unicorn. Hooves trampled across the green meadow. To the sound of the wind, the scenery quickly flashed past Vlad's eyes. Vlad had never experienced such speed since birth. He stretched out his hand to meet the wind, and the strong wind quickly rushed between his fingers. Vlad laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Just minutes ago Vlad had been on the verge of death, but now, with the landscape he had always yearned for unfolding before his eyes, he could laugh freely. The view from horseback is truly excellent. Vlad's field of vision seemed to expand. Hooves trod through the air. Vlad held his sword in his hand, and light enveloped him and the horse. Vlad thoroughly enjoyed it. Ha ha ha. Is this real? Someone called out from behind Vlad. A black-haired knight approached him on horseback. Duke Tiger asked, "Are you all right?" Vlad nodded. "Yes, Duke Tiger, I'm fine." By the time the knights and RER rushed to block the death worm, Vlad had already embedded the vibration seal into his sword. Duke Tiger thought to himself. He embedded the vibration seal into his sword. He attacked that ferocious monster without hesitation. A glint of admiration flashed in Duke Tiger's eyes. Such mental fortitude, ready to sacrifice himself. This young man acted with the spirit of following the swordsman's rules. Duke Tiger suddenly praised him. "That was a truly excellent and courageous decision. You performed your duty more nobly than any knight here." Vlad was slightly flustered. "Yes, thank you, my lord." He returned to the main topic. "What do you think? Can you control that horse as you wish?" Duke Tiger explained. "Only if that worm monster dies will the pilgrims be safe. Now we must take a gamble," Vlad replied, somewhat unable to understand, "but it's a corrupted dragon." But Duke Tiger said calmly, "You and I can do it." The two exchanged glances for a moment. At that moment Vlad could see a blazing fire in Duke Tiger's eyes. Duke Tiger instructed, "You have Dozia's vibration seal and a magnificent horse, so you can lure it out of the pilgrim's attack range and then attack it." Vlad looked down at the horse and hesitated greatly. "Can I ride this horse?" The horse turned its head and looked at him with incredibly trusting eyes. Seeing the horse's gaze, Vlad suddenly realized. "That's right, you're here to save your companions too." Vlad made up his mind. "All right, let's try together." He replied to Duke Tiger's suggestion. "Yes, my lord, I can." Duke Tiger nodded and immediately instructed, "Good, go around that hill and return to me. I'll be waiting on the opposite side." Vlad rode the horse away without hesitation. "Yes, my lord." Duke Tiger. As Vlad separated from the knights, the death worm immediately changed direction and pursued him. Vlad stared coldly at the pursuing death worm. Seeing that terrible sight, Vlad felt no fear at all. "Yes, you must obediently follow me," he shouted loudly and galloped the horse at full speed. "Go!" Everyone behind them was surprised to see Vlad's speed. "How can he accelerate so fast?" Duke Tiger smiled slightly. "Both man and horse are exceptional." On this side, the death worm was still persistently chasing him. The voice whispered, "Plunge that sword into the ground. You must channel your presence into the vibration of the vibration seal." Vlad immediately obeyed without hesitation, almost tilting to one side. The horse also helped him balance. Vlad gritted his teeth and controlled his flow through the light of his left eye. He shouted loudly, and the sword drew a line on the ground as if he were riding a horse on clouds. Vlad's aura also shimmered like flames. "Look, young boy, a dragon is chasing you. It's following the light emanating from you." Duke Tiger finally arrived at the appointed location and dismounted. Duke Tiger drew his sword and commanded his bodyguards, "Evacuate the pilgrims to a safe place." The remaining soldiers were to prepare for an emergency. They all shouted loudly in unison. "Yes, Duke Tiger." Vlad at this moment had just rounded the cliff as planned. As soon as he left, the death worm burst out of the cliff and roared furiously. The light emanating from Vlad's body was so dazzling that it seemed unable to resist taking a bite. Duke Tiger closed his left eye, hearing the roar echoing in the distance. "It's here." He looked deeper, summoning his own powerful and robust spirit world. Duke Tiger's world was red, with anger and passion erupting like a volcano. Duke Tiger lightly flicked his sword blade, responding to its call. Flaming magic circle, dangerous as lava and full of rage, slowly appeared. Vlad was leaning on the horse's back, and the pursuing death worm also raised its head simultaneously as if sensing something. Vlad's left eye widened, and he was startled by the sight before him. It was Duke Tiger standing in the middle of a boiling volcano. Flames that seemed to incinerate everything burned around him. The voice explained, "He is temporarily expanding his perception world. This is a method that only knights who can deeply reflect on themselves can use." The voice also had no choice but to re-evaluate Duke Tiger. "Duke Tiger Barrett. He's a much stronger knight than I thought." Vlad stared at the black-haired man in awe. "He's truly ferocious." His left eye was firmly closed. Duke Tiger gripped the rage within his spirit and could easily ignite his own world. Deathworm aimed its ferocious tentacles at Vlad, but suddenly paused. Vlad quickly noticed the Deathworm's strange behavior. The Deathworm suddenly changed its target and headed towards the black-haired knight standing still in the distance. The voice immediately understood what was happening. "No, the dragon's remnant has sensed a threat from Duke Tiger's spirit world." Vlad gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, I can't let this happen. My spirit world is too weak to redirect that monster's attention and buy him time to gather his strength." While he was lost in thought, the horse suddenly stopped, startling Vlad. "Huh?" Startled by the sudden change of direction, Vlad grabbed the horse's mane and shouted worriedly, "What's wrong? What is it?" Kid, where are you running? The horse circled around the deathworm, provoking it, looking very irritating. As expected, the deathworm once again sensed the light that had been continuously annoying it. But Vlad was greatly flustered. Hey, if you run like this, you'll be too close to the monster. The black horse neighed with all its might and reared up on its hind legs, receiving the blessing emanating from Vlad's armor. The voice couldn't help but praise it. Haha, truly excellent. Vlad was greatly surprised by the phenomenon unfolding before his eyes. This is combined with the aura emanating from my spirit world. The faintly glowing horn on the horse's forehead began to take on a clearer shape. It was not only visible to the mysterious voice but to everyone's eyes. The voice explained, your spirit world and the white serpent's blessing are resonating with this horse. A long-forgotten sacred secret is being revived from the memory of your spirit world. That dazzling light once again attracted the deathworm's attention. In its eyes, the two glowing beings that had been annoying it now appeared much brighter and more irritating. The deathworm, enraged, pursued Vlad as planned. Vlad shouted loudly, gripping the horse's flank tightly, and charged. The black horse, revealing the true prowess of a unicorn, galloped at incredible speed. A hornless unicorn and a knightless horse. Somewhere on the horizon you and I met and we became us. In the pitch-black night sky, a white star unexpectedly appeared. One person and one horse led the deathworm straight towards the erupting volcano. Duke Tiger was still immersed in his world, and the voice quickly whispered, it's not enough yet. A little more time is needed. Duke Tiger's spirit world was growing stronger, but it was only a matter of time until this monster no longer paid attention to them. Sweat streamed down Vlad's face and he knew he was at his limit. He couldn't squeeze out another ounce of strength. Suddenly, countless hooves thundered behind Vlad. The knights arrived, riding alongside Vlad. They loudly cheered Vlad on, shouting, don't give up, kid, hang in there. All four knights gathered, unleashing their strength. Lights of various colors merged into one, and along with the sound of hooves tempted the deathworm more strongly than ever. The voice seemed to sigh in relief for a moment. This should be enough. Everyone combining their strength allows the resonance of the spirit world to expand even further. One knight shouted loudly. Hey kid, keep going like this and pass Duke Tiger. Vlad quickly replied. Yes? Vlad approached Duke Tiger closer and closer. The flames burned even hotter. Vlad shouted loudly, Duke Tiger. Duke Tiger slowly opened his eyes and the bright star and hot flames quickly exchanged a glance as they passed each other. Good, it's my turn now. Vlad couldn't help but look back at the magnificent sight of the flames. This is the territory of the Bati family. Monsters like you cannot cause any chaos here. A knight was burning himself. Duke Tiger unleashed his rage upon the creature that had caused the chaos. The burning sword of Barrett stretched straight towards the sky. It made a bizarre sound, incinerating everything around it. Red aura, burning like hot lava, erupted from the sword's tip from the depths of his subconscious. The suppressed rage beneath the sword blazed fiercely. Duke Tiger roared loudly, "Be gone!" Red light flashed across the blue sky with the sword in Duke Tiger's hand. Duke Tiger, the knight, controlled his fierce rage ripping through the sky. The remnant of the corrupted dragon burned in Duke Tiger Barrett's flames of wrath, letting out its final painful shriek. The deathworm's dying roar echoed endlessly across the green meadow. The pilgrims, Dozia Pak and the knights all watched this magnificent sight in awe and pride. The crimson flames were deeply etched into Vlad's mind. So this is the world of a knight who can deeply reflect on himself. A truly immense and incredibly powerful spirit world. Vlad was continuously moved by that explosive power. This is far beyond the ordinary. Seeing the spirit worlds of knights is like looking at endlessly high mountains. He wondered if Godin could do this too. Duke Tiger and Sir Pablo. Vlad mumbled, "I can do it too." The voice affirmed, "Of course you can." Vlad lightly gripped the hilt of the sword in his hand. If your spirit world becomes stable enough that nothing in the world can shake it. After the attack, Duke Tiger knelt on the ground leaning on his sword amidst the burning grass. Vlad slowly approached and asked, "Are you all right, Duke Tiger?" Duke Tiger smiled slightly. "Welcome back, well done." Vlad looked at the meadow before him. "Won't all this grass burn if it's on fire like this?" Duke Tiger calmly replied. "The grass here is quite damp, so it will be fine. It will burn for a while and then extinguish itself." Duke Tiger leaned on his knees and staggered to his feet. "More importantly, I now want to quench my thirst with a mug of beer." Despite trying to stand up, Duke Tiger, completely exhausted, slumped onto the grass. "Oh my god," the voice observed Duke Tiger and explained to Vlad, "It seems to be the price for expanding his spirit world to its limit." Vlad understood. "Ah." Duke Tiger extended his hand to the young boy beside him. "Could you help me up?" But Vlad also sat down next to Duke Tiger. "It's better to fall together." Duke Tiger stared blankly at his hand, an expression of speechlessness on his face. He suddenly sighed and then laughed. Duke Tiger praised him. "You rode that horse quite well. Contrary to rumors, you're not bad at riding horses," Vlad mumbled. "As you saw, my lord, it wasn't my fault." The two turned their heads together and looked at the horse that had completed its mission. "That horse is quite special." Vlad carefully observed his companion for a moment. "That's right, it's special." But before Vlad could finish speaking, a hand was placed on his shoulder, abruptly tilting him forward. Duke Tiger's bodyguards, who had just fought, now looked at Vlad completely differently. They happily surrounded the two. "Kid, you're more amazing than we thought. Excellent enough to get through our subordinates." One man praised Vlad and looked at him. "Well done. Kid, see you next time." Duke Tiger laughed from the side, watching Vlad flusteredly run his hand through his hair. "Thank you." Suddenly, someone called out to him, and the voice was uncertain. Vlad was delighted to see that the person who called him was Priest, and he looked at him. He stood up and greeted the priest. "Priest, I'm glad you're safe." The priest's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had realized something. "Oh, I see, now I understand." The light reappeared in his mind. "I knew I had seen that light before. It was a light that pierced through the darkness. The priest took the young boy's hand. He suddenly knelt and said, "Thank you, Vlad of Swara." Vlad was bewildered. "Yes, priest." Priest closed his eyes and prayed. "O Lord, the young boy who received your will acted solely according to your will. Bless him with your mercy and compassion. Comfort that child who protected his spirit world and bless this shining young boy." Today, countless hearts turned into one light. His spirit world expanded. Knights closed their eyes, quietly listening to the prayers of the priests echoing across the green meadow. At sunset in Sturma, Count Bati was deep in thought by the mansion window, holding a letter in his hand. He asked the person behind him, "Are you sure?" Laguz affirmed. "Yes, Count." Dozia relayed the news via crystal ball. The Count clenched his hand in anger. "I only sent them as a contingency and now it's black magic," Laguz replied. "It seems some of them are still remaining in the north," the Count said grimly. "The Empire has always turned a blind eye to this." Ancient cursed creatures were slowly emerging. Zafmet sighed and asked in a low voice, "But at least there's still good news," Count Bati pondered. "You're right, that child's name keeps coming up lately. Last year's monster hunt, the duel of honor in Maine, and now even involved in the Wanderer's affair. If it weren't for that child I would have had to endure humiliation." He smiled slightly. "Truly remarkable." When the Count ordered Chose to be summoned, Zafmet asked, "Are you really going to permit it?" He turned his head and curled his lips slightly. "Yes, we must grant rights to those who deserve them." Night fell on the plains. Summer was approaching, but standing under the empty night sky it was still cold. So the knights temporarily set up tents to spend the night. After busy preparations they rested for a while. They gathered as usual and the priests also enjoyed their time. Vlad was happy to meet them, but feeling he didn't fit into any group, he quietly went to an empty spot and built a small fire. He carefully cleaned his sword. Looking down at the scratched sword in his hand, Vlad murmured in a low voice. His mood was slightly downcast. "Looking at you, you must have been through a lot too, haven't you?" A voice was heard. Duke Tiger approached Vlad with a bottle of alcohol. "Why are you sitting alone so lonely?" The young boy turned around and gave a slight bow. "Duke Tiger." He slowly sat down next to Vlad. "Where's that fat fellow?" Vlad answered honestly. "Dozia seems to have taken him to do something." Duke Tiger was curious. "Priest," and Vlad, still focused on cleaning his sword, replied, "He's praying with the believers." Duke Tiger sighed. "Everyone's busy." Duke Tiger extended the bottle of alcohol in his hand to Vlad. "Care for a sip?" He hesitated. "I'm cleaning my sword." Duke Tiger's face was very serious. "Are you refusing me again?" He looked up at the sky, recalling. "You didn't take the peanuts when I offered them. You refused when I reached out to help you up. Looking back, every time I approached you, you always refused. Did Joseph tell you to do that?" Vlad was startled to hear that. He carefully took the bottle from Duke Tiger's hand. No. As soon as he brought the alcohol close to his nose, he quickly recognized the familiar whiskey scent. The arrogance of a noble gleamed in Duke Tiger's face. Vlad smiled to himself, slowly sipping the bottle. They are brothers after all. Different personalities but the same taste. Duke Tiger suddenly noticed the sword resting on Vlad's lap and advised, "You should keep a close eye on that sword when you return." Vlad wiped his mouth, paused for a moment, then spoke. "I went to see a blacksmith a few days ago and he said I should remove the hilt." Duke Tiger took the bottle back and didn't understand Vlad's words. Why remove it if it's fine?" The young boy held up the sword. "He said the connection between the hilt and the blade is too dangerous. If I can't find the person who made it, I'll have to discard the hilt." Duke Tiger took a sip from the bottle and smiled slightly. "That sword resembles its owner," Vlad continued. "So I refused." Vlad held the sword straight and examined the blade. The red light of the blade reflected in his two eyes and the fiery red hair came back to mind. "As you know, my lord, I don't want to lose it. Everything contained in this sword is a memory to me." Duke Tiger paused and looked at the young boy carefully. "Even so, you'll have to get it repaired. It's a bit rusty." Vlad pressed his lips together. "Yes, so I need to find the person who made it." "Where is that person?" Vlad's eyes sparkled under the blazing firelight. "Sor." Duke Tiger burst out laughing. "I see, you always said you were from Sor." Duke Tiger looked at the young boy from the shining land of Sor. Vlad of Sor. The nickname suits him perfectly because today this young boy was the most radiant person. Seeing his sky-blue eyes shining as bright as moonlight, Duke Tiger suddenly realized, that was the reason. The reason my brother had to run around trying to secure his service. Duke Tiger stumbled to his feet. "You won't be able to repair it right away, will you?" Vlad looked blankly. Duke Tiger glanced at Vlad. "If you want to prove yourself so much, someone will recognize you soon enough." Vlad looked at Duke Tiger as if he couldn't understand him. Duke Tiger gently patted his shoulder and smiled, explaining more clearly. "I mean, you've done very well. You've survived until now and that sword will eventually find someone to repair it." He left, waving goodbye to Vlad. "Go to bed early, we're going straight to Sturma tomorrow." Watching Duke Tiger's retreating back, Vlad became gloomy. He looked down at the sword in his hand again. "He's right. Someday I will surely repair it. Because this sword and I have a place to return to." Vlad didn't realize that someone was watching him from afar as he carefully held his sword. It was the black unicorn. Seeing Vlad sitting alone by the campfire, the horse's eyes sparkled. In its eyes nothing else in the world was visible, only Vlad's brilliant blue light stood out. The horse stood under the night sky, carefully observing Vlad. The light emanating from Vlad was still faint, but the horse liked its color very much. At the same time, in the Bati family mansion, Lady Asana sat at the table late into the night, intricately embroidering the shape of a giant tree, the symbol of the Haina family. The green-haired woman squinted under the yellow candlelight, pulling the needle. "Is this enough?" she asked her maid, holding up a book with the family crest. "How is it? Does it resemble the Haina family crest?" The maid smiled. "Yes, my lady, it's exactly like the picture in the book." She placed the finished embroidery on the table and picked up another embroidery hoop. I think I need to embroider one more. The maid quickly turned to a new embroidery pattern. Here it is. Lady Asana smiled and picked up the needle. No need to show me. All the stitches are already remembered in my head. As she embroidered, she revealed her inner thoughts. Actually, this is my first time doing something like this. As a child, I only saw my mother do it. The maid smiled broadly. Then it's even more precious, my lady. She gently looked at the embroidery. Indeed, this tradition is already being forgotten by people. These days, all knights are wrapped in silk, so they are not worthy to carry that flag. The flag Lady Asana referred to was the white flag hanging behind her. Only they, true knights, could carry this flag. The next morning, the carriage drove across the green plains. Duke Tiger's bodyguard marveled at the rare sight next to him. Wow, what a magnificent sight. I've never seen anything like this before. It was a herd of wild horses running alongside the carriage, he continued. It's unbelievable for a herd of horses and humans to go together so harmoniously. Duke Tiger looked at the herd of wild horses beyond the cliff and smiled slightly. You're right, it's truly a rare sight. Probably the first and last. He looked back, and Duke Tiger saw the blonde boy pressed against the carriage window, quietly observing the outside scenery. During this brief encounter, both had probably become very special to each other. Vlad pressed his lips together. I know, he looked at the special black horse, that it's time for us to say goodbye, because I have things to do and you have the responsibility of leading your herd. The horse slowly slowed down and then came to a complete stop. The horse reared its front hooves high and whinnied, echoing throughout the space as the lead horse stopped. The entire herd naturally stopped as well. Vlad smiled slightly and carefully observed the horse. The time has come. We can only go this far together. Vlad, still unaccustomed to goodbyes, awkwardly waved his hand. Goodbye. The priest, who was sitting opposite him, nodded as if he understood everything. Don't be too sad when you say goodbye. Vlad slowly replied, it's just something that came from a momentary feeling. The priest burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, it's truly difficult for humans to speak their true feelings. He closed his eyes. Our lives are a cycle of meetings and partings. Parting will make you shed tears and meeting will bring you happiness. Looking outside, even to me, this was truly a wonderful meeting. I wonder when you and that horse will meet again. After all, the depth of a relationship isn't simply determined by the time spent together. Vlad smiled gently. Yes, we will meet again someday, surely. The vacation ended here. It was raining heavily in Sturma. Count Bawai clutched his head in pain over the new information. He asked in a low voice, Are you saying the Goma Count family has collapsed? Zafmet affirmed. Yes, Count, we just received urgent news. Count Bawai frowned worriedly. The West's actions have been a bit strange lately. Who would have thought things would turn out like this? He rubbed his forehead. Was the Gaia Count family so powerful? Zafmet replied. It seems the families in the West formed an alliance around Gaia. Even Noma, who dominated the West, was outnumbered and defeated. Why isn't the Imperial family doing anything? Zafmet sighed. We can't find out what's happening in the central region. So? Count Bawai stood up and interrupted Zafmet. I understand, he thought to himself. The North has a much more distinct identity than any other region. Because thanks to its strong walls, it is not influenced by the Imperial family and the central region's power. He slowly walked to the window. But because of that, we don't know what's happening in other regions. He looked at the pouring rain outside and murmured in admiration. To think that a Count family from a region could fall so easily. Not just a simple family, but a family that upheld contracts. He frowned. The laws and traditions of the past no longer mean anything because the new rulers. The Count sighed. This is an age of chaos. Zafmet nodded in agreement. Yes, Count. No matter how loose the Empire's power becomes, there must be a limit. Count Bawai pondered. The collapse of the Noma Count family is probably a sign of a new era. Suddenly he saw something beyond the window. It was pilgrims. At this moment he finally realized their true identity. The Count cursed to himself. Damn it, those aren't pilgrims. They're refugees from Maine who came here with the old contract. Vlad frowned worriedly. His hand paused in the middle of knocking on the door. What should I do? Saving pilgrims is a good deed, but Lord Joseph won't be pleased that I helped Duke Tiger. Just thinking about Jaeger twisting my arm and scolding me, you idiot, are you crazy? Vlad slumped his shoulders and lowered his head. Jaeger might even kill me. Anyway, Vlad had to knock on the door. Phew, what else can I do? He reported. I've arrived, Lord Joseph. A man inside said, Come in. Vlad cautiously pushed the door open and entered. Inside, Joseph was working with his head bowed and spoke to Vlad without looking up. You're a day early. Vlad awkwardly bowed. Yes, my lord, things turned out that way. Joseph was still calm. I heard. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Hearing that answer, Joseph nodded slightly. Then that's fortunate. Even so, you must take good care of yourself. Vlad looked up in surprise. Yes, my lord, as you command, he thought to himself. So everything's fine? He's still acting as usual? Suddenly, Joseph raised his head and looked at him with sharp eyes. Vlad broke out in a cold sweat, feeling the cold anger of the two men. Impossible, that's ridiculous. I'm finished now. I knew it. He's angry. Joseph spoke in a low voice, sore. But as you can see, I don't know much about the back alleys where you used to live. Vlad was surprised and didn't understand what Joseph was saying. Joseph continued. I heard that conflicts between gangs there only end when all members of that gang are dead or surrender. Is that true? Vlad looked blankly. Why is he suddenly asking me about this? But he still replied, Yes, my lord, probably. Joseph pressed. Then are you saying you can't even send a letter there? Vlad was flustered. What letter are you talking about? Joseph explained more clearly. I'm talking about the letter to your lover in the monastery. He mentioned the red-haired girl. Vlad said helplessly. She's just a friend, Joseph shrugged. It doesn't matter what she is, I didn't just find out about the situation there. I'm talking about the situation where you can't send news to SOAR. About worrying that its residents will be harmed, I want to understand them too, but solving this problem requires a lot of time and effort. Vlad fell silent, having nothing more to say. Joseph's eyes were as calm as before. His name was one hand, right? He clearly has his own value. Vlad pressed his lips together. It's probably true, after all. Anyone greedy for that money would have surely spent a large sum to forge connections with the powerful figures in SOAR. Joseph put his hand on the table and stood up. But you've done an excellent job of proving your worth to me. He walked out from behind the desk. You've suffered much for me, so I must also reward you as per our promise. Vlad was flustered. Joseph approached the flag. This is a flag symbolizing a person's honor. I heard that in his time knights always carried such flags. Joseph fell into deep thought. Something I could never possess in my life, so I decided to let a knight carry it. He glanced at Vlad. And you readily accepted it with both hands. He solemnly lowered the flag and slowly said, You are a person worthy of carrying your own flag. The Haina family and Bawai family crests are embroidered on that flag, Joseph calmly said, and the Bawai family will vouch for your qualifications. As I promised that day, the Bawai family will fully support you. Joseph smiled and looked at the young boy. You have received a title from Lady Alicia, and you are a subordinate of the Bawai family, Vlad. Proudly raise your head under your own flag. Joseph handed the flag to Vlad and said, Take it and return to your hometown. Sweep away the useless people who bound you and find true freedom, then return here again. Vlad felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his mind suddenly went blank. Joseph, Bawai and Jaeger smiled slightly, looking at the blond young boy. He had waited for this moment for a long time, dreamed of it, and resolved to make it happen. Vlad bit his lip one day, his eyes moist. The crude sword given by the girl and the old man, the ID card certified by the priest, the handkerchief embroidered with the noble lady's name, and even the flag bearing the family crest. All of these formed the boy's roots. He knelt on one knee before Joseph. All of this was his achievement. He raised his head and received the flag, his face streaked with tears but with a more resolute expression than ever. I will do as you command, my lord. Count Bawai sat silently gazing at the wooden box before him with refugees kneeling behind him. He pondered. It was a sturdy black wooden box with ornate and strange characters carved on it surrounded by chains as if to certify an agreement. Priest and calmly conversed with Count Bawai. Yes, Count, a fragment of a dragon is now inside it. A fragment of a perfect true dragon that was defeated by the founding king, the Count pondered. Priest and bowed respectfully and said, I regret to have to say this. The Noma Count family was the only family in the West capable of upholding the agreement. Count Bawai closed his eyes and his voice deepened. I understand. I will send my cavalry. We will do our best to help safely transport the proof of the agreement. Stay here comfortably as guests until preparations are complete. Priest and bowed sincerely. Thank you, Count. Behind him, people covered the box with a white cloth again. They carried the box together and exited. Silently, without a word, Count Bawai remained silent, his face clouded with worry. Zafmat consoled him. Don't worry too much, Count. They had no other choice either. Count Bawai descended the stairs. From the perspective of the people of the West, I know that among the families upholding the agreement, the only force comparable to them is the Iron Duke Timur Betasanov who rules the north. He stood quietly before the window. I know there's not much I can do for them, but I hope my actions can alleviate some of the burden on the pilgrim's shoulders. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Count Bawai slowly said, Oh, it's been a long time since I saw that flag. Zafmat approached curiously. Yes? As he approached the window, he couldn't help but be surprised. Ah, I see. Below there was a carriage with a white flag embroidered with the crests of two families. Count Bawai wondered. He could have rested for a while before setting off. Zafmat seemed to understand Vlad's thoughts. Perhaps he couldn't suppress his earnest anticipation. The Count smiled slightly. Right, if I could return to my hometown, I wouldn't be able to calm my heart either. A true knight is one who can govern himself. His gaze was full of encouragement. Go, return to your hometown and fulfill your duty. The carriage sped off, carrying the young boy's many expectations. At the same time, in a dark and gloomy alley, a man walked through the old slum alley. There was a pub with a sign depicting a girl, making it clear what kind of establishment it was without needing to look closely. Inside, rude drunken men rushed onto the stage and shouted, When are you coming out? Behind the curtain, a slender girl was visible to the men. Joked, It's your night, Bati. Come out and play with us. Another voice interjected. Dream on, whoever has the most money gets to speak. Curses continued. Pour me a drink. The black-haired girl still sat motionless. That girl was Marcella. At this time she was meticulously applying lipstick. A voice echoed. Marcella, someone's voice echoed in the room. Those pigs are making a mess. If you're ready, go out now. The old brothel madam sighed, sneering at the pretty girl. You will have to entertain as many people as possible today to pay off your debt. Hang in there, you cursed bitch. Marcella coldly glanced at her, but unexpectedly that look displeased her. She approached, grabbed Marcella's chin and tilted her head back. Marcella in the mirror still maintained a cold expression. The old brothel madam laughed coldly. Let's see how long you can maintain this confident attitude. We still have plenty of time. Eventually you'll be trapped here until your body rots. Marcella said nothing, but suddenly the corners of her mouth curled up. She glanced back. Long live old hag. She was annoyed, but couldn't help but be surprised by Marcella's resilience. This damned bitch still resists no matter how much she's trampled. She coldly snorted and left, crossing her arms. Hurry up and get ready, then go out quickly. Mar placed the brush on the table and looked at herself in the mirror. She slightly shook her soft hair. I've risen to a very good position for someone of humble birth, yet life here was no different from before. She slowly rose from the table, but at least I'm alive. Far better than the fate of other girls who lost their lives in this chaotic kingdom. Marcella staggered out, but as soon as she appeared, the men shouted excitedly, "She's out, we've been waiting for you," Marcella muttered, looking at the monstrous men lustfully eyeing her body. "Is this the path to my own destruction?" All the men were driven mad by her. The old brothel madam, puffing smoke, was very satisfied. "Now that you've waited so long, who will reward the man who wants to taste the sweet honey of the black rose? Show me the golden coins." Immediately they caused a ruckus, auctioning off the girl's price for the night. 1 gold coin here, 1 gold coin. Haha, I'll bid 2 gold coins. There were also men who coveted Marcella but lacked money. "Can't we pool our money? We can pool 3 gold coins," they continuously argued. "You idiot, do you think that'll work? Then I'll put up 3 gold coins myself. You crazy fool, that includes my money too." The old woman subtly glanced at the girl standing quietly beside her. She sneered with calculating eyes. "How exciting, this withered flower also brings in a lot of money. I will slowly suck all that sweet honey dry and then discard you like a damned bitch," a bald man shouted, having called out the highest price so far. 4 gold, that's my final bid." The old woman smiled in satisfaction. Finally, a respectable price had been offered. "Hey, do you have 4 gold? Other men pouted and mumbled. "Damn it, with 5 gold I could have fun with other women for a whole month." She held a long pipe and prepared to close the deal. Then, suddenly a voice offered an exorbitant price, 100 gold. Everyone froze, and the old woman's jaw dropped in surprise. Everyone turned around in shock, wanting to see who had offered such an outrageous price. The old brothel madam trembled all over. "What?" The creaking sound of stairs echoed. "I will pay 100 gold, but Marcella, who had been unresponsive, suddenly opened her eyes wide. Ah, she gripped her forearm tightly in fear. This sound, it was a familiar old sound that reminded Marcella of the man with the knife. The destruction of her family in the past, a silver-haired man's gaze and cold smile were a nightmare etched in Marcella's heart, one she could never forget. Marcella gripped her hands in fear and gasped for breath. It's a sound that brings back old memories. Finally, the man finished descending the last step. He slowly walked into the room, filled with smelly, ordinary men. The old brothel madam stammered, "Yes, sir, did you say 100 gold? The mysterious hooded man walked through the crowd. Everyone voluntarily made way for him. His target was Marcella, who was being auctioned like a cheap item. Everyone felt fear towards this man. Who is this monster? His aura was truly formidable. The man approached the table where Marcella was standing and calmly asked, "May I sit here?" The old brothel madam observed him meticulously. Everything on his body was expensive. Even if 100 gold was a lie, he could easily pay her about 10 gold. Thinking she had caught a big fish, she spoke in a friendly manner. "Here's the menu," but the man raised his hand to refuse. "No need." A glimpse of blonde hair was visible under the hood. "It's been too long since I left this place, but I always remembered these foods, grilled sausages and black pudding and potato pancakes and black bread." Hearing the familiar food names, Mar suddenly opened her eyes wide. The man removed his hood, revealing sun-like blonde hair. Vlad smiled at his old friend. "Give me the menu just like she always used to eat." Marcella covered her mouth, speechless, and tears streamed from her eyes. The golden light was not from the corruption of desire and lust. Peaceful color he exuded. The color that reminded Marcella of the peaceful days of old when she bathed him. The color that the young boy possessed had now returned. Vlad raised his hand. "Hello, old friend, I'm back." Marcella. It was a golden shining color, and the light the young boy possessed drove away the disgusting and terrible smell of this old pub. Marcella covered her mouth with her hand and burst into tears, seeing the boy bring the sun. The two looked at each other quietly, and Vlad's eyes were filled with nostalgia and longing. Suddenly, Marcella remembered something, snapping out of the emotional moment and looking horrified. She covered her mouth with her hand and whispered to Vlad in a voice only they could hear, "Get out of here, quickly. This place has been taken over by one-armed Ra's subordinates." The old brothel madam's face clouded over as she watched the two whispering from afar. She frowned and pondered. "What? Do they know each other? Something strange between them." She glanced sideways and signaled with her hand. "We need to separate them. We can't have anything unexpected happen." The men who had been drinking instead of participating in the auction paid attention to her signal. Beside them, swords leaned against the edge of the table. The leader understood her intention and slowly picked up his sword. They rose with rude expressions, and their footsteps broke the emotional reunion. Vlad saw Marcella trembling in front of him and glanced slightly behind. About 10 men approached him. Vlad calmly turned his gaze and slowly said, "Before paying, I think we need to settle accounts first." The old brothel madam was startled and didn't understand Vlad's meaning. "Accounts? What accounts?" Vlad said coldly. "One-armed Ra." His gaze was directed behind him. His eyes angry, his face cold. "I have something to collect from him." The young boy's arrogant words startled the men, who angrily drew their swords. "You crazy fool, that's hilarious. How dare you call our boss's name?" But before he could finish speaking, a stream of blood spurted from his neck. Vlad's cloak fluttered, and in less than a second, Vlad ended his life with a dagger. His eyes were filled with cruelty, and he looked at the fallen man, mouth agape, not understanding what had happened. In just one swift movement, Vlad killed the leader. Everyone was stunned by what had just happened, unable to collect their thoughts. Even Marcella had no time to react, and warm red blood seeped into the floor, proving that what had just happened was not an illusion. The old brothel madam let out a horrified shriek. Vlad still held the blood-stained dagger, and his voice echoed very clearly in the chaotic space. "Everyone, shut up and wait here." The old brothel madam broke out in a cold sweat. looking at the audacious murderer in terror. Vlad's face was dark and his eyes gleamed ominously like a cold-blooded predator. "If that damn bastard doesn't pay enough, I will take your lives as compensation." The old brothel madam trembled and collapsed to the floor, her entire body rigid. One-armed Ra's subordinates finally collected themselves and immediately drew their swords, shouting, "What nonsense is that bastard spouting? Who are you anyway? Who sent you?" Facing 10 men alone, Vlad showed no sign of fear. He uttered the name Zir. "I am Zir's last blade." The men froze. "Zir's blade?" Suddenly a man recognized Vlad's familiar face. He shouted, "Ah, I remember. Blonde hair and blue eyes. That damn bastard is Vlad," others asked again in disbelief. "What, that kid? Wasn't he taken care of?" The black-haired man replied. "How should I know? What's important is his value." Although Vlad's murder was still vivid, the men, blinded by money, greedily looked at Vlad. "If we just get his head, the boss will surely shower us with countless gold and silver. He should have hidden in a corner alive. Is he now rushing headlong into death?" Vlad casually took a step forward. "Stop talking nonsense. Come on." He gritted his teeth, his face devoid of emotion. The young boy shouted from behind the blue moon night, just like that day, "Come in and kill me." Vlad relentlessly attacked the shackles that bound his feet. Even the seasoned men flinched in fear at Vlad's arrogant and murderous words. They looked at the current Vlad in disbelief. "How is that kid really the same person as before? This is more like a bloodthirsty wolf," Vlad suddenly said. "Are you still going to stand there?" And his body shot forward like an arrow. Vlad first attacked the closest enemies. The blade, sharpened by rage, took the men's lives. His eyes emitted a cold light. If Vlad had brought warm sunlight to Marcella just a moment ago, now he was bringing the moonlight of death to these damned bastards. He completed the sentence he had interrupted. "I will attack first." A man attacked Vlad from behind. As fast as lightning, Vlad drew his dagger, turned, and stabbed the man in the stomach. These men were numerous, but all of them had many weaknesses. Vlad, holding his dagger, moved flexibly as if dancing. He was dancing the dance of death. Life ended wherever the blade grazed. No one could approach Vlad. He was a ferocious entity, always aiming for vital points, ensuring no one survived a single strike. With every swing of his sword, screams echoed, and with every scream a life vanished. "I won't leave any of them alive." With murderous eyes he struck down everyone. Vlad dodged those who charged at him with footwork taught by knights and killed them using methods learned in the back alleys. Vlad's face no longer held the refined look of a noble, but Vlad didn't care. "No one can survive. For Marcella, for the woman who is crying right now. I won't stop until your blood equals the tears Marcella has shed." Elsewhere, in a pub with a sign depicting a woman holding a red flower. Inside the pub, one-armed Ra was drinking like a madman, slamming his bottle hard on the table. Ra leaned his head back and sighed. Countless empty bottles scattered across the floor. He remembered the name Zir. After Zir disappeared, Sor's back alleys had largely become his domain. He looked down at his severed arm. "I must move forward. I am not someone who stands still." Countless skulls lay at his feet, proof of the path he had walked to this day, so I did not hesitate to seize others' property and territory. Stepping over the corpses of my enemies to climb higher, Ra's eyes were clouded. Only when I reached the peak did I realize that life in the back alleys is still determined by those above. He picked up the bottle and drank again. "This damned life, I believed I could gain everything if I just won, but I have failed before, yet I am still sitting here." Ra sighed. "The people you previously defeated lost their lives, and someday my fate will be the same. My destiny will be decided by a single word from someone above." He groaned. "Damn it." Suddenly the door burst open and one of his subordinates rushed in. "Boss, no, something big has happened." Ra looked up at the words. "What's wrong?" the subordinate shouted with a terrified expression. "We're surrounded." Ra's face was blurry from drink. "Where? By whom?" The subordinate raised his voice, making the space chaotic. "The entire back alley is surrounded by soldiers." Another subordinate looked out the window and cried out in surprise. "Boss, it's true, there are soldiers at the back door too. They are all guards from the Sor region." All the other subordinates were startled. "What nonsense are you talking about? Why are the guards here? We paid them off this month." "How should I know?" Amidst the chaos, one-armed Ra lowered his head again. He quietly listened to all the commotion. "It wasn't just a regular patrol. Look at how many decapitated skulls there are. They're all real, too dangerous." One-armed Ra suddenly curled his lips into a strange smile. Hee, I knew a day like this would come. I just didn't expect it to be today." He wore a dangerous smile, his eyes empty. "Then it's even better. No need to worry about where to fight. It'll be much easier to kill them right in front of me." Inside the pub, Vlad massacred everyone alone, and the lights were already out. The only light came from his eyes. Vlad's entire body was covered in blood, and this was just the first step on his journey to find freedom. In Samam Alley, a group of soldiers had gathered. A man reported to his superior. "We were ordered to complete the troop deployment. Every sword has its purpose. Whether to use a large sword or a small sword depends on the situation. Therefore one cannot always say a sharp sword is better than a dull one." Sir Godin, who had been pushed around by Lord Joseph, was just such a person. He was old and fat and didn't know how to properly wield a sword, yet Lord Joseph considered him useful and kept him employed. He glanced back and said, "Are the other alleys completely blocked off too?" The mayor replied worriedly. Yes, of course. "We did our best." Godin, still holding the rolled-up flag, frowned and asked again, "Oh, you did your best, and why did you let everything get to this point? As you know, the Count has already found out." The mayor just stood by nervously. I have no more excuses. One-armed Ra is very talented." So Godin frowned and cleared his throat. As he cleared his throat, the mayor wiped cold sweat and avoided Godin's gaze. He secretly stole a glance at Godin, wondering, Who is this person? How does a knight know the situation of Soar's dark alleys so well? The mayor tried to make excuses. Even so, it's fortunate that you are here now, my lord. I am truly delighted that those who corrupted the Soar region will be eliminated. Godin looked at the mayor with contempt and anger. You are the corrupt one. How can a mere boss of a dark alley control such a large organization? You are behind all this. Under the name of mayor, you secretly allowed everything to happen, and of course, the price you received was enormous, Godin sighed. And he knew, as anyone who had ever taken a bite of meat knew, would know very well if you had ever taken a bribe. The mayor hesitated and asked, When will the knights enter? The one specially sent by the Bati family, Godin replied calmly. He has already arrived. Slow footsteps echoed and blood dripped with each step. Godin pointed to the person who emerged from the darkness and said, Did you just smell blood? That's the person. The mayor frowned in disbelief and asked again, Only one person, he stammered. Sir Godin, will he be all right? I have gathered all the knights dispatched to Soar. It might be better to entrust this task to them. Godin glanced at him contemptuously, turned his head and refused. No, the mayor was flustered and stammered again. What, why not? Godin gripped the flagstaff in his hand tightly. Because Sir Chose has put a lot of effort into preparing this matter. The one who came through the moonlight is Vlad. His entire body was covered in blood, proving what a massacre he had just been through. Vlad's first official battle, Godin asked in a low voice, Will he truly be all right? He whispered to Vlad, Don't do that anymore, or should I have the soldiers go with you? I heard there are over 50 people in there. If you get hurt in there, how can I face Lord Joseph? Vlad looked at him calmly. Even if I get hurt, I will not let it affect my lord. Godin broke out in a cold sweat. I told you I can never let such a thing happen. He saw Vlad gaze at the sky and finally sighed. All right. They stood before a building that could be described as massive in the back alleys. Vlad's gaze deepened as he stared at the building. Godin finally sighed. You promised. Godin handed the flag in his hand to Vlad. Lord Joseph ordered me to give you this in front of everyone. Vlad reached out and took the flag, and Godin's voice echoed. Now begin, Vlad nodded. Understood, Sir Godin. Vlad raised the flagstaff high and slammed it hard into the ground. The flag unfurled, revealing the crests of two families. The soldiers behind were surprised to see the flag. Oh, is that the flag? I thought this tradition was already forgotten. Everyone immediately whispered. Who is he? How can someone so young receive that flag? They said the Bati family sent a knight directly. Vlad stood tall, the flag fluttering before him. Vlad's gaze was solemn. Holding the flag, he seemed to declare his stand on that ground. At this moment, this land is my territory. In the glorious name bestowed upon me, I shall exercise my right over your lives. The boy who planted the flag of honor and the fat knight who carried the count's order each had their own mission. Godin growled in a low voice, his voice echoing throughout the quiet space. You scoundrels of the dark alley, one-armed Ra, listen. Godin presented accusations and firm evidence of Ra's crimes. You did not follow the rules and laws of the Bati family, and you exploited people's lives. Therefore I, Peter Bati, the legitimate lord of Soar, can no longer forgive your wickedness and have sent my representative. Vlad stood coldly beside the flag, and Godin's voice continued to echo. From now on, all rights he exercises are those granted by me and the Church of Faith. Godin raised his voice to conclude. One-armed Ra and his subordinates, open the doors immediately and let my legitimate representative in. The soldiers behind stomped their feet on the ground, making a thudding sound. They shouted the name of the family to whom they had sworn loyalty, proving the family's power over their territory. Bati, Bati, Bati. The powerful shouts made even the subordinates tremble in fear. The soldiers cheered. May the Lord protect his representative and kill one-armed Ra. The name of the Bati family continued to echo throughout the alley. Godin and Vlad stood in front quietly listening to the proud shouts. Godin rolled up the scroll again and glanced at Vlad. Now both justice and the people are on your side. No need to hesitate anymore. Act freely. Vlad drew his shining sword. Thank you, Godin urged anxiously. Be careful, Vlad replied politely. Yes. In his head a mysterious voice echoed. He's probably preparing. Expand your vision. He'll attack you from all directions to kill you. This battle will be completely different from any fight you've experienced before. Vlad closed his eyes slightly, preparing for the upcoming battle. One of the basics of battle is to seize the initiative and start with a flourish. Vlad drifted into another world, and memories from the past resurfaced. If I hadn't called Godin that day, would I be alive today? Today or even before that? If one-armed Ra hadn't threatened Goche in the first place, I wouldn't have needed to call Godin. Countless ifs and maybes continued to torment him, so in the end only one solution remained. Vlad opened his eyes and light returned to his blue pupils slowly. Aura flowed from the crude simple sword. He swung his sword, putting all his strength into this blade with the resolve to kill Ra. The sword he swung with all his might glowed and struck the door fiercely. It was as if Vlad had brought a star and cut it down. All the subordinates inside were prepared, but they could not block Vlad's power. They were thrown back by the sword wind from Vlad's single attack. Miserable screams echoed. His world cut through Ra's space. The smile of the rose was taken away, but in the end it bloomed again under his intense blade. Everyone inside fell to the floor, watching in terror as the blonde swordsman slowly entered. His world is eroding mine. Vlad gripped his sword tightly and slowly raised it. So I must end this here. Vlad entered with slow steps, his entire body covered in the warm blood from the previous battle. It was to sever this chaotic connection and move forward. He stepped into the messy pub and his voice echoed, I am Vlad of Soar. His words were nothing short of a death knell. I am not only a legitimate representative but also a rightful avenger. He stepped over the debris on the floor. I am here to end our feud. Vlad, alone with the sword in his hand, faced the enemies he couldn't stop in the past. Vlad took a breath and shouted. He raised his shining sword, sharpened by hatred, high. One-armed Ra, I am back. One-armed Ra on the highest floor heard the Avenger's declaration of war. He suddenly came to his senses. This voice, Ra stumbled to his feet and burst into insane laughter. Hee 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 hee. So you are the legitimate representative who has come to cut off my head? Oh, promising star. The subordinates, enraged, drew their swords and aimed at Vlad, shouting, kill him. They rushed at the lonely swordsman with a sword in one hand. The counterattack cleared a path through the rain of evil swords, and compared to the rock-solid knights, they were still young. They fell in a quick line. The others were surprised by Vlad's speed. What, he's too fast. Before they could react, Vlad's blue eyes entered their vision, and he charged like a beast. A sword in his hand sharply cut through flesh. Man attacked Vlad from behind, shouting loudly, die! But Vlad lightly stomped his foot and dodged. He turned and cut the man behind him's neck as if slicing paper. Blood splattered on Vlad's face. The head flew into the air and stopped at another man's feet. At this bloody sight, a subordinate swallowed in terror. Is that really Vlad? The man at the very back shouted. Don't just stand there, surround him. They heard the words, suppressed their fear and charged with their swords, but they only surrounded Vlad and dared not attack first. But those behind continued to push others forward. What are you doing? If you're ready, attack. The sight of Vlad decapitating without hesitation left too deep an impression on them, making them dare not step forward. He's extremely skilled in swordsmanship. If I step forward, I'll lose my life. They glared at Vlad, but no one dared to step forward. Everyone hoped someone else would go first. Someone, please, go first. Vlad sighed and coldly addressed the trembling group before the strong. No need to think so much. The aura enveloping his sword glittered like a colorful galaxy. Vlad growled, because in the end I'm going to cut all of you into hundreds of pieces anyway. A white star slowly rose into the sky and flew in a straight line. It seemed to mark them, leaving a shining trail across the bodies of the subordinates. But everyone was surprised by the dazzling light. Vlad's eyes shone with aura, and the sword in his hand transformed into a sky full of beautiful glittering stars. The starry sky gently cut through the bodies of everyone captivated by the light with a single attack. After Vlad's spectacle of light ended, countless harmonies of screams echoed, and this place became a performance hall. Vlad's entrance was the only show. Not 5 seconds after Vlad opened his mouth, everyone around him was cut down and fell to the ground. Those behind trembled at the gruesome sight and retreated. How can we stop a guy like that? Suddenly, someone from upstairs shouted loudly, Net, throw the iron net at him. The person holding the iron net shouted, clear out quick. The iron net fell over Vlad's head. He nimbly escaped where the iron net was covering. The subordinates were in a panic and shouted loudly, damn it, throw everything at him. Iron nets kept falling, but Vlad dodged them all with ease. The people upstairs, seeing Vlad's afterimage streaking across the first floor and unable to do anything, shouted in terror, stop him, quick, how is he so fast? Vlad skillfully avoided the nets and hid behind a pillar, attacking several dazed enemies. The people upstairs shouted, he's hiding behind the pillar, drag him out, we can't attack him from this position. Ra's subordinates had difficulty dealing with Vlad's powerful attacks and agile movements, which he had gained thanks to special training. One of the basic strategies is to first occupy high and narrow places. No, leave him alone. Just block the stairs. If the stairs are blocked, he can't go up. Realizing that all their preparations were useless, they quickly gathered at the central staircase of the upstairs hall and prepared. As soon as he came out of there, they immediately threw knives at him. Vlad frowned. This is really annoying. If I try to break through them, it would be too reckless. One guy, thinking he had cornered Vlad, shouted provocatively, hey kid, if you're so confident, come on up. Vlad pondered what to do. I can't keep using sword aura. He suddenly noticed a rope tied to a nearby pillar. Vlad chuckled, muttering, Jemima always complained about this. Vlad looked up, his sword slung over his shoulder, making it difficult to even move because of the heavy curtains. The people on the stairs, preparing their weapons, didn't understand what Vlad was saying. What? As they watched in astonishment, Vlad swung his sword and cut the rope, and the gears immediately moved, pulling the rope upwards. Vlad jumped high, grabbed the rope, and shot upwards as if flying. The cuckoos understood the structure of this place better than Vlad. They looked at Vlad in confusion. What is this? He easily reached the second floor with incredible speed. Looking at the bewildered faces of the people, Vlad frowned. He let go and jumped down to the second floor. Only then did the people react, shouting loudly. He flew up. Hey, first floor, everyone come here quickly. Vlad raised his head, a cold expression on his face. Truly astonishing. Is all of this really everything you have to face me? Vlad charged like lightning, and his sword left a trail of blood in the air. Damn it, the rest of them quickly surrounded Vlad. Kill him. Kill him, but someone who had experienced countless battles like Vlad easily dodged. He mercilessly cut down the man at the front. The rest instantly became minced meat, with only miserable screams remaining as evidence that they had been breathing just a second ago. Vlad frowned, looking at the enemies who charged at him one after another. They had sharp blades, but the way they approached him was incredibly foolish. Vlad chuckled. Even Sir Yeager's wooden sword is much more dangerous and terrifying. After dealing with everyone, Vlad stopped, his entire body already drenched in sweat. He sighed, Phew, suddenly, Vlad sensed something flying through the air. He hastily leaned to avoid an arrow that flew right past his head. The people who launched the surprise attack clicked their tongues in annoyance when they saw Vlad dodge. "Damn it, that rat," the people on the first floor shouted, holding their swords. "Keep shooting, we'll block the stairs." Those who knew how to shoot bows no longer hesitated, picked up their bows, aimed directly at Vlad and shot. Vlad ran to avoid the arrows pouring down like rain. He quietly assessed the situation, knowing he couldn't keep dodging. Vlad stomped hard on the railing. The best way to solve a problem is to solve the one who made the problem. So Vlad, knowing he couldn't escape, recklessly threw himself over the railing towards the archers. Vlad reached out and grabbed a chandelier on the ceiling. He used its momentum to increase his speed. There was no expression on Vlad's face like that of a killer. Vlad landed lightly, finishing off 3 annoying enemies with a single strike. Those on this side, seeing Vlad deal with the archers, cursed. "Damn it." Vlad slowly walked over the fallen corpses on the floor as if strolling through his own territory. "This is really annoying." Vlad's voice was still very calm. "Just wait, I'll come to you myself." The survivors froze, unable to even breathe at Vlad's words. He nonchalantly picked up a water bottle from the table and drank from it. Vlad sighed and the water bottle hit the floor with a clatter. Vlad wiped his mouth and looked up at the subordinates. Blood dripped from the sword blade onto the floor. "What now? Should I go there? Or will you crawl up here yourselves?" He chuckled. "I guess I'll have to go up myself. Anyway, you've been living in my house for a long time. Now it's time for me to collect the rent from you." The fear of death enveloped the subordinates. These words were like a grim reaper's notice. Ra's subordinates must have thought this was their territory. Vlad slowly walked over the puddles of blood on the floor. But that was a fatal mistake. This was Vlad's sanctuary, the Rose's smile. In the quiet night harbor, faint orange lights leaked from a few windows. Haven sighed, lowering his head. "Ah, one-armed Ra is insane. Even the market thugs don't go this far. What should I do if he plunders so openly?" Haven bit his lip and pondered. After Zagur died, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He used to torture those in debt, but he never pushed them to the brink. Haven couldn't help but worry about Soar's future. This can't go on. In a few months, the economy of the dark alley will collapse. Haven sighed again. "I'm going crazy. How can I report that the smuggled goods have been stolen?" As he was lost in thought, a sailor suddenly pushed open the door and announced loudly, "Haven, have you heard the news? The dark alley has been blockaded." Haven immediately raised his head. "What? Who blockaded the dark alley?" The young man's next words froze him. "Of course it's the Sturma people. They've come to catch one-armed Ra," the sailor said in terror. "All the guards from Soar are surrounding us." Haven helplessly rubbed his forehead. "Ah, one-armed Ra finally crossed the line. I can't be happy. Even if Ra disappears, this entire dark alley will become a bloodbath." The sailor, seeing Haven looking pained, asked again curiously, "But I thought Sir was close with him." Haven frowned. "Who are you talking about?" The sailor uttered a familiar name. "Vlad." Haven closed his eyes. "Why is he suddenly mentioning him?" The sailor scratched his head. "I didn't see it myself, but I heard that the blonde young man from Sturma was at that gathering." Hearing that, Haven annoyedly continued with his paperwork. "Do you think he's the only blonde in the world?" The young man continued to explain. "Not only that, he called himself Vlad of Soar." Haven suddenly paused. He raised his head and froze. "What, really, truly?" The sailor was certain. "Yes, the rumors say he came back to purge Ra." The sailor was slightly worried when he saw Haven trembling all over. "Are you all right?" Haven didn't answer, countless thoughts swirling in his mind. "I've heard many strange rumors lately." His aura appeared in the honorable duel of De Marais, and the young knight of the Bawai family contributed to the death worm hunt. Vlad of Soar. Haven tightly gripped his old staff with his 2 fingerless hands. "But the rumors are probably true." He quickly rushed out the door. "I have to see for myself." At this moment, Vlad was still hunting frantically, his entire body drenched in hot blood with every swing of his sword. A man holding a dagger attacked Vlad from behind. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Vlad coldly turned and swung his sword. The dagger reflected and stabbed its owner in the head, but the others didn't stop. They knew that if they didn't kill Vlad, they would die themselves. Vlad didn't hesitate at all, and his clothes were no longer their original color, but crimson like a rose in a girl's hair. Whether it was a surprise attack or an encirclement, no one could touch Vlad. A trained knight was not someone these scraps dared to touch. Vlad's speed was so fast that his blood-soaked cloak fluttered as if being blown by the wind. Behind Vlad, the owner of the mysterious voice always observed the young boy in silence. His speed was beyond words. He watched Vlad create a flower of blood in the air, harmonizing with his dance of death. Talent and ceaseless effort, and even a strong will from deep within. He slowly opened his eyes. "This guy is a born butcher." Vlad looked at the man who had fallen desperately at his feet. The place where Vlad had kicked out a tooth last time was still empty. Vlad chuckled. "I gave you so much time you could have put your teeth back in." He couldn't even groan properly, as if his lungs were punctured. He looked at the blood-stained blonde-haired, blue-eyed Grim Reaper with trembling eyes. Vlad stopped laughing and stared at his old acquaintance. "I guess I don't need it anymore." Vlad drew his sword, and with every drop of blood that fell, a life also flowed away. The toothless man reached out with trembling hands as if trying to say something, but only a creaking sound like a broken radio came from his throat. "Arg," Vlad panted and stood up straight, and the voice in his head finally spoke. "That's enough." Vlad wiped the sweat from his face and glanced at the blood-stained corridor behind him. The broken stairs and a series of rooms were enveloped in silence. Over 50 subordinates had all died under his sword. Vlad sighed. That's enough. I can't perfectly recreate the scene from that day, but he turned his head and looked at the stairs leading to the top floor, and the sword blade flashed. Now it's time to end everything. On the top floor, one-armed Ra was squinting. He only opened his tired eyes after all the noise downstairs had ceased, and instead only the sound of blood dripping with each step Vlad took as he ascended was heard. The door behind Ra slowly opened, and a young boy covered in blood entered the room. The moonlight reflected off the sword blade, emitting a sharp light. Vlad stared at the man before him like a grim reaper and said, "I've come." In the dark room, the boss, one-armed Ra, who was sitting at the bar counter, spoke with a hoarse voice. "You're that new star, aren't you? Welcome." Ra pushed a glass of alcohol towards Vlad, asking if he wanted a drink. He glanced back under his messy hair, and the blood-stained knight said nothing to Ra's offer. He burst out laughing. "You're no fun at all." Ra, looking at his haggard reflection in the shaking glass, spoke first like an old friend. "Are you really Vlad of Sor?" He poured the glass down his throat, emptying it, and said, "I heard the rumors, but I didn't believe them." He placed the empty glass on the table and sighed contentedly. Vlad's shadow was reflected in the empty glass. Ra continued to monologue. "I should have welcomed you earlier. The master should have punished you thoroughly." He still listened to Ra's words in silence. Maybe not." He looked at the young boy again. "Maybe you killed him." Ra slowly stood up and burst out laughing. He. "At least I'm the only one who knows you killed him. Actually, I just let you off because I didn't want to deal with you." He drew his sword from his waist, and Ra laughed maniacally, filled with murderous intent, taking a fighting stance. "But I'm someone who has to make sure of everything." This chaotic connection, the aura they exuded, was completely different. Ra was filled with madness and murderous intent, but Vlad, despite being covered in blood, was calm and noble like the cold moonlight. "This dark world is encroaching on my world." Vlad recalled the image of one-armed Ra from the past. "I can no longer feel myself bowing to him like I used to." Vlad spread his legs wide. "Now I am certain. His world can no longer stop me." The two old acquaintances faced each other with swords in the dark room. Only the light of the sword blade shone the brightest. Vlad bit his lip. "I've come, even if he is an enemy." Vlad wanted to show him his last respect. One-armed Ra still hadn't lost his smile. "Good." Vlad quickly charged at Ra. "His existence is just like my enemy's." The two swords clashed, releasing energy that shook the entire space. Subsequently, the energy grew stronger and both swords trembled. Vlad opened his eyes wide and gritted his teeth, looking at his enemy. "I will show him all my sincerity one last time." Ra crossed his sword-holding hands and blocked Vlad's sword with a hook. He thought he could stop Vlad by blocking with both hands, but Vlad's arm strength was unexpected. In the end, Ra's sword was deflected. Vlad was pushed back but quickly stopped and charged again. Vlad quickly rushed forward. Swinging a sword, that was how the dark alley showed respect. Vlad's sword came down with immense force, and Ra had no choice but to block with both hands again. But Vlad's strength was so great that Ra's two legs buckled and he knelt on the ground. It instilled a fear greater than cruelty. The swords clashed incessantly, creating sparks, and Ra gritted his teeth and panted. But he had much more battle experience and age than Vlad. Ra seized an opportunity and knocked Vlad's sword away. He quickly brought his sword straight down on Vlad. But Vlad of course blocked that seemingly irresistible attack with his sword. Ra was truly surprised by Vlad's growth. "It's truly astonishing how the new star who once wielded a wooden sword has changed like this." Ra burst out laughing as if enjoying this battle. "Good, at least you have to be this strong to come back and take revenge on me." Vlad gritted his teeth and blocked the world that had trapped him in his childhood with his scarred sword. Ra was satisfied with the strength Vlad displayed. Truly remarkable progress. Ra also once had a dream. In his memories, brilliant palaces twinkled with orange lights before the young boy, what he wanted to hold in his hand. "I dreamed of holding those shining stars in my hands by any means necessary. And I needed the power to seize those dazzling stars, stronger, more drenched in blood. I did everything I could in this place where there was no boundary between good and evil. That's how I reached the pinnacle of the dark alleys. Yet those stars were still so far away, and even though they were stained with blood and greed and no longer shone, they were still my stars." And in that faint dark vision, a cold blue light cut through the night. Ra couldn't help but raise his severed arm to cover his eyes. The light was too dazzling. It was the light of a young swordsman. Ra opened his eyes wide and looked closely at that light, so different from the stars he had dreamed of. "What is that?" In the moment he was dazed. A blue flash cut through his body. Ra's intact hand gripped his sword tightly, and he was startled to see the blood splattering. To grasp the shining things, an aura burst from Vlad's clumsy sword, cutting off Ra's right arm. He was surprised to see the dazzling light from the sword and the young face, and thought that he himself should be worthy of that light. Ra's severed arm was still gripping the sword tightly, but it fell to the ground. Ra groaned in pain, blocking the bleeding wound with his iron hook and whimpering. "Ah," Vlad panted lightly, and his body reached its limit from continuously using aura, but Vlad still watched his enemy warily. Ra gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and continued to sweat, but suddenly burst into insane laughter. "Ha ha ha," he laughed loudly. "Ha ha, excellent. I wish Zir could have seen this." As the familiar name came from Ra's mouth, a flame of rage immediately ignited within Vlad. He lost his composure, raised his sword high, and charged. "Shut up!" Ra barely blocked each of Vlad's attacks with his iron hook. Vlad gritted his teeth in rage, and his eyes were bloodshot. "You don't deserve forgiveness. You contributed to Zir's death, and you ruined Marcella's rose-like smile. You are a damned bastard who committed every sin in this alley. You deserve to die." Ra coughed up blood but still laughed joyfully, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. "Ha ha ha, what a delightful day." Ra barely blocked each attack, but even if it was awkward and miserable, he laughed loudly as if celebrating a proud son. "We should pour all the liquor in the alley and toast, shouldn't we? Perhaps this was the last moment he could make a choice and exist in this world. He praised Vlad sarcastically, as if they were not trying to kill each other with swords but having a pleasant conversation. "You will climb much higher than I." Vlad was still too young to fully understand Ra's words, and he merely swung his sword in anger. "I told you to shut up." The sword and iron hook clashed, creating an impact that sent both of them flying back. Vlad gritted his teeth in anger. Ra still laughed joyfully, but despite his burning heart, his sword was cold and merciless. Vlad withdrew his sword and then thrust it forward with lightning speed at the same time. Ra also swung his iron hook, stabbing Vlad. The sound of weapons piercing flesh and blood gushing out marked the end of this battle. Red blood fell to the floor, forming a puddle. The cold energy that pierced through Ra emanated from his back, and blood rose onto the sword blade, finally ending this chaotic relationship. Despite his imminent death, Ra still didn't lose his smile. "Yes, it's better this way. Rather than being cut down by Leogier before, it's better to die by the hand of a young boy who seeks to reach the pinnacle of glory." Vlad also panted, his face pale from pushing himself beyond his limits. "Is there anything you want to say?" But Ra unexpectedly lowered his iron hook arm and gently stroked Vlad's head as if caressing him. Seeing Vlad struggle so far, he smiled genuinely. "Well done, rest before you go." Vlad watched the man warily, not understanding what he was saying. Ra uttered a few incomprehensible words and slowly retreated, and the sword slipped from his body. The pain of his insides shattering, as if his guts were spilling out, blood flowing like a fountain, but he barely managed to support himself to the railing. Ra instinctively covered his stomach, his entire body miserable. He bowed his head to Vlad and said, "That's enough." He raised his head and looked at the boy, half his face submerged in shadow. "I lived a miserable life, but I was quite passionate, wasn't I?" Vlad, reflected in his eyes, shone like the star he called him. "Oh star, I was miserably defeated by your brighter world in the end." The dimly flickering lantern made him reflect on his last life. Ra burst out laughing and blood gushed from his mouth. "I've done what I needed to do." He was satisfied and suddenly raised his iron hook arm high. Finally, Ra shouted loudly in the pub that could never be his own, "I lived joyfully, now I'm coming to meet you, Leogier." Vlad watched Ra slowly lean out over the railing with one hand, his lips still curled. Ra fell straight down from the fourth floor alone. A thud echoed in the empty pub. Vlad stood dazed, and another world crumbled just like Leogier's that day. He gasped for breath, his face cold. Sweet revenge, yes, it should happen naturally. It was quiet. Only the sound of dripping blood indicated the passage of time. But Vlad bowed his head, left alone in the familiar pub. What was this bitter taste? He turned around lightly. On the pub table, the glass of liquor that Ra had poured for the boy who had returned home remained untouched. Vlad slowly approached the pub table. Only now did Vlad understand what Ra had just said. He quietly sat down and looked at the glass of liquor poured for him. He picked up the glass with his blood-stained hands. Vlad tilted his head back, quietly drank the liquor, and sighed. "HMPH." Vlad lowered his head and recalled the man's words. When he had praised him, "You will climb much higher than I." Vlad lowered his eyes, placed his hand on the old pub table, and murmured, "Take it." Vlad turned and left, for a knight would not accept anything for free. 2 empty glasses and a blood-stained gold coin were left behind. This was a dark alley of sin, a place where people with tragic destinies met in a cesspool. Vlad calmly walked down the stairs. The entire pub was filled with corpses, and the smell of blood hung heavily in the air. Vlad walked past the puddles of blood and the corpses on the floor towards his future. But today he left behind the shackles that bound him. Vlad coldly glanced at the man's corpse, a world he once couldn't overcome. Ra was dead, but still wore a satisfied smile. A drop of water left this dark world. Vlad left resolutely, and his footsteps left a trail of blood, creating an unfillable void in the young boy's heart. Many people had gathered in front of one-armed Ra's stronghold. Godin mumbled worriedly, "Why is it so quiet? Did something happen?" Suddenly a man walked out from the collapsed door. In his hand was a sword with still wet blood, and each drop of blood that fell to the ground created an eerie path of blood. His cloak and shoes were not clean, stained with the blood of countless enemies. Godin sighed in relief. "Oh, he's here." But at this moment the young boy said not a word, and looked at everyone with eyes as sharp as blades. The pressure emanating from the boy weighed down on the shoulders of the entire Bawai family's night order, making everyone sweat. They were frozen stiff, not daring to even breathe loudly. The soldiers there were surprised by this sight. "He's covered in blood." It was just a fleeting thought. Did he really kill 50 people alone? They watched Vlad trudge through the debris step by step, and they were afraid again. This is hard to believe even after seeing it. I can't even dare to go near him. It was more than respect. Godin's mouth hung open, and he thought the same thing as the soldiers. But he thought, this is closer to awe. In their vision, Vlad looked like a giant, enveloping everyone in his overwhelming shadow. But in reality he was gasping for breath, and with bloodshot eyes and deep dark circles he stared straight ahead. Godin was speechless, holding his breath, waiting for the young bodyguard's next move. Then Vlad quietly turned around and left, head bowed. Godin's gaze followed him. Vlad, his name echoed along the bloody footprints. The young boy quietly turned around, and a man raised his hand holding an old staff and shouted, "Vlad, over here, it's me." Haven brother called that unfamiliar name again. Haven looked in the direction of the voice. Vlad, far away, was indeed Haven, and he tried to push through some soldiers to reach Vlad. He still tried to get Vlad's attention. Seeing Haven, Vlad's blue pupils constricted in surprise, and he couldn't hide his astonishment. He gasped, "Haven?" Seeing this situation, Haven thought, "So that's it. You knew him. Move aside." Haven stumbled towards Vlad, leaning on his staff. Footsteps continued to echo rhythmically. Thump thump thump. Vlad's eyes widened and he stared at the person opposite him in disbelief. Haven likewise asked in disbelief. Are you all right? In front of his eyes stood Vlad in blood-red armor with a lifeless face. A faint smile spread across the blonde boy's lips. Vlad said in relief, "It's Haven." Following his words, the sword clanged to the floor. "Ah, damn it," Vlad cried out and collapsed into Haven's arms. As if spewing out all his hardships and difficulties, a groan escaped his lips. "It hurts so much, my whole body aches." Haven looked at Vlad worriedly, furrowing his brow, and asked, "What happened? What happened?" Vlad calmly closed his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. He didn't hesitate to share his thoughts with Haven. "I feel like I've finally returned home." As soon as Vlad met Haven, all his fatigue and worries seemed to disappear. A peaceful feeling washed over him. Dawn broke beautifully over Soar with a clear blue sky, fresh air and a shining sun illuminating golden flowers. He leaned out the window and felt the wind ruffle his hair. He muttered to himself, "I'm still not used to it. Or is it because this scenery is so different from the back alleys?" Looking at the peaceful streets, he admired it. Just then, Goche pushed open the door, a basin of water and a towel in his hands. Seeing Vlad awake, he said, "Oh, Commander, you're awake? You should rest more, shouldn't you?" Vlad replied, "It was too hard all night, my whole body aches." Then he asked what it was. Goche smiled gently, lifted the wooden basin and said, "It's for washing your face." Vlad frowned suspiciously at him. "Why are you like this?" Seeing Vlad's suspicion, Goche paused for a moment. He stammered, "I'm always like this." In fact, he was nervously biting his nails internally. The commander's acquaintances in Soar are starting to appear. If this continues, I'll lose my place. I've followed the commander for so long, I can't go back to being a Bawai family guard. Vlad looked at Goche with an expression that seemed to know everything. Vlad thought to himself, he seems to be thinking that. "I know what you're thinking." Then he put his hand on his waist and reassured Goche, "Don't worry, as long as you do well, I won't abandon you." Hearing that, Goche was surprised and overjoyed. "Really, you promise?" Vlad frowned at that. A grim expression was clearly visible on his face. "If you don't believe me, try it." Goche shouted as if he had obtained gold coins. "No, I believe in the commander." But the young boy Vlad merely let out a tired sigh. "Ah," Goche suddenly said. "Sir Godin wants to see you, Vlad." Vlad nodded. "Really? That's good. I also have something to discuss with him." A table laden with numerous sweet desserts looked very beautiful and appetizing, but this made Vlad's face darken. He sighed. "If I eat all of this, I'll surely die." Godin, next to him, replied as if in more pain. "If I don't eat, I'll die." He barely managed to eat the cream cake. He pointed to the numerous documents on the next table and grumbled to Vlad, "Look at these documents. I have to look at them all at once and there's no end to them." The shadow of one-armed Ra had extended to the deepest parts of the dark alley. Vlad agreed and stood solemnly. He grew up here, so of course, he controlled everything. Godin finally finished the cake in his hand and said seriously, "It will take some time to find out the cause," he suddenly asked. "Ah, what will you do? I have to deal with the aftermath now, but you've already done your part." Vlad thought for a moment before admitting, "I don't know." Godin explained, "You'll be in the reserve team until Lord Joseph arrives. Occasionally help me out." Vlad was flustered. "How can I help you? I don't know anything about paperwork like this." Godin held up a piece of paper and cut him off. "Did you think I wouldn't know?" The young boy took the official document from him and read it aloud. "Commander of the Guard, Proxy Authority." Seeing that Vlad still didn't understand, Godin clasped his 10 fingers together and explained, "It means the authority to arrest. Basically, it allows a certain degree of violence to be used. Lord Joseph wants to completely clean up the back alleys with this opportunity, eliminate the remnants and replace them with appropriate people. That's his next step. You are the proxy for this task. After all, you know the back alleys best." Vlad finally accepted the order. "Understood." Godin reached for the next slice of cake and continued, "You don't have to do it right away. Rest for now and meet your old friends. Bring your girlfriend too." Vlad interrupted him helplessly. "I told you she's just my friend." Godin ignored him and chewed, saying, "I've applied for a visit to the monastery. I thought they would agree immediately. Unexpectedly, they asked me to wait a few more days. I'll let you know if there's any new information." Vlad said, "Thank you." He thought to himself, "He's much more thoughtful than I imagined, and I didn't even remember him." "Oh, one more thing," Vlad, thinking about his plans, asked Godin. "Sir Godin, are all of one-armed Ra's remaining subordinates in prison?" Godin replied, "Yes, we've arrested them all. Their hideouts were scattered everywhere." Vlad asked for permission. "May I go there?" At his words, he asked again as if unable to understand. "Jail? Why?" Fred's eyes grew cold as he replied, "I need to find one person. If I can't find him here." A dark prison, illuminated by a single ray of light seeping through a small window, was exactly what Vlad was looking for. "I'll search this entire dark alley until I find him." The guards guided Vlad, telling him that Jack's subordinates were locked in the innermost cells. Vlad replied, "Thanks," and then calmly walked into the dark, spacious prison filled with resentment. Behind the bars, the prisoners muttered in confusion at the sight of Vlad. "Is that him, Zur's nephew?" At this, Vlad, his face filled with murderous intent, walked towards the cells inside the prison. The subordinates murmured again, "Surely the Bawai family's representative couldn't be him, could it? If not, why is he here?" One man's eyes were filled with doubt and fear. "Don't tell me he's here to track down those involved in the attack on the Rosa Smile?" Vlad approached the cell door. His dignified gaze looking down at them was enough to intimidate them. They could not speak under this pressure, and a powerful chill ran down their spines. In an instant they were terrified and ran to the corner of the room. Vlad seemed indifferent as he looked around. Finally, he confirmed his target. The other prisoners flinched at Vlad's voice and cold sweat ran down their backs. Found you. It's really hard to see in the dark, especially in such a filthy state. At Vlad's words, all eyes turned to the man in the dark corner of the wall. He too seemed to realize he had been singled out and raised his head. Vlad smiled nonchalantly and said, "Just pay me 40 silver coins and I'll get you out of here." He recalled a guard who had saved his life years ago when a garbage truck passed by. Vlad called the man, who now looked somewhat emaciated, Ota. Vlad narrowed his eyes and grinned. "You know how much you owe me." Ota was horrified by Vlad's words. In this society, black people were often discarded like rags. For the first time, someone had offered him a hand, and Vlad extended his hand as if expecting his answer. This scene reminded Vlad of Zur's training ground, where a shining jewel always existed even amidst the piles of trash. That boy was here today. Vlad himself was now so bright and brilliant that he looked like a god who had descended to earth to save suffering people. The scene changed to a magnificent, luxurious, royal-style church. In the kitchen, the nuns looked out the window and holding hands shouted in unison, "There he is!" A carriage stopped below the wide lawn. The man who alighted from the carriage was very conspicuous. The cheers and exclamations of the girls echoed as they saw Vlad's face. "Oh my, he's so handsome. Blonde hair and blue eyes. He must be one of the Bati family's knights." The girl standing furthest out asked curiously, "I heard a knight was coming here today. Is that him?" Someone replied, "It could be. He looks really cool for such a young knight." The girls followed the party, marveling. "Look at the nun guiding him. He must be a truly important person. And everyone following behind him is also of high status. If he's not a knight, why are they all following him? He must have spent a fortune to display the Bati family's flag." The girls happily giggled and whispered, "It's definitely true. He must be a very important person. That's why the nun even prepared so much wine in the underground cellar." Behind them, a small girl was still busy washing dishes with her worn hands. Just then, an elderly nun burst in, slamming the door shut. The three nuns were startled by the sound. She scolded them in a stern voice. "Why are you still gathered there? Didn't you hear there's an important welcoming ceremony today?" The girls lowered their heads in embarrassment and replied softly, "Yes, sister, we're going now." She grumbled as she turned away. "Hurry up, prayer is about to begin." Once the elderly nun was out of sight, the girls shouted, annoyed as redhead. Then they crowded around the little girl and blamed her. "We got scolded because of your slow actions." The little girl hesitated and replied, "I'm sorry." The ill-tempered nun glared at Vlad, crossed her arms and commanded, "Did you hear Mother Superior tell us to hurry? We're going first. Just hurry up and wash the dishes." The red-haired girl didn't stop her hands and replied, "Yes, sister, let's go." The girls happily said to each other, "We'll sit in the front row." They left Jemima alone, still washing dishes. Outside the grand hall, an announcing voice echoed, "Today we have a special guest." Vlad stood before numerous nuns, looking dignified and very handsome. Beside him, a nun continued speaking. "He is a member of the Bati Count family, the Count's closest knight, and he is a man blessed and recognized by Bishop Andrea." The nuns below blushed and marveled. They whispered, "Recognized by Bishop Andrea and the pride of the Bati Count, he's like a knight from a fairy tale." The praise shone like it had wings, even brighter under the sunlight reflecting off Vlad's face. But he paid no mind, his eyes constantly scanning as if searching for someone. The girls below were caught in their delusions, whispering to each other, "Oh my, he's looking over here. I think I made eye contact with him." After looking around, he mumbled to himself, "She's not here. I asked them to call all the nuns." The nun finished her introduction and informed everyone in the prayer hall, "It is now time for prayer." Vlad heard those words, thought for a moment, then turned his head away unhappily and looked elsewhere. Then he knelt on one knee and prayed towards the cross in the beautiful sunlight. He was one who absorbed all the aura. This sight made the nuns below blush, as if they had fallen in love for the first time. Just then, tiny footsteps hurriedly approached. Vlad did not miss this sudden sound. Though surprised at first, Vlad seemed to know exactly whose footsteps they were. He smiled softly. Jemima, panting and bent at the waist, stood before the slowly opening door of the great hall. She wiped the sweat from her chin and mumbled to herself, "Thank God. The prayer hasn't ended yet." Jemima straightened up and carefully made her way to her seat. At this moment, Vlad had already stood up and turned to look at her. A thin, small body, wrinkled and dirty clothes were the first things he saw. Vlad was not pleased by this sight at all, his brow furrowed. The nun couldn't help but be startled by his click of the tongue. She hastily asked Vlad, "Is there a problem, my lord?" Vlad suppressed his anger and replied, "She's too thin. Did they starve her?" The nun was utterly surprised by those words. She, along with the two nuns standing beside her, suddenly trembled and asked again, "I'm sorry, what are you saying?" Before she could finish speaking, Vlad stepped down from the high platform and said in a stern voice, "Damn it, it's hard to hold back a little." He quickly approached the red-haired girl at the end of the hall. The nuns from before followed him nervously. Vlad, suppressing his anger, furrowed his brow. Jemima asked in bewilderment, "How is that, Vlad?" "No way." The image of the teenage boy from the dark alley came to her mind. The night before her was truly worlds apart. Jemima lowered her head and smiled bitterly, denying her thoughts. "No way." "Hey," she was startled by the call. Jemima looked up at the big boy and replied, "Yes." The two stood very close, face to face. Vlad's brow furrowed again. The person in front of him was truly too small and thin. Her hands were calloused and red, and the hem of her clothes was covered in mud. How did she end up like this? Vlad gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice, "Damn it, Then he crouched down, lifted his cloak and wiped Jemima's clothes, scolding her, "Why are you so dirty?" Everyone was speechless at Vlad's actions. They exclaimed in surprise, "How what? They know each other," Vlad continued to grumble. "So they didn't even feed you properly and made you wear such old clothes." Jemima's eyes widened in horror. She stared at the person in front of her for a long time, and a sense of familiarity surged within her at Vlad's warm actions. Jemima trembled all over. Her hand slowly reached for Vlad's head. She gently and warmly stroked each strand of his hair with her hand. Vlad continued to wipe Jemima's clothes and called out, "Hey, answer me." Then he softly raised his head to look at Jemima. At the same time, tears streamed down her eyes. Tears gushed from Jemima's face as if she had recognized her family. Vlad bit his lip lightly, his face filled with sorrow. He declared, "Take care of all the procedures. You're leaving with me today. Let's go home, Jemima." Vlad tightly held her still sobbing hand. "Let's go home." At these words, Jemima cried even harder. That girl once had a home, but now she didn't. But the words "let's go home" were something she had never heard before. Jemima recalled a past where in the cold night she shared a thin blanket with no home, no family, and not even food, living in hunger in a dark alley. A firm hand reached out from behind Jemima. Vlad embraced her, and she cried her heart out, but now they had found each other, and this was the home they had dreamed of. Inside the luxurious carriage, Jemima cautiously hugged her bundle of belongings to her chest and huddled in a corner, not moving. She stared blankly at the opposite seat, feeling helpless, as if waiting for Vlad to speak to her. He said, "Why are you making that face?" Jemima asked in bewilderment. "What face?" the boy asked. "Why do you keep staring at me?" She hesitated and replied. Just at this moment, Vlad sat opposite her, dazzling like the sun. The true protagonist's aura. At this beauty, Jemima, embarrassed, hid her face behind her belongings and kept her thoughts to herself. "You've changed too much." Vlad looked helplessly at his shy friend, feeling awkward himself. He turned his head and looked out the window, saying, "We've only been apart for 6 months and you're already shy?" Silence fell again in the carriage. Jemima secretly looked up at her childhood friend. She admired Vlad's indifferent face, thinking, "He's like a noble." Then she looked at herself again. Jemima kept her embarrassment to herself. Just then Vlad called out, "Hey," she hastily replied, "Ha," but her mouth was stuffed with a sweet candy. Vlad smiled playfully and said, "You were just spaced out. Eat this to clear your head." Jemima tasted the sweet flavor melting in her mouth and asked, "What is this?" Vlad replied nonchalantly, "It's a kazamio given by a knight I know." She asked curiously, "Why do you have something so strange? You didn't steal it, did you?" Vlad scratched the back of his head and had no intention of replying. "Think what you want." Jemima smiled bitterly. She probably recalled the terrible time she had spent at the monastery. Vlad suddenly turned around and saw her trembling all over. He hastily, in a flustered voice, asked, "Why are you crying?" But Jemima was even more flustered. She shouted loudly, "You came too late." She turned her face away, crying and trying to wipe away her tears, and Vlad didn't know what to do. He eventually sat down, rested his chin on his hand, looked out the window, and said helplessly, "Damn it, what nice weather." The carriage continued to move. It was a starry night, no matter where in the world they were born. Everyone deserves to hold a star in their heart and cherish it. But putting that star back in the night sky is another story. Inside a humble house, the furnace glowed hot. The coal was still faintly burning, so was the old blacksmith. He mumbled to himself, "I couldn't do anything but wear out uselessly. This is the end. No one has come for days." The old blacksmith, thinking, got up with difficulty. Then he went out the door and stared at the empty stand for a long time. It was as if he was remembering something. Then he mumbled to himself, "I hope that kid is doing well. He's commendable yet pitiful." The image of the boy with the dagger that night came to mind. The old blacksmith didn't wish for anything grand, just that the boy wouldn't freeze to death. A late visitor arrived. "Oh, you've closed up," the old blacksmith replied, seemingly unconcerned. "Yes, come back tomorrow," but the person firmly refused. "No, I'm busy tomorrow. It has to be today." The old blacksmith furrowed his brow and said, "What a dark alley people have to be busy with." But at the visitor's next words he could no longer pretend not to care. "I need this sword repaired. It's been a long time since its last repair." At this familiar voice the old blacksmith paused for a moment. Vlad extended his sword and said, "Other blacksmiths said they couldn't do it. Only you can." The old blacksmith was startled and speechless. The boy asked again, "Can you do it?" At this he shouted loudly, "Wait, of course I can, of course." He hastily opened the door wide and warmly welcomed Vlad. "Come in, sit down, let's talk." Vlad handed the sword to the old blacksmith. "Understood." The blacksmith carefully examined the scratched blade, then cheered. "Amazing, you really put this sword to good use," he asked with interest. "Where did this scar come from?" Vlad replied without hesitation. "It's from a goblin hunt last winter. I wasn't used to wielding a sword back then." The two continued their exchange. "And this one? That's from the honorable duel with Duke Tiger. And this? I had to act as bait to catch a worm monster recently. The sword scraped against the ground while I was luring it." The old blacksmith was astonished by the bizarre tales. He thought to himself, hunting monsters, honorable duels, and even a worm monster, a remnant of a corrupted dragon. Truly impressive. He looked back at Vlad and smiled. "Unlike me, wasting time in the dark alleys, you were diligently carrying out your duties." After a moment of thought he burst out laughing. "Haha, this is more exciting than making my greatest masterpiece. Wait here, I'll fix it right away." He started by lighting the hot flames. The blade glowed in the cramped blacksmith's shop where the flames burned, and the old man's long-dormant passion once again shone brightly. As the stars shone again, the blacksmith tirelessly hammered away to repair his masterpiece. The next morning, after a long night, Haven asked suspiciously, a bottle of alcohol in his hand. "The Rose's Smile debt document is in one-armed Ra's hands. Are you saying you have it?" Vlad chuckled. "Yes, it was a fair trade." Haven, dangling his feet off the edge of the dock, continued to ask, So are you going to run that place now? Vlad sat beside him and said, I'd like to, but I already gave it back to Marcella. She won't be able to start right away. But this place will be reorganized soon, Haven agreed. That makes sense. Anyway, it was a bloodbath after the fight. What are you going to do now, go back to Sor? Vlad replied calmly. I'll be here for a while, I'm on vacation. Hearing that, Haven smiled with relief. It's really good to see you again. A man following a noble's command. Vlad turned to Haven and said, they instructed me to research something while I'm on vacation. Haven was curious. Research what? Vlad replied with a serious expression. One-armed Jack's hidden assets. Or anything else I don't know yet. Anyway, Jack's remnants are still causing trouble everywhere. Haven offered to help. Vlad looked at the bottle in his older friend's hand and said, of course you should help me, brother. That alcohol isn't free, is it? Haven scoffed at his younger friend. Vlad changed the subject, and Marcella seems to be looking for other women to run the pub. Haven replied to Vlad's words, but they were all sold, but Vlad still hoped. Surely she can find them somewhere nearby. Haven stroked his chin, thinking, golden women, these two things must be connected somehow. Vlad frowned in dissatisfaction. Annoying. I've investigated a few names, but there's almost no trace. Haven wondered, who are you talking about? Vlad said. There's someone. Her name is Anna, and a few people who were with her. Haven agreed. You're right, it's really strange. There should be traces of them here. Then Haven remembered that one-armed Ra had done a lot when he ruled the dark alleys. But this is a completely different story. I'll investigate it too. The dark alleys information network recently collapsed, so I won't be able to help much. Suddenly, someone on the hill waved and called out to Vlad. Oda quickly came and reported, I checked, and there really is a suspicious place like you said, brother. Hearing that, Vlad also stood up urgently. Well done, let's go see it right away. I'm going. Haven waved him off. Okay, I'll report back if I find anything. Then he sighed and followed Vlad. I just got back and there's no time to rest. In front of a shop with a butcher's sign, Oda stood guard outside the door while Vlad was inside talking to the owner. In his hand was a small piece of paper covered in writing. The man asked, and these people? Vlad said nonchalantly. Let's just say I've met them. The owner was curious. Why are you looking for people in a butcher shop? We don't traffic humans here. Vlad stared at him. Oh really? The owner turned, grabbed a butcher's knife and said irritably, I'm busy enough as it is and I have to deal with annoying things first thing in the morning. If you found everything, get out. He ignored Vlad, who was still standing behind him and focused on his work. Vlad looked around and asked, but has this always been a butcher shop? I remember it wasn't here half a year ago. The owner fell silent, then replied coldly, ask Black Bear, I have his permission to sell meat here. Black Bear, one of the 5 bosses of the dark alley, the butcher. He seems to be trying to intimidate me by invoking the authority of his superior. Vlad scoffed, thinking, how pathetic. Then he said, all right, I'll ask him myself. But it's interesting, why didn't you react when you saw the names written on the paper? The owner flinched at the murderous question and piercing gaze. His body trembled slightly. Vlad analyzed the dark alley. If you show someone a piece of paper with writing on it here, they'll usually get angry first. After all, reading and writing isn't easy for the people here. You seem to be an outsider who doesn't understand the rules of this place, Vlad asked in a low, murderous voice. Aren't you trafficking humans here instead of selling pork? Silence fell, covering the entire old shop. Then the butcher turned, a butcher's knife in his hand. He swung the knife and the blade cut a sharp curve as it passed, but it couldn't match Vlad's speed. He easily dodged the opponent's attack. The owner gritted his teeth and asked, who are you? Where are you from? Vlad chuckled and retorted, that's my line. If you cooperate, you won't have to bleed. At Vlad's words, the man couldn't help but curse. Damn it, Vlad's smile deepened. He nodded. That's more like a dark alley person. Oda, he drew a dagger and commanded, close the door. We're closed for business today. Vlad, gripping the weapon in his hand, wiped the blood from his sword and pressed, since when did this kind of guy get in here? Oda sat next to him and explained. Recently, a lot of people like that have been coming and going. Even one-armed Jack couldn't manage all of them. Hearing that, Vlad replied, is it that chaotic? Oda glanced at him and reported, he's changed a lot since that day. Vlad sighed with a thoughtful expression. He recalled the human trafficker's statement from earlier. Only after Vlad pierced the butcher's palm with his sword did he open his mouth. I'm just a middleman. The human traffickers know the details, Vlad analyzed internally. How can they traffic humans so brazenly in the dark alleys? But I don't have a legitimate reason to start this investigation. Where is the root of the problem? After a moment of thought he said, all right, we're just going to look into that problem, definitely. Ota replied nonchalantly. Of course, but the other high-ranking knights will find out the details of that incident themselves. Suddenly, a young boy came running, shouting loudly, Brother Vlad, that's Net, he shouted loudly. I found out about what you asked, brother. A few kids said they saw him. Vlad smiled kindly and offered the young boy a grilled meat skewer. Well done, here, take this. It drooled at the sight of the meat, his eyes sparkled and he said, wow, a skewer. Vlad asked Net, which kids saw her? He replied, a brown-haired girl named Anna. My friend said she saw her getting into a strange carriage about a month ago. Vlad thought to himself, was she sold to another place? Net continued, munching with a mysterious expression, but something strange. Vlad was curious, what is it? Net said, enjoying the last piece of meat skewer. Her friend said all the women in that carriage were pregnant. Vlad was confused and broke out in a cold sweat. He stammered, "What, all of them?" Net replied in a firm tone. "Yes, she was sure all the women had rather big bellies," Oda said, looking puzzled. "That's really strange. Why buy pregnant women? They can't work." Vlad said nothing, resting his chin on his hand and thinking. Oda saw that and asked, "Is there a problem? Is something wrong?" Vlad was lost in his own thoughts. It's hard to believe that Anna herself is pregnant. Why would someone buy and sell pregnant women? Even in the dark alleys, such women would be useless. This can't be happening. An image of a witch suddenly flashed through Vlad's mind, then a scene of a girl with eyes full of despair reaching out to Vlad as if begging for help in pain, and then tears flowed from her eyes. The girl reached out her arms into the air as if she couldn't grasp anything. They wouldn't have lost their children and turned into monsters, would they? He remembered one warning. I must pay attention to the warnings that come from my own thoughts. A bad premonition can be the beginning of everything. Vlad gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, I hope what I'm thinking isn't true. He quickly composed himself and stood up again. But there's no harm in preparing for danger. At this time, two people were talking at a splendid table laden with delicious food. One person asked, "Have you found any strange movements?" The other replied, "Yes, Sir Blackbear." Sir Blackbear, enjoying the cake in his hand, asked helplessly, "Are you really going to keep working without rest?" Vlad retorted, "Your lordship told me to keep an eye on one-armed Jack." Sir Blackbear made an excuse. "I didn't expect you to investigate everything so quickly." His face turned pale. "How can I rest if you keep investigating more without stopping? I've only just finished the paperwork." Sir Blackbear asked again. "Is it so serious that you can't even rest here for a day or two?" Vlad replied with a gloomy expression. "It seems so." Sir Blackbear warned, "Think carefully. This is not a problem we can solve." Vlad fell silent at his words. Then he said, "If this matter is beyond your lordship's authority, I can report it to the mayor." Sir Blackbear quickly corrected, "No, that's not what I meant." He looked out the window and thought, "I just don't want to do this on my day off." Sir Blackbear turned his head and said, "Oh dear, everyone is forcing me to work from all directions." Below, a group of knights carrying Joseph's flag was marching. The person leading the knights was Jaeger. Sir Blackbear said in surprise, "He said he would arrive in 2 days." The knights all stopped in front of the mayor's office. Count John Joseph Bati alighted from the carriage with an ice-cold face, but his beauty was truly remarkable. The mayor of Sor greeted him enthusiastically. "Oh Lord John, it's a great honor to have you visit." But John Joseph paid no attention to the mayor for a single moment. He brushed past him and asked Sir Blackbear, who had one arm, "Is everyone doing well?" Sir Blackbear scratched his head and replied, "Of course. I hope your journey was smooth, Lord John." John Joseph asked again, "Nothing happened here, did it?" Sir Blackbear replied with a bright smile, "Of course not." John Joseph looked ahead with suspicious eyes. Vlad, as if trying to avoid his gaze, looked down and broke out in a cold sweat. John Joseph said calmly, "It looks like something happened." Then he walked inside majestically and said, "Come in, I want to hear about it." The mayor of Sor bowed and welcomed him. "This is the mayor's office, your lordship, please come in." Jaeger stepped forward and said with a serious expression, "I will check first, your lordship." The mayor was extremely confused by Jaeger's actions. He hastily protested, "Look, this is a bit offensive. Do you mean to say your lordship thinks I've hidden something dangerous inside to harm Lord John Joseph?" Jaeger turned his head and growled. A murderous aura enveloped his body. "I will check thoroughly." The mayor of Sor was terrified. He cried out in a trembling voice, "No, there's absolutely nothing suspicious. If you don't believe me, please check." John Joseph suddenly glanced at Vlad and observed him carefully. Then he smiled with satisfaction and said, "Kid, well done." Vlad, though surprised, quickly replied, "Ah yes, thank you, your lordship." John, out of curiosity, he asked again, "So what do you want to tell me now?" Vlad said, "I just don't want to complicate matters unnecessarily." John said, "It's all right, speak." Vlad said, "I need help for a few reasons. It would be better to discuss it directly with the mayor." John Joseph smiled with satisfaction and thought to himself, rigorous education and training have finally paid off. Now you can take responsibility for yourself. He reminded himself internally, ultimately, even if our family supports you, we cannot protect you forever. You must resolve everything yourself. John Joseph said, "You made the right decision." Jaeger, having completed his inspection, reported, "Lord John Joseph, everything is in order?" John Joseph said, Then he walked inside and complimented, "Mayor, you have a truly splendid office." He walked over to the window and looked out, saying, "The view from here is excellent." The mayor of Sor was delighted. "Yes, your lordship can see all of Sor from here." John Joseph suddenly lowered his voice, but he reached out and touched the armrest of a chair. "This chair needs to be replaced. It's too big and unsuitable." The mayor of Sor widened his eyes and double-checked. "Yes, your lordship, is there a problem with that chair?" He suddenly panicked and cried out, "Lord John Joseph, no, your lordship," John Joseph said calmly. He gently sat down and clasped his hands together. He said coldly, "Now Vlad, speak everything without hesitation." Vlad, the mayor of Sor, and Sir Blackbear all froze for 10 seconds. John Joseph continued to speak to the new mayor of Sor. Someone was hastily walking through the muddy streets. It was Vlad. He lamented, "This smell is driving me crazy. It's too hard to even move around here." Oda, standing next to him, agreed with a hum. Vlad thought this was the poorest and most chaotic part of the dark alley. A place where the smell of blood and all sorts of strange odors mingled. Vlad suddenly stopped and looked back. A strange group from the dark alley was staring at him. Vlad knew that the gaze of the residents here, where death was always close due to hunger, was always hostile towards outsiders. There was definitely a reason why one-armed Ra had not been able to conquer this place. He exhaled as if he had expected it. Vlad concluded that this was the part of the dark alley the butcher had mentioned. Ahead, someone was persistently knocking on a door. It was Vlad. He just knocked on the door in silence. From behind a small window on the door a man poked his head out and asked in a dry voice, "Who is it?" Someone replied, "You probably already heard at the entrance to the dark alley. Everyone is on edge." The man heard this, slammed the small window shut and shouted, "Wait a moment." Vlad inwardly judged that they were playing mind games. He thought he shouldn't be ignored like this. His old self might have been used to such treatment, but fragments of memories flashed through Vlad's mind. He bowed his head and thought, "Currently I bear the honor of many people." Vlad looked up at the sky with pensive eyes. Today's sky was very beautiful blue with floating clouds. Vlad squeezed his eyes shut. "I can't overlook this." The sky gradually changed from blue to a vibrant orange, a sign that the long day was coming to an end. Vlad's feet sank slightly into the soft muddy ground. He stood firmly behind Oda. The door slowly opened and a man walked out boldly, inviting them in. "Come in." Vlad did not follow but squeezed his eyes shut, raised his head and took a deep breath. The man asked in surprise, "What are you doing? Aren't you coming in?" Oda stood sweating profusely, saying nothing. The man lost patience. He turned and went inside, clicking his tongue. "TCH honestly, if you're not coming in then get out," Vlad said. "If you close the door now," he bowed his head and continued in a mysterious tone, "I cannot be held responsible for what happens today." The man was startled and asked suspiciously, "What did you say?" Vlad turned and snatched the wooden staff from Oda's hand, challenging them. "You started it, didn't you?" Vlad firmly planted the wooden staff into the ground. On it was a flag bearing two dignified symbols. He introduced himself. "I am Vlad of Sor. Guaranteed by these honorable names I will exercise the rights bestowed upon me." Vlad glared at the man and growled, "Tell Black Bear to come out here himself to meet the legitimate representative of the Bawai family." He asked sarcastically, "You've heard the rumors, haven't you?" Hearing this, the man's face turned ashen, and his eyes glinted. Vlad said, "You know what happens if I plant this flag and walk in?" His shadow stretched long over the corpses lying behind him. Vlad threatened, "Don't take my words lightly. This is my last piece of advice to you." At that moment the murderous intent in Vlad's eyes proved that what he said was no joke. Just then the mayor of Sor stepped out of the city hall with heavy steps. He looked back at his old workplace with tearful eyes. Count John Joseph Bawai looked down from above. "Please understand I was not intentional earlier, and I feel a bit sorry," Jaeger continued. "He is merely facing the consequences of his actions. As the widespread corruption of numerous powerful figures who rotted the city has been exposed, he will not be able to escape punishment in Sturma," John Joseph replied. "That's right, I'm only sorry that the timing of his punishment was brought forward because of me." He changed the subject. "By the way, what did Black Bear say?" Vlad reported. "He said he would cooperate to the best of his ability," he commented. "Things seem to be going quite smoothly. I thought he would be more stubborn. Perhaps the fact that both he and I are from the dark alley helped." John Joseph was slightly surprised. He muttered suspiciously, "That's ridiculous, no matter what. He's a boss who rules a district." He questioned. "He should have encountered problems as he's not used to this kind of work, yet he completed the mission admirably. The plan to train him into a perfect knight was very successful, not merely an ordinary swordsman." After a moment's thought he turned around and praised, "Good, well done." John Joseph gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. He looked down commandingly at his subordinates from above. John Joseph surveyed each of the 5 knights, 1 mage, 10 administrators and 30 elite soldiers. John Joseph fixed his gaze on 1 bodyguard. He thought, "These are the subordinates who will share my fate." John Joseph recalled the family's throne. If he became the next head of the family, they too would enjoy privileges. If he were eliminated from the succession race, they would all fall together. Sor is the last stepping stone for everyone. After a moment's thought he said, "From now on I will set about governing Sor smoothly. I will do my best, but I will not have time to pay attention to anything else." John Joseph thought to himself, "I cannot yet confront the darkness that covers the streets of Sor, but I cannot be unprepared for everything." He smiled, encouraging himself. "If we have only just taken our first steps until now, we must truly move forward. This moment will be my last chance," John Joseph commanded. "Therefore I will entrust this task to Sir Jaeger. Select an investigation team immediately." Jaeger deplaced his hand on his chest, bowed his head slightly and said courteously, "Thank you for entrusting me with this important task." John Joseph inwardly analyzed. He is a knight who maintains neutrality within the family. He will not be blinded by the brothers' struggles. He glanced down. "He is not entirely my subordinate, but he is capable enough to take charge of this matter." He said with interest, "Due to the nature of the mission, there will be many occasions where we will need to track people." He turned his gaze to Kat and stated his wish. "I want to work with Kat, who has excellent tracking abilities." Jaeger exclaimed, "Ah," towards Vlad. He reached out his hand and said cheerfully, "I hope we can cooperate well. Oh, promising star." The setting shifted to Mosiam, Lord Ottman's territory. At this time rain poured down, wind howled, thunder rumbled, and the sky was covered in dark clouds. Lord Ottman stood by his young son's bedside with a woman. The boy lay in bed, not moving, sweating profusely and breathing weakly. Lord Ottman was deep in sorrow and asked the woman standing behind him, "Will this truly save my child?" The green-haired woman smiled faintly and replied confidently, "Of course, your lordship." Lord Ottman was heartbroken, seeing his young son suffering and moaning weakly. His arms trembled violently. Lord Ottman said with a trembling voice, "Then I will entrust everything to you." Tears streamed from his eyes like rain. "I will pay any price if only my son can be saved." The green-haired woman, as if flying, comforted him. "Don't be too sad, your lordship." Her eyes glowed with an eerie purple light, emitting an ominous aura. For the gods cannot see through everything. The green-haired woman was casting a spell. She stood in the center of a magic circle surrounded by strange purple energy. The green-haired woman thought triumphantly. No one will know that someone like me exists. The rain was still pouring heavily, and below a few people stood in the rain looking at the scenery. Jaeger D looked at the continuous rain and said to Vlad, "The weather is really bad." Vlad looked at him and replied, "Yes, it's a shame. We almost arrived on time." Jaeger D said again, "Life is like that, it doesn't always go according to plan." Then he took out a small flask from his pocket. Vlad watched his every move in silence. With the flask in hand he smiled at Vlad and offered a sip. "It's quite cold, a drink wouldn't be bad, would it? Care for a sip?" Vlad didn't answer Jaeger's question but turned and left saying, "I'll go pick up some branches." Jaeger looked at Vlad helplessly. "Everyone's wet so it won't be easy to start a fire," Vlad replied without hesitation. "Still, I have to try." Jaeger D watched Vlad's retreating back and took a sip of alcohol saying, "You're just like that man. Truly Jaeger's Squire Knight." The weather was gloomy and the sound of rain continued in the cold forest. Young Vlad, wearing a black cloak, picked up branches one by one in the forest. He held a wet piece of wood in his hand and said, "All of this is useless. I'll freeze to death like this." The handsome young soldier standing behind him holding a pile of branches he had gathered said, "These branches will be useful. They're hollow inside." Vlad turned to face him. Then Vlad said, "Ah, Sir Cat, thank you." Then he reached out his hand. "I'll carry it from now on." He took the pile of wood from Cat, but Cat stared at him without a word, making Vlad a bit puzzled. Cat raised a hand to rub his chin as if deep in thought. After a moment's consideration he spoke. "I didn't find an opportunity to say it on the way." Vlad looked at him with slight curiosity. Cat bowed his head and placed his hand on his chest, showing respect to Vlad. "Thank you for last time." Vlad was a bit flustered to hear that. He hastily explained, "I merely did my job well. Please don't concern yourself with it." "Then how is Han doing now?" Vlad asked Cat worriedly. Cat heard this, rubbed his head and replied, "Everyone is fine thanks to you. At that time I thought I would have to cut off an arm." Suddenly, Jaeger D said from afar, "Seeing you two, I think I chose the right people." He laughed, holding the flask in his hand. "Many people refused this job because they were knights." Cat and Vlad, as if understanding each other, both recalled a small dark figure. Jaeger D continued, "From now on I will proceed with this identity. No longer a knight but a mercenary. From here it's Lord Ottman's territory." Fortunately, Black Bear cooperated. "We have clues about them, but no evidence." Jaeger D's face suddenly grew more serious. He continued, "We are in the north now, but this is outside the Bawai family's territory. The Bawai family can only help us here. Our mission is to investigate the village without being discovered." Vlad and Cat listened very intently. Jaeger D asked, "Do you understand?" Both replied simultaneously, "Yes, sir." Jaeger and Cat walked ahead first. "Then let's go back and rest and prepare for tomorrow." Vlad stood alone. He turned his head towards the village and observed something. He stared in one direction, thinking to himself, "That sorrowful cry from that winter day. I hope I never hear it again." Vlad, wearing his black cloak on a rainy day, looked truly mysterious. When the rain stopped, the three of them resumed their journey on 3 horses. Jaeger D had a worried expression. "TCH, I have a feeling we might be ambushed." Goes looked very gloomy and exhausted. He felt a chill down his spine and said, "I suddenly have a bad feeling. There's no one around." Vlad sensed something behind him. He kept looking back, feeling very uneasy. Nevertheless, he reassured everyone, "It's probably just early morning." Cat suddenly spotted something. He pointed in one direction and reported to Jaeger, "I see an inn up ahead." In the thick fog, a dark and indistinct house appeared before their eyes. Goes exclaimed, "Oh, that's good news, let's go." A man lived in the house. Seeing the carriages approaching, he was startled. "My goodness, guests at this hour." Jaeger D stepped forward formally and greeted him. "It rained so heavily yesterday that we couldn't reach the village on time. Could you give each of us a bowl of soup?" The innkeeper asked, "Are you mercenaries? This place is too chaotic these days to let just anyone in." In a corner of the table, a small pretty girl was secretly observing the strangers. Her cute face and large round eyes were filled with curiosity about the people in front of her. The adults were still talking animatedly. Jaeger D explained to the innkeeper, "We just want to stay for a few days due to the weather." "Are you really going to kick us out? We're going to eat here." Vlad spotted the girl and smiled gently, waving his hand. He thought to himself, "That child looks so much like young Jemima." Seeing the handsome man greet her, the girl's face turned red with embarrassment. Suddenly a voice calling Vlad startled him. While everyone was still talking, he turned and left. The little girl also turned her eyes to follow him. He went to a secluded spot and whispered, "What's wrong? You're not acting like yourself." The man's voice echoed in Vlad's head. "This seems to be the right place." Vlad's eyes widened in surprise. The man continued, "I will lend you my spirit world. Look at that girl." Then he closed one eye and turned his gaze towards the girl. Light emanated from that eye and went straight to the girl's body. A flickering image and purple smoke rose from the cross necklace around the girl's neck. He was greatly surprised by that image. The purple smoke mixed with black clung to the girl. The man said it was a curse. Vlad thought to himself, "Children are usually very pure, yet they are always the first to be sacrificed. I'm used to seeing such things." He recalled his own childhood. Adults took everything from children, and past memories flooded back. He witnessed his friends being brutally beaten by adults when he could do nothing. Only death awaited children with empty hands. They would freeze to death or die from exhaustion or hunger in the process of searching for parents who had abandoned them. In that hellish place he grew up and vowed to be different from them. He would never live that way. He remembered forcefully hitting violent men with a club amidst the horrified eyes of his friends and the extreme fear of the adults. "Those were the words I had sworn. A child with firm eyes and a sharp face who grew up knowing that a vow must be kept, and a knight is one who keeps promises. Here and now, though that firm gaze and sharp face had changed slightly after enduring countless hardships during his growth, the unwavering essence of his old self remained. He stood before a massive temple believing that children were beings to be protected. The voice within him resonated. This must be the place. The energy from the necklace stopped here, Vlad said. Let's go in, the other replied. All right. In the dark temple there was only a single ray of light entering from the main gate. His shadow entered, and standing in the center of the temple he whispered, "Is there anything suspicious?" The other replied, "Not yet." Vlad agreed. It looks too ordinary, but continued to look around suspiciously. Then Vlad thought to himself, what is this? I have a strange feeling. The one within Vlad alerted him. Someone's coming, and a phantom black shadow was approaching him. Vlad was quite surprised, but thought, I shouldn't look like someone here to investigate. I need to act as naturally as possible. He sat down, interlacing his fingers and crouching. As if praying, the stranger asked, "Are you new here?" Vlad glanced up and replied, "I arrived this morning." The benevolent-faced priest raised a hand in greeting. "Ah, I heard, you're a mercenary." Vlad bowed his head and said, "My apologies." As he spoke, Vlad was startled to see a red book with peculiar markings etched on it. Vlad was dazed. "Ah, that's why I felt something was off. I haven't seen a proper cross since entering this village." The priest, still with a benevolent face, said, "No need to apologize. It's quite all right. God's embrace is always open to everyone, as it always is." The voice in Vlad's body said, "I don't sense anything unusual about him. At least not right now." Hearing that, he observed intently. The priest continued, "I apologize for interrupting your prayer." Vlad replied, "It's quite all right. I feel even more at ease being allowed to pray here." Then he placed a hand on his chest in reverence and said, "I will leave immediately after finishing my prayer." The priest cheerfully said, "This is a place where everyone seeks peace. You may do as you wish." Vlad's face darkened, and he seriously reflected on what he had experienced. "The girl with the necklace led me here. Something unsettling is definitely happening in this village." Then he looked directly at the still smiling priest's face and thought, he's always smiling, but I can't let my guard down. I need to judge calmly. He lowered his voice and said, "Thank you, Father." Then he left, saying as he departed, "I should go and pray too, please, for this region that no disease spreads." Vlad, hearing what the priest had just said. "Disease?" The priest raised a hand to push up his glasses, still smiling but now appearing slightly dangerous and mysterious. He continued, "Lord, protect our children, the children of God." Vlad asked the villagers, and one resident was quite surprised. He asked, "Disease? Where did you hear such a rumor?" Vlad also replied honestly, "The priest told me while I was praying at the temple." The villager thought for a moment after hearing that, then said, If the priest said so." Vlad, worried that the other person might misunderstand him, hastily explained, "According to our plan, we need to stay in this village for a few more days. And hearing that there's a disease here makes me worried." The person opposite him wiped sweat with a handkerchief and reassured him. No need to worry, it's just a disease that harms only children." Vlad asked again suspiciously, "Only children? How could that be?" He crossed his arms and replied, "How should I know? I heard it's a disease spreading across most of Baron Ottman's territory. Perhaps God is angry. Hard to believe, but that's the situation." Having gathered enough information, he turned and left, looking back and saying, "Understood, thank you." As he walked, he couldn't stop thinking. The women who disappeared in Sor and the children dying of disease here. There must be a connection. It won't be an ordinary disease, but I still have no clues. He asked the voice within him, "Should I go back to Sor and bring some holy relics?" The other replied, "The holy relics they might lend you would be useless. I believe it's a curse cast by some dark mages. Only highly trained high priests would be able to detect this." Vlad asked again, "How do you know that important fact?" The voice replied, "I don't know, it's just a guess." He was truly confused, his face serious. "I'm sure I have a good grasp, but I still have no clues what the church lent." Suddenly, children's voices could be heard loudly in the distance. He saw 3 small children talking to a person in a green cloak that covered their entire body. One of the girls said, "The priest also gave one to my friend." The person held a strange cross in their hand. The person stared at the cross, thinking for a long time. Then the person also returned the cross to the girl. The person turned and left. The children cheerfully waved goodbye. Vlad, observing from a distance, said, "That person is suspicious. With luck I might find a clue here." The other warned, "Act carefully. That person is emitting a rather strange aura. They won't be an easy opponent." Vlad reassured him. "It's all right," he said with a proud expression. "I was once a thief, but my longest-held occupation was a pickpocket." Hearing that, the voice said helplessly, "I don't think that's something to be proud of." At the small house, the sky was almost setting. Vlad stood behind a tree observing. He had followed the stranger for a long time and was quite confused. "What is this feeling that I'm being lured out of the village?" The other teased. Vlad, "Hey, Mr. Pickpocket Expert, it seems he's noticed you." Vlad frowned. "Really?" he whispered to the voice within him. "No need to follow him anymore? I've memorized his appearance. I should go back and report to Sir Jaeger." The other replied, as if knowing something. The stranger stopped and didn't move, but Vlad had no idea. The other continued, "It seems he's not going to let you go." Vlad was extremely confused upon hearing that. The stranger was doing something. The other suddenly cried out, "Hey, he's coming!" As soon as he turned, the stranger was already charging at him, a sharp sword in hand. He reacted in time, quickly drawing his own sword. The 2 swords clashed, and Vlad, still off balance, nearly fell. He still didn't understand what had happened, asking himself, "What is this?" The other always helped him. "Don't stop. Evade and move. Watch your left." At that, he turned and jumped once, successfully evading the deadly attack. He slid quite a distance away, and the 2 stood facing each other, the atmosphere extremely tense. He had nearly died. He looked at the person opposite him. With just those few sword moves I could tell that guy. His eyes narrowed. The person opposite him was a knight, radiating great dignity. The person glanced at him, sword in hand, their sharp eyes silent. Vlad stood up, preparing for battle. He looked at the person and speculated, whether he's a disgraced knight or an active one, I can't accurately assess his abilities. In that case, he closed his right eye. His left eye glowed with blue light and the person remained silent and motionless. Then suddenly the person charged with the speed of wind. The secret of a fatal blow can drive an opponent to death. Vlad's eyes glowed with blue light and blue light emanated from his entire body. Just as the person charged, the sword was unexpectedly a few centimeters away from him. Vlad quickly leaned to the left, successfully evading yet another deadly attack. Then he said to himself again, I have only one chance, only one moment. He gripped his sword and blue light enveloped it. He aimed his sword directly at the knight. The sword struck and tore the person's cloak hood, a beautiful blue blade flying straight towards their head. The person opposite also reacted with extreme speed, their yellow eyes gleaming, and a yellow light reflected on their sword. Vlad was dazed. Aura, the voice within Vlad cried out. Vlad, stop! At that moment, the blue sword and the yellow sword clashed. He thought too late. The person opposite also widened their eyes in surprise. The two forces collided, creating light that enveloped both of them. An explosion erupted. Both were thrown far back. Vlad held onto his sword firmly and braced himself. He was annoyed. Sweat dripped profusely. The stranger was approaching him, and dazzling yellow light emanated from their back. The person had long hair and gleaming yellow eyes. The voice within Vlad said, We've fought someone like this before. Hearing that, he was extremely surprised, as if remembering something. The appearance of the person opposite became increasingly clear. A girl with long white hair, gleaming yellow eyes, and a noble face appeared. It was a holy knight. Stammered in a small voice, A holy knight? So I need to clear up this misunderstanding, the other replied. I think it's too late for talk now. The faster the sword, the fewer the words. That person has likely already made their decision. Hearing that, he also stood up, looked at the person opposite with sharp eyes, and firmly gripped his sword. The voice within Vlad continued, Only after defeating her will you be able to talk. The girl also drew her sword, looked at him with no emotion on her face, and swung her sword, preparing for battle. The other cried out, Answer me! A tense battle began, and the two seemed equally matched in strength. They charged at each other. As soon as it began, Vlad sighed to himself. It's heavy. The nature of this attack is completely different from Sir Pablo's. Why is she suddenly emitting such immense aura? The other explained. That is called a blessing. The girl leapt upwards, and dazzling light and a strange cross emanated from behind her. The other continued. She doesn't need to create her own world, for the word of God is higher than this world. The girl's face was devoid of emotion, and with a sharp gaze she delivered a decisive blow. She swung once, and her sword with dazzling light forcefully struck Vlad's sword. He struggled to resist the fierce attack, thinking to himself, It's really unfair. She gained such immense power just by following God's will. But his eyes sharpened, and he thought of something serious. But the sound of swords clashing continued to echo in the quiet place, and he successfully blocked the fierce attack. Then he defended and observed, This blessing is very heavy, but even a holy knight must have a weakness. At that moment the girl was preparing another attack. Another sword came straight down on him, and Vlad found the girl's weakness. He thought found it. Then he aimed his sword directly at that weakness. The indifferent and powerful sword surprised her, giving her no time to react. He resolutely aimed his sword at her, thinking with delight, Got her. The sword came right up to the girl's face, but unexpectedly she dodged his attack with lightning speed. He was horrified by the opponent's quick reaction, unable to believe his eyes. The other reminded him, Focus, quickly regain your balance. One foot stomped hard on the ground. Vlad was thrown back by the girl, and a momentary loss of concentration unexpectedly flustered him. Thud, he fell hard to the ground. Vlad was in pain, his eyes wide open. The woman was so strong that she slammed Vlad's head into the ground, creating a large hole. He barely managed to roll over onto his stomach, but at that very moment a sharp sword was already resting right next to his neck. The girl behind him appeared in the evening sunlight like a knight, a valiant and powerful hero. Vlad was still dazed. What just happened? How could that be? The voice within Vlad said. Armor technique is the armor on the girl's body. It is a special armor technique of holy knights that manipulates the sword's tip. He turned his body to look at the person opposite and thought, a combination of blessing and armor technique, that's really cheating. Plus she didn't even break a sweat. She intentionally showed me a weakness to lure me into attacking. The noble, sharp and mysterious face expressed no emotion. Vlad realized one thing and sighed. I've been outsmarted. The girl asked with fierce eyes and a sharp voice, Who are you? Vlad raised both hands signaling surrender and hastily explained, I am from Sor. I have matters to investigate here. The girl asked suspiciously. From Sor? Then the scene shifted back to the inn where thick fog and a beautiful orange evening sky unfolded. At this moment the girl finally placed a hand on her chest, bowed her head and introduced herself. I am Jisha of San Luino, from the Northern Grand Diocese. Meeting the Knights of Sor here must surely be God's will. Jaeger D also bowed his head in greeting and replied, I think so too. Jisha sat down and pointed to the adjacent table, and he replied, All right. Jisha began to speak. I am investigating the strange occurrences happening here. At first I thought it was a disease, but it seems to be a curse. Her face suddenly became chillingly serious. She continued, I have discovered traces of an ancient holy relic. Jaeger D was quite dazed upon hearing that. A curse? Isn't there a church here? Evil things shouldn't dare to run rampant, should they? She seriously put forward her opinion. I believe the source of this curse is the church itself, and Kat from behind was so startled that cold sweat ran down his back. The voice exclaimed, "She's truly sharp," Jaeger D stammered. "The situation seems more serious than I thought. Even a holy knight who follows God believes the church is the culprit. But this isn't Bawai family territory." He helplessly clenched his fist. "This is beyond my capabilities." Jisha quietly observed his every gesture, then interrupted his train of thought and began to speak. "Please convey my gratitude to the new mayor of Sor." He looked at her, unable to understand. Jisha continued, "He is truly far-sighted and has grasped clues that we had failed to find." Jaeger tried to understand her intention. "Is this a request for us to back off from this issue, or is she merely expressing interest? Issues related to black magic are for the church to resolve. There's no reason for me to delve deeper." He thought, then replied, "Understood." Vlad, standing behind Jaeger D, remained silent. The RH line red lions had already been drawn. He once again furrowed his brow, deep in thought under the weight of power and responsibility. Night fell and the inn in the fog lit up. Vlad sat by the window, chin in hand, gazing at the outside scenery. A few thoughts still lingered in his mind. "I don't think I'll be able to find Anna." A little girl approached him and whispered, "Brother, are you leaving?" Still looking out the window. Vlad replied with a melancholic expression, "Yes, I probably have to leave soon." The little girl asked sadly, "Why are you in such a hurry?" He said dismissively. "Because my work is done." The little girl said, "Nothing in this world ever truly ends." He was startled and looked at this wise old soul-like girl. Seeing her round, sparkling face, he knew she had hit the nail on the head. He crossed his arms and asked, "Don't you have any friends? Why are you always here?" The girl replied innocently, "Dad told me not to go outside." He looked out the window again and the innkeeper's reflection appeared in the glass. He thought it was only natural. The surroundings were anything but normal. The girl looked up at him, her sparkling eyes pleading, "Brother, can't you stay a little longer?" The church said they would be giving out gifts soon. He asked again, "Gifts?" The innkeeper, who was wiping glasses behind them, chuckled and explained, "They're going to gather the children and celebrate. It's truly a blessing in these difficult times." He turned his head and asked, "When will it be held?" The innkeeper replied, "I hear it's in about 3 or 4 days. The pastor himself will come to call the children." The little girl was still earnest. "Brother, can't you stay until then?" Vlad picked up his glass and thought silently. Rostia had already sent pigeons requesting reinforcements. The holy knights would arrive in 3 or 4 days, but he wasn't sure if they would make it in time. He replied to the girl, "Perhaps I can." The little girl smiled brightly, delighted, and asked again, "Really?" Then she fumbled in her pocket and said, "Here, take this, brother." He asked curiously, "What is it?" "It's a flower ring." Then she looked at him, smiling like a spring flower. A small ring lay open in her hand. He took the ring from the girl and sighed, "There are no flowers, so how can you call it a flower ring?" The ring in his hand was clearly made from the grapevines climbing the inn wall. In a village where even finding a small flower was difficult. The innkeeper called out Marian's name. "Come up, it's time for bed." The little girl looked at her father regretfully, but before she could finish speaking, her father urged her, "Hurry up and come up." She replied sullenly, "Yes." The girl looked at Vlad and asked again, "You'll still be here tomorrow, right, brother?" Vlad looked at her and joked, "Probably." The girl still smiled happily looking at him. Then she raised her hand to wave at him and said loudly, "Brother, you have to be here, promise." Vlad also raised his hand to wave back. Marian happily and quickly went upstairs, but suddenly her steps became slower and slower. Then Marian's whole body began to tremble for no apparent reason. Gregory, still unaware, was looking out the window. Then the girl's legs stumbled. She lost her balance and fell backward. The girl fell to the ground with a thud and lost consciousness. The innkeeper saw this and rushed to his daughter. "Marian?" Vlad heard the sound, turned his head and was startled by the sight. The innkeeper held his daughter in his arms, calling her name incessantly. "Marian, no, Marian." The girl was already limp, her face pale without a trace of blood, her eyes blank and her whole body trembling. Vlad quickly ran to the girl and a curse burst from his lips. "Damn it," the man's voice within him echoed. "I lent you my world, simply observing won't solve it, but at least you'll understand the situation." Then his eyes glowed again and the pitiful little girl appeared, writhing in pain, enveloped in black smoke. The voice echoed again. "Curse has manifested." Someone rushed down hastily. He asked flustered, "What's wrong?" The innkeeper shook his daughter, calling her name in confusion. "Marian, no, Marian." The girl's face was already pale and her hands and feet were trembling. "No, Marian, wake up." Jaeger D seemed to realize something upon seeing this, and Rostia next to him also had a serious expression. "Rostia, this child's face is bloodless, her eyes are vacant. Tears are streaming endlessly and her vitality is being absorbed." The one inside Vlad immediately analyzed the symptoms upon seeing this. "This child's breath is fading. It must be a curse that drains life force." Vlad stared at the girl with a slightly troubled expression, thinking to himself, "Damn it, that white smoke is flowing towards the church. How am I supposed to explain what I'm seeing to them?" Suddenly, Rostia said with a serious expression, "It seems they've discovered my presence." Hearing that, Vlad's face was filled with surprise. She blamed herself internally, recalling the memory of her clash with Vani. "I was too careless. I thought I had suppressed it enough, but they could still sense that much divine power." She bit her lip and turned away. Gregory and Vlad watched her intently. Before leaving completely, Rostia did not forget to give instructions. Her eyes were very resolute. "If I don't return, explain the situation to my comrades who will arrive later." Gregory merely closed his eyes, resigned. At this, Vlad's eyes widened, his expression uncomprehending. Why are you just watching?" The young man's eyes were already filled with hatred. "I'm so angry. just because of the shackles of responsibility and authority. In the tense atmosphere, screams suddenly erupted from outside the door and both looked outside. In other houses, similar incidents to Marian's occurred. A husband frantically said to his crying wife, "Honey, our child is acting strangely." It was the same in other houses. A boy suddenly foamed at the mouth and his father urgently shouted at him, "Breathe, breathe." But the child eventually lost consciousness, and the family was terrified. "No, wake up, son." Similar situations continued to unfold in other houses. Screams echoed throughout the village. "No," Vlad gritted his teeth filled with anger. Then he reviewed what he had done and collected his thoughts. "I escaped the back alleys, not just to survive. I didn't wield a sword because I yearned for knights." He thought of the babies losing their life force and the dirty children in his memories, and he resolved inwardly, "If I merely stand by and watch, it's no different from choosing to remain in the filthy back alleys." Vlad stepped forward, his hand on the hilt of his sword, his face contorted with determination. He encouraged himself inwardly, "I must move forward." But suddenly Gregory grabbed his hand. He looked at Vlad with a serious expression and Vlad looked at him puzzled. Then Gregory said, "I understand how you feel, but listen. You are a promising talent." He glanced at him and continued, "A knight's sword must be as heavy as it is sharp." At his next words, Vlad's eyes widened in surprise. "You will surely become a knight, so you must remember this," his sincere voice advised him. "Our sword demands fairness and responsibility." Vlad frowned irritably and retorted, "What good are fairness and responsibility if we can't protect what needs to be protected?" Gregory, like a mentor, replied calmly, "Yes, you understand. Jisha, repeat what I just said again." Hearing that, he became even more confused. Repeat what?" The screen showed a powerful knight standing majestically in dazzling armor under the sun. In his hand, he held a large and imposing sword firmly. "Now, this is the only justice we can rely on." The scene changed to where the pitiful children's life force was turning into dark energy and gathering in a bell. Jisha also arrived there in time. She stood firmly beneath it, silently watching the terrible sight. She resolved inwardly, "No matter how much this place is surrounded by dark energy, this is holy ground. Nothing can defy God's will." Then she opened the door and entered the dark, spacious room. Suddenly light poured onto her, and Jisha's shadow was cast on the floor like a giant. What met her eyes were words written in blood. She was surprised. Before her was a person surrounded by a barrier. Jisha immediately recognized it as a symbol of blasphemy and vigilant drew her sword, taking a fighting stance. The man, as if he knew she would come, spoke without looking back, "You arrived earlier than expected." He turned slightly. Due to the backlighting, Rostia could only see a black silhouette. "But why did you come alone? Is it just you and me?" Then he turned around, a thick book in his hand and a chilling smile on his face. "Then how can I send prayers to the people here, right?" She frowned, puzzled. "The people here?" Her posture remained unchanged. Rostia stood like a firm statue looking around, but still thought it was strange. "This place is filled with peculiar energy, but there's no one here." Suddenly, zombies crawled out from underground and she was slightly surprised. This was the children's life force, now transformed into dark energy, gathering into his own energy. He raised his hand, enjoying the energy, then said, "All right then." He spread his arms wide and shouted loudly, "Let's begin the ritual now." The zombies quickly rushed towards Rostia, but she quickly went outside and closed the door. Inside the door, the sound of zombies breaking through echoed. She tried to maintain distance from the door, but the zombies broke through and attacked. Rostia was momentarily flustered. As the door shattered, they rushed out like hungry demons. They muttered in confusion, "It's too dark to see anything. Where's my child? Find my child." Rostia shouted in an enraged voice, "How could you do such a thing? Do you not fear God?" He removed his glasses, laughing mockingly. "Yes, God is scary, but what does that have to do with me?" The book fell to the ground and he continued to cast spells. At that moment his face was grotesquely and horribly distorted. "Because I no longer need to return to God's embrace." At the same time, the zombies also rushed forward. Rostia plunged her sword into the ground, knelt on one knee and began to enact her justice. "Glorious commander of the heavenly host, Saint Rosino, who resides beside the Lord, just as the zombies reached her at the oppression of evil, pay the heavy price and liberate these unfortunate souls." She opened her eyes, and her eyes glowed, emitting a halo. "I will pay the price." Then phoenix wings appeared behind her. Yes, an almost protagonist-level halo appeared. In the peaceful sky, a beam of light suddenly appeared and poured straight into the church. The church slowly collapsed and the zombies rushing towards her began to vanish. Rostia stood in the center of the church with large wings spread. Yes, that halo spread to a wider area, causing the zombies pain. The stranger couldn't help but be surprised by this sight. He looked at her. "Is this Solon's exorcism?" As she cast the spell, her hair rose and she gripped her sword firmly with both hands. He knew this magic was a light that could see without eyes and illuminate the darkest places. His dark energy also slowly vanished, but he still calmly looked down at his hands. Praising Rostia, he said, "To summon that light without any ritual preparation, more impressive than I thought." As he cast the curse magic, dark energy appeared. Nevertheless, he continued, summoning a cursed sword. "No matter how bright that torch is, it has its limits." The girl in front of him already seemed exhausted. This damned bastard gritted his teeth and said with a contemptuous expression, "That magic causes immense backlash, doesn't it? It's magic that demands the caster's lifespan as payment." Rostia was extremely angry at this moment, but she could do nothing to him. He walked over and stepped on the book lying on the floor, then said in a low voice, "You know best, don't you?" At the end of glorious light, he raised his sword and pointed it at Rostia. His face was dark and terrifying, not human. He said in a chilling tone, Only endless darkness exists. The halo poured straight into the church. The zombies were immediately purified. They fell to the ground writhing. Jisha was also at her limit at this time, but she still held on strongly. But as these zombies fell, many more zombies, far more than before, rushed forward. Seeing them, Rastia was very conflicted. Still so many. How many were sacrificed? This bastard approached her and said, "Now?" He looked down at Rastia's face and continued, "It's time for darkness to fall." Hearing that, her eyes were filled with murderous intent, but she was clearly exhausted. No matter how much she struggled, no matter how broken she was, she continued to fight. Glorious commander of the heavenly host, Saint Rosino, who resides beside the Lord. Hearing Rastia say that from the opposite side, he smirked cunningly. Futile, but she did not give up. May the Lord's church defeat all its enemies. Then she cast a spell, and a light even more dazzling than before burst forth, and within it the figure of a majestic knight with a sword flying with feathers appeared. At this sight, that damned bastard was surprised and stammered, "This is, you have resolved to sacrifice yourself for the people. At least I must take this bastard with me, even if it costs me my life." Suddenly, a flaming carriage rushed forward and she stopped in the middle. Even the villain was surprised. Then Vlad shouted, "Die!" The carriage rushed forward at an increasing speed. He quickly leapt aside. Gregory shouted loudly, "Get out of the way!" The carriage charged towards that damned black mage, but he was not flustered at all. Rather, he had an expression of extreme contempt. How ridiculous! Then, with a single blow, he scattered the carriage parts everywhere. Taking advantage of the flames restricting his vision, Vlad rushed forward. He leaped with his sword drawn, intending to deliver a decisive blow to the black mage. His face was cold, and he said, "Your touching the children has crossed the limit of my patience." Damn bastard blocked my sword just as it was about to hit. The two fought a fierce battle without an inch of concession. Vlad's face was filled with rage, but the villain's expression remained unchanged. Only anger towards him filled Vlad's eyes. At this moment, Vlad's aura surged, surprising the villain. He spoke as if enlightened. "Now I understand," and exclaimed with even greater delight, "To meet you here again." Vlad didn't understand what the villain was saying and cursed. "Stop talking nonsense and die." Vlad swung his sword forcefully, attacking him, but he retreated and dodged. Gregory asked about Jisha. "Lady Jisha, are you all right?" Jisha struggled to her feet and advised Gregory, "Sir Gregory, you shouldn't be here." Gregory sighed and said, "There's no other way. The children are dying." He looked at the zombies over there and asked, "By the way, what's going on?" Jisha quickly explained, "We need to go to the bell tower where the curse began." Gregory understood upon hearing that. "Understood. Time is too short to deal with this and then go up. We'll have to divide our forces and take the risk." Seeing Cat trying to deal with the zombies behind him, he planned inwardly, "Sir Cat cannot use aura." After a moment he looked at Vlad's side and fell silent. He turned his body and made another plan. "I need to separate him first." He used his strength, and even the ground couldn't withstand this power, and cracked. He shouted loudly, "I'm here!" Like lightning he flew to where Vlad was engaged in battle. Gregory grabbed the villain and like lightning pushed him far away from Vlad. Vlad was greatly surprised by this sight. The villain exploded in smoke before he could react. Gregory appeared and shouted loudly, "Promising young man, there seems to be something on the bell tower. I don't know what it is, but hurry up and go up and destroy it." Vlad quickly replied, "Understood," and then ran very quickly towards the bell tower. But the villain smiled slyly. "Where do you think you're going?" And then he used dark magic. He controlled the zombies, and the zombies immediately rushed towards Vlad. Seeing the obstacles, Vlad cursed, "Damn it," when the zombies were almost upon Vlad. Vlad did not retreat and continued to move forward, cutting down these zombies one by one. Vlad panted and complained, "There are too many." Suddenly, an arrow infused with aura struck a zombie's face. The arrow made the zombie scream. Vlad, not understanding what happened, looked back and saw Cat holding a bow and Rastia imbuing the arrows with aura. Cat shouted loudly, "I'll cover you, keep going up." Vlad, returning their effort, continued to go up. "As you command." Rastia began to accumulate immense aura. Along with her, countless arrows flew simultaneously towards the zombies, but these zombies seemed to be endlessly pouring in. They approached Vlad, but Vlad's heart was very anxious and he had a strong will. The voice within Vlad also urged, "Hurry." But these zombies continued to block Vlad's path, and Vlad had no choice but to stop for a moment. Vlad shouted loudly, "Get out of the way!" And then, with just a few sword moves, he struck down the zombies. The zombies cried, spitting black liquid at Vlad's attack. Vlad gritted his teeth, endured, and quickly passed through the door. His determined face was filled with a strong will to save the village children. As everything in the world is precious, Vlad recalled the grass ring on his finger. But not everyone can protect themselves. He remembered the moment Marion happily handed him the grass ring. "But you, the sworn knights, must protect them. In a painful place where evil runs rampant, do not hesitate when it is time to act." The desire to protect the village children rekindled the fighting spirit deep within them. "Illuminate yourself to become a torch that dispels the darkness. That is my second lesson. This damned bastard, did I draw such a difficult hand right from the start, you bastards." Suddenly numerous skeleton spirits appeared. They opened their mouths wide and rushed terrifyingly. Truly vicious and bizarre demons. Swish, a soft ray of light flashed by. "Ha, is that all? I haven't even been here for 3 seconds." Amidst the intense battle, a friend as huge as a gorilla and dressed in orange carelessly got scratched on the back by a skeleton spirit. How weak and despicable. Truly a dirty fighter, but the man turned back with angry eyes, his expression utterly exasperated. His face was truly that of a gorilla. "No matter how demonic, I will not show mercy or even consider it." Thud, with a single blow, the man brought his sword down from above with all his might, as if splitting the demon's head in half. Like the lightning of a thunder god, the sword exploded the ground. Rocks shattered and flew everywhere. Another skeleton spirit, seeing its comrade die without even a last word, charged in anger. I thought camaraderie would last forever, but all camaraderie ultimately meets the same end. This time the man drew his knife, but he found her. And then the beautiful lady's life ended. Thud, a ray of light flew faster than an arrow, lightly piercing the skeleton spirit's head, and the skeleton spirit stumbled backward in shock. This scene was quite decent for a corpse. The skeleton spirit clutched its head and screamed in pain, its mouth wide open. It must have been truly agonizing. The man looked in the direction the arrow came from and saw a young man who was handsome but dressed a bit loosely. His hand was still holding the bow and the bow was still hot. The man's two eyes shone brightly. Up close he was a young man. He looked a bit tired, his arms were trembling and blood was flowing from his fingertips. The man looked at him and said mockingly, "Damn it, I wish I were this popular more often." I guess the man is talking about chasing things around since morning. He's not even 30 yet, just wait a bit. Your chance will come. As he finished speaking, the hand secretly reached out towards this handsome man's ankle. Sensing the movement, he looked back and saw another skeleton crawling towards him. He was truly fed up with this situation. Man sighed deeply. Heaven is too unfair to me. No beautiful women, only skeletons chasing me. Damn it, my eyes have to see all sorts of horrible things today. The man spoke and looked back and glimpsed someone leaning against the wall and continued speaking. That damn bastard's face is also included. He's been smiling like an idiot from beginning to end. This guy seemed to be related to the skeleton spirits, clearly half human, half demon. He looked heavily beaten and exhausted, but still maintained an arrogant attitude. As if taking his last breath, he uttered unpleasant words. But I am not someone who can be eliminated by death. Ego D trembled with rage at his arrogant tone and gritted his teeth. His eyes flashed with anger as he swung his sword and shouted, all right, you're the best. Let's see if you can still talk nonsense when your head is severed from your body." Ah, how terrifying. Another scene of a head being severed from a body. Hearing that, this guy chuckled, a laugh like that of a dog. Truly pathetic. Ego D seemed provoked. His laughter, like a flame, made the embers burning in the man's heart blaze even brighter. He shouted in an angry voice, "All right, laugh until you die. Don't blame the sword for being merciless. Blame your arrogant and haughty attitude." Splat, the sword came down as smoothly as sugar, flying without any obstruction, fast, nimble, and beautiful. The man's eyes were no longer just burning, they were fire itself. Damn it, too gruesome. The scene of the villain's head being severed from his body and bleeding is too horrible. Viewers, please watch this scene carefully. His head flew, hit the stairs, and then fell to the floor. It was truly painful. I felt nauseous. The skeleton spirits shuddered in surprise at the sight. Black liquid like engine oil streamed from their eye sockets, perhaps tears. Damn it, even corpses are sentimental. The young man looked at the scene and exclaimed in extreme surprise, "My goodness, they're not moving now, they're standing still like trapped bears, unable to struggle or escape." The white-skinned, yellow-eyed girl next to him said admiringly, "When the general is gone, the army loses. This is only natural. They are like headless snakes now." Sir Ego D's strategy seems to have succeeded. Standing proudly before the corpse he had just beheaded, looking like a majestic Russian bear, he seemed truly arrogant and capable of living the rest of his life in arrogance. Perhaps due to expending too much energy, the man stumbled slightly. He slumped down, panting, but still cursed with his remaining strength. "Phew, damn it, I almost lost it. I'll have to get drunk tonight." As he spoke, he opened the bottle cap and the strong smell of alcohol was truly delightful. Suddenly a mysterious voice echoed, "Ah, but there won't be a single drop of alcohol at tonight's banquet." The voice startled everyone, their eyes wide with shock. Damn it, my throat was choked before I could even take a sip. "If you don't mind, could I have a sip?" Damn it, the bizarre voice that startled everyone came from the head Ego D had just severed. Damn it, how can he still be perfectly alive and say such a thing, and how lewd is his face? Damn it, truly terrifying. He's no ordinary person. Ego D jumped up in surprise and exclaimed, "Damn it, what's going on? Stop this madness." Suddenly, a young boy screamed loudly, "Sir Ego D!" Sensing murderous intent from behind, he saw someone's shadow flash by and the man's eyes widened in a daze. Damn it, the corpse stood up. Damn it, how can he stand up as if nothing happened even after his head was severed from his body? Flames blazed, tinged with a mysterious blue. The white-skinned lady immediately recognized it upon seeing it. She brought her sword forward and defended firmly. Observing carefully, she said, "The knight's soul." The flames surged, slowly transforming into a human shape. One eye appeared, and it was the eye of that damned bastard from before. The eye was sunken, and only a dragon's orb was visible. Everything began to become clearer. A skull head appeared clearly above the flames, and another head seemed about to form. At this moment, suddenly a very handsome young man with a sword rushed forward with a resolute expression. While running, he suddenly stopped with a screech. "Damn it, I told you, why are you in such a hurry? You'll trip over a stone and sprain your ankle." "Is it too late?" The scene before his eyes was truly surreal. Thousands of Chinese characters glittered and soared into the sky, flying into a large bell hanging before him. That was it, he thought to himself. This is a noble wizard's curse. Damn it, truly handsome, eyes as resolute as if he held the status of a god. That unpleasant expression was so charming it was to die for. A strong motivation urged him to do his best to break the spell immediately. "All right," the young man observed for a moment. His eyes seemed a little hesitant, but he sighed, still needing to do what had to be done. As soon as he finished speaking, light enveloped him, and his whole body seemed to be caught in a whirlwind of ambition. The one here was in the process of head recovery but was still bloodthirsty and already had his sword ready in hand. Having lost his head, it would be fine to lose a little more now. "Hey, be careful. Damn it, I was just getting ready to kill anyone who interfered." when a voice suddenly broke the fighting mood and he opened his eyes wide. Who is it? Who is it? Who drank all this fragrant wine? Damn it. In a moment of carelessness the ground shook and cracked. Bang, bang, bang. Everything moved powerfully, and the young man exclaimed in surprise, "Damn it!" Suddenly he felt something very powerful coming from behind him. Bang, rocks flew everywhere from the impact, but he still couldn't tell what it was. He very bravely leaped into the air, trying to avoid trouble, only to meet greater trouble. Shortly after landing, dirt and stones flew towards him as if they had eyes, and he quickly dodged after cursing "damn it" with his newly formed lips, otherwise he would die in the miserable cold wind. Hurry up and jump, that's the only way to live. Damn it, if I jump off this cliff I'll die. What's bound to happen will happen. He fell straight down the cliff like a falling person. Bang, not only did he fall but he also crashed down. Dirt and stones flew everywhere. In a place filled with dust and smoke where you couldn't tell who loved whom, a person appeared very impressively. It turned out to be that stupid young man from before. In fact, he was Bass, not a stupid person. He seemed to have no injuries, and he himself was surprised and exclaimed, what's going on?" Suddenly something caught his eye, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. The scene before him was truly astonishing. There was a magnificent castle-like building that looked very mysterious. At this moment a voice came from behind. "Truly commendable." Damn it, it turned out to be the guy whose head was growing back, speaking. In his hand hundreds of Chinese characters moved in a circle, and in his other hand he held a sword tightly as if to finish him off. The young man's eyes blazed with anger and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Give me that." The still unformed skull head challenged with an arrogant voice, "If you have the ability, come and take it from my hand yourself." After speaking he clenched his hand, thinking inwardly, "You are not enough. You are not Haito," the young man shouted loudly. "Damn it, are you talking nonsense because you haven't grown your brain yet? Then get ready to go to hell. I told you to give it to me." As he spoke his two eyes shone as brightly as a firefly's butt, and he swung his sword straight down towards the still unformed head of that guy. It was truly painful to the point of needing bandages. The light, like the halo of all Buddhas in 10 directions, seemed to send the blue-flamed head guy to the pure land. But this young man was no match for the guy whose head was still growing, except in aspiration and ambition. He lightly waved his hand, easily dodging Bass's sword. He seemed to be fuming, as if his beauty had been damaged. With wide eyes he gripped his sword and said in an angry voice, "Don't test your luck, boy. Even I don't know how long I can treat someone like you as an equal." The boy was infuriated by his attitude of treating all beings equally, and retorted, "Damn it, how can I be equal to trash like you from society?" These words truly enraged him. He said sarcastically, "Ha, do you think you're high society? You and I are both lowly beings. My words aren't directed at you." Vlad stumbled back as if he couldn't believe what he'd heard. Stunned into silence by the surprise, in an unguarded moment he was hit with a blow but fortunately dodged it, though he missed a beat, making him even more wary. He charged like a ferocious wolf. The young man changed his tactics to counter him and seemed to be struggling immensely. He realized that this guy's speed had become much faster. At this speed he wouldn't be able to retaliate. He mocked Vlad, "Ha, this frog, he's quite good at landing. It's ridiculous. I'm fighting seriously right now." He didn't miss a single opportunity, aiming his sword at the still unformed skullhead, his eyes extremely resolute. "Damn bastard, I knew you weren't human." Before people could even finish asking what happened, one of his eyes began to glow again. Hearing that, the guy sneered and replied, "Ha, their petty lives are worthless to me. Damn it, have our cool uncle and the other ladies all collapsed already?" The Demon King's head opened its mouth. "I only want one thing." Then he spread his hand as if drawing something. "Don't guess anymore. Humans can't move like that. In the end you're playing tricks." He unexpectedly attacked Vlad, who was slightly flustered. Since Vlad was no ordinary person, he immediately regained his composure, swung his sword and powerfully counterattacked, his eyes still shining brightly like fireflies, but his speed was much slower than that tenacious guy's. He suddenly appeared right in front of Vlad and said in a very arrogant voice, "You're too slow." Then he thrust his sword directly at Vlad, who widened his eyes and thought, "Could this be the end? Will this life also be laid waste by the cold wind?" Because of the immense power, Vlad could no longer stand, his feet already firmly planted, wearing down the soles of his shoes. But how could all this stop Vlad's will? Vlad regained his strength and switched to combat mode, his eyes shining brightly, his entire face glowing as if he'd had a complete makeover, so bright that cosmetic companies would be asking for his number. As Vlad unleashed his technique, the guy was startled. He too was very surprised by Vlad's technique. Armor technique? How can he do that with his leather armor? Suddenly his eyes widened in admiration. "Oh wow, truly astonishing, utterly unexpected. You even have the protection of spirits. This is something to be proud of for a lifetime." Vlad swung his sword as if reborn, exuding intense energy, his eyes extremely resolute. Swish! Vlad's sword, without an ounce of hesitation, flew like a bird, directly slicing the eerie blue head. Both sides fought fiercely, neither giving an inch who would claim victory. The demon, perhaps wanting to end this battle, wielded a dagger, but fortunately if Vlad hadn't blocked it in time, he would have lost everything again this time. The battle was extremely tense and fierce, both sides sweating profusely. Vlad looked exhausted at this point, and the light emanating from his eyes also grew stronger. He gritted his teeth and lamented, "At this rate there's no chance of winning. If only I could meditate like Lord Luger." Suddenly, he widened his eyes like spreading energy and regained his composure with a flashing light. Another interesting spectacle unfolded. Suddenly a monologue echoed in the space. There is still much unfinished in that child's vast world. Whatever world the child is connected to, it is a spirit world within a vast space. You and I stand on different horizons, but I will become a consciousness that merges with you. I will accept your plea." Suddenly a shadow appeared, covering its entire body and holding a sword, leaning against the ground. The ground around him rippled like a lake surface. It was impossible to tell who this mysterious man was at this moment. Vlad's pupils emitted lightning-like energy as if charging up, and he gritted his teeth, extremely resolute. Seeing Vlad put everything into this battle, the guy was surprised and confused. How could he emit such powerful energy and become so much stronger in such a short moment? The command echoed. "I will merge with you." Immediately, white light enveloped the entire space. Vlad's power strongly erupted, his eyes shining brightly like a lightning-struck sky. He powerfully raised his sword and charged like lightning, shouting loudly at the blue flame head. "This ought to be enough to put out his fire. You must leave the children alone. Do not touch even a single hair on their heads." Crash! He charged at the guy with lightning speed. The powerful collision made it impossible to see what was happening. All the surrounding dirt and stones flew up. The boss seemed to have been cut in half at this point. The black mark across his head looked very pathetic. Bang, bang, bang. Lightning erupted at his position, turning one corner completely white. I don't know if he went to sell salt with his ancestors, but it seems difficult to recover this time. "Beautiful lady." Another lightning bolt struck directly at the center. Damn it, who angered the son of the thunder god? After a brief clash, the two separated. The two swords had entangled power between lightning and darkness. The two glared at each other, as if waiting for an opportunity to attack first. Around them, the aura of the two swords still lingered. Even after the fierce battle, Bass still didn't feel it was enough. Although he was exhausted and had no more strength to fight, there was no special outcome, so he said to himself, "Damn it, I can't believe my attack power is only this much. I'm too weak to bear the heavy responsibility of this mission. I think I can only attack 2 or 3 more times. Any more is truly impossible." Seeing him trembling all over, it was pitiful, and he couldn't even properly grip the sword in his hand. Looking at the wound Bass had just inflicted, black tears were still flowing out. The evil aura also flowed with the wind, leaving the demon speechless, and he looked helpless. Helplessness gradually turned into anger, and he couldn't control himself, shouting in an enraged voice, "I considered you an ally and easily forgave you. But, damn it, what's happening before my eyes?" From that pile of blue flames the vile guy suddenly appeared in armor, ready for battle. Is this when the real battle begins? With his constantly changing appearance, I thought he was a superhero transforming. Bass truly succeeded in angering the skullhead. Bass was so surprised that his jaw dropped when he saw his opponent transforming so splendidly without any wounds or blood. His eyes widened, his pupils dilated to their maximum, and something caught in his throat, preventing him from speaking. He mumbled, what is this? Oh damn, that's pretty cool." The still unformed skull demon looked imposing in neat armor, radiating a captivating blue glow all over, appearing very powerful. The scene before his eyes was such a contrast. One side was on the verge of exhaustion and collapse, while the other not only gained power but also, no joke, was armed with nuclear-level weaponry. This life-and-death battle was no different from the Bekdongal stake battle of Ogwan. Could Vlad truly defeat this damned bastard? Anne, who had been standing peacefully, lightly waved his hand and the ground cracked as if struck by lightning. His ice-cold expression and bright halo lit up like an inn's light bulb. One look and you knew he wasn't a minor character. He lightly swung his sword, but from afar you could smell a house being destroyed. Hello, the mini-boss, spewing blue flames from the sky, plummeted like a gas stove with a leak. His face, with a sword in his hand, was as cold as a creditor at the beginning of the month. But Anne still calmly seemed to be ordering milk tea. "I've been enduring you since the last episode. If I use my technique, you won't even have a way back home." Face-to-face technique versus technique. Purple light flashed like an electrocuted firefly. If hit by this attack, the enemy will meet their ancestors. No DNA test needed. If this scene were shot in slow motion, it could make a TikTok video asking, "Who are you? Where are you from?" These days, Anne is strange. He doesn't talk to anyone. He only wields his sword. Our Anne spins his sword like a lion dancer. Flying swords launch in combos like shurikens. If there were spirits in the forest behind, they would apply for vacation. Campers watching Anne practice his skills would immediately call emergency services. This way, the enemy would feel his aura before even meeting him. Smoke billows like a desert sandstorm, and the fortress behind is vague and faint like a 10th grader's first love. The blue flame-headed young man looked at him and thought inwardly, "May ghosts take him." With one blow, the surrounding scenery changes color like a game with cheats activated. Standing dazed, he saw the black-armored young man holding a sword and gathering magic, with lightning flashing as if stealing electricity illegally. The blue flame skull cursed inwardly. Damn it, this guy is not to be trifled with. He gathered all his inner energy to evade the attack, like casting an ultimate skill in a game, and then nodded in praise. His potential is immense. If he continues to develop, he will be a big problem later. But life is not like a story. I'm reviewing the story now, but seeing him gathering power over there, I thought he would die in one blow. But when I turned my head, I saw him lying on the beach with his belly exposed like a tuna. The blue-haired young man laughed. Damn it, what's with gathering inner energy only to collapse? He's completely sprawled on the ground. At this moment, Anne's chest began to glow in the center as if collecting relics. Still that person, still that body, still that face, still that sword. But now he lies splayed out as if he's just passed through adolescence, gone to the brink of death and returned. Light descended from the sky as if his ancestors were calling him. I don't know whether to cry or applaud. The blue-haired young man gritted his teeth and slowly approached. Anyway, it's all over, but to be sure I'll uproot him. I won't even give him time to reincarnate. What if he revives later like a villain in an Indian drama? Then I'll have to give up on this game. All potential future dangers must be eliminated. Unexpected dangers, that is. He approached. With his sword tightly gripped in his hand, he seemed intent on finishing Vlad off. He raised his sword as if to deliver the final fatal blow and swung it down. Before Vlad could die, the blue-haired young man wanted to make a declaration. He gently reminded Vlad, giving him no time for regret. Didn't I tell you that you would regret facing me? The sword was now exactly 1 centimeter from Vlad's chest. What would happen? Would everything end like this? And now, the ritual to send the young man underground officially begins. The armored guy's hand tightly gripped the sword as if in a tug of war with fate. Sword aura surged like mushrooms after rain. Something was happening, and the demon was startled into horror. He widened his eyes in shock. Suddenly, Anne's hand tightly gripped the sword that was about to draw his own blood. Anne, not caring about the blood spurting from his hand, tightly held the sword and blocked it. At this moment, an extremely powerful sound echoed in the air. What you did has crossed the line. This young boy said it once before, didn't he? Isn't this scene truly magnificent? The attacker attacks and the defender defends. A dazzling light began to appear, like the light of all Buddhas in 10 directions. The Fura Senji was a violent explosion. Don't touch the children with your dirty hands. Anne's eyes widened, exclaiming, indeed, the protagonist is not to be trifled with. Furthermore, his eyes emitted lightning-like energy that seemed to burn the skull to death. Crash, crash, bang, thunder and lightning descended directly upon both of them from the sky. If I don't smell roasted meat this time, I'll disown the name meat. Ah, the blue-haired guy's scream seemed to reach the heavens, and it sent shivers down my spine just by hearing it. Could it be that the blue flames were subdued by the white lightning? Suddenly, at this moment, a strange voice echoed. I don't know who I am. Oh, my mom, if I don't know who I am, neither does my grandfather. You'd have to ask the author. Anne gradually recovered and stood up, with lightning surrounding him, making Vlad seem like Thor's son. The monologue echoed again. But I know what I must do in this chaotic world. The memories of this body disappeared long ago, but my soul still exists. Damn it, Anne is definitely related to my handsome god Thor, everyone. The moment he holds his sword and lightning surrounds him, shining brightly, it can no longer be denied. What I must protect is deeply etched. It is within this soul. I live only for this reason. Damn it, he looks truly imposing. I thought Naruto had emerged from a myth. The mysterious man in Bass's subconscious is continuously pouring power into him. Velas, precisely charged with energy, stood up powerfully, his eyes shining brightly like car headlights on a city street. The man in the subconscious continued to urge Bass to fight. Now fight like a true knight. Looking closely at Anne's face, veins protruded under his eyes like parasites. His entire face looked dazed, as if possessed by someone, and his power was at its peak. Seeing the blue-glowing guy, it was truly pathetic. Smoke was rising from his entire body as if he was about to disappear. After roaring so arrogantly, he ended up as roasted chicken. Someone's shadow subtly passed by, and my heart pounded at the beauty. So captivating, I was on the verge of falling in love. Anne was on the verge of collapsing at this moment, but he had to stand up to protect himself. Flash, super powerful lightning struck Bass directly. In an instant, Bass disappeared without a trace. Damn it, I really hate leaving like this, only with scars. No joke, I truly think it's magical how light suddenly appears and then vanishes like this. Everything was just a shock. The lightning merely caught him off guard. In an instant, Bass appeared before the demon. At this rate, even his grandfather wouldn't be able to stop him. The blue-haired guy was very surprised by Bass's immense mutated development. Admittedly, this technique was unstoppable. He, as if unable to lose, immediately detonated a smoke bomb and threw it at Bass. Dark smoke enveloped Bass, making him look mysterious and bizarre. It truly seemed like a neck-and-neck battle. Bass stood behind the knight in the blink of an eye, and the knight, without time to react, turned his head and was sent flying. The knight tried to counterattack, but Bass mercilessly slammed him into the ground. At this rate, his jaw, not even fully formed yet, would break, leaving only gums. Oh my goodness, they've already engaged. I didn't hesitate to gently place my 5 fingers on the pale-faced guy. From the looks of it, this fire is quite cool, so touching it doesn't hurt at all. Damn it, the guy who was once a magnificent leader, who arrogantly looked down on Vlad just minutes ago, was now miserably defeated by his hand slammed to the ground with a single powerful move. On the other hand, Vlad's face showed no emotion. As if a master player had scored a brilliant goal without giving the opponent a chance to defend, the being in his subconscious spoke to him. Do you really think you can defeat me with such miserable power? Then Vlad pressed his hand against the guy's face as if performing an exorcism. The guy groaned in pain and asked, "Who are you?" but the being refused to answer. Lightning-like energy continued to emanate from Bass's eyes, and he gently replied, "There's no need to speak to a disgusting blood-sucking parasite like you, scum of scums, so now it's time to pay for your sins. Pay the price for all the evil you've committed." Once again, lightning struck, illuminating the surroundings. Bass's hand was still pressed into the guy's forehead. He must be intending to completely obliterate him with lightning. The guy miserably screamed in pain. He didn't understand why this was happening. Because you are too evil. Evil always receives its retribution. The guy now truly felt fear upon seeing Bass. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. What is this, that I would be afraid to face him? The guy turned his gaze towards Bass and in fear retreated a few steps. At this moment, Vlad's eyes began to shine again. If he keeps scaring him like this, he might actually die of a heart attack. As the situation became clear, the guy showed obvious fear. There's no doubt that guy will defeat me. At this point, Bass seemed possessed and very imposing. The guy trembled incessantly, seeing the being in Bass's subconscious gradually becoming clearer. It was as if a monster was baring its fangs and charging. He charged as if to devour me. Vlad once again charged at the guy, intending to leave him defenseless. Damn it, not again. This is boring. Lightning struck again, turning one corner white. The knight could no longer find the boy. The knight was afraid of getting another painful blow like last time. Damn it, I really hate being hit unexpectedly. There's no time to prepare at all. It's just painful and sore. The guy looked around trying to catch Vlad's speed. He's gone. Light appeared. Appearing and disappearing like a ghost, moving everywhere. Round and round, his head not yet fully formed, detached from his body. The guy was extremely confused. His eyes would need to move 500 times faster. Where is he, left or right? He looked pitiful. I thought he was the leader of a fire-breathing cult, but now he's treated like a child's toy. Truly, a fall from glory in an instant. Before the guy could even fully see, Bass was already behind him, sneering. With such slow reactions, can you still boast about your power? Hearing Bass's voice, the guy reacted a bit more cleverly this time. No longer waiting for an attack, he swung his sword with all his might this time. But the attack didn't even reach Bass. Not even Vlad's fine hairs stirred. It's frustrating just thinking about it. Truly being ignored. Only I am special. Once again, the being appeared from the darkness and beat the guy to a pulp. The being in the subconscious seemed truly angry, looking down on the guy and reprimanding him. How dare a vulgar wretch like you mock my disciple? Seeing that look, the blue flame-headed guy seems destined to be left alone in the cold wind. This is a body freed from death, one that even rejects pain. What then is this feeling? What is this vivid pain that slowly depletes the soul? Bass's sharp sword pierced the Dullahan's body. Crash! Vlad delivered a fatal blow, sending the guy crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A powerful impact of his landing was enough to cause an earthquake. It was as if he had been firmly glued to the ground with 502 adhesive. Before he could even turn, Vlad quickly charged. The guy couldn't move in pain, trembling all over and his eyes wide in shock. Arg, my goodness, how can such a powerful being exist? Truly bizarre. Did this guy hack the server? Without another thought or even time to say goodbye, the sword powerfully pierced the guy's shoulder. The Dullahan screamed in pain, but Vlad was completely unfazed, instead thrusting the sword deeper and saying in a cold voice, "Give it back." Vlad's eyes were extremely fierce. It was no longer Vlad's usual appearance. The person with the always smiling blue eyes now looked cold and angry, like a dictator. The guy stared at him in a panic, feeling his body slowly dissipating and experiencing extreme fear. Bass had no intention of forgiving him and shouted loudly, "Give back all the souls you've stolen now." Without further hesitation, he raised his fist, emitting powerful lightning-like energy. Crash, crash, lightning struck directly in the middle of the guy's face, and the power seemed to absolutely explode. Lightning flew everywhere, sweeping across the world without restraint. It was a truly astonishing sight. Vlad resolutely used all his might to open the guy's chest. Now the guy could only scream, "Ah!" Without further hesitation, Bass, with just a little strength, could tear open the chest of the blue, still unformed skullhead. Suddenly the boy's face hardened. Indeed, only the one experiencing it could understand that pain, even if they were still young in their 30s. Black energy emanated from the guy's chest. "So your soul is here," Vlad said with interest. Then he grabbed the black energy. He concentrated his power and crushed it. Dazzling white light exploded once again. Now everything would be able to return to its place. Roar! The Dullahan let out a helpless wail. The dazzling lightning grew increasingly powerful. The demon writhed in pain, unable to resist. It could only wail. "Damn it, am I going to die so miserably again?" The guy's soul was illuminated by the halo of all Buddhas in 10 directions, gradually turned purple and instantly shattered into crystal-like fragments. Bass watched from beginning to end. The light was truly dazzling. It was as if it was erasing all the darkness around me. The sight of souls flying into the sky really reminded me of my grandmother's old kitchen. Beams of light also soared into the sky, illuminating the entire region. Each beam of light went to a different place, entering the bodies of people trying to regain their lives. Souls that were on the verge of death returned to their proper places. At this point, the guy still groaned as if defiant, and Bass no longer had the strength to argue or swear at his kind. "I definitely know, but I can't remember right now." The guy stared expressionlessly at the boy, and his eyes gradually narrowed. At this moment, Vlad, with all his remaining strength, raised the sword in his hand high, and lightning-like energy enveloped him. He continued in a cold voice, "The way to eliminate guys like you." Suddenly, someone's monologue full of contradictions echoed. He wasn't on my side. I thought he was also one who had escaped death and suffering like me. I can't remember how to eliminate you, but that doesn't mean there isn't another way." As the boy spoke, he pulled the sword from the guy's shoulder and resolutely brought it down on his body. One of the guy's arms detached from his body, and the cut was as sweetly smooth as sugarcane. Everyone. If Vlad applied to a pork or beef bone stall, he probably wouldn't even need a resume. The Dullahan writhed and screamed in pain. It felt like his skin was tearing and nerves were snapping, driving him mad at this moment. The accumulated rage and frustration within Vlad acted as a catalyst, transforming him into a demon, and he said in a soft voice, "If I cut off all your limbs, it will be no different than you dying." By this time, he would have already wet his pants. The guy crawled in fear, trying to escape the nightmare before his eyes. He looked truly miserable. They say to forget old things, but my goodness, this is a new event. How can one forget it, everyone? Lightning flashed again. The scene behind him was not death, but as if a fireworks display was about to begin. Lightning crackled and shone like a severed wire. Just hearing the sound was enough to raise one's blood pressure. With 2 more sword attacks, the guy's legs also disappeared. Crippled, truly completely crippled, Vlad said with determined cold eyes. 1 arm left, my goodness. It sends shivers down my spine just hearing it. Truly abominably cruel. It's like living in the French colonial era. The guy raised his remaining arm high and screamed with all his might, trying to find a way to live. Ramastu. I don't know what new cult language it is, but he seems to be asking his boss for help. Vlad paused briefly upon hearing those words. Suddenly, black smoke enveloped the guy. Damn it, after being beaten all this time, is he going to be saved so easily at the end? The guy stretched out his almost broken arm as if grasping a lifesaver. He quickly pleaded, I'm here, please save me. Long sharp arms shot out from the black smoke, and it truly seemed like it was going to happen. Could he be saved? Vlad observed cautiously. The guy continuously chanted Ramastu as he watched the arms approaching him. One of the bizarre arms rushed forward and grabbed the guy's head. The guy's arm was still outstretched, yearning for salvation, but he was swallowed whole by the very being he worshipped. It was a truly horrifying sight. I didn't expect him to die so miserably. Watching the guy disappear into that pile of bizarre arms, I felt absolutely no emotion. The Dullahan was torn to shreds before Vlad's eyes, and even Vlad doubted who the being behind him was and how it could be so cruel. That power was reclaiming his immortality. It was a truly miserable sound. Why does the sound of chewing dried squid annoy me so much today? The guy screamed in such despair. No, Ramastu. His entire body sank into chaos as if being consumed by that black energy. In the end, only ashes remained. A life abandoned, gaining nothing, leaving only disgust. Ramastu. A faint shadow of a woman suddenly appeared in Bass's mind, making Vlad a little puzzled. I have no memory of that being, but I had this faint feeling. What exactly is that being? Suddenly a strange sensation washed over me. Damn it, it seems this body has reached its limit. Bass's body suddenly trembled. Vlad's eyes gradually softened, returned to the blue vast sea. Still, his growth was clearly outstanding. I am proud that he endured this far while I borrowed his body. I should probably apologize when he wakes up. As soon as the thought ended, Bass's body lost control. He gradually collapsed to the ground, unmoving. The dazzling dawn light warmly shone upon his exhausted body. In Baron Ottman's territory of Mosiem, a dark and cold place, a mysterious woman sat upon a splendid throne, her cold, captivating purple eyes and red lips moving slightly. It was a shining soul, and the traces of battle were extremely cruel. He had been eliminating her subordinates using ancient magic that had existed since long ago. Behind her, the soul of a powerful tyrant supported her. At this moment, the identity of the person in Vlad's subconscious suddenly became a question. If anyone knows, please leave a comment below for a lively discussion. The picture is simply too beautiful for me to make assumptions. Things from the past gradually began to stir, and the faces of bizarre demons also slowly appeared, looking very grotesque. The woman closed her eyes and felt. I understand, it's time to act. It's time for a temporary spatio-temporal rift to appear. The woman's eyes gradually closed but looked very bizarre. The woman's eyes shone with extreme mystery. The era of chaos I've been waiting for, damn it, this guy was not an ordinary being after all. Dark and gloomy energy began to rise terrifyingly. Below, countless tormented faces appeared, looking very grotesque. My immortal knights, take any life that appears before your eyes. They were Baron Ottman's knights, and their combat abilities had been honed over a long time. Baron Ottman paid a very high price for this transaction. A large, tall man appeared standing by the bedside, not looking very happy. The boy lying in bed had empty eyes and could not control the drool from his mouth. Nevertheless, his only son could return from death. Now, darkness was growing within his body. He was moved to tears, but his expression was so disgusting it was beyond words. It was as if something was being drained of its vitality. She had once again obtained what she desired, and her eyes seemed very expectant. She opened her mouth again. We will be on this land until the appropriate time. Her attendant respectfully received the command. Behind her, hundreds of legions of death followed. All shouted simultaneously, We will follow your will. We will all follow you. Ramastu. She arrogantly sat upon her throne, enjoying this moment. Holding hundreds of shadow soldiers in her hand, she had them await her command. In a seemingly peaceful small village at this moment, Vlad looked like a drug addict. His face pale, his eyes sunken and dark, and he stumbled out like a ghost, asking again, Did I sleep for 3 days again? The man put his hand on his waist and replied helplessly, Yes, fortunately. The battle is over. When I found you, you were like a rag, unimaginably tattered and haggard. Do you know what I went through to bring you back? Goche was reenacted, dragging Bass across the ground from the chaotic battlefield to this point. It was as if someone was dragging a sack of rice across the ground. He scratched his head, making an embarrassed, incredulous, and somewhat comical face. Vlad asked, How are the knights? Is everyone all right? The man replied sadly, Among them, the commander's condition is the worst. Don't worry about the others, just rest. I'll report that you've woken up. If you need anything, call me. The man finished speaking and left. Vlad gently replied, understood, thank you. As soon as he left, Vlad sat quietly again in the empty room filled with light. It was a moment where there was no longer any need to pretend to be strong or to fight anyone. The heavy burden of responsibility was no longer on his fragile shoulders. Vlad sighed with relief. Fortunately, everyone was alive. Yes, that was the most important thing. The voice within him also replied. The barrier Rastia created seemed strong enough to protect everyone until the end. She had struggled immensely to use that power. She was strong. It was a truly strange feeling. He could speak to him without holding the sword. A tired expression was still clearly visible on his face. The voice continued to reply. Because our consciousness has reconnected, although it was only for a moment, it was shared. Now you can converse with my thoughts. Oh wow, so we're connected now, Vlad replied. Like this? Yes. Vlad tried to think silently in his mind. Oh, now I don't have to whisper, worrying if others are watching, no more pretending to pray. His eyes suddenly grew sad. The voice in Vlad's subconscious heard and replied, Vlad remained silent for a long time, then spoke again with sad eyes and a face deep in thought. Looking back, I've never told you this, although it's a secret known only to us. You are the one who saved everyone. Not just me and the knights, but even the children of the village. A peaceful scene unfolded before his eyes. Deep in his heart, he felt profound gratitude. It truly felt like remembering the one who dug the well when drinking water, and the one who planted the tree when eating fruit. Thank you. And naturally, Vlad placed his hand on his chest, radiating an energy of gratitude that burst from his entire body with a very respectful expression. It was a beautiful gesture, but I still found it somewhat comical. In an instant, everything became awkward. The two couldn't say a word to each other. They just suddenly froze. He scratched his face in embarrassment. He didn't know what to do next. He had already tried very hard. The voice gently comforted him. Vlad slowly smiled faintly. It was truly a pleasant feeling to be recognized and valued by another. At this moment the room was filled with a warm atmosphere, softening one's heart a little. Perhaps it was because the evening sun was slowly setting, but admittedly this ending was truly the epitome of a happy ending. Stop, wait. A tall man stood in front, blocking the way, his eyes very resolute. Vlad cautiously asked, I am from Sor. Lady Rastia would know who I am. Just report it. The man cautiously assessed him, and he looked straight back without any fear. The man turned and replied, wait there. Vlad looked around, then assessed. They arrived late, but finally the holy knights are here. Now the villagers can rest easy. How beautiful peace is. The sight of everyone looking free and comfortable is truly good. At this moment the man returned and announced, come in. Thank you. Vlad slowly stepped inside and completely froze at the sight before his eyes. I don't know what's happening. I'm truly curious. Damn it, countless bodies were neatly laid out in the corridor. All these people had fallen and would never wake up again. This sight was truly shocking. It was no different from when the COVID crisis broke out. Vlad's face was filled with sorrow and his eyes were sunken. Vlad blamed himself. He hadn't been able to pay attention then because of the chaos, but he hadn't known there would be so many victims. At this moment an unknown man wearing a gray bracelet appeared, holding an equally unknown notebook. A dazzling red notebook appeared before his eyes. Jisha approached and said, Tell us, what are you doing here? Vlad seemed to be from the beach. As soon as he saw Rastia, he got straight to the point without delay. Lady Rastia, may I search this area? He continued. Sir Jaeger confirmed the missing women. There's someone I need to find among them. A hint of sadness flashed in Vlad's eyes. What kind of girl could it be? She pondered him for a moment, then said, remnants of the curse might still remain. Come to me for a blessing when your work is done. Vlad bowed immediately upon hearing that. Understood. Thank you. Then he carefully sat down and examined each corpse. He didn't know what would happen at the thought that when he removed the white cloth it might be the person he had always been looking for. Suddenly Vlad's gaze stopped. Vlad's gaze also stopped. It was familiar long brown hair. Could it be the person he was looking for? Vlad did not hesitate and immediately lifted the cloth. He was very careful. In an instant he froze. Could it be the person he was looking for? Sadly, it was a very beautiful girl. Vlad froze and said to himself, I had hoped not to meet her here. A long memory suddenly resurfaced. Her eyes were bruised. Why don't you rest for a few days? It's nothing serious. It's not like I broke any bones. Despite one bruised eye, Anna was still smiling but couldn't hide her awkwardness. Seeing him holding a hot egg in his hand, she replied, Thank you. Anna probably understood that Vlad wanted her to roll the hot egg over her bruised area. Vlad scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm just doing my job. Keep holding it. Roll it evenly around your bruised eye and it will get better. Then he carefully demonstrated to Anna. She laughed cheerfully, teasing him, Is this a bribe? I hope I'll need your help again next time, the girl said with a smile. The girl from that day now lay motionless on the cold floor, her entire body pale and tinged with purple. Vlad hesitated, feeling helpless. Isn't this world truly repulsive? His back suddenly looked so lonely. Vlad slowly raised his hand and gently wiped the stains from her beautiful face, saying softly, Don't do anything so dangerous next time. Be born a daughter of a good family and grow up surrounded by love. Then he carefully arranged her. There seemed to be no sadder sight than this. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for her. The evening sun warmly shone on the girl's cold body. This beauty was truly no joke. At this moment towards Jisha's barracks. She held a cup of warm tea and slowly opened her mouth. He suddenly got sucked into a black hole, Vlad replied. Explain in more detail. She gently offered him tea. Vlad accepted it and continued, That's all I know. I was too engrossed in the battle, damn it, what am I supposed to do if you say that? Moreover, he cunningly added, it was troublesome enough just defending against his attacks. Jisha was speechless upon hearing that. Then she fell deep into thought. Suddenly the voice of the sword echoed in his head. Ha ha ha, well made up. Mixing truth and lies makes the story sound real, Vlad also replied in his mind. Anyway, I once worked with prostitutes and I made a living by sweet talking. Damn it, it's truly surprising that you're revealing this only now. My words are very convincing. The only traces of the battle were ruins, because it showed signs of feeble resistance against overwhelming power. But Vlad couldn't know what the actual outcome was. Jisha cautiously pondered as she looked at Vlad. Under Jisha's chilling gaze, Vlad hastily stammered. She couldn't tell if he was really telling the truth or not. I think he mentioned a name at the end. Rostia immediately asked back, a name? Then he scratched his head again, vehemently denying it. But I really can't remember. I wasn't in my right mind then. He helplessly rubbed his head. Suddenly Rostia suggested, wait, would eating an apple help you remember? Then she skillfully peeled an apple. I think it was something like Rama. He rested his chin in his hand, trying hard to remember. Rama stew. As she spoke that name, her hand suddenly trembled. Then Jisha raised her head and looked at him again to confirm. Rama stew, right? Yes, I think that's what he called it. Vlad immediately agreed. It seemed correct. Jisha clenched the apple she was peeling so tightly that water ran from it. Then she forced herself to say, understood, thank you for your cooperation. Vlad noticed something strange at this moment, and deep bewilderment flashed in his eyes. Jisha quickly stood up, seemingly trying to avoid Vlad. San Jose will not forget your contributions. Wow, she just invited me to eat an apple. And before I could even peel it, mash it, or take a sip of water, she gets up and chases me out. Vlad wore a blank expression. Jisha left coldly, not forgetting to instruct, go back and rest. Understood, Vlad still replied, very bewildered. He couldn't understand what the problem was. The voice in Vlad's subconscious sighed with relief again. Fortunately, she didn't suspect you. Vlad couldn't take his eyes off Jisha's back, a suspicious expression on his face. Vlad asked the being in the sword's subconscious, by the way, did you see her expression? It was like she became a completely different person. Does everyone get possessed when that name is mentioned? Wow, I admit it. Jisha's eyes were truly filled with rage, her lips were tightly sealed, and extreme anger was clearly visible on her face. In a grand and splendid castle, the morning sun poured down endlessly. Hot tea was just being poured, and it was a very beautiful golden color. I thought it was lava. Joseph slowly offered a teacup to the other person and asked, since when have you been in Sor? Old Ramon smiled gently, but he didn't look very gentle. Rather, he looked dangerous. He gently replied, actually, it's been a while. If I had known in advance, I would have come to greet you. Old Ramon continued humbly, I am merely the humblest of beings now. How could I dare trouble your excellency? But where is the boy? Joseph and Ramon were talking about Vlad in the study, and Jaeger was standing behind them. Joseph opened his mouth. He is currently out on a mission. He is in Baron Ottman's territory. We will hear from him soon, the old man replied, slightly surprised upon hearing that. Oh, he's just a retainer and he's already gone on a mission? That's the first I've heard such an absurd story. The old man's complexion wasn't very good. Actually, I met the chieftain before I came here. Joseph and Jaeger listened intently, with great anticipation for the old man's words. I only have one fairy tale left, so I'll be brief. The image of a sparkling fairy tale came to Joseph's mind. His face grew serious as if he had realized something. Vlad thought to himself, I see, he didn't come here just because of Vlad. The old man, recalling standing before Sturma's retainers, spoke in a sarcastic tone. Haha, Sturma's retainers are all fools. It's unbelievable that those named Bateris produce such people. Then the old man raised his head, looked straight at Jaeger, and smiled lightly. Are your excellency's retainers like that too? Jaeger calmly replied. He is completely different. He's the type who does what he wants. When the old man first saw him praise someone, he couldn't help but laugh. Oh ha ha ha, to hear such a meticulous person like you praise someone so fervently, he must be quite extraordinary. When assessed as meticulous by others, he became slightly embarrassed, closed his mouth and bowed his head to avoid it. Joseph saw that and smiled lightly, teasing him a few more words. No need to be surprised. You already showed all your embarrassing sides when you were young. He continued to grumble but began to feel interested in Vlad. I hope he takes an interest in that child. The old man recalled Svanen's unpleasant face and said irritably, if that child is also like Svanen, constantly swaggering, relying on his parents' background, I will personally beat your excellency's retainer to death. Squeeze him and squeeze him until he's drier than sugarcane pulp. Joseph looked at the old man and said calmly, my retainer is an orphan. In a single word, dignity was already felt. It was truly the best. The old man fell silent upon hearing that. Joseph wanted to seize this opportunity to pique the old man's interest. He thought to himself, since I know Raymond's intentions, I must stimulate his interest as much as possible. Nothing had even begun yet, but his mind was already full of schemes. He began to pique the old man's curiosity by bringing up Vlad's pitiful background story. Oh dear, it was truly a pitiful story. He grew up in the back alleys without parents and came this far on his own strength. His eyes were filled with calculating thoughts. There's a reason for mentioning his background. The old man gave an intriguing smile. Joseph, seeing the old man's expression, deduced that his plan had succeeded and was very satisfied. He thought to himself, this old man might be reminded of his own difficult past, because he too climbed to this position on his own, although he thought that outwardly he maintained a humble attitude. You don't need to give him coins, but I hope you can teach him a few things. The old man was very satisfied with his discernment, and also helped him save face. HMPH, I don't like young people these days. The old man's eyes were filled with dignity. But since your excellency has asked, the old man stroked his beard. Damn, it was a really big beard. It looked like an old rag that had dried up, hardened, and split at the ends, everyone. The old man's eyes glowed blue like a robot's, and then he gave a dangerous smile. In a gentle voice, so I will have to check on him myself. At this moment a group of people had gathered somewhere. Jisha placed her hand on her left chest, bowed respectfully and said, "We, San Jose, will not forget your courageous actions." Jaeger replied with a bright smile, "Please speak well of us. Our lord is not a meticulous person." Jisha bowed once again and cunningly said, "Although I cannot lie in the report, I will do my best to repay Sir Jaeger's contributions." Upon hearing that, he was disappointed. HMPH. "In that case, it's probably best if we don't even mention our story." Suddenly, she looked up and something caught Jisha's eye. Vlad, engrossed in his flag, looked like a child exploring the world. She smiled and asked Gregory, "Does Vlad have a flag too?" Gregory confidently replied, "The Bati family entrusted him with a flag quite a while ago. He's being treated well," she thought to herself. The traces of fierce battle, a servant with the will to defeat Duden. These two things alone sufficiently prove that he is different. It was all too clear. Jisha and Gregory looked at each other, nodded lightly and bid farewell. "Then we shall depart. May the holy blessing always be with you. We shall also take our leave." Thus the two groups parted ways. Vlad's party rode away on horseback. He turned back, waved to everyone, and gave an incomparably warm smile. The villagers happily waved back. Their smiles were like warm sunshine. It was as if Vlad was loved by the residents like a people's army. He exclaimed, "The village looks much better now that the fog has lifted." Gregory explained to him, "This place was originally full of sunshine, and everything that happened in the village was because of that person." Vlad asked no further questions and smiled as if having shed something. "It's really refreshing. I hope I can truly relax someday." Unlike me, deeply buried in Soar's dark alleys, Anna wanted to live in this sunny village. She seemed like a truly pure soul. The village was enveloped in a soft light. He inwardly prayed for her to find warmth here as night fell. A bonfire brightly illuminated a small clearing in the dark forest. Just like a westward journey, Vlad's party was resting for a while in a small clearing nearby. It was literally wild camping, and only a small flame was warming their bodies and keeping away the forest animals. At this time everyone was fast asleep, and only Vlad was awake. The flame illuminated his thoughtful face, and his eyes were filled with sadness and a hint of despair. He blamed himself for having completely failed. He felt that he would not have survived without that voice. The image of a man in armor surrounded by blue flames came to mind. It was the name Lahun. He remembered and shuddered. Like Roger and Anna, I too was almost trampled by this massive world, unable to resist. At this moment, Gregory woke up to something, looking at Vlad sleepily, and said, "Boy, what are you so lost in thought about?" Vlad lowered his eyes as if some heavy sorrow was pressing down on his eyelids. He said in a low voice, "Just trivial things." "Goodness, this old man is old enough to have 5 Vlads. How can he be fooled by this old man?" Gregory, as if seeing through his thoughts, exposed him without hesitation. "But your face looks much more serious than that. Why are you trying to hide it?" Stung by the piercing words, he was speechless and had to honestly confess everything. "There are truly many great people in this world." He bowed his head, his whole body enveloped by the small light of the bonfire, half bright and half dark. At this time he looked extremely lacking in confidence. "I don't know if I can exist among them." His lack of confidence, as if he didn't know how to reintegrate into the community. Gregory gently consoled him. Everyone thinks like that at least once in their life." Gregory no longer lay down but sat up resolutely and said, "There's no definite answer, but I found my own answer." Vlad was very curious to hear that. He wouldn't miss such a learning opportunity. He immediately asked, "What is it?" Gregory's face was very determined. It seemed he intended to give a motivational speech tonight without even sleeping. "I must continue to burn." The flame before them swayed in the wind, then burned fiercely. People borrow alcohol to confess, but Gregory borrowed the flame to ignite his passion. He said there was no way to stop the flame from swaying in the wind. But as long as the flame was alive, it could continue to burn. Vlad pondered Gregory's words, gazing at the flame before his eyes. Thinking it was time to manipulate the psychology, Gregory uttered his final words and stood up. "Keep rising and burn forever." Vlad clenched his fists and finally realized everything. That's right, there's no shortcut to becoming strong instantly or catching up to someone. He returned to his original state, and his eyes shone with resolve. "I must stand firm and keep burning. I must focus on the present." In the flame, the figure of a powerful knight appeared. He seemed to be swearing to himself, because to face this vast world that had suddenly come upon him, he would have to become a great flame. Unbeknownst to him, the figure of an animal was approaching from the mountain behind him. The animal, having delicately climbed to the top of the mountain, was obscured by the darkness of night, making its form indiscernible. Roughly speaking, it looked like a special kind of horse, only its eyes seemed like a small universe, drawing one in the moment they saw it. The scene shifted to a magnificent main hall, beautiful like the sacred land of Nin Bin. Joseph, with a solemn face, offered words of praise. "Very well done." Vlad's party had finally arrived and reported the entire situation to Joseph. Having grasped all the information, he couldn't help but praise them. "Your efforts to complete the mission and resolve the root of the problem are truly commendable." Suddenly his face hardened and his eyes were slightly cold. "However, it is unforgivable that the Bati family's sword was drawn in another lord's territory without permission." Everyone bowed their heads, admitting their fault. Gregory explained, "I sincerely apologize. As the head of the investigation team, I will bear all punishment for this incident." A voice came from behind them. Ramon, having appeared unnoticed, stood behind them and said, "The world has changed. How can you act so carelessly in another's territory?" Vlad turned to him and watched him continue speaking. "What's worse is that you knew full well what the consequences would be." He looked at them solemnly, his eyes seemingly plotting something. His actions were even worse. No matter how he looked, he didn't know who the person behind him was, nor why he was telling such absurd stories. Moreover, he felt that the atmosphere around the man was not ordinary at all. Joseph also agreed with his words. "He is right, you touched on a sensitive issue in this chaotic situation. The empire is slowly collapsing, and the imperial family cannot fully control the empire. All remaining problems are turning into uncontrollable situations." Vlad's party of 3 listened intently without a word. "Small and large territorial wars are increasingly occurring in each region." His expression grew cold. "There is no guarantee that the North will not suffer the same fate." Gregory, seemingly aware of the current situation, bowed his head and said, "I apologize." Joseph continued, "At the time we encountered the ancient curse, Duke Yan was also paying attention to the situation in that village." "The Duke did so?" Gregory asked in confusion. He continued, "I understand your good intentions, but the fire you started was too big." Vlad froze for a moment upon hearing that, and he fell into deep thought. Ramon, standing behind him, spoke again. "You should have left earlier. I heard the Sanino Holy Knights were there too, right? You should have let them handle the problem." At this, anger boiled up in his heart. "Damn it, you weren't there, so you're acting like you know everything." He turned back and gave him a fiery look, thinking to himself, "What do you know? You weren't there." With an attitude like pouring oil on a fire, he scoffed without hesitation. These kids nowadays only act without thinking. Every word he uttered was filled with contempt. By this time, he no longer wanted to listen to him. He gritted his teeth and said, "If we hadn't stepped in." As Vlad spoke, everyone looked at him, waiting for him to explain. An eerie silence fell, and his team was sweating profusely, almost all holding their breath and watching. Old Ramon was also very much looking forward to it, even with his eyes, but in fact he was cursing inwardly. "Damn it, how dare he interrupt me!" Suddenly at this moment his 2 eyes shone brightly like those of a powerful beast. He shouted in an angry voice, "If we hadn't stepped in, all the children would have died." Seeing his demeanor, old Ramon was very excited inwardly. Perhaps this was the moment he had truly been looking forward to. He cheered inwardly. "Oh, what on earth did Lord Joseph promise to find him?" He laughed with interest. "I thought he was just a snot-nosed kid, but he's a monster. He saw his latent power, the power of a wild wolf, the power of a supreme leader." Vlad solemnly retorted, "Sir Gregory did his best for the children." He emphasized even more, "San Jose also saw what we did and said our actions were commendable, not blameworthy." "Stop!" Joseph suddenly slammed the table, interrupting him. He stood up and said, "Do not test my patience any further." Vlad was startled and glanced at him, and the atmosphere became even more tense. The others also froze at Joseph's words, no one daring to utter a single word or resist. Joseph frowned, and his gaze seemed to say, "One more word and you'll have no teeth left to eat." He stared directly at Vlad, and the room was eerily silent. Vlad realized he had poured oil on the fire. He finally bowed his head and apologized. "Yes, my lord, I apologize." Joseph did not seem to like being ignored like that. Even though he had already apologized and showed remorse, he still looked at him with cold eyes. He glanced slightly at Ramon behind him. He closed his eyes and thought, "It's really difficult. One side is the person I just asked to lead my team, and the other is someone who has made tremendous contributions to my team." In the end, he made a decision. "Sir Gregory, I believe you will understand me. The second law of a knight is a very sensitive issue." Gregory also dared not say anything and bowed his head, stammering as if he had suddenly been called out to take a test. "Yes, Lord Joseph, we were too careless." Joseph continued, "Sensitive issues continue to overlap. We must act first and show our sincerity before Baron John Ullman protests directly." He turned around and delivered his verdict. "Knight Gregory, you are suspended indefinitely." Goodness, what's going on? He just made a great contribution. Isn't it too harsh to treat him like that? His words, light as a feather, instantly demoted someone who was expected to live comfortably like a golden spoon to a commoner, causing immense disappointment. Vlad's pupils widened in surprise. Just because he said a word or two, the noble Sir Gregory was treated with such contempt. Despite this sudden decision, Joseph still pretended to be noble, and told Gregory everything. "You will receive no reward, and you will not enjoy any authority granted by the Bati family. Knight K will also receive the same punishment." Goodness, what kind of behavior is this? I expected the two of them to strongly protest Joseph's too hasty decision, but Gregory instead agreed and accepted it. Both he and Kay bowed their heads softly and said, "Yes, young Master Joseph." Vlad, he glanced back. Vlad no longer seemed to fear anything. His blue eyes clearly showed his defiance. Joseph had not yet made a decision at this time and was still agonizing. "I treated you very well, gave you food and clothes." Seeing Vlad's stubborn and unyielding expression, he realized how serious the problem was and thought, "But I don't think I can tame you." Joseph was very annoyed, but there was no other way. He spoke directly to him. "It's truly regrettable, because you spoke without my permission and disappointed me." He calculated himself inwardly, feeling a little self-righteous and selfish. "Is my anger stemming from this humiliation?" After much deliberation, he clenched his fists to calm himself. "No, actually, I was just disappointed." Joseph turned around, and his gaze seemed reluctant to make this decision. "Is this the right thing to do, or was I too hasty?" In the end, Joseph made a decision. "You are also suspended indefinitely." Having said that, he thought to himself again, this problem is really troublesome. I should have been stricter with you, then there wouldn't have been a day like today. Ah, he continued, you cannot come to see me unless you are summoned. Vlad was extremely surprised to hear that, and his eyes were filled with confusion. A dead feeling flowed through his nerves and he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Why on earth, just because he spoke without permission, the scene changed, and Vlad left the room. His lonely figure, despite achieving victory, pained my heart. His heavy, soulless footsteps seemed to wear down his recently revived body. He left, his mind filled with complex thoughts. He recalled the people who had stared at him with cold faces in the room filled with complex emotions. Vlad was filled with sorrow. I never thought I would see such an unfamiliar gaze again. Even though I am a lowly retainer, I have disappointed my Lord Joseph. Someone's voice interrupted his thoughts. Ramon raised his head and scoffed. So your name is Vlad? I already disliked him, but he kept talking, making me dislike him even more. So he remained silent. Oh dear, look at you. Ramon crossed his arms, mocking Vlad, seeing his stubborn face. Oh, you don't even answer when an adult is speaking. The old man continued. I presume you haven't learned any social etiquette at all. At those words, Vlad clenched his fists in anger. He bit his lip and thought, I learned enough of those things. Madam, you looked at me with the eyes of a kind mother. The image of an elderly woman came to mind. She seemed very powerful, but her eyes were very kind. That's right. Vlad cautiously placed his hand on his chest and replied. Then he bowed his head in greeting. I am Vlad. At the same time, he asked the old man in return, excuse me, may I ask your name? When he raised his head, I saw an ominous sign. This conviction and gaze were unmistakable. Ramon, seeing the sharp, murderous glint in his eyes, was startled. That child's eyes are like asking for an opponent's name before a match. Ramon, instead of flinching, curled his lips into a delighted smile. My fighting spirit is surging again. It's been a long time since I felt such an intense presence. Ramon leaned on his staff and said, all right, you want to know my name? Unfortunately, I don't have a name to tell you right now. Damn, he's really infuriating. Man stood dumbfounded at these words. Suddenly, Ramon slammed his staff hard on the ground, asserting his dominance. Vlad, startled, widened his eyes, not understanding what he wanted. Ramon introduced himself. I am merely one who walks the humblest path. Whether humble or not, numerous significant flags appeared, like the logos of the nations he had conquered, he said, lost in thought. I have not yet completed my mission. Old knights, even in old age, do not tire, for they cannot fall honorably on the battlefield, so they go to the humblest places across the continent to regain the honor they lost on their path. Like the founding kings who established kingdoms on this continent, a swordsman also has a mission to fulfill until the last moment of their life. The scene shifted to the opposite side of a magnificent and splendid castle. At this moment a voice echoed, finally the Bati family has built a bridge leading to the north. To be precise, he has occupied the nearby area and begun his work. To go north he will still have to pass through us. Aya stood with her ample chest thrust out at this moment. She asked with a worried look, will he come to us? One expressed concern. He was silent for a moment, then replied, we must prepare for it. Will it be a good thing or a bad thing? Alicia frowned and replied with a very focused gaze, the central region has already been closed off, and before we knew it, the western region was also on the verge of being closed off in a similar situation. She made a decision instantly. We must write to Count Weiss. I believe they will help us because they have reason and an obligation to do so. The lady is right. One pointed a finger on the map. If they pass through here, their next destination will surely be Count Weiss's manor. Alia chuckled softly. I'm glad I gave him my handkerchief. It's like a legend where a humble princess, heavily burdened, asks a loyal man to find her way. One listened and agreed. That's right, we must continue to hear rumors about him. Recently he's grown into a handsome young man. She listened, smiled inwardly and nodded in response. It seems he visited San Jose this time. There's no harm in forming a close relationship with the church. One heard this, immediately understood her intention and covered his mouth, laughing. Oh ho, my goodness, look at your face. You seem truly proud of him. Allie covered her mouth and awkwardly coughed. Ahem, that creates a misunderstanding. I also did a lot for him. One immediately smoothed things over. That's right, I also agree that it was a very good move. Thanks to tracking his movements, our spy network has become even stronger. He then added softly, in such a situation, people will say that Dima's specialty is spies, not paintings. At that she was startled and blushed. Embarrassed, she immediately turned away and said, since our spy network has strengthened, expand the surveillance area. If we detect abnormal activities early, it will give us a little more time, because we don't have enough troops to deal with unexpected situations. Then she gently approached the window and surveyed Dima's landscape at a glance. It was a peaceful and serene scene. Her eyes were filled with faith and hope. She wished for the people of Dema to live better lives. She wished for Dema to develop powerfully in peace. I just hope they pass us by without doing anything. Suddenly a slight change appeared in one's eyes. He thought to himself, the world is changing too fast, so fast that even I can't predict what will happen next. But the change wasn't entirely bad. It was like flowers beginning to bloom after the young man left. It could bring us hope and peace. The scene shifted to a house where night had fallen, with only a small light seeping through the door crack. Someone shouted angrily, that old defeated man, if I could, I would have beaten him right then and there. It was Vlad. The man stood with his arms crossed talking. He saw the person hammering a sword. He was probably a blacksmith making a sword. Oh, is he already going to get weapons? Is that so? The person replied. The old blacksmith asked, but what did you do with this sword? I just fixed it a while ago. Why is it like this again? A headless fellow. He was a strong enemy, Vlad replied. The old blacksmith asked, "What do you mean by that?" Vlad coughed a few times as if it was difficult to explain, then said, "Oh, how should I explain it?" Then he continued, "The deeper I step into this world, the more I have to fight enemies I've never seen or heard of before. I think it's my destiny," the old blacksmith said. "Isn't it time to change this sword?" His very meaningful words showed that he too was no ordinary person. The man, still not understanding, looked bewildered, picked up the sword and gazed at it, asking again, "What did you say?" The old blacksmith explained, "This sword is only slightly better than a mercenary's dull sword. You were just lucky to be able to cut down monsters. It's just made of iron and the person who made it was just an ordinary blacksmith." Vlad asked in confusion. "What are you talking about?" The old blacksmith frowned. With a deep, thoughtful gaze he said, "If you keep using it, it will break soon." The old blacksmith held the sword and continued speaking. The man with a large scar between his eyes requested, "Make me a sword that can cut down Ratna, the witch of the underworld." Lauren was so surprised that he froze, speechless. The old blacksmith stopped what he was doing and asked the man again, Cut down what?" The flashback ended, and the old blacksmith finished his story by the furnace. "Last winter a knight suddenly asked me to make that kind of sword. I wondered what he was talking about. He certainly knew your name. I remember him saying that Vlad's young version had cut down some dragons." Vlad heard that, rested his chin in his hand, recalled and said, "Oh, I know who you're talking about. I met that knight during the fairy raid. But he was only persistently interested in finding the person who made that blade." The old blacksmith, holding the sword, agreed. Right. He couldn't control his aura, so he asked me if this blade had any special ability." Suddenly he lowered his voice and said with a deep, thoughtful gaze, "Back then I only knew how to think about myself, but you survived." Continued meaningfully, "In fact, achieving such remarkable results means that death was near." Vlad, like someone who had just come down from a mountain, didn't understand anything and asked again, What do you mean?" The old blacksmith glanced at Bass. Bass was listening intently, and the old blacksmith seemed to hesitate whether to speak or not. Seeing the man carefully holding the sword, he thought to himself, "Surely you must have gone through immense trials and because of that you became stronger. This blade still retains its original form even after such events." An image of Vlad sitting dejectedly with a broken sword appeared and a warning followed. "If the blade breaks, it's not just the blade that breaks." Mr. Alex held the sword, gazing at it as if breathing his emotions into it. The old blacksmith's reflection in the sword clearly showed the traces of time. "I just hope this no longer suppresses you. Surely that person wouldn't want that either." The old blacksmith turned and advised, "I'm not telling you to change it right away, but from now on consider this point." Vlad, seemingly implicitly understanding the old blacksmith's intention, was silent for a moment, then said, "Do you still take orders?" He closed his eyes. "This is my last work. Find another blacksmith." Both fell silent simultaneously. The old blacksmith remained silent but deeply satisfied in his heart. Vlad, on the other hand, was infinitely sad. The old blacksmith felt a slight tinge of regret, thinking, no matter how much he's grown seeing him like this, I realize he's still the same as before. He empathized with Vlad's deep sadness. It's natural for a young man to be sad when parting with something he loves, but for an old man like me, old things are just external possessions. Someday they will have to leave. He asked Vlad to break the silence. "Other than that, are you taking it today?" Vlad hesitated and replied, "It's not that urgent," but his eyes held deep sorrow. It's nothing, I'll use it later." The old blacksmith, holding the sword and gazing at it, made a decision. "All right, I'll sharpen it for you." Having said that, he skillfully placed the sword on the whetstone, as expected of a seasoned craftsman. As the blade moved gracefully on the whetstone, sparks flew, brightly illuminating the focused face of the old blacksmith. It was the face of a great man filled with passion. In contrast to the old blacksmith, the flying sparks also reflected on Bass's sad face. Finally, this moment arrived. Bass held the gleaming sword. It was a sword so bright it could pierce his heart. Bass exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my goodness, it's really new. It feels sharper than when I first got it." He immediately let out a joyful laugh, as happy as a child who had received a gift from his grandfather. He cheered and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, I'll continue to rely on you in the future." The old blacksmith listened and sighed wearily. "Damn it, I said it was my last work. Are you going to keep pestering me?" He glanced at Vlad, then pointed his finger and threatened. "HMPH, that's enough. I'm old, drop by occasionally. Don't exploit an old man like me anymore." Vlad sheathed his sword and promised, "Next time I'll bring some delicious meat." The old blacksmith pretended to scold him. "You damn brat, is meat alone delicious? What's the point without good wine or beautiful women? Is this how you're going to treat me?" Vlad laughed, waved goodbye, and added a bonus piece of information that would make the old blacksmith smile all day. "All right, I'll bring some good wine too." The old blacksmith listened, very pleased, but still put on airs and waved back, "At least that much. I'll be waiting. Come back safely." The old blacksmith stood at the door watching him walk away. This moment was no different from an old father seeing his son off to the battlefield. He didn't know if this journey would be safe or if the old blacksmith could wait until he returned. He watched until his shadow completely disappeared. When he was far enough away, the old blacksmith began to cough. Cough, 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 cough. He knelt down, covering his mouth with his hand. Suppressing his cough, he sighed exhaustedly to himself. "Phew, I guess I'll have to close up today. I really did my best." Nevertheless, he mustered his last remaining strength and looked far into the distance where Vlad's shadow walked forward. The old blacksmith praised him proudly, confident and firm footsteps. The nostalgic image of a magnificent castle with a warm light appearing before his eyes was also where Bass was heading. In stark contrast to the muddy dark path, he would surely be able to easily escape that harsh place. The old blacksmith opened the door and returned to his room, muttering, "Of course, I hope so." The door closed, but it still shone brightly like an old father's wish and faith in his son. Treated Vlad like his own child and always wished the best for him. The surrounding streets were once again plunged into darkness, with only faint light seeping through door cracks and small windows. Darkness covered the empty streets, and Bay still walked with a heavy heart. Just a moment ago he had been standing with the old blacksmith, but now only darkness and solitude enveloped him. Behind him someone suddenly followed, maintaining their distance and tracing his footsteps. He entered the small alley ahead, and the person following closely pursued. He observed secretly. 2 glowing cat-like eyes shone in the darkness from the alley corner. He was startled. Base had just been ahead but had vanished without a trace. Damn it, is it a person or a ghost? The person following was none other than Ramon. Seeing Bast disappear, instead of getting angry, he smiled pleasantly and praised Vlad inwardly. He has good intuition. Suddenly, a cloak fluttered from above, carried by the wind. Ramon guessed he had been discovered. He glanced back and surmised, as expected, he's worthy of wearing the Bati family's leather armor. Vlad, with cold eyes sharper than the blade the old blacksmith had just sharpened, stared at Ramon and asked, "Why are you following me?" Ramon still stubbornly said, "What are you talking about? I'm just going my own way," Vlad said firmly. "I'm not one to fall for such petty tricks. I know you've been following me ever since I left the city hall." Ramon didn't try to explain and replied lightly, "Oh, is that so?" Vlad glared at Ramon and said firmly, "It seems you wanted to pick a fight with me from our first meeting." Ramon still calmly scoffed, and his eyes were very devious. He held countless daggers in his heart. "Haha, your intuition is quite good, that's right. I like your sharpness. Push a little harder. Don't be consumed by anger, learn to control it." He still stood firmly there. "He has greater potential than I thought." Suddenly Ramon was bewildered and dazed. Wait a minute, then why?" Ramon and Vlad glared at each other. Ramon recalled the past. "It seems he's intentionally disobeying and acting as he pleases." As the situation seemed about to shift again, Ramon made an effort to excuse himself. He should have refrained from reckless actions in the first place. "Did I say something wrong back then?" Base listened, froze for a few seconds, and was speechless. Then the man lowered his voice but said very firmly, "If there is anything you find unpleasant, please tell me honestly. Don't beat around the bush." Ramon grew even more interested, as if breathing fresh air. His lips kept curling up and his eyes could not hide his joy. "It's been a long time since I've seen such fierce spirit. The more I remember, the more welcome it is." The next moment, Ramon drew his sword and challenged, "Perhaps your excellency prefers sword fighting to words." Vlad, having gleaned a rough understanding, was wary of the trained Bati family knight. "I don't know who he is or why he's acting this way. But in any case, he was Lord Joseph's relative, so Vlad couldn't act rashly. He had to maintain his composure. Vlad suspected there was a hidden story behind this, but he quickly drew his sword and countered powerfully. "You started this." The two faced each other with tense gazes, and Vlad thought to himself, "If this is for a personal reason, I can't delay any longer." They quickly raised their swords and lunged at each other. A very tense sword fight ensued. As Vlad swung his sword to attack, Ramon skillfully blocked it. "If I break this, everything will be over." Old Ramon thought Vlad's combat ability wasn't bad. Furthermore, he had managed to evade all of Vlad's basic moves, so yes, you know a few fighting techniques. Vlad gritted his teeth in anger as his attack was parried. He swung his sword forcefully, and due to the collision, both were pushed back. Vlad continued to launch offensive attacks, forcing Ramon to defend and retreat. To anyone watching, Ramon was clearly at a disadvantage. "He's truly like a delicate bamboo shoot." Sparks flew with each clash of blades, and Raymond's sword tip blocked Vlad's as the situation reversed. Vlad thought, "Damn it, the old man is really more skilled." When he was stopped, Ramon struck down powerfully, and Vlad barely managed to block it. Vlad realized that his opponent's strength was formidable. "He blocked all my attacks with just the tip of his sword. It's no coincidence. He read my movements with just a few exchanges. I can tell from his fighting style." Ramon appeared as a very powerful presence in Vlad's eyes. "He's experienced countless duels." Ramon scoffed. "Is that all you've got?" Vlad lowered his head to maintain his composure. "Absolutely not." Ramon was surprised. "What just happened?" He rubbed his eyes, an expression of disbelief on his face as he saw the flashing blue and green light in Vlad's eyes. At the same time, similar energy emanated from his sword. When Vlad got angry, the energy exploded. Vlad stood lightly in front, saying, "This is just the beginning." Raymond's eyes widened in surprise. In this chaotic era, there aren't many people his age who can use such powerful aura. He laughed like a madman. "It's like I've been resurrected." Vlad quickly charged at Ramon and attacked. Ramon raised his sword and blocked Vlad's. "Ah, it's just like a movie." Vlad launched a fierce assault, and the two swords clashed powerfully, sending out small sparks. Vlad continuously swung his sword, and the attack speed was so fast that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. But Ramon calmly blocked every attack. His demeanor was even very composed, a stark contrast to Vlad's fierce fighting stance. Vlad's sword cut through the air. Ramon looked at Vlad, his eyes full of interest. "I like your spirit." Vlad seemed not to hear Raymond's words, focusing all his attention on the battle. He pulled back his sword to attack again, and Vlad's eyes shone brightly like headlights. Vlad charged fiercely like a hungry tiger, and Ramon, noticing this, retreated a certain distance. Vlad now wanted to ignore everything and defeat Ramon, and his eyes shone brightly again as he attacked. He constantly reassured himself inwardly, "I won't let him escape, even if my experience and skill can't match his." The two fought without an inch of concession, and sparks flew with each clash of swords. Vlad knew he couldn't win with just these two, but he still had something else. "I'm younger than him, so I can use overwhelming power." Oops, overconfidence. 30 is still young man. The two swords stood in sharp contrast, as if mirroring their masters. One old, one young, yet neither could claim victory. Ramon was slightly pushed back by Vlad's strength. This scene was much clearer. 2 deep grooves appeared in the ground beneath Raymond's feet, evidence that Ramon was using all his strength to block Vlad's attack. Now there was nothing to do but smile broadly. Ramon laughed helplessly and exclaimed in admiration, "Time is truly cruel." Vlad also said to Raymond's face, "Why don't you keep smiling?" Ramon closed his eyes and praised Vlad. "Your combat power is very good." What? Why is he suddenly closing his eyes? Why is he suddenly closing his eyes in the middle of a fierce fight? Is he trying to reenact a scene from Titanic? Truly, only the parties involved understand the pain. In fact, throughout the battle, Ramon was merely playing with Vlad. Everything was just a warm-up. Only now was Ramon truly getting serious. His eyes shone like stars, and he no longer smiled. He said coldly, "But you chose the wrong opponent to use it on." The 2 swords vibrated continuously, and Vlad's body was also pushed back slightly. Ramon still calmly looked at Vlad and admired him. "Not bad. Is this physical enhancement?" Vlad suddenly noticed something strange about Ramon. His power was different from his previous self. Looking closely, Vlad was gritting his teeth and enduring. Ramon raised his hand and a flow of power enveloped it. Ramon said to Vlad, "Haha, it's too early to be surprised. If you get used to it, you can use it like this too." Without hesitation, he grabbed Vlad's sharp sword with his bare hand. This action of Raymond's was enough to surprise Vlad. Vlad's face turned pale and his eyes widened in shock. Amazement surged in his heart. "He's crazy. He's grabbing a sword imbued with aura with his bare hand?" Vlad tried to pull the sword from Raymond's hand, but it was useless. Vlad's sword was stuck to Raymond's hand as if with 500 tubes of superglue. Pulling it out was out of the question. Vlad was horrified. "Oh my god, my sword is stuck." In a crisis, quick thinking shined. Vlad without hesitation released his sword. This action of Vlad's also caught Ramon off guard, and his face was blank. Truly unexpected. Vlad pulled a dagger from his side and swung it at Ramon. Ramon, still with a blank face, didn't understand what had happened, but his body reacted quickly, evading Vlad's sudden attack. Ramon scoffed. "Ha! Clever boy, it was a wise decision to abandon the sword. This is not something a trained knight would think of. That daring can only come from one with the heart of a monster." Ramon was intrigued by Vlad's relentless attacking style, admiring how quickly he responded even in difficult situations. Vlad continued to charge at Ramon, and Ramon also released Vlad's sword. Raymond's sudden action also surprised Vlad slightly, and he watched with wide eyes as Vlad lowered his guard and was slightly off balance. Ramon delivered a powerful punch imbued with immense force. How dare this young pup show off his skills in front of his master? Vlad, without time to evade the sudden attack, was hit squarely by the punch, flying hundreds of meters and leaving a deep crater in the ground. "Oh no, his face is ruined. If he had landed on his limbs it would have been quite bad. I thought he would fall flat on his face, but Vlad somersaulted in the air and landed on his head. Oh amazing, successful people truly take unusual paths." Ramon sat down exhausted, with blue flames flickering in his left hand. "Oh my goodness, he lost his hand." Ramon looked at Vlad in surprise, speechless. Damn it, he suddenly got too serious. Raymond's face turned ashen and sweat poured down like rain. He hastily rushed to Vlad and called out, Hey, are you alright?" No matter how much he called, Vlad didn't respond. Ramon saw Vlad lying motionless on the ground and truly thought he had died. His entire body trembled severely and he broke out in a cold sweat. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, was my defense a bit weak?" He recalled his past conversation with Joseph. Before leaving, Joseph had reminded him, "That child is someone we value greatly, don't hurt him." Now that he thought about it again, his head ached. This time it was truly a big problem. Now, when Vlad wakes up, he might even ask Ramon to link arms with him. "Damn it, I'm not doing this again." Ramon stroked his chin, wondering how to deal with Joseph. What should I tell him now? A shocking twist, everyone. In fact, Vlad wasn't unconscious, he was actually very lucid. Everything was a perfect act, and he had managed to deceive his opponent and secure victory. Gregory had once said, "As long as the fire doesn't go out, everything will be fine, no matter the situation." When Vlad opened his eyes, the blue eyes of authority reappeared. They looked very fierce, as if another explosion was about to happen. Perhaps it was a life-or-death battle. Vlad took advantage of Raymond's momentary lapse in concentration, leapt up, and his entire body was enhanced. Ramon had not expected Vlad to be unconscious from his blow, yet now he was back up and fighting so fiercely. Damn it, this young man's power is truly terrifying. Vlad grabbed Ramon by the collar. Before Ramon could even react, Vlad, still not giving up, slammed his head against Raymond's. Damn it, the impact is so strong it might shatter Raymond's head or at least leave a massive dent. The two stood motionless in place and the surrounding air was unexpectedly calm. Vlad slowly closed his eyes and chastised Ramon. "That's cheating." As soon as he finished speaking, Vlad's body slowly lost its balance, his voice weakened, and he finally collapsed unconscious. Vlad had used 100 of his remaining strength to get revenge on Ramon. Ramon rubbed his forehead and sighed. Phew, that was close. Truly terrifying, this old man has already transcended humanity. Ramon smiled brightly again, as if he had found something very precious. "But you are definitely a talent." Vlad was unconscious now, so he couldn't hear Raymond's words. Ramon praised Vlad. "You passed the test." The next morning, the scene shifted to the castle, where the warm sunlight illuminated the castle, seemingly dressing the entire structure in a thin golden robe. In the study, Peter was receiving reports on Raymond's situation. "Ramon is in sore. He seems very interested in Vlad." Peter was looking at the documents at this time, and damn it, this beauty, oh my god, the best visual of my life. Truly beautiful, soft and sticky. Peter listened and reacted indifferently. He replied lightly, "Understood." The old man smiled gently. Fortunately, Peter's attitude hasn't changed. Oh my, his side profile is a work of art. Oh my Thor, my son and I could slide down your nose like a slide. No need to go to an amusement park. Peter closed his eyes, his face slightly deep in thought. Ramon was a knight of the previous dynasty. Even I would have difficulty confronting him. Ever since he sighed and left after seeing my subordinates, I've had a really bad feeling. Should we say we've regained our pride? Or should I just sigh, saying we only gained his interest? It truly breaks my heart. The old man listened and could no longer smile. He just sighed. Times have changed. The image of Ramon, who once commanded tens of thousands of troops in his youth, was now a thing of the past. Ramon was a living testament to the cruelty of time. Since he was a soldier who became a knight, he would not be interested in the protected soldiers of today's era. The old man accurately analyzed Raymond's personality. He acknowledged it, but there were some undeniable truths. No matter how much times change, some things still remain unchanged. He put the documents on the table and no longer looked at them. His sigh and departure back then wasn't just a simple complaint or grumble. It felt like there was a deep sadness. He looked at the shining armor in front of him and recalled Raymond's glorious days. Ramon was so special that he received battle armor directly from San Jose, Peter added. Their recognition made him even more special. One thought came to his mind. Peter pondered for a long time and then decided, I should send one to Soar too, he smiled, thinking. His cheeks flushed slightly. Fortunately, it wasn't completely severed. The Bati family's tradition was still alive and well, all thanks to one soldier. Vlad finally woke up, his head dizzy and slightly aching. He held his head, groaning, and involuntarily cursed. Damn it, that damned old man, my head still hurts so much. Coming to his senses, he began to analyze. I've never seen such a technique before. I can't believe he used aura on his body, not his sword. He came to one conclusion. He's someone with a lot to learn from. A master never easily reveals his true abilities. After deep thought, he concluded. Perhaps everyone respects him so much because he's that strong. Bang! Someone burst through the door from outside. Vlad, who was concentrating, was slightly startled. Goodness, what kind of rude and ill-mannered bastard is this? Can't he just come in normally? Jamina entered with a pile of clothes and seeing Vlad awake asked, You're awake? I thought you were talking nonsense, Vlad reminded her helplessly. Seriously, you should knock before coming in. What if I was changing or cursing? Was that your intention? She retorted to Vlad. Do I look like I have a hand to knock with? Goodness, Vlad must have been hit too much and is not in his right mind. His words were very disrespectful, Vlad replied coldly. Why are you washing my clothes? Who said they were needed? Just leave them, I'll wash them myself. She chuckled, looking at Vlad, and didn't forget to advertise. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. This is our pub service. I'm just doing my job anyway. You're a guest on the 4th floor, the most expensive one. Vlad's face stiffened upon hearing that. A guest, her words seemed serious. Vlad spoke with difficulty. I can't afford to pay you that much. She put the clothes on the table and explained. No, don't worry, it's free for you. Because you helped us while you were here. The Rose's Smile is a pub now and many fools don't know that. Vlad was quite curious upon hearing that. Helped with what? Then he asked in detail. Just my being here is enough, she still patiently explained to him. Marcella said, just your name is valuable enough. You have the support of the Soar mayor and the Bati family's second young master, plus you're an almighty knight. Upon hearing this, Vlad trembled with joy and couldn't hide his subtle shyness at being so highly praised by others as an almighty knight. He cautiously urged her, embarrassed to be so highly regarded by others. Not yet. But don't tell others that. Jamina was speechless upon hearing that. HMPH, he likes it to death but tries to play innocent. She held a purple handkerchief looking at it as if it were proof and said, In my opinion he's a knight. The name Alice Hunno was embroidered on the purple handkerchief. Lady Alice's knight? Vlad's face turned pale. Cold sweat poured down Vlad's face as he stammered an explanation. That whole thing, it really happened. Jamina, suddenly appearing like a dangerous woman, her eyes cold and her complexion darkened, spoke in a low, eerie voice. I was truly satisfied when I cut your hair and helped you wield your sword. You did something truly amazing, and it must have been far less frightening to deal with women like the lionesses from Hadong than to fight monsters or the strongest enemies to the death in a fire. You came back from the brink of death and you even thought that place was the most peaceful. Vlad, trembling with fear, replied, once again drenched in sweat, Oh, thank you. She left in a huff. The poor door rattled as if it would fall off its hinges from her slamming it so hard against the wall. Vlad, sitting on the bed, screamed in surprise. Thinking his soul had been shattered by the violent slam of the door, Vlad sat on the bed, scratching his head blankly, an incomprehensible expression on his face. Why is she like this? I was always grateful for that. As night fell, darkness enveloped the vast plain, and from afar, amidst the towering layers of mountains, a tremendous sound and thick dust billowed. A talented being can shine anywhere. The mysterious jet-black unicorn spirit horse was galloping forward with all its might as if being chased by dogs. With every stride it took, dust and blades of grass flew. It looked as if it were a horse of fire behind it. Numerous people, like a Yuan dynasty army, were chasing on horseback. They were hunting the spirit horse. These horses looked truly ordinary. What would be the fate of that jet-black horse? People always crave such special beings. Up close, the spirit horse looked incredibly majestic. Its two eyes glowed brightly as if imbued with a soul. At this speed, the ordinary horses following behind would only get a mouthful of dust. After ceding its leadership to another horse in the herd, the spirit horse was desperately escaping from them. It remembered the events of that day and was always searching for that boy. Suddenly, lassos were thrown, appearing like fierce snakes slithering across the night sky. The people, as if playing a ring toss game on a duck's neck, simultaneously flung lassos at the spirit horse. The spirit horse glanced back and understood their intentions. It was always hindered by those who coveted talented beings. The spirit horse, with lightning speed, easily dodged the lassos before they could constrict its neck. As the people watched the spirit horse escape, they gnashed their teeth and shouted in rage. "Damn it, really?" Then, filled with anger, they pursued fiercely. Tu Zhang, gripping his lasso, continuously shouted, "Chase it, don't let it get away." The boy who rode the spirit horse that day was not here. The spirit horse remembered the days it roamed the green plains with Vlad. Back in reality, the spirit horse had to overcome this trial on its own. This was truly difficult for the animal spirit horse, but fortunately it possessed spiritual senses. High in the sky, a mysterious figure watched this chase, looking at the scene before them. Those people seemed despicable and mean. Large, powerful, and very ferocious people were chasing the horse. The mysterious figure looked down with fierce eyes and, mounted on a horse, shouted to his subordinates holding a question-mark-shaped sword, "We must catch that horse." Damn it, not only them but many others seemed to covet that jet-black horse. The scene shifted to an inn where only 2 rooms were lit. Suspicious, I think, or am I overthinking it? Everyone. At a table laden with hot food, Vlad stabbed a sausage with his knife and fork, listening to the murmurs of the elderly knight. "Ramon, I said I'm sorry." Ramon raised his index finger and smiled awkwardly. "I'll reward that child with something very good. Can't you be angry anymore? Damn it, it's funny when I think about it. A famous Legion commander known to all is now on the verge of being buried, and I have to appease a young man. It's truly unfair." Vlad coldly refused. "Some things money can't buy." His voice was strongly sulking. Ramon was speechless, his face stiff. Vlad continued, "I really like this armor." Ramon looked at Vlad's tattered armor with regret and said, "You know, this armor, only talented aides receive it. Ha ha ha, so cute. Should I put on the tattered armor ruined by Ramon and go see him again? I need to ask Min to lift his arm and check if he's bruised." Ramon tried to brush it off with a hearty laugh. When I received my armor, I hugged it tightly for days, unable to let go. How could he cherish it so much and then beat that child until not a single piece of clothing was left? Hearing that, Vlad's annoyance surged, and he choked Ramon. "You knew that and still destroyed it?" Vlad's words pulled Ramon from his high horse straight down to earth without mercy. Ramon was blank-faced and speechless, his mouth clamped shut like a living clam sealed with superglue. Ramon hesitated, replying, "See, can we stop talking about that? I want to go somewhere with you." Truly ridiculous. Vlad, hearing that, didn't even glance at Ramon, still focusing on his meal, and asked coldly, "Where? Damn it, this brat. Does one fight make grass and grain look the same?" Though angry, Ramon had to concede slightly. Ramon continued, "We need to show the young master how useful you are. If you keep idling during your suspension, people will just see you as a troublemaker." Vlad rubbed his chin, furrowing his brow, and thought, He makes a point." Even the spirit agreed, right? Joseph treated that old man with great respect anyway. That old man is no ordinary person. If you were a female version and became empress, that old man could even be a noble consort. Vlad turned to Ramon and asked, Then how can I prove my usefulness?" Ramon smiled triumphantly, pointing to himself. "I want you to do one thing for me." "We'll report it later," Vlad asked again. "What exactly is it? Why do you keep avoiding the question?" Ramon didn't answer, instead speaking with a cunning smile and somewhat shifty eyes. "Do you like horses?" Hearing this, Vlad sensed something was off. It must be related to the black spirit horse that appeared at the beginning of the chapter. The scene shifted to the next morning. The sky was clear and the weather was as beautiful as a dream. At this time, a procession of carriages moved across the green plains as if chewing on something. Ramon lay on the grassy floor of the carriage, hands clasped behind his head, legs crossed, and said to Vlad, who sat beside him, "People rumored that a jet-black horse roamed sore, but one day it suddenly disappeared as if possessed." At this moment, the coachman in front, hearing this, turned pale and interjected, "I heard that rumor too. That horse is called a spirit horse." Vlad asked again. "A spirit horse?" the coachman replied. "Yes, I have a bad feeling about it." He hadn't done anything yet, but the coachman's face was already devoid of color. He imagined a headless entity controlling others. What if it's related to the headless knight? "I heard he can control women like ghosts." The entity inside Vlad explained, "If the rumors about the spirit horse are true, there's a high chance they are connected." Vlad couldn't help but sigh. Vlad turned to the old man Ramon, who was lying stretched out on the hay. Damn it, on the verge of death in a precarious situation, and yet that old man looked so comfortable. Indeed, near Ramon, bad luck, near nature, comfort. Vlad looked at Ramon and tiredly commented, "Is it okay for him to just lie there?" Ramon, hearing that, replied nonchalantly and formally, "At this moment I have nothing to do but follow the merchants." Vlad said again with concern, "At least you should be alert to your surroundings. If you're this relaxed, we might all die." Ramon was still optimistic, even closing his eyes and enjoying the fresh air. Just rest. That horse will come to us on its own." "Amazing," Vlad was surprised. "What? That horse will come to us on its own? How do you know?" As Vlad asked out of curiosity, Ramon gladly satisfied his curiosity. The horse people call a spirit horse is not only fast, but according to rumors, it also behaves abnormally. Vlad asked again in disbelief. "What did you say?" Ramon continued. "It tends to observe from a distance, and if it sees someone on horseback or in a carriage who is very focused." Vlad's face showed a huge question mark as he listened, finding it hard to understand. Ramon laughed. "It knows exactly what it's doing. It's not an ordinary horse, it's a horse with spiritual senses." Vlad immediately felt something was wrong upon hearing that. Vlad rested his chin in his hand, thinking, Min is starting to feel uneasy now. If that horse is truly controlled by evil, the investigation team will have to go to S to check the traces it left. Ramon poured cold water on Vlad's serious and exaggerated expression. I don't know what you're thinking, but no matter how much you rack your brains trying to guess, it's useless. When the time comes, you'll naturally know. Let what happens happen. Leave everything to the flow of nature. Ramon smiled triumphantly, thinking to himself, from the beginning that horse wasn't important. I just wanted to observe you closely for a few days. If I like you, I might even teach you a few things. Ramon opened one eye and asked Vlad, how long have you been able to use aura? Vlad looked up at the sky and thought, 3 months or 4 months? Why does he look normal most of the time, but when asked a question he becomes confused and foolish? Ramon evaluated. If it's only 3 or 4 months, that's fast, Vlad asked again. What's fast? Ramon replied. Your process of using aura from when you learn to use it. But it's quite interesting that you still don't have your own color. Vlad's eyes widened and he asked again. My own color? What dangerous thing are you talking about? Ramon explained to him. Confused him. Aura is an expression of the mind. The fact that you don't have a color yet means your world hasn't been determined. That sounds quite fascinating. Vlad transformed into a studious child. Vlad leaned his face close to Ramon and asked, then how can I find my own color? Vlad's sudden action startled Ramon, making his heart drop and his throat constrict. Vlad's shining, expectant eyes made Ramon feel a little pity for this ignorant child. Ramon abruptly sat up and said, haven't you learned anything about aura? Ramon recoiled as if disgusted. Don't come so close, brat. Vlad replied honestly, no, I learned that the basics are very important. Yes. What else is there? Ramon stroked his beard, enjoying himself. Ramon thought to himself, perhaps that nagging person has already taught that child. I shouldn't teach him too much. Ramon said to Vlad, show yourself to the world. Don't hide anything. Vlad, hearing that, still didn't understand anything, his face blank, expressing his inability to comprehend his words. Ramon explained, you create something that can express your inner world externally. Knights call it a key. Damn it, the more he talks, the harder it is to understand. Poor Vlad's head is already complicated, and now he has to listen to these cryptic hints he might only understand in his next life. Vlad asked again. Key? Ramon, exhausted, asked again. My goodness, you don't even understand that? You've seen knights use aura, haven't you? Do they just use aura? Vlad, with a suspicious face, said, do they use it in a different way? Ramon, hearing that, no longer wanted to speak. Confused can he be? Ramon urged him to think carefully. Don't they have special movements? Vlad tried his best, but it was useless. I don't know either, I was always in emergency situations. Vlad's eyes suddenly widened as if he had realized something, like he'd grasped something tremendous. He realized Ramon was right, they all had some kind of movement. He remembered Sir Pao placing his sword on his shield, Sir Jijoji advancing and swinging his sword, and the two tigers tapping their swords with their fingers. And suddenly his train of thought stopped at the image of Jin crossing his sword over his chest. Vlad frowned. Judging by his facial expression, he seemed too unpleasant to even mention him. Ramon, seeing Vlad's expression continuously change, immediately understood and asked, it seems you've remembered something. That was the key. It was both a tool and a ritual to open one's inner world. Vlad asked Ramon, but don't I just need to use it? I just need to follow my intuition at the moment, in any situation, right? Ramon laughed and replied, that's why I said you haven't found your own color yet. I'll tell you when the time comes, but it's not bad to think about it beforehand. As he spoke, Ramon suddenly stopped talking. His eyes filled with surprise and vigilance. Ramon quickly and forcefully pressed Vlad's head down, shouting, get down, get down. An arrow flew straight onto the carriage's grassy mat. If they hadn't dodged, they probably would have ended up with an arrow-shaped earring on their head. The coachmen were panic-stricken, their eyes wide with fear, shouting, what is it? What happened? Something just flew by. The coachman was too surprised to speak a single proper word, and he probably wet his pants. Ramon and Vlad looked at the arrow stuck in the tree, and Ramon said, it seems not everything will go smoothly. Ramon shouted a warning, it's an ambush, everyone be on guard. Raymond's face was very frightening. It seemed they were unwelcome guests here. The knights at the front looked back, wondering if they had misheard. What, an ambush? What nonsense is that? Who would dare to ambush us? Thud, but before he could even finish speaking, another arrow pierced his face and everyone's eyes widened in surprise. He was hit by an arrow and tumbled off his horse, sprawling on the ground. Damn it, this man was alive and healthy just a moment ago, and he fell before their eyes without even finishing his words. Everyone was confused. Both people and horses were buzzing like a beehive. What is it? Where did it come from? One person pointed in the distance and shouted, over there are bandits. One person shouted. On a distant hill, a group on horseback with their leader gripping a sword looked threateningly in their direction. Ramon, without time for deep thought, immediately turned to the coachman and said, hey, quickly make the horses gallop at full speed. Hold the reins tight and don't let go. The coachman, in fear, didn't properly hear him and asked again, yes, my lord. Vlad looked at those people and asked nonchalantly, what is it? There are bandits here. Were they out of their minds to be operating so openly? Ramon, with serious eyes, observed carefully, and then evaluated. They're not the naive bandits we met before. These guys are much harder to deal with than ordinary bandits. The leader looked very anxious at this time, and as if unable to wait any longer, raised a strange sword high, spurred his horse to charge at the enemy, implicitly ordering his subordinates to attack immediately. The people following behind like a pack of hungry tigers rode their horses, brandishing their swords, and charged fiercely. They were probably bloodthirsty thugs. The cavalry simultaneously shot hundreds of arrows at the enemy. Arrows flew rapidly towards them. Soldiers with shields tried to defend, but some arrows had already pierced through their wooden shields and it seemed they wouldn't survive this time. They stood with their shields blocking the rain of arrows. Damn it, hold formation and endure. Everyone encouraged each other. The cavalry continued to shoot their bows. They rode in a circle, firing arrows in turns. Meanwhile, Vlad, Ramon and even the coachman watched every move of the bandits. Ramon let out a sigh of relief. As expected, they're targeting the mercenaries first. Fortunately, being at the back of the group bought them some time. Vlad asked, "Why are the barbarians who live beyond the northern border here?" Old Ramon was also surprised. "Indeed, this is the first time I've seen barbarians come so deep into the kingdom." He stood up, sighed, looking weary, then drew his sword and shouted, "I thought I could go easily. They're already here. Let's go all the way, old man." Ramon called the coachman next to him. "Hey coachman, bring the saddle quickly." The coachman was puzzled by his request. This is a pack horse." Hearing that, he became annoyed. He wasn't afraid of truly powerful enemies, but he was truly afraid of stupid comrades. The old man, seeing the situation before him, said in a strained voice, "It's worse than going on foot. We need horses to face them." The barbarian cavalry were powerful warriors who had lived their entire lives on horseback wielding weapons, he added. I heard barbarians are born and raised on horseback. So old or young, man or woman, they are all the best cavalry," Vlad silently observed without a word. The old man looked meaningfully at Vlad and said, "But except for some warriors, they won't be able to defeat knights." Ramon urged him to remember. When fighting barbarians, their mobility must be neutralized. Suddenly a rough voice echoed, "Listen well." A man whose face was obscured by shadows stood on horseback on a high ground with very long hair, whether man or woman. Other cavalry surrounding him shouted loudly, "We have no intention of killing you. Pay the toll and your lives will be spared." The mercenaries below were desperately defending, but hearing the two words "lives spared" caused a slight stir. Toll? Will they really spare us?" An old man, afraid of death, hiding behind a pile of waste, stood up and stammered, all right, I'll pay the toll. Name your price." The barbarian man replied without hesitation, decisively, "Everything but your lives. You will leave empty-handed." The old man who heard that was suddenly shocked and flustered. The expression on his face no longer showed any desire for reconciliation. What in the world was that guy thinking, trying to take all their property? He continued to shout loudly, "If anyone tries to hide anything, that will be their fare to the underworld." His eyes were as cold as a machine that knew only murder. The man from just now felt extremely helpless watching the mercenaries before him. Watching them defend themselves so weakly amidst the rain of arrows, he thought to himself, "There's no chance with these cheap mercenaries. Who would have thought we'd encounter bandits in Bati family territory, and barbarians at that?" It was too much even for his ancestors to handle. He raised his head as if praying inwardly, "Truly, for now, the best thing is to save our lives. If there are people, there is everything. Wealth can be earned again." He still kept his guard up against these savage and evil barbarians, but could he really trust them? As the mercenaries seemed to be stalling for time, one of the barbarians under the leader turned and signaled. He was waiting for a command. The leader understood the meaning and no longer had the patience to wait. He nodded and immediately rode off with his comrades. He shouted loudly, "Let's go." The horses' faces were as fierce and wild as their masters. Vlad, who was outside, warned, "They've started moving. They're definitely planning to rob us. It won't be that smooth." They'd greeted each other with arrows piercing the opponent's head right from the start. Meanwhile, Ramon had already mounted the pack horse. He said with a disgusted look, "I dislike them. I tried to like them, but it was no use." The barbarians were almost upon the mercenaries, only about a 5-minute ride away. Now only the leader remained on the distant hill observing. Everyone warned each other, "They're coming, get ready." At this moment, Ramon said to Vlad, "You can't ride a horse, so you have only one chance." Vlad smiled faintly and said, "Haha, are you underestimating me?" The barbarian cavalry continued to move and the distance became much closer. Suddenly the horses, which had been galloping like a typhoon, widened their eyes in surprise. What in the world had they run into? Vlad's overwhelming presence was so great that the horses couldn't move forward. His blue eyes scared the horses. They must have been afraid of being electrocuted. The horses immediately turned and changed direction, and the people on horseback, unable to defend themselves in time, nearly fell to the ground. Each of them shouted in incomprehension, "Arg, what's wrong with this horse?" Someone, realizing something was strange, replied, "These horses seem scared of something." Suddenly, Ramon also felt something was wrong and shouted a warning, "Stop, something's wrong." Vlad also noticed and his face turned pale. "Damn it, that terrible momentum keeps following me." Old Ramon rode up from behind and shouted loudly, "Get out of the way!" as fast as the wind. Vlad also immediately jumped onto a wooden box. Damn it, both rushed forward simultaneously. Raymond's face was full of tension, but at the same time it was a very resolute expression. Was everything going according to Raymond's plan? His eyes were very determined. The approach distance was not as expected and the horses were in a panic, so the barbarians hadn't dismounted yet. But this was the only chance. The barbarians, seeing Raymond's group charging, couldn't help but look down on them, thinking they were just an old man and a freshly grown boy. One of them scoffed with a very contemptuous look. "Who are you to be so reckless, an old man and a brat? Did you take drugs last night and still have the hide, daring to challenge us?" The cavalry, with swords in hand, whipped their horses and shouted loudly, "Take care of them quickly." Seeing them acting so wildly and being looked down upon himself, Raymond's eyes glowed blue. Damn it, the barbarians, who had been boasting and acting arrogantly as if they had eaten poison just a moment ago, now, seeing Raymond's gaze, couldn't help but be surprised by the old man's overwhelming presence. The pack horse looked somewhat naive to the point where its eyes had to be covered. "Is this horse the type that faints when it suddenly sees light, like our family hamster?" Wherever he went with his sword, blood flowed. Their heads also naturally detached from their necks. He cursed wherever he went. "Damn it, how dare you come here and harm ordinary people?" The others were surprised and stammered, "Oh, isn't this an elder? Why is there a knight here?" The remaining people, seeing this, retreated quickly like turtles retracting their necks. Go back, retreat quickly," and then he shouted loudly to the people behind him, actively scattering, telling them to create distance and evade. Suddenly something startled him, leaving him dazed. Before he could turn and run, Vlad appeared from behind. His eyes emitted a cold aura. "Damn it, now I'm focused." "Where are you going to run, you doomed bastards?" Vlad's words made the barbarian man stammer. He probably intended to unleash a string of curses, but before he could even finish speaking, his head mercilessly detached from his neck. Vlad landed very coolly. Another one, even before approaching, clearly saw his comrade's head detach with his own eyes and was extremely shocked. Good, it's over now. He hadn't even had time to think about escaping, but fortunately Vlad found him. He turned his head and looked gently, but the immense pressure surrounding him made him break out in a cold sweat. It was as if he had been corrupted. He quickly turned around and informed his comrades, Arg, no, the situation is bad." And then he ran away with all his might. Ramon turned his head and saw Vlad still looking at the headless corpse, observing his achievement. He looked somewhat ambitious. Ramon shouted a warning, "Vlad, follow me quickly. Their ambush has already half failed." He looked back but didn't see a warhorse flying over his head at this moment. Ramon was still warning Vlad. "Need to reduce their numbers and regroup." Vlad, seeing this, turned pale and shouted a warning. From above, a barbarian man was whipping his horse and charging towards old Ramon, and the distance was already very close. He rode up and swung his sword, rapidly charging at Ramon. The old man's concentration was disturbed, and I wonder if blood will flow and a head will fall here. Ramon, hearing Vlad's warning, quickly turned around and their eyes met. They wanted to look at each other for a long time. Clang, damn it, enough with the romance. The sword came down with immense force. Fortunately, Ramon although managed to draw his sword in time to block it. Truly, sometimes it's hard to believe the strength of that white-haired, skinny old man. He still maintained his composure, glanced at him, and assessed. This guy is also not ordinary. The opponent was extremely angry to see the old man easily block his sword. He frowned and immediately wanted to take down his opponent. He saw a blue light suddenly emanating from the arm that blocked Raymond's sword. He coldly asked, "Are you a knight of the kingdom?" Ramon evaluated his opponent quite highly, and with a slight unease sounded him out. "Oh, look at that. That guy is staring straight into my eyes without even blinking. He's not an easy opponent," the old man shouted to Vlad. "Run, Vlad, quickly. Damn it, who is this guy that even Ramon is struggling?" The old man, with a very serious expression, hastily said, "Those mercenaries will run away if they get a chance. You go and protect everyone." Vlad looked at the situation before him and was worried about Ramon, but Vlad hesitated. Seeing Vlad's hesitation, the old man, while blocking that bastard's sword, shouted, "I don't have a horse. What can I run away with? Hurry up. This green plain will be our grave." He understood and immediately obeyed. He turned his body as quickly as possible and left. "Yes, oh-ho," Vlad leapt to the ground. At this moment a barbarian man rode up, gripping his dagger tightly. Seeming confident he would take down Vlad, he rode up and swung his dagger, intending to strike down at Vlad. If he had been even a second late this time, he would have met a miserable end in the cold wind. He rushed forward like a blade and immediately attacked, but Vlad reacted very skillfully. However, damn it, he missed a beat and was pushed back. Vlad gritted his teeth and immediately thought, his face covered in dirt and dust. The horse runs too strongly, so the horse's speed increases, and the blade's power is also very strong. The sword calmly reminded Vlad to take an advantageous position as he was slightly distracted and unbalanced. Vlad gritted his teeth and was furious. "Damn it, if only I could ride a horse." Suddenly his eyes flashed blue. "Damn it, this seems to be fate." Without any warning, it even made me nervous, as if possessed while being peaceful. People suddenly looked in the direction of the sound. "Who is it? Soldiers of the Imperial Support Army? It can't be that easy, can it?" They all looked there with anticipation. A hazy smoke rose, and from afar it was impossible to tell what was coming. One person said, "It doesn't sound like many people are coming." A black horse was charging as fast as a rocket. Someone shouted in puzzlement, It looks like a single horse is coming." Vlad, hearing the sound of the horse, widened his eyes and froze. This whinnying sound, the men from just now were so surprised by the horse's appearance that they stammered as if they had seen a ghost. "How that horse, it ran away last time and now it's come back on its own." A black horse galloped at full speed, its eyes glowing blue, its entire body huge and muscular. "Damn it, even the horse is this cool." "That was the legendary black horse called the Son of the Plains," the barbarians said to each other. "Gather everyone, that is the Son of the Plains. We must catch it this time." First, they threw lassos to try and tie up that divine horse. The divine horse skillfully avoided the lassos and galloped past the barbarian army. The barbarians shouted loudly, "Damn it, we missed it. Don't just stand there. Chase it quickly." The divine horse instantly galloped at tremendous speed. Perhaps it was because there was someone standing on the hill holding a sword high and calling out to it, "Over here, I'm here." The divine horse saw Vlad, or more precisely, it was drawn by the energy emanating from him. The divine horse quickly galloped over, and Vlad also ran towards the horse without waiting. The barbarian man following behind shouted, "Vlad, don't go anywhere." As the barbarian man swung his sword again, Vlad leaped, avoided the blade, and jumped off a cliff. This was a calculated jump. As soon as he fell, he landed on the horse's back. The barbarian man couldn't believe his eyes seeing Vlad on the horse. "Absolutely not. The Son of the Plains has divine blood. How can one who does not belong to the plains ride it?" Vlad, having his wish fulfilled, was very happy. "Yes, this is it. This is the feeling from back then. Now I don't need to restrain myself. Now I can go anywhere. The barbarians tried to catch him. Catch him, we cannot let the imperial dog take the son of the plains. So they all rushed towards Vlad, and Vlad also took a confrontational stance. Vlad's energy and the son of the plains' energy resonated. The barbarians could only see a single ray of light. Following that, a blade swept incredibly fast through the army. Before they could even collect themselves, the barbarian army died all at once. The barbarians would not be able to accept this fact. Damn it, that damned guy is also a knight. How many people has he killed? Avoid a head-on confrontation and attack from afar. Vlad whipped the horse and said, "Truly, he went behind me." The most influential barbarian commanded them to split into two groups. "We will flank him from both sides and surround him." A light that looked like a horn suddenly appeared on the forehead of the son of the plains. The barbarian horses became agitated. The horses were in a panic and the barbarians didn't know the cause. What's wrong with my horse? It won't change direction." The horse was scared. Why was Vlad scaring them so much? And then the most influential barbarian turned back and clearly saw Vlad and the son of the plains as a menacing presence right in front of them. "Now you are the hunted," Vlad declared. Meanwhile, the barbarian leader was engaged in a sword fight with the old man. Both sides were equally matched in strength and neither gave way. The old man had strength, but his horse couldn't keep up with the speed of the battle. "Damn it, my horse won't last." This was too much for one pack horse. When Ramon lost concentration for a moment, the Manji tribe leader seized the opportunity to attack. It was all over. He swung his sword forcefully, and while Ramon successfully defended, the impact caused his horse to stumble and fall sideways. The Manji tribe leader stopped his horse. Raymond's horse trembled on the ground and could no longer stand, but Ramon was different. He forced a laugh and said, "Honestly, I didn't think there'd be another fellow to get my blood boiling." The Manji tribe leader was starting to lose patience. This old man is strong, but now he too would meet his end. But suddenly he was drawn by a sound from afar. Ramon thought to himself, "Isn't that the trumpet call of the Manji tribe horses?" A person on a single horse was traversing the battlefield. Ramon was slightly surprised. Wherever that person and horse went, the Manji tribe members scattered in disarray. This sight infuriated the Manji tribe leader to the extreme. He no longer paid attention to Ramon. Ramon could only watch as the Manji tribe leader rode towards Vlad, shouting, "Stop right there, you damned scoundrel!" The main reason for the Manji tribe leader's fury was that he found it hard to accept. How could the son of the plains reject even me? He shouted at Vlad, "Get off that horse at once!" Vlad saw the Manji tribe leader approaching him and misunderstood why he was there. Could that old man already be here? But he immediately saw Ramon chasing after him and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, he's still alive. The Manji tribe leader continued to order Vlad, "Get off that horse at once. That horse is not for the likes of you to ride." Vlad, being a proud person, was displeased to hear this. "Don't joke around. Who are you to tell me what to do?" The Manji tribe leader exuded power and shouted, "Shut up!" Vlad's eyes widened. It was magic. Some Manji tribe members could use magic to seal their own world, Vlad assessed inwardly. He is at least of a knight rank, able to control aura. The Manji tribe leader said, "I will take your life for defiling the sacred horse," Vlad challenged. "Go ahead and try." Then the two charged, and the momentum emanating from their attacks clashed, creating a dazzling light. Two horses ran side by side, their blades clashing, and both sides attacked powerfully. The Manji tribe leader strategized with a serious face. He pulled the reins, stopping his horse, allowing Vlad to pass him. He placed Vlad behind him. Damn it, too late. Just as Vlad seemed unable to evade, the son of the plains moved. To Vlad's surprise, the divine horse skillfully tilted its body, helping Vlad get out of the path of the dangerous blade. Ultimately, the Manji tribe leader's calculation was off. Vlad, having barely averted the crisis, expressed his gratitude to the divine horse. "Phew, that was really dangerous. Thanks for saving me," Vlad marveled inwardly. "Is it a horse born with divine blood? I knew it was extraordinary, but not to this extent." The movements of the two became one. "Until now, I've met countless unbelievably strong people, but I can fight that Manji fellow on equal terms. The problem then is horsemanship. And you don't even have a saddle or reins, do you?" Vlad conceded inwardly. "That's true. My calves are trembling too much. I can no longer use my legs properly." The Manji tribe leader warned Vlad, "The longer this battle drags on, the more disadvantaged you will be." Vlad knew this well. "But I have a way to change this situation." He recalled Raymond's teaching. "Remember this. When fighting the Manji tribe, you must bind their legs." Vlad had a good idea. "Yes, this is it. It's time to use a cunning scheme." The Manji tribe leader saw Vlad approaching and thought he could no longer allow the two of them to run rampant here. "I must end this battle here. Come on." Vlad suddenly turned his horse, kicking up an enormous cloud of dust. The Manji tribe leader's vision was restricted by the dust. The surrounding Manji tribe members thought Vlad was fleeing, and the Manji tribe leader, thinking the same, fell for the trick. He gritted his teeth and uttered contemptuous words. "Despicable wretch, how dare you mount the sacred horse?" Being so pathetic, anger clouded his judgment, and he rode after Vlad without the slightest caution. Vlad scoffed, his trick having succeeded. To make the plan even smoother, Vlad added fuel to the fire. "I heard you were born on horseback, but I've only lived in the mud under horse hooves." The Manji tribe leader, furious, shouted without time to think. "What nonsense are you spouting now?" Vlad said inwardly, "since I humored you earlier. Now it's time for you to do as I wish." He untied the knot of his cloak and threw it behind him. The Manji tribe leader saw this, thought Vlad was trying to trick him again, grabbed the cloak and shouted, "Your petty tricks won't work on me." But he very quickly realized that Vlad was already directly above his head. Vlad had used a blind spot to jump onto him. Vlad grabbed the Manji tribe leader by the neck with one arm and shouted, "Now let's fight in the mud." The Manji tribe leader was flustered, and before he could even exclaim, "What are you doing?" he was thrown from his horse by Vlad and rolled several times. The two slid for a long time, bouncing off rocks. Both, surprised, fell through the air. This situation surprised and unnerved both sides. Ramon rushed to see the situation, but thought, no matter how powerful a knight, if he falls from here. However, when he looked down, his concern turned into surprise. He said in a low voice, "This fellow, how rude. Stealing my technique?" The Manji tribe leader was now completely subdued by Vlad and could not counterattack. He introduced himself, "I am Adeda of the Buddha tribe." Vlad articulated each word forcefully. "So what?" In a luxurious mansion, someone said, "Although I understand you wish to prepare that retainer," calling him Vlad, "I think you should be careful." "Careful about what?" The middle-aged nun faced him and asked again. "I told you to stop then, didn't I? What's going on here? How can you bring a nun without any procedure? Even if you belong to the Bati family, you can't do whatever you want." Then Vlad replied, "Oh really? Because of this San Jose? You'll see them again tomorrow." The nun, recalling her grievances, fanned the flames. "Though spoken rashly, people of low birth are extremely impetuous and wicked. I am certain he will cause trouble in the near future." Joseph immediately offered no opinion. The nun gave a reason. "Lord Mayor, I am concerned he will tarnish your honor." Joseph replied nonchalantly. "Oh really?" he reasoned inwardly. "I know Vlad has acted inappropriately in the community, yet she had plenty of time to complain about him. Why is she acting now and warning me about him? Since when has San Jose taken an interest in him? A retainer born in dark back alleys receiving the endorsement of the respected Sister Angela. This is clearly intentional. Only one person can move the head of the community. Bishop P. There are two people who control Sor. Joseph Bawai, recognized by bloodline, and the Bishop of Sor, who cares for the people according to God's word, but that delicate balance is shaking. Subduing the vassals will slowly increase my influence. I clearly understand their intentions. From the beginning I was their target. Vlad provided a pretext for this, but there's a line that shouldn't be crossed. They must know that merely finding fault with my man cannot compel me. Is there some conspiracy here?" Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and announced, "Lord Joseph, I apologize. The guard serving Lord Ramon has returned." Joseph presumed it would be bad news. Gaze said, "Lord Joseph, Manji tribe rebels have appeared." The nun's mouth fell open at this news. Joseph calmly asked, "Where are they?" Gaze replied, "On the road connecting Sor and V. They are attacking people there." Joseph immediately questioned him with cold eyes. "And you ran away?" Gaze hastily said, "No, my lord. Lord Ramon ordered me to send for reinforcements. Vlad is leading the battle, holding the Manji tribe leader hostage." Joseph added, "What happened to the mercenaries protecting the merchants?" Gaze replied, "They retreated as soon as they found an escape route. If not for Lord Ramon and Vlad, we would have lost our lives too." At this, Joseph glanced at the nun, seizing this feat as an opportunity. "So only two people protected those who were ambushed?" Gaze proudly replied, "Yes, my lord." Joseph could not have been more satisfied. He instructed Lager, "You yourself lead the Goth cavalry, guide us. Depart at once." Both solemnly obeyed the command. Joseph said to the nun, "That boy is truly talented. Though of humble origin and lacking patience, he still heeds the call to protect God and innocent souls." The nun had nothing to say and reluctantly agreed. Joseph thought inwardly, "Bishop P, are we destined to meet after all?" He said to the nun, "Convey my words to him. Tell him I appreciate his concern." The nun shivered. Joseph announced, "I will soon visit him myself. We will confront each other head-on." The sun set behind the mountains, and Vlad's party, leading the merchants and mercenaries, marched along the road. Vlad looked to the side. He saw many people on horseback. Vlad said, "I think they're gathering more and more," Ramon said. "Many are moving south." He didn't think they were simple bandits. If the leader was captured, they would have already fled. He seemed like a high-ranking warrior. "At this rate, we'll face big trouble before even reaching Sor. Hasn't the guard sent for reinforcements yet? The Manji tribe army seems dispersed, so has another problem occurred?" Vlad and the divine horse looked to the right simultaneously. Vlad said, "It seems Gaze has arrived." Ramon saw dust rising in the distance. I was thinking too much." The merchants rejoiced. "They are Sor's cavalry. We are saved." Conversely, Adeda had a bad feeling. "Damn it, they're coming too fast," he said calmly. That old man quickly grasped the situation. "If you had kept insisting here and not abandoned your possessions, the situation would have been different," Ramon replied. "The strong become stronger. Now that reinforcements have arrived, it's my turn to ask you, why did you come here? Why did you come so far into our territory?" Adeda replied, "We only target the son of the plains." Ramon didn't believe him. "Just that? If so, why plunder when you could just chase that horse?" Adeda replied logically. "I need money to live too." Ramon clicked his tongue. A realistic point," Adeda said. "Now we have no reason to go south. I didn't expect the son of the plains to choose this young upstart of the kingdom. Time is truly merciless." Gaze on horseback spoke to Ramon. "To think you'd struggle with just a few rebels now," Ramon said. "What are you talking about? If I had a warhorse to fight on, those damned fellows would have fled long ago." But Gaze still said, "In any case, I'm glad you're safe." "I will escort you to Sor," Ramon asked, looking towards the Manji tribe group far off. "How do you plan to deal with them? They seem to have their own grievances." Gaze replied, "Our side is already chaotic enough, so we should avoid engagement with the Manji tribe. We will persuade them to leave." Green light emanated from Gaze's eye patch, and he seemed like a civilized person. As Gaze spoke, the Manji tribe group felt a heavy atmosphere. Adeda was startled. "Their world is far more complex. That knight could truly kill us all if he wanted to." Adeda immediately ordered his comrades, "Fall back, everyone retreat." The Manji tribe group hesitated, not wanting to leave Adata behind. Adata shouted impatiently, "You fools, haven't you grasped the situation yet? Stop talking and go." The Manji tribe army was quite troubled. What should we do now? If we leave him behind, the leader, but this is Soar's territory. Who knows how many more reinforcements they have? Moreover, a new knight has appeared. Just that old man and young fellow alone gave us a hard time. After much deliberation, they decided to turn back. I don't think they'll harm him. They probably don't want to fight us either. We must obey the leader's words. The Manji tribe army agreed to retreat and before leaving shouted loudly, "You must survive. We will meet again," Ramon scoffed. "Civilized nonsense, they're not fools," Gaze said nonchalantly. "I've handled everything, is there anything else?" The weak merchants were the most overjoyed. "They've left," the Manji tribe had retreated. "Thank you, Sir Knight, thank you for protecting us." The son of the plains heard the cheers and saw the many smiling faces before it. It reared its hooves and neighed loudly as if stimulated. The merchants were startled. "My goodness, that horse is really wild, must be a wild horse. Let's stand back a bit," Vlad calmed the divine horse. "Why are you reacting like this all of a sudden? Calm down, Gaze asked. "Whose horse is that?" Vlad excitedly replied. "I also met it accidentally during the battle with Jachung, but I don't know why it's come to me now." Gaze now understood. "Ah, so that wild horse is this one," Vlad excitedly said. "It's much bigger than other horses. You can tell it's exceptional at a glance. Ahem, I'll have to make a saddle for it when I get back." Gaze was inwardly pleased for Vlad. It seems he finally got what he needed. As night fell, everyone arrived at the city gate. Everyone went inside, but Gaze and Vlad were not yet. Gaze asked, "What's wrong, aren't you coming in?" Vlad was perplexed. "No, I don't intend to go in." "Why are you acting like this again?" Gaze observed. He said, "All right, it seems the merchants are displeased when it gets close." The rider moved away from the group and the horse moved away from the other people. "My head is throbbing. Truly, the situation you're in seems utterly overwhelming. It seems you've met a companion." In the end, Base and the divine horse made a campfire alone outside. The next morning, old Ramon heard a sound while drinking water and looked at Base with admiration. That horse is truly good," Ramon asked. "So did it work?" Base replied. "A little. I don't think those Bawai family members made up nonsense for us. That horse liked red. Wild horses usually move to places where there are rose bushes because they can't find food in the frozen grasslands. Rose bushes need a certain temperature of warmth to bloom. That's a sign of survival and a sign that there's food." Base was holding a bouquet of roses in his hand as suggested. "But it seems this isn't enough yet." Ramon spoke eagerly with Gaze. "If we know what the horse likes, we'll quickly find a solution." Base rubbed his chin and said, "I think the more red the better." The two men exchanged words. "Probably. Bigger is better. Bigger is usually better and the movements are stronger too." Just then Miss Jamina with her red hair appeared at an opportune moment. Old Ramon said, "That hair certainly deserves to be called a rose, but will it be all right? Your relationship doesn't seem to be very good." Bass, speaking as if accustomed, said, "She's always nagged since childhood. Our relationship is more than just liking and disliking each other." Base was optimistic, but Jamina shooed him away saying, "Don't bother me, I'm working." Base pleaded, "Wait, listen to me." Jamina spoke as if she were chattering. "Tell Miss Alicia I'm busy." Base still maintained his direct attitude. "I need your help," Jamina shouted angrily. "I said I'm busy, can't you see I'm working?" Just then a bouquet appeared, calming Jamina's displeasure. Embarrassed, she asked, "What is this?" Base immediately said, "I'll give you this, please help me." Jamina wasn't as angry as before but still said, "I told you to go to Miss Alicia for help." Base firmly replied, "I don't use honey traps." Bass, holding the bouquet in his hand, smiled and said, "This is something only Miss Jamina can do." Jamina's face flushed at those words. She turned away shyly and mumbled, "What?" Base nonchalantly asked. "Are you hot? Why is your face flushed?" Jamina, shy, rebuked him. "Shut up." At the same time, in a heavily guarded place, Joseph entered the prison with Gaze. They stopped in front of a cell. "I am Joseph Bawai, mayor of Soar of the Budat tribe. I have one question for you," Adata said, "for the mayor of this city to personally visit and question me." "It is truly an honor." Joseph spoke emotionlessly. "I sincerely hope this visit is not in vain." Adata inwardly assessed the person before him. "I've seen many who act cold or noble, but rarely one who genuinely seems that way. This man truly felt that way." Joseph said, "At first I thought this was a traditional ritual of your tribe, but in fact catching wild horses is a rather interesting taboo. Every world should be peaceful so it can shine freely in its own way. However, wild horses only shine when they run across the green plains. You seem to be people who respect such principles, yet you risked your lives to break that, coming all the way here past the Iron Duke's territory. What is the true reason?" Adata finally stood up at this moment. "While I've been confined here, I've thought about this, and it seems this will be better for me. I am the one responsible for the future of the Budat tribe. The sole reason I broke the tribal taboo and tried to capture the son of the plains was because we needed the fastest beings we know." Adata suddenly flared up and shouted, "You people," while rattling his chains. "What on earth have you done?" A warning blade pointed at the crown of Adata's head. Gaze stepped forward, quietly threatening with sharp eyes. Joseph asked, "What are you talking about?" Adata pressed. "What have you done to drive the dragon race mad?" Joseph was very surprised to hear this. "The dragon race has always been quiet for years. Are they becoming violent?" Adata continued to press. "What have you done with the dragon fragments?" Joseph was slightly overwhelmed by this new information. Dragon fragments, the Western oath proof, those things safely delivered to the Iron Duke. Could that be related to the dragon's rage? Adata demanded that the blonde young man who defeated him be brought here. Joseph asked, "For what reason?" Adata said directly. "The only living being that can catch the fastest dragon is the son of the plains. The son of the plains will surely choose me and him for good reason. Joseph gave an evasive answer. I will consider your request, Adata warned. You must hurry. You probably know this too. The corrupted dragons have inherited the bloodline of true dragons. They have lived until now without realizing they are dragons. But something has definitely changed. Once they realize they are dragons, they will recklessly invade our territory. So I ask again, what have you done with the dragon fragments? The Duchy of Batopo, a fist-shaped flag fluttered in the blizzard. A man in a thick fur cloak stood on a high castle wall. He was Mahjong the Iron Duke. He mistakenly thought a fallen dragon was crying. A person reported to Duke Mahjong the dragon fragments. Duke Timu seemed to know the other half of the sentence himself. He lamented, it's starting again. When Timu asked the mages what they were doing, the person informed him, it doesn't look good this time. They cannot calm it with magic. Timu ordered the bishops who could lift the curse to be brought here. He asked if the holy knights had arrived yet. Someone reported that Knight Commander Ganto was on his way. Timu said, bring him to me as soon as he arrives. Upon arriving at a certain place, Timu stopped. He stood before a closed door. I could feel that the energy was completely different from anything in the past. He reached out and opened the door. His two eyes contracted. The dragon fragments are resonating with each other. The girl with long black hair and a complex expression spoke. Before her were merchants carrying all sorts of precious gifts of gratitude, and she was slightly embarrassed but had no choice but to say that he was out on a mission. All the merchants were quite disappointed. It seems we arrived too late. That's why I told you we should hurry. I couldn't meet him at the monastery, so I prepared gifts to give him. Base was suddenly respected like this. Furthermore, the girl didn't even know him, and perhaps thought there was no need to add sir to his name. I too was swept along by everyone, but on the positive side she saw an opportunity. Wait, this is a good chance. Rumors of Base saving the merchants from the Manji tribe are spreading everywhere. If possible, I want to further enhance his reputation. Thinking this, she immediately spoke. He is a very busy person after all. He is a promising genius of the Bawai family. All the merchants agreed. Oh, that's right, of course. The path he takes will surely bring great things. The black-haired girl suggested. Since we don't know when he will return, why don't you leave your names? All the merchants responded positively to this method, saying, oh, that would be great. Jamina watched all this, holding a blanket. She no longer understood why she was acting this way. These things should make me happy, but I felt like that person was getting further and further away from me. She was so deep in thought that even when someone called her, Jamina didn't notice. It was only when her name was called a second time that Jamina snapped back to attention. Yes, boss, the boss beckoned to her. Jamina's voice was filled with embarrassment. Excuse me, boss, do you want me to take care of the people who came to see Base? The boss said. From now on they can convey their words to Base through you. Jamina hesitated, but they all seemed like important people. I think it would be more appropriate for you to do it yourself, boss. Jamina, lacking confidence, thought that if she made a mistake it would cause trouble for Bass. The boss, as if sensing Jamina's worries, said, if we're talking about the conditions for receiving Bass's visitors, who at the Rose's Smile could do it better than you? Your contribution to Bass's current success cannot be overstated. Jamina, you must have confidence. Jamina nervously asked, really? The boss sincerely encouraged her, yes, just do it. Jamina, still deep in thought, said, but I'll make mistakes. I don't know how to do it. The boss pointed out the optimistic side. Then guess what your mistakes will gain. Base will have to lighten your burden. I heard that child wants to help lure the horse. See, that child still needs you. Come to my room. While Jamina was bewildered, the boss showed her willingness to help Jamina. It's not only men who go to the battlefield. Women also have their own battlefields. Just as Jock gave Base a dagger, I will also help you use your weapon. In a certain tea house, one must always be cautious if they wish to take another step forward. Old Ramon sat and talked with Joseph. Count Gaeta will not be able to reach the north in a short time. Even with his cruel army, remnants of the former alliance leader Yanoma are still scattered throughout the west, and the dwarves' movement techniques will help them. Before going north, he must first eradicate this danger. Joseph took a sip of tea and said, I agree with that. Old Ramon said, but I still have a slight concern. Joseph asked, what? Old Ramon said, the Dudic cat I'm holding, that's my reason for thinking. My last mission is to be used as a warrior for the Bawai family. You might worry when you think it's a harsh judgment, but if I were to truly advise the Bawai family, it would be that the Western Knights have surpassed the Northern Knights. Joseph said, understood. Old Ramon, revealing his emotion, said, when I walked the humble path and looked at the Western Knights, the thought that I still hadn't done what I needed to always came to mind, and I felt I had been too arrogant at that time. The North was stronger and more honorable than anywhere else. Some monsters constantly expelled the Manji tribe, but they did not rely on human hands. The only thing colder than the biting cold of the north wind was the cold discrimination from the people of the capital. The Northern Knights were the ones who strived to fight against all this and traverse the battlefields. But what about now? While making this place more stable, the North's strength, derived from its past hardships, is now disappearing. And on the other hand, the West is developing, and they are becoming stronger than ever. You should not take Baron Haina's demands lightly. You must prepare before it's too late, Joseph said. I entirely agree. Even the current North is far from the North of old. Even if the North is still bearing strong fruit. Old Ramon also looked outside in Joseph's direction. With a slight curl of his lips, he deliberately. It is natural for new generations to always appear to succeed the old. and he was bewildered by the sight before his eyes. "What is this? Why are there so many people?" a mysterious voice said. "There must be something truly interesting here for so many people to come and see it." Base asked himself. "Is there something interesting?" The mysterious voice said. "Yes, think about what you've done so far. You tried to blindfold the horse to lure it, tried to pull it by force, tempted it with food, and even bowed your head to beg." Base replied inwardly. "Yes, I did all that," the mysterious voice sneered. "Isn't it interesting that a talented young man with an excellent reputation can't even manage one horse?" Base replied inwardly. "I don't think that's why so many people have gathered." A shout filled with inner power startled Base and the divine horse simultaneously. "Look at this, it's like a wedding dress, but a fiery red outfit," a loud voice said. "How long will you make me wait?" Base asked with a bewildered expression. "Why are you wearing a dress?" The mysterious voice enlightened him. "That is a woman's battle dress. I truly admire her thorough preparation." Someone gave a signal that it was time. Jamina's red veil was lifted. Base froze. The Jamina now was truly like a captivating red rose. All the surrounding men simultaneously exclaimed in admiration. "My goodness, she really hid that well. Hey, the horse is moving." Jamina flinched inwardly as she met the divine horse's eyes. Seeing it this close, it's much scarier, and the people's gazes are putting no small amount of pressure on me. But if I hesitate because of this small fear, I'm not worthy of standing beside Bass." So she suppressed her worries and showed all her goodwill. "Good horse, come here." The divine horse took its first step as if drawn. All the witnesses cheered. "Oh, it's moving. Is it really working? My goodness, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Good, keep going." Seeing the divine horse glowing, Bass was bewildered. "My goodness, is it really interested in this surprise gift?" It was a beautiful scene, harmonizing a talented man, a beautiful woman, and a black steed. The divine horse and Jamina looked at each other, and she reached out her hand. The divine horse, which was originally fierce, became gentle before Jamina. One of the young men among the witnesses shouted, "Miss Jamina, she is the red rose of Sor." She was so embarrassed she nearly died. Many people followed, shouting simultaneously, "Miss Jamina, she is the red rose of Sor. Miss Jamina, she is the red rose of Sor." Children and rose petals. "Boss, did you prepare all this?" The boss, looking at the work he had contributed to, said, "Everyone, look closely. It's a sight beyond our comprehension. Even if you gained all the wealth in this world, have you ever seen people from the dark alleys receive so much attention? Could people from the dark alleys receive such applause and cheers outside the alleys? At least today, that's happening. Sor will be with them." Two people stood facing each other on the cold, windswept ground. Bloody monster carcasses lay splattered at their feet. The two tigers remained calm despite the situation. Everything had been annihilated, the beastkin woman said. More than 50 fell in the blink of an eye. The two tigers murmured, "Yes, in the moment they don't even realize they're dying." Joseph's report was truly accurate. The beastkin woman said, "Yes, it must have been." A perfect creature was torn apart by the examination and fell to the ground, its blood splattering everywhere. And the remnants of the corrupted dragon appeared. Some dragons had lost their wings, some their scales, some their eyes. They were scattered everywhere, having forgotten their origins, but for some reason, one realized it was a dragon. Roseo said, "That's right." As they took a few steps forward, a creature with perfect legs appeared. Life is a continuous series of choices. Since no one can do it for you, sometimes it's up to you to bear it. And in those moments of choice, we truly realize who we are. A man with red hair and a sharp face said, "Are you going to pretend you don't know?" Dok faced this man and said, "You are not my master," Red Moon said. "Now eliminate all the remnants of the former Liberation Front. This order bears the seal of my uncle Count Geta." Doc's eyes widened and he strongly retorted, "They are merely refugees." Red Moon excused himself. "He certainly must have his reasons," Dok asserted again. "The Count would never do such a thing," Red Moon said coldly. "To doubt him is disloyal. Do you intend to betray the loyalty you swore under Geta's banner?" Dok gritted his teeth and said, "As for me, I cannot obey such an order," Red Moon murmured. "Then what about you?" he asked the people in red cloaks behind him. "Do you still intend to follow Dok?" They hesitated and fell silent. "Sorry, Dok," but the rest of the people in red cloaks all turned their backs on Dok. "We apologize. We truly apologize. Even if it is a wrong order, as knights we cannot disobey our master's command." Only one night lingered between Red Moon and Dok. The two looked at Godwin, who stood dazed, and said, "It's all right, Godwin." When Godwin glanced up, Dok said calmly, Go to a world where you can shine brighter. Indeed, in the north one must be wary of the Iron Duke and his knights. According to intelligence, Baron Ottman has been showing suspicious movements recently. This is a list of the knights from the Iron Duke's family and the Ba Gaz family." Gaz looked at the list and said, "Compared to the report from a few years ago, there are no new names on Ba's list." The person who delivered the list said it seemed they had failed in their generational transition. Aside from the eldest son, two tigers, there were no notable individuals recently knighted. However, Jiyu reminded them with extreme caution, "Don't jump to conclusions." The person who delivered the list nodded slightly, as if understanding. Jiyu asserted, "The weight of a name like Bajip cannot be evaluated by a single report like this, just as I was Geta's secret sword. Bajip must also have his own secret sword." The other person admitted their thought process had been lax. "My apologies," another person seated at the table spoke. "By the way, there seems to be some unusual news about Bajip." Jiyu closed his eyes and asked, "What news?" The person hesitated for a moment. "I'm not sure if I should tell this story." Jiyu said, "It's all right, speak." Hearing this, the person mentioned, "There's a rumor that Bajip has a very exceptional young attendant." Jiu Du, without thinking, asked what his name was and received the answer, Bao. He added that he was from Sor. The boy first appeared in a duel of honor with Dia where he supposedly unleashed his aura. Many people present here dismissed this as mere rumor. An attendant possessing aura, there's a limit to absurd rumors. Bajip must have failed in his generational transition, so they're fabricating all sorts of rumors, right? Soon enough we'll probably hear news that he killed a dragon. Jiu Nu fell into thought again. Why does this name sound familiar? Sor Bao. As Bao's face clearly emerged in his mind, Jiu Nu finally remembered. That's right, that insolent brat's name was Bao. He slightly parted his lips, but then scoffed at himself, thinking he was overthinking it. Nonsense, it couldn't be that child. I must have merely recalled that name and face from my memory, yet that child had the potential to shine, and I once wanted to bring him in. I wonder if he's even alive now. At this moment, Bao slumped over his desk looking like a shriveled corpse. He's definitely going to die. The mysterious voice reminded him, stop whining, eat your food. Bao retorted unfairly, I'm not whining. In the mornings I train under Jag's guidance. At lunch, I do aura training and physical conditioning with the old man. In the evenings we discuss the training results. At this rate I'm going to die. The mysterious voice chided, you're too pampered, consider yourself lucky to even be mentored by one person. Bao didn't complain about that either. He knew it. Precisely because he knew it, he gritted his teeth and endured. Just then, Gaz arrived laden with packages and greeted him. Brother, how have you been lately? Bao was too tired to lift his head and asked, what are these packages? Gaz replied, Joseph told me to stay here, but I don't know why all of a sudden. Gaz grinned. Rumor has it that the Lord ordered a private stable to be built in the backyard for that young master. If there are horses, there must be someone to manage them after all. Bao asked, can you handle him? Gaz replied confidently, hey, why say that? I'm the stable master of the Ba Reef family. Then Bao encouraged his friend with just 2 words, hang in there. Gaz, oblivious to the hardships awaiting him, looked bewildered. Bao chased him away as if giving an order, if your business is done, go. I don't even have the energy to talk anymore. However, Gaz said, I still have something to say. Joseph asked you to come see him. Hearing this, Bao immediately lifted his head. What's going on? Gaz said. What do you mean, what's going on? He's surely calling you to end your suspension. At the Lord's mansion, Bao was cursing inwardly. Gaz, I was a fool to listen to you. Sor's most influential figures were all gathered in Joseph's office. Bao inwardly felt there was no hope of pardon. Joseph spoke that day in one of Baron Otman's villages. You disobeyed my orders and saved the children, Joseph pressed. Is that true? Bao lowered his gaze and admitted yes. It is, Joseph asked testily. If a similar situation arises again, what will you do? Will you still defy my orders? Bao looked Joseph straight in the eye. I swore to be honest before him, so I cannot lie, so he replied. Yes, I will still do so. Joseph was satisfied with this consistency. Yes, this is precisely why I chose you. Joseph remarked that while others may shine because of their honor, you shine because of your conscience, and when you move forward and lose your way, it will serve as a compass to help you find the right path, because you have found your own path. As the cover was removed, a part of a new armor was revealed. Joseph said, I hope this armor protects your compassion. Surprisingly, the armor was crafted by Sanho Seno, who made the most exquisite armors. This armor was made with various techniques. Bao looked down at his old armor with a wistful expression. Joseph said as if understanding, I know you cannot take it off. Every scratch is a testament to the life you've lived so far. But this armor is proof of the path you've found. Joseph said, come closer and look again. Bao meekly stepped forward. Engraved on the armor were the words, the knight who protected children's lives. Everyone in the room wore a gentle smile at that inscription. Joseph was no exception. Yes, this is the path you will walk from now on. The scene returned to a place filled with mountains and cold. A group carrying the Iron Duke's symbolic banner stood under the command of Bokaz Bazan, the Iron Duke's successor. He looked towards a conspicuous light. There was a cavalry unit carrying torches. Their horses' hooves left clear marks in the snow. Something shocking was happening. A creature appearing to be a white dragon was chasing the torch-bearing group. They frantically shouted, damn it almost caught us, just a little more, just a little more. The dragon opened its mouth wide and fiercely pursued those who provoked it. Bokaz enveloped his spear in aura and took a stance clad in armor. When the opportunity arose, the torch-bearing group below also scattered as if the time had come. Bokaz exerted his strength. By the time the dragon realized it had fallen into a trap, it was too late. The spear flew from Bokaz's hand and the spear's target was the dragon's skull. Bokaz thought, I've got it. However, the dragon cunningly slipped its leg, lost its balance, and dodged the wound. Bokaz said as if in disbelief, it almost hit. How did it dodge? I knew the dragon was fast, but not this fast. A fast dragon swept through Bokaz's army. He commanded, go, don't let it escape, surround it and block its escape routes. Seeing this, the dragon opened its mouth, inhaled a cold breath, then raised its head and arrogantly roared. Bokaz knew what was about to happen, so he immediately commanded, dragon's breath, scatter quickly. Bokaz shouted loudly, did you think we would just allow such an attack? As soon as he spoke, he threw a second spear. The dragon had to stop gathering power and prepare to dodge the wound. Though it remained unscathed, the dragon was clearly angered by Bokaz's actions. Bokaz looked at the dragon with challenging eyes. Dragon, you don't need to fight a whole army alone. The dragon turned its head and fled. Soldiers shouted, it's trying to escape again, chase it. However, the dragon leapt ahead, greatly outdistancing the cavalry. The soldiers realized for themselves, damn it, we can't catch it. The dragon fled without even looking back. Bokaz could only watch. He swore irritably, damn it. A visitor arrived at Joseph's office. You are indeed skilled at appreciating tea. There is no place where the tea tastes better than here. Joseph, not interested in small talk, immediately asked, what brings you here? Did you just come to drink tea because you're idle? The two tigers said. Why are you so rigid? Do I need a reason to visit you, brother? We're not strangers. Seeing his brother's gloomy expression, the two tigers finally said, all right, don't glare like that. Putting down the teacup, the two tigers got straight to the point. I think the Manji tribe was right. Although we were prepared, Joseph was startled. In other words, the two tigers had confirmed it. That's right, a dragon is coming this way. If the west has Jachung, the north has Lin. The coldest and fastest dragon, living in the coldest place where cold snowstorms blow. Joseph pointed out that it wasn't yet their migration season. The two tigers updated the information. They don't only migrate in winter. Something seems to have happened. Last time Jachung was also strange. Lin Bloom has already tasted Oxgray's blood, so she must be eliminated before she goes wild. Joseph wanted to know which direction it was going. The two tigers replied, we don't know, it's too fast to track. Joseph frowned, but we cannot just stand by and watch. The two tigers also agreed. Of course, that's why the Lord assigned me the mission to eliminate Lin Bloom, Joseph said. How can I help? Sor will provide full support, the two tigers said. I request a thorough reconnaissance of the surrounding areas and the deployment of knights. Joseph, deeming the request reasonable, asked how many knights were needed. Surprisingly, the two tigers said only one was needed. In Joseph's understanding, it was impossible. To face a dragon, you need powerful swordsmen. Even if I brought all my knights, I wouldn't be able to stop it. Joseph asked again suspiciously, do you really only need one person? The two tigers had to explain that unlike Jachung, Lin Bum could be pierced by a sword, of course if a sword could reach it. Hearing this, Joseph asked again, then who should I send? The two tigers already had a strong candidate in mind. Before he could even speak, someone reported from outside, Joseph, I have come at your summons. Joseph wondered if this was the person. Bao was that very candidate, the two tigers said formally. My apologies. I called you without permission due to urgency. It's been a long time. You are the most skilled at driving out dragons in the north. As evening fell, only a small lamp cast a dim light in the room. There were two people in the room. The woman was sewing and the man was sharpening his sword. Bao suddenly said, it will take over a month. Jamina, understanding what he meant, replied, keeping busy is good, you're truly amazing. Bao paused for a moment, then suddenly said, how nice it would be to see Ji now. Bao gently asked, why are you suddenly talking about that? Jamina said, it's nothing, it just crossed my mind, Bao said as he sharpened his sword. It was 10 years ago, Jamina said. I don't have memories of my own mother, but I remember yours. Even in that desperate situation, your mother, unlike my own, didn't abandon her child. Bao silently watched his friend. After sharpening his sword, he also revealed a bit of his inner thoughts. Me too, I don't remember my mother very well. The two then refocused on their tasks. Jamina cut the thread. She finished stitching the third cross. San Hoino, Jamina asked Bao for his opinion. Bao, this much won't stand out right. Babacious embroidered it beautifully. Bao reluctantly said, no, it won't stand out. Jamina carefully asked, is the dragon dangerous? Bao replied, yes, it's called a living disaster. It will take over a month to get results. So you'll be back in winter then. Autumn passes so quickly. Jia sighed. She stood up and handed Bao a small towel. Take this too then. Bao was curious. What is it? Jamina said dismissively. Can't you tell it's a handkerchief? Bao looked at the handkerchief like a block of wood and gave an unpleasant laugh. Are you still hung up on that? Jamina, overcome with embarrassment and anger, threw the handkerchief hard at Bao's face. What are you talking about? I made it because I felt sorry for you always carrying around a useless handkerchief. It's made of cotton, so feel free to use it. Then she ran away as if for her life. Anyway, be careful, Bao complained. She's really stubborn. He looked at the handkerchief and felt much better. I'll use it if you say so, but why did she embroider a name on it? The party heading into the white snow-covered forest consisted of 3 people. You only requested 1 person, so why did you send 3? 2 tigers asked. Bao said without thinking deeply. Perhaps they wanted to make it safer. 2 tigers said, no, I know his personality well. He definitely has a grievance against me, otherwise why would he assign me such a mediocre team? Though he said that, 2 tigers couldn't fault their qualifications. The Manji warrior and the old knight of the Bajip family would be very useful if utilized well, but currently they were in no state to cooperate at all, so 2 tigers pushed the difficult task onto Bao. From now on you manage these 2, Bao said in bewilderment. Me? I don't have the authority to do that. 2 tigers rationalized and delegated. Not to mention the Manji tribe, how could I command a knight of the former household head? You have a smooth tongue, so try it. This story is now a headache. Bao reluctantly said. What exactly am I supposed to try? I don't have a plan either. Old Ramon and Auger openly disliked each other, Ramon scoffed. The old man still isn't buried in the dirt, Auger retorted. You're not dead yet either, just being next to you makes me smell dirt. The two subtly criticized each other. Death has no order. Do you want me to bury you according to custom? Yes, can you do it? Give me back my confiscated weapon. My bare hands are enough to fight an old man. As soon as he heard their conversation, Bao sighed inwardly, exhausted. I want to go home. Suddenly, Bao sensed something. When he turned his head to look again, this reaction caught 2 tigers' attention. Bao smelled blood. The beastkin woman said, you're not a dog, so how can you smell blood in the snow? But seeing Bao's serious face, 2 tigers said, lead the way. The party followed the direction Bao smelled blood. When two tigers looked down, indeed the area had been brutally ravaged. Some of the corpses had features similar to Ajay. Two tigers asked, "Is this your tribe?" Ajay shook his head. "No, this is a neighboring tribe we knew, but the fact that they've moved this far south means our tribe has also moved." Old Ramon thought it was strange. "These are sword wounds but not inflicted by northerners." Two tigers shared the same thought. "I think so too. There's no reason for them to commit such a cruel massacre. The long war of blood for blood ended a long time ago. It seems an unwelcome guest has visited this place." The party passed through the scene of the massacre. Two tigers said, "Fortunately, we arrived before the snowstorm. This is Bin Him Fortress, the northernmost outpost in Baron Bajip's territory." Bao made a questioning sound. He pointed out that there were two flags, and two tigers, looking again, indeed saw two kinds of flags hanging. The unfamiliar flag was red with a black dragon emblem. "What are those guys doing here?" Bao asked curiously. "What flag is that, Elder?" Ramon replied. "That flag belongs to the Central," Bao differentiated. "Not a central family, but the Central?" "Again, the Central. The Dragon Blood Duke's direct knight order. That is the standard of the dragon-slaying knights." Two tigers' party entered the fortress. A soldier reported to J. Tiger that the dragon-slaying knights dispatched from the Central had arrived 2 days ago. J. Tiger frowned and asked, "Why are they here?" The soldier replied, "They say they've come here to subdue Lin Bloom." J. Tiger clicked his tongue. "They get information really fast." Two tigers gestured to his deputy. He glanced at the deputy, and the deputy understood and respectfully bowed his head. "I'll handle it immediately." Bao, seeing the deputy and several other people go to do other things, asked old Ramon, "What are the dragon-slaying knights?" Ramon explained, "As their name suggests, they are a knight order tasked with hunting dragons. They are recognized by the Emperor and operated by the Dragon Blood Duke, one of the central nobles. In other words, they are obligated by imperial law to intervene in all matters related to dragons." Bao formally admired, "Then this place certainly welcomes powerful knights." Bao suddenly looked up and generally assessed the place. Bao vaguely felt that there had been a great fire here. Old Ramon said, "This fortress itself is an observation post. Bin Him Fortress is also known as Bajip's observation post." Bao asked curiously, "What's that?" Ramon replied, "It's a fortress that was plundered and retaken, burned and rebuilt. To the Manji tribe and monsters it's a massive wall, but to Bajip it symbolizes the indomitable will of this territory." Honestly, he was surprised that they disregarded Bajip's authority and put up their flag without permission. So it's no wonder he was angry. Two tigers opened the door and entered. An arrogant voice echoed, "You've finally arrived. I've been waiting for a long time. I am Mico Agulia, commander of the dragon-slaying knights, the eldest son born of the Dragon Blood Duke's legal wife." Two tigers responded coldly, "It seems I wasn't aware that such an important person had arrived." He suppressed his displeasure and formally stated his identity. "I am Two Tigers of Bajip. I am the temporary commander of Bin Him Fortress." The two exchanged hostile glances as Bao stepped in right behind Two Tigers. Mico noticed him, and his pupils contracted. "Who is that person? I get a similar feeling from him as when I saw signs of death. Why do I get this feeling from him?" Bao and Mico met eyes, and Mico gave a meaningful smile. Two tigers diverted Mico's attention and asked, "Were the dragon-slaying knights behind the Manji tribe's attack?" Mico calmly replied, "That is an essential task. We are the dragon-slaying knights, founded with the permission of the founding king, and we have accumulated knowledge and experience over centuries. Lin Bloom is the fastest of the corrupted dragon remnants. We cannot catch him, so we must attract his attention. The corpses of the Manji tribe are bait." Ajay, hearing this, became enraged and shouted, "Despicable imperial bastards, truly contemptible." Old Ramon quickly subdued Ajay. Ajay shouted, "Let go, old man," Ramon firmly warned. "If you say one more word, I'll break your neck," he kindly whispered. "I understand your anger, but it's only reasonable if you're strong enough. Calm down. If you keep being arrogant, you'll just die miserably." Mico sneered. "The eldest son of the Bajip family has raised an ill-mannered dog, and it seems there's a cat too, but I wonder, have they been completely tamed?" "Sometimes those lowly creatures forget their place," Two Tigers retorted. "Nevertheless, they stand where they should." He stepped forward. "So now it's time for you to stand in your place, Commander Mico." The dragon-slaying knights all moved to draw their swords simultaneously. Two Tigers unleashed a fierce, lava-like aura that he had suppressed until now, overwhelming the dragon-slaying knights. They instinctively made way for Two Tigers to advance. Two Tigers ascended the stairs without any hindrance. When he stood close to Mico, Two Tigers glared at him and rebuked. "Who gave you permission to display your flag?" Mico arrogantly replied, "I requested, but no one moved. So I ordered my subordinates to display the flag." Two Tigers asked as calmly as possible, "Whose permission did you receive before standing here?" Mico said openly with contempt, "I don't think that's reasonable. According to imperial law, the dragon-slaying knights have the right to mobilize personnel and facilities within the empire. It was a reasonable excuse." Mico stepped down one step from the stairs. Two Tigers conceded, "That's right, you have that right. But that only applies after you have first sought the permission of the owner." Mico asked with cold eyes, "Are you refusing cooperation then?" Two Tigers denied, "No, I am willing to cooperate, but..." Two Tigers pointed his finger upwards, indicating the dragon-slaying knight's flag. "You must follow the necessary procedures." Mico turned around and his red flag was being taken down. The arrogant red flag was shown to him, lying alone in the snow. The Central Knights shouted, "How dare you touch the flag of the Central Knights?" Old Ramon also felt displeasure towards these unwelcome guests. "Tisk tisk, those knights are always the same. That's why we don't want to get involved with you. No one here move recklessly. The owner of this place has not yet given permission for action." Two tigers looked down at Micoa and said, "If you want to raise a flag you must ask our permission. You are on Bajip's land. If you want to kill a dragon you should at least say so. That is what should be done first. And only then should we discuss other matters." Micoa spoke as if making a note of this incident. "You will regret this. I commend one who acts arrogantly in another's house." Then Two Tigers said, "I don't know whether those central nobles will regret it or not. Whatever decision one makes, this life is full of regrets, so I will prioritize what needs to be done first." A voice from the crystal ball. Bao, 17 years old, born in the dark back alleys of Bajip County. Macoa murmured, "Sor is quite a troublesome place." He recalled Bao's appearance, blonde hair and blue eyes. "I could feel every single heartbeat of his. It seems certain. Everything related to him defies all my expectations," Micoa assessed. "He has committed too many inappropriate acts and his social status is lowly besides." Although he outwardly criticized, Micoa also had a relatively open mind. "But I can say now, people always say that promising flowers can bloom anywhere, but can precious seeds truly be planted in such places?" So Micoa commanded, "Those pieces of information cannot yet lead to a definitive conclusion. Find more information about him," the person speaking through the crystal ball replied. "We can gather additional information about him, but his movements in Sor are quite secretive," Micoa suspected. "Why is that? Don't we have many spies everywhere?" The other party revealed their difficulty. "We haven't been able to contact our spies in the Lion's Den yet. After he became mayor, he controlled all spies and took over the entire city." Micoa still leisurely drank wine and said, "He hasn't been mayor for long, has he?" The other party said, "That's right, but he recently strengthened his power under the pretext of missing persons cases." Micoa believed that one should be flexible and sharp like a sword in power and act quickly and accurately. Joseph Bajip, "I heard he couldn't even properly wield a sword, but no one knows his true abilities better than I do." Then the children of Bajip are also noteworthy. Both are talented, but there is only one dominant position, drops of royal wine spilled specifically on the map. Micoa saw this and gave a calculating smile. "I can exploit this weakness in my active days. There were almost no conspiracies or stratagems," Old Ramon said. "But no one could have predicted this. We immediately found those who attacked the village. However, this act could be said to be no different from the dragon-slaying knights using the Manji tribe as dragon bait." Two Tigers said, "Of course it can't be helped. Since that dragon moves too fast to catch, there's no other way." The Beastkin woman said, "If we can't kill that dragon, those guys will find an excuse to stay here." Two Tigers thought, "That's right, if we let the dragon-slaying knights kill that dragon, they will seize that opportunity to carry out their intentions in the central region of the north." Two Tigers asked his deputy how long it would take to set a trap to lure the dragon. The deputy replied, "It seems there are no ranches nearby recently. The best way seems to be to get help from the Fort family." Two Tigers slightly tightened his forearm. "We need half a month." Other people at the table also offered some opinions. "How about going to catch the Manji tribe? We could also plunder the Manji tribe caught by the dragon-slaying knights." Old Ramon stepped forward and said, "Don't say that. The Manji tribe caught by the dragon-slaying knights is Aji's tribe. If you touch him he'll go wild and it'll be troublesome. Anyway, Northerners and the Manji tribe have lived together for a long time. If they're used as bait, what will happen to the peace that the two tribes have built up over a long time? Should this entire north be embroiled in war just to catch a dragon?" The two admitted their inadequacy. "Sorry, we thought carelessly." Old Ramon clicked his tongue. "Truly tiresome." Two Tigers also considered this issue. "Lord Ramon is right. Whatever decision is made there will be consequences. But this could also be the situation the Central Knights want. They want this north to destroy itself through war." Two Tigers rubbed his chin. "I heard V has a very fast horse." Old Ramon advised, "Don't even think about riding that horse. Everyone in Sor knows that horse listens to no one." Two Tigers was surprised. "Oh, so it hasn't been tamed yet?" Old Ramon confirmed. "That's right, it's very stubborn." Two Tigers fell into thought again. "This method won't work either. I had planned to lure that dragon and slow it down. The dragon-slaying knights must have earned more than just their name. I don't want to admit that dragon hunting is too difficult and requires precise calculations. No, this challenge will be halted. Will I be unable to do anything? But if I can find out where Lin Bloom frequently appears." Just then, a person rushed in, panting, and reported, "Sir Two Tigers, someone outside is asking for the gate to be opened." Two Tigers clutched his head and pinched the space between his eyebrows. "Who is it?" Gaze gripped his steel fist. This news jolted Two Tigers awake. Gaze held a fluttering fist symbol. It was a knight from the House of Weiss, the Iron Duke. This was where the remnants of the northern warriors lured by magic in the Snow Valley had been. Lin Bloom had already tasted the blood of the people here. Its eyes glowed blood red, hungry for blood, and it let out a loud roar upon discovering a new taste. In the morning the weather was warmer and everyone was busy with various tasks. Bao whispered, "This is enough." The Beastkin woman leaned her face out and said, "Your face isn't protected. This is a cold resistance pattern. Stop whining and give me your face." Bao struggled, saying, "Why me? Everyone else only has it on their armor." the beastkin woman explained. Because you're the one who has to run all the way, the deputy commander laughed and said. That's right, you're the best at herding dragons in the Bajip family. This time too, run as hard as you did against Jachung. She swept her tail a few times, drawing the pattern on Bao's face, then quickly disappeared. The beastkin woman cautioned. The magic resistance pattern doesn't last forever, so don't forget to avoid the dragon's breath. I'll also remember what you said about that horse, Bao reminded her. Be careful not to get bitten. The beastkin woman chuckled as soon as she heard that. Is a horse a dog? Bitten? What bitten? Bao said. It bites, I tell you. He had seen his friend Gaze get bitten trying to get on a horse. Old Ramon came and asked if he was ready. Bao replied yes. The old man said the reconnaissance team had returned. The dragon had fallen into a trap set by the dragon-slaying knights. But the situation had become complicated again. Ajay would testify that he witnessed it himself, that the northerners did not cause the conflict with the dragon, but tensions with the Manji tribe would continue. Anyway, for now they just had to do their best. Did he clearly understand the mission? Bao confidently said. What's so difficult? I just have to lure Lin Bloom to the designated spot. Old Ramon said. If you lure it to the eastern canyon, 2 tigers who is ambushing will jump out. And at the same time, Bakaw's spear will fly towards it. Alright, ask if you have any questions. Bao replied. I have no questions. Old Ramon continued to ask. Still ask. You know you're at the center of the dragon hunt operation, right? Remember, this is no ordinary dragon hunt. The future of the North depends on this hunt. A silent war has begun between the North and the Central Knights. Bao from the northeast and Bajip from the northwest, the 2 pillars supporting the North. The next successors of both families are directly participating in this dragon hunt, and furthermore, the eldest son of the Dragonblood Duke from the Central Knights is also here. The presence of just one of these 3 powers is enough to threaten the Empire. It's not normal for the heirs of these 3 families to gather in one place. If the dragon remnant, which even the 2 northern pillars cannot defeat together, is eliminated by the dragon-slaying knights, the Central Knights will intervene in the north under the pretext of the dragon. Remember, that dragon must be eliminated by the North's sword, Bao said seriously. Yes, that's how we can save the Ajay tribe and rescue the captured tribesmen. Suddenly a mighty roar was heard, startling everyone in the fortress. It had appeared. 2 tigers commanded. Vanguard, prepare your spears. They cheered. 2 tigers, 2 tigers, 2 tigers said. See you in the canyon. The deputy commander received the order. The fortress gate opened and the deputy commander's party went out first. 2 tigers looked down at Bao, who was mounted on the spirit horse. Bokaz asked 2 tigers, can that boy do it? He looks too young. 2 tigers said, don't worry Bokaz, that's the best choice I can make. It may seem so, but he once lured Jachung from underground. And he didn't even have a horse then, Bokaz exclaimed. Unbelievable, 2 tigers said proudly. That's right, Bao is like that. Everything about him is unexpected. Bokaz listened and thought, age isn't everything. Experience, skill, and achievements already made will be the criteria for determining the success of the mission. He glanced at 2 tigers. I thought only 2 tigers in this generation of the Bajip family was noteworthy, but there was another one. Bao moved with his horse and the deputy commander's group. According to information from Manji prisoners and our tracking direction, it should be ahead. Lin Bloom's current state can be described as out of control. It has abandoned its territory and is moving south, ignoring its instinct to seek warmer places, as if it has some purpose. The deputy commander suspected. You mean the dragon remnant has intelligence? A veteran knight said. Normally they only have animal instincts, but mages say that if a dragon becomes aware of itself as a dragon, it can, the deputy commander thought. Last time Jachung also persistently pursued the pilgrims. Has it really become self-aware? He looked to the side and said to his group, this seems to be the right place. The snow that fell last night was truly fortunate. Its footprints were clearly marked on the white snowfield. It seemed it hadn't passed long ago. Bao silently followed the footprints. Everyone followed Lin Bloom's footprints like that. After a long journey until sunset, Bao, who was in the lead, felt something strange with his intuition. It clearly said it ignored its instincts and went south, but the footprints are heading north, and it entered the forest, not the wide plain. Bao suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Damn it, it's a trap. Bao immediately shouted for everyone to scatter. Everyone heard the sound and turned back. Lin Bloom tried to strike Bao down. Bao controlled his horse, and the spirit horse quickly helped Bao evade. Bao almost died. Lin Bloom was annoyed at missing its prey. The deputy commander reacted quickly. Damn it, it's reached the core. He etched magic patterns onto the torch, and several magic rings ignited the torch, making it burn brightly. The deputy commander commanded, everyone take your torches and attack. The attack began and everyone circled Lin Bloom with torches. Lin Bloom looked to its left. Looking to its right, all it saw were soldiers holding torches. It gathered energy in its mouth. The deputy commander shouted, surrounded and distracted, beware of dragon's breath, everyone scatter. This time, Lin Bloom seized the opportunity to unleash its dragon's breath. The ice breath shot straight forward. The person hit was frozen solid. Instantly, a knight froze into ice on the spot. From below, 2 people flew up and simultaneously swung their swords, delivering 2 swift diagonal slashes to Lin Bloom. Then they were surprised. Damn it, only a graze, the deputy commander shouted loudly. Dodge! Lin Bloom was very quickly right behind the 2 people who had just attacked it. What? Before the two could even compose themselves, they lost their lives in the blink of an eye. The deputy commander saw 2 soldiers sacrificed and immediately unleashed his aura. He made the torch burn even stronger, drawing Lin Bloom's attention to himself. The dragon targeted the deputy commander, and he shouted, "I'll take the lead and lure it. You all keep your distance." The deputy commander then quickly spurred his horse and Lin Bloom pursued. The remaining people also rode their horses, chasing closely, engaging in a pursuit. Lin Bloom did not want to be interrupted like this. It leaped and jumped over the deputy commander's head. The deputy commander was astonished to see the dragon now appear directly in front of him, blocking his escape route. It quickly gathered power and the deputy commander shouted for everyone to scatter. The dragon's breath grazed the side of his horse's hooves. The dragon's breath hit the ground. While everyone was struggling, only Bao, who was in the lead, jumped high with the spirit horse, avoiding the ice breath. He took refuge with his horse on a high cliff, muttering to himself, "Damn it, that dragon is pretty smart. The rest of the horses are almost useless." The deputy commander flexibly commanded, "The plan has failed. Everyone dismount." Everyone listened and set foot on the snowfield. The deputy commander said, "We need to cut off at least one of its legs." But against the dragon in front of them, their numbers were not enough to succeed safely. The deputy commander worried if they could even do it. Like lightning, the dragon's mouth came right up to the tip of the deputy commander's sword. Just then, blood flowed, but it wasn't from the dragon or the knights below, but from a person standing above who had cut their own palm. "Here, this is the blood you want." The dragon focused on Bao, and its eyes were bloodshot. Bao's blood stimulated its bloodthirsty desire. It let out an insane loud roar. Bao composed himself. "My goodness, the effect is too good," the mysterious voice criticized. "But you didn't have to go that far." The dragon jumped to where Bao was. Bao and his horse were already prepared and quickly jumped down to where the deputy commander was. The deputy commander threw the torch to Bao and Bao caught it. The deputy commander told him to run. Bao with the spirit horse followed the order and ran at full speed with the torch. Lin Bloom naturally pursued him. Bao's energy and the spirit horse's energy resonated. Bao shouted, "Let's go." Bokaz was ambushing in that high canyon. From afar the flashing lights were visible. His subordinate reported through a telescope, "It's coming." Bokaz wanted to know how long it would take. The subordinate estimated, 5 minutes right ahead, 4 minutes no, 3 minutes 1 minute. Time passed too quickly, startling Bokaz and his subordinates, but one thing was for sure, it was right in front of them now. Bokaz had to react to the speed. "Damn it, what is this?" He gave the firing signal. A soldier shot an arrow. Hearing the arrow, Bao understood it was the signal. Just a little further and it would be the canyon. That area was Sir Tu Taiga's territory. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, but Bao ran into a problem. He was displeased. "No?" the voice anxiously asked Bao. "What's wrong?" Not only Bao, but the spirit horse and Lin Bloom were also trembling, struggling to breathe. "My heart feels like someone is squeezing it," the mysterious voice speculated. "Is it a binding entity?" Bao wondered. "What is a binding entity? Who on earth is it?" From afar, a group of people appeared behind 2 tigers. That was the source of the pressure squeezing Bao's heart. "Micoa said angrily. "That damn brat." 2 tigers noticed Bao's strange expression. "What's wrong? Why is he suddenly standing like that?" Both Bao and Lin Bloom were struggling to breathe. Lin Bloom sensed danger and showed signs of retreating. 2 tigers saw that movement. "Damn it." Since Lin Bloom was retreating, he immediately commanded, "Advance, knights, move forward, let's go, surround it, drive it into the canyon, we charge too. Don't give it a chance to escape." Thus Lin Bloom was attacked from 2 directions. Still having the will to fight, it quickly changed its plan and shouted to 2 tigers, "Sir Bokaz, Sir Bokaz." Bokaz immediately threw his spear at the dragon. Having hit one, Bokaz quickly threw a few more spears and the destructive power sent snow flying. Everyone anxiously waited. Did it fall? Amidst the blizzard, 2 red eyes flashed. The dragon used the blizzard as cover and unleashed its ice breath. Old Ramon warned, "Scatter, ice breath is coming." Its target was a person standing alone, dazed. Old Raymond's pupils contracted. The ice breath was too close. The mysterious voice urged, "Bao, snap out of it." Old Ramon rode his horse towards Bao. If he couldn't make the best choice, he had to make the second best. Old Ramon jumped off his horse and used his body to shield Bao from the ice breath. What is the pride of a retired knight? Even in old age, the biting wind pierces to the bone. Everyone who participated in the attack from both sides was astonished by old Raymond's actions, but he maintained the ability to handle the difficult responsibilities that would come in the future. Inner voice urged with all its might, "Calm down, Bao." But Bao's mind was only drifting now. "It's too cold. This cold is wrapping around me like a spider web, making me unable to move. I even got out of that terrible mud in the back alleys, so why can't I get out of this soft snowdrift?" The inner voice persistently called. An ray of light flashed. Bao suddenly felt very warm. "What on earth is happening?" The inner voice shouted loudly. "Snap out of it, Bao. This is a world of veteran knights. They spent their lives building this vast world. Now he protects you under that sky. Right now break those chains." Bao's trembling hand gripped the sword hilt and unleashed his aura with all his might. He shouted loudly, pulled the sword from its sheath and with one slash, shattered the invisible shackles that were suppressing him. Micoa was astonished. His binding entity was broken by Bao. Micoa felt the recoil, but instead of getting angry he was very intrigued. That power could be quite useful. Bao, who didn't know he was already in Micoa's sights, focused on the problem at hand. The old man. Old Ramon told Bao, "Go, I have done my duty. Now it's your turn." Bao saw the dragon spewing ice breath, freezing many knights, and fueled by anger gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." Old Ramon smiled proudly inwardly. "That damn brat." Knights continued to freeze under the dragon's breath, unable to move. Two Tigers was in a dilemma. Although the magic resistance patterns helped resist this cold ice, it was difficult to move properly now. If I unleash my world here, everything would be swept away. Damn it, to almost reach the dragon and then fail. At that very moment, the point of destruction that Two Tigers needed appeared. Two Tigers was surprised to see Bao charging at the dragon with greater resolve than ever before. The mysterious voice spurred Bao on to use all his strength. The dragon saw Bao and lunged, and the two swept past each other. Bao slashed at the dragon, but its scales were too hard. The mysterious voice encouraged him, "Keep going, it's working. You scratched its scales, don't stop, keep attacking." The two continued to confront each other, as if the battlefield belonged to them alone, fiercely charging at each other. Bao slashed quickly and powerfully, finally breaking through the dragon's armor and drawing blood. This further motivated Bao. The thought that his swordsmanship was effective and that he could defeat the dragon bolstered his morale even more. At this critical moment, a crack appeared. No, this sword has drawn the dragon's first blood. The dragon could not allow Bao to live any longer. Bao continued to swing his sword, but the cracked blade gnawed at his confidence, causing him to deliver weak, shallow slashes. The two separated to regain their momentum. The mysterious voice urged, "Why are you hesitating? Don't stop your sword, keep attacking." The battlefield gave Bao no time to hesitate, as the dragon would not cease its attack until Bao fell. Just then, a ray of light covered Bao as Bokaz shouted, "Hurry and cover him." Bokaz supported with all his might. Numerous spears were hurled in succession. The dragon circled, evading the attack and fleeing. Feeling the ranged attacks were too troublesome, the dragon changed its target and charged towards Bokaz. The dragon was running towards the plains. Two Tigers shouted, "Bao, hurry and chase it, only you can catch up to it." Bao's mind was in turmoil because of his cracked sword. The mysterious voice said to Bao, "A being that has reached its limit must stop. You want to move forward, but your sword is holding you back. In that case, let the sword do what it must." Suppressing his confusion, Bao cursed, "Damn it," and continued to spur himself on, moving forward. "Let's go." With a sudden maneuver, the dragon dodged spears raining down. Concentrating, it quickly approached the troublesome Bokaz. Bokaz didn't realize Bao had arrived right behind it. When it realized Bao was close enough to slash its flank, the dragon roared in pain. Bao didn't stop, delivering continuous slashes. He kept slashing and slashing. He shouted, "Stop, I told you to stop." Bao continued to slash even though the sword in his hand was so damaged it had lost its sharpness. Finally, the dragon's leg broke. The dragon stumbled and keeled over to one side. The dragon, once agile, now halted its steps. Seizing the opportunity, numerous spears flew. Not only did they stab the dragon, but they completely crippled one of its legs. Bakaw's hands were numb from throwing spears, and he swung his final weapon, entrusting everything to it. Everything now rests on Bao of the Sor family. Bao lived up to the expectation. "Finally, I can truly use you one last time. Thank you for bringing me this far." Bao clung tightly to the horse. The dragon was forced to unleash its ice breath, but Bao was determined to be faster than the dragon. Right before its eyes, he used all his strength to deliver a decisive slash, needing to end its life with a single strike. Everyone present was frozen in shock. Shards of the sword mingled with tears, forming a chorus of farewell. Though not the vast night sky, the sword shone in the hands of a boy who wished to glow himself. It was worthy of becoming a dark star of the alleyways. That star was named the dragon-slaying sword. Lindblom's corpse was later taken away by a team. Despite achieving the feat of killing the dragon, the protagonist could not rejoice and sat alone, desolate. Two tigers approached and said, "Well done." Bao, without turning back, asked, "Is everyone all right?" Two tigers replied, "Ah, you did everything," Bao said in a slightly dispirited voice. "No, I only did it because it was my mission." Two tigers sat next to Bao and said, "You'll surely be recognized soon." Two tigers asked with concern, "Did your sword break?" Bao replied calmly, "I did my best." Two tigers said carefully, "Yes, you did your best. I don't know if it will be a comfort, but I will prepare your next sword." Bao silently gazed at the broken sword in his hand. "Will I ever find another sword like this?" Two tigers said, "There are countless sharp swords and no shortage of powerful blades, but a sword that can contain your world will be hard to find. Even the emperor of the empire would struggle to find such a special sword. Don't feel too much regret. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That sword will forever be with you, along with the title, Dragon-Slaying Sword." Bao wondered. "A title," Two tigers said. "You can be proud. In this generation of the Ba Jip family, it's only you and me. That sword is a witness to Sor Bao's title as Dragon Slayer." At the Ba Jip family's manor in Suma, the lord received a letter from Dama. The messenger said, "Yes, Baron Haina sent it personally." Joseph opened the letter asking, "Is the West agitated?" The messenger replied, "Count Gaeta's army is still not moving." After reading the letter, Joseph let out a slight snort. He asked Gaze, "When will Bao return?" Gaze replied, "The last we heard was that he achieved a feat on the expedition, but there's no new information." Joseph muttered, "It will take at least a month." Gaze asked in confusion, "My lord, do you need him?" Joseph said, It seems time is running out. Will the expedition return to Sor after completing their mission?" Gaze replied, "Probably," Joseph declared resolutely. "In that case I will go to Suma." Gaze professionally replied, "I will prepare immediately." After Gaze left, Joseph fell into his thoughts. So Gaeta is going to act like this. There's no direct threat, but it's clearly an intentional move. Perhaps it's a coincidence, but I never thought that moment would be the foundation to resolve this issue. To think his mistake that day would turn out to be his best move. At the Iron Duke's fortress, he leaned on a great sword and looked at two boxes he praised. "Well done," Bokaz said. The Bati family provided a lot of help. Fortunately, since the dragon was killed by the Northerners, the dragon-slaying knights couldn't find an excuse to intervene. The Iron Duke asked. Where is he? Bokaz replied. Micoa has left with the dragon-slaying knights. The Bati knights will thoroughly monitor them to the end, the Iron Duke muttered. The White Dragon is dead and the dragon-slaying knights have left, so there's no more reason for them to boast, he understood, but this was only temporary. And it was only a matter of time until other dragons realized their potential. All this is because we simultaneously possess the two fragments of Radna. We must separate them. But who can be trusted with such a mission? O guardian of oaths, to whom should I entrust this task? At a certain fortress, old Ramon suddenly blurted out, Hey kid, are you taking your corpse? Bao said worriedly. The wind is too cold and Suma is too far, old Ramon boasted. Northerners aren't afraid of the cold, Bao retorted again. Didn't you say you were old, Grandpa? That your bones ache? Old Ramon was speechless and lightly scolded him. You damned brat. In the end he gave up and said, Don't do anything. I'm bound to the point of suffocating. Two Tigers made a formal remark to Micoa. It seems you are ready. Would you like to return to Suma with us? My father will surely be very pleased to have such a distinguished guest from afar. Micoa calmly said, It's a truly rare opportunity, but I don't know if I can live comfortably there. Two Tigers didn't particularly like the person before him either, so he merely extended a formal invitation. So he said, Since you say so, I won't press further. You cannot let such a distinguished guest leave empty-handed, can one? I am terribly sorry, but Bokaz took the spear embedded in Lindblum's leg. Would you like to take its tail too? Micoa calmly replied. Then I shall. Two Tigers said again. No, the road is long and there's too much luggage. We will handle it. Please leave the matter of the captured Manji tribe as prisoners of war to the Northerners. Please return comfortably. Micoa was inwardly displeased but outwardly said, May I request one more thing? I wish to bid farewell to the new dragon slayer. Two Tigers had something to think about, but there was no reason to refuse, so he said. Only for a moment Two Tigers walked past Micoa's face, leaving a warning. But if you try anything, I will not let you leave. Micoa asked, What do you mean? Two Tigers resolutely said. Did you think I wouldn't know? When Bao suddenly stopped during battle. At that time, Two Tigers inwardly suspected, what's happening? Why did he suddenly stop? Through the reflection in his sword, Two Tigers clearly saw Micoa performing some secret maneuver behind his back, so now Two Tigers reminded him, remember, there will be no more 4-second warnings. Micoa still calmly replied, I will bear that in mind. As Two Tigers put some distance between them, Micoa inwardly reproached himself for his hasty action. I was too hasty, unlike my usual self. That was an opportunity to understand his world. No, there's no need to be disappointed. I will be able to see the most important thing. Bao looked over the luggage and said, The luggage seems to be packed and I don't think I forgot anything. Anyway, that old man and I didn't have much luggage. Suddenly, someone praised Bao. Impressive. Micoa approached Bao. He said, You surprised me. Bao, without turning back, said, I would have done better if it hadn't been for someone. Micoa still said shamelessly, Anyway, it was good to meet you, even though our feelings seemed different. Bao, displeased, turned his head slightly and glared at him. There's no reason for me to be happy to meet you. Rather, there are countless reasons I wish not to. The two glared at each other and spoke. Micoa said with a cunning smile, It's regrettable. It seems you've misunderstood my good intentions. I didn't want you to rush into danger, Bao said, as if there was no need for courtesy. Stop with the nonsense. If you're done talking, please leave. Micoa was quite impressed inwardly. Such sharp yet calm aura, to have grown this much in such a short time. Yes, you must learn to hold your head high no matter where you are. Because you were born that way. Micoa said, All right, I'll ask a few more questions and then disappear. Don't you feel your heart racing whenever you see a dragon? This question made Bao difficult to answer, because his heart really did race whenever he met Jachung and Lindblum. Micoa delved deeper, probing. Didn't you feel a thirst whenever you saw Lindblum's blood? Micoa came closer and said meaningfully, I want to know if you desire dragon's blood. At Suma, the stronghold of Count Bati, Bao was deep in thought in his private room. He recalled Micoa's words, Do you desire dragon's blood? Bao gritted his teeth in displeasure. What nonsense is he spouting? But I know my heart races faster whenever I see a dragon, and even when facing a dragon my heart pounded. Who exactly are you? How do you know things about me that I don't even know myself? Just then there was a knock on Bao's door. Bao was not in the mood to receive guests, so he said, Don't disturb me anymore, leave. Two Tigers opened the door and peered in. Oh, how cold. Were comrades who hunted a dragon together twice now. Bao immediately straightened his posture. Sir, Two Tigers, I apologize. Bao reluctantly said, I kept asking about this hunt. Two Tigers said, I thought you had some complaint about me. Holding a rectangular box, Two Tigers courteously asked, May I come in? Bao of course made him feel at ease. Two Tigers entered and looked around. Was this where the retainers live? It's my first time here. Bao asked in confusion. Why are you here? Two Tigers gave Bao a direct answer. This is the sword I promised you. He opened the box, revealing a new sword. He introduced it. It's a sword crafted personally by the Bati family's master blacksmith. Not only is it sturdy and sharp, but it's also light and well balanced, so it will surely suit you. Bao, slightly bewildered, said, How it seems too much. Two Tigers said, No, it's not too much for one who killed a dragon. This is a fitting reward you deserve. I wanted to give you the best sword I could, but that might cause misunderstanding. There's no other meaning. Don't worry, I know about your relationship with my sister Jia. Bao listened and replied, Yes, I will accept it. Two Tigers asked, "Is Jia here? Have you met?" Bao said, "Yes, we only exchanged greetings. She seems very busy." Two Tigers said meaningfully, "Yes, someone is watching you too. Sometimes it's hard to tell who serves whom." As Bao gave a expression, Two Tigers asked, "What's wrong? Haven't you heard anything yet? All knights of the Ba Jip family have been summoned." The next morning, old Ramon was talking with the lord of the Ba family. "Finally, the pilgrimage is over." The lord of the Ba family said, "Have you made your decision?" Old Ramon said, "It was my choice, but it was a truly difficult time." The lord of the Ba family said, "I understand." Thus he could finally hand over the last coin. The lord of the Ba family admired, "You have paid the price of honor. That child's shoulders will bear a heavy burden." Old Ramon sighed. "That's why I entrusted it to him. That impertinent young man is both a knight and a retainer of Ba Jip. Now that all my duties are fulfilled, my heart is light." The lord of Ba Jip turned and said, "Thank you for your dedication to Ba Jip all this time." Old Ramon also replied, "I apologize for causing worry for so long." The lord of Ba Jip asked, "Are you returning home now?" Old Ramon replied, "I should. My domain must have changed a lot too." The lord of Ba Jip suggested, "Then please stay a few more days." Old Ramon thought, "That's strange. The lord isn't one to lament a farewell," and asked, "Is something the matter?" Lord Ba Jip said, "When one person leaves, shouldn't someone else appear?" Old Ramon understood and said, "So you've gathered the knights. Has the lord acknowledged him too?" Lord Ba Jip said that those who are qualified should rightfully enjoy their rights. The youngest and fastest record in the Ba Jip family's history would be broken. Old Ramon laughed heartily and said, "It's fine if that record is broken." Hearing old Ramon, who always valued tradition, say that, Lord Ba Jip said, "I am even more convinced." Old Ramon was deeply moved as if receiving a farewell gift and said, "I look forward to it." The moment a new title is born, 3 days later a person walked down the mansion's corridor. The guards all showed respect as this person passed. This person arrived where Jaeger was waiting. Jaeger exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it seems Okanaga has cast a spell. She's turned you into someone else," Bao said awkwardly and unfamiliar. "Is that so? It feels a bit strange," Jaeger asked. "Are you worried?" Bao replied shyly, a little and surprised too. Jaeger, feeling sympathy for the young boy, said, "If you're worried, I'll let you rest. Today this door will open only for you." Jaeger announced loudly, "Bao, the attendant of the Ba Jip family, has arrived at the knight's door by order of Count Ba Jip. Please grant him entry." A voice from within said, "Come in." The door opened. Bao stood dumbfounded. This was the Grand Hall of Knights. Taking a step inside, Bao looked back. Joseph stood a little distance from Bao in the past, unable to wield the power of the sword. He dared not stand before this door, thinking he would never cross this difficult threshold, but now I trust my sword and bring it inside. Joseph lightly gestured to Bao. "Go." Bao's eyes shone with emotion. Joseph silently conveyed a message to Bao. "Congratulations." Bao bit his lip, suppressing his feelings. "My sword. The crimson path is truly the path of honor." The young boy was walking that path without realizing it, one step then another, escaping the dark and dirty back alleys towards the boy's dream, towards the brightly shining star. And now finally the boy has reached that star. Lord Ba Jip said, "Bao, apprentice knight of Ba Jip, you have done well to come this far. Grasp the eternal and unchanging rules of a swordsman with your left hand and engrave them in your heart. A knight must always focus on developing their potential. This is the first rule of a swordsman. Even when encountering enemies, you must choose to protect the potential they cultivate, for that is the duty a knight must uphold. A knight must always listen to their conscience. That is the second rule of a swordsman. Knights are ready to burn everything in Foggy Town. If you appear where you are needed, you must act without hesitation. The only criterion for making a decision is your conscience. A knight must always walk the path of honor. This is the last rule set by a swordsman. To uphold honor, one must always hold their head high and move forward and never commit any shameful acts. That is the price one must pay to become a knight. Swear before my sword and the rules of a swordsman." The young boy had always seen the potential of an unadorned sword. The red-haired girl beside him can attest to it. Even in the dark and dirty back alleys, the boy willingly protected what he had to. The knight who protected the rose's smile can attest to his conscience. And while looking up at the stars in the night sky, the boy resolved to keep moving forward to reach that star someday. That was a rule the boy didn't know, but the boy had always upheld that rule with everything he had. The unadorned sword that had fought alongside the boy for a long time can attest to it. Bao swears to uphold the rules of a swordsman with all his might. Lord Ba Jip said, "I, Peter Ba Jip, lord of the Ba family, swear while kneeling you were a humble apprentice knight, but now upon standing you shall be a full-fledged knight." Bao stood up. "He is Lady Alicia's knight, the one who protected the breath of children blessed by San Rosino, and by the name of Dragon Slayer, born under the blue blood of an almighty knight. He has been recognized by the knights of the Ba family. Today the rootless boy created his own roots by his own will. All the stars here can attest to those roots." The mysterious voice also celebrated, "Well done, Sir Bao. Currently in Gata's Chinoba, it's time to move forward without hesitation, but the dwarves behind us still make everything difficult. So this time we've decided to proceed slowly, bit by bit, just like other damned nobles. I heard that Alicia, the sole remaining bloodline of the Ha family, still has no spouse." The speaker was Sigmund, a ruler of the West and Count Gata. He said to the person opposite him. "That's right," Sigmund said. "Oh, how can that be? How can she, a woman, endure this harsh world all alone?" "Gazdu, this time it's your turn to show your ability." Gazdu bowed his head and said, "Please give your command, Count." Sigmund said, Go to Dama with my damned subordinate and find a legitimate justification, Gazdu thought inwardly. Not violence or war but a legitimate justification, Sigmund warned. But you always— I hope you don't disappoint me, Gazdu pledged. I will do my best. Return to the mansion with its warm hues, Peter said. As you wish, the boy has received his position. Joseph bowed his head, thanking his father. Peter added, soon a meeting of all the lords of the north will be held. Joseph immediately surmised. A grand council, Peter confirmed. That's right. Joseph was confused, thinking that a grand council, which hadn't been held for over 10 years, was suddenly convened without any prior signs. Was the security that tight, or was it arranged so quickly that no one noticed? Peter said, at that meeting, I plan to establish Elisha Hanno as the Lord of Dama. Joseph was startled to hear this. Peter said, for a long time the Ha family has profited from being on the border of the south and the central. But now they will have to decide whether to become the gateway to the south or abandoned wasteland for the central. If they choose the latter, they will become prey for the western eagles. The era of peace has ended and now everyone must cling to each other to survive. It will be a difficult choice for Dama, who has always maintained neutrality. Joseph asked, will she choose the north? Peter smiled and said, I know you worked hard to make that choice. Joseph was surprised that his father knew this fact. Peter showed a supportive attitude. I will support you with everything I have. At least when it comes to Dama, you are the one. Peter looked out the window and saw his youngest son leaving. He wasn't born with sharp fangs, so he will surely fight in his own way. It's worrying. They're not the only ones at a crossroads of choice. Peter thought that the longer he delayed the decision, the more blood Bajip would shed. I must end all of this in my generation, this accursed cycle of fratricide. At dawn, 2 people stood on the city wall admiring the view. So this is what the scenery looks like here. I wanted to show you this view, at least once, old Ramon said. Now the city walls are redder than ever. The walls of Suma have endured for centuries, absorbing the blood of the Bajip family and their enemies. Blood is essential to protect something. Knights are those who willingly swear to offer their blood. The time comes when that day arrives you will have to offer your blood. Bao, as if already prepared, replied with a calm smile. Yes, I understand. Old Ramon naturally introduced himself. My name is Ramon. Bao was bewildered. Old Ramon told him to call him Sir Ramon from now on. He extended his hand and Bao, accepting what was in his palm, was curious. What is this? Old Ramon replied. It's compensation for ruining your armor. Bao suspected. Could he be compensating me with just this old coin? Old Ramon said. This is far more valuable than anything you've had. When the time is right you will understand the value of this coin. Then he changed the subject. You received a mission when you were knighted, didn't you? Bao replied. Yes, I'll be leaving tomorrow morning. Old Ramon said cryptically. When this chaotic situation settles down, visit my domain. Bao frowned and said, I will, but I'll also collect my remaining compensation then. Old Ramon magnanimously said, You're always welcome. Sir Bao. This meant that Bao and he were now on equal footing, but Bao, still unaccustomed, stood bewildered. Old Ramon explained no further, extending his hand and saying, Enjoy yourself. Bao was momentarily stunned and smiled naturally. He replied, Yes, Sir Ramon. He shook hands with old Ramon and said, Thank you for everything you've taught me. A complaining voice was heard in a mansion. Has no one arrived yet? Elisha leaned against the table board and said, It's been a month since I sent the letter and I haven't even heard any news that no one's coming. Old Dan said, Please be patient and wait a little longer. We must always be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Only then can we be ready for anything. Elisha muttered, Worst-case scenario, worst-case scenario. She asked herself, Should I marry his eldest son as Count Gaeta wrote in the letter? She sat up straight and asked for opinions. Do you think I should marry into his family? Old Yudin said awkwardly. It seems I misspoke. He clasped his hands and said, When I received that wedding invitation I still tremble with anger. In fact, it was merely a unilateral notification. They didn't respect us at all. No matter how much they tried to sugarcoat it, there was no promise for Dima's future. All I saw was their greed. I'm surrounded by nothing but thieves. Old Yudin reassured her. Don't worry too much. Our chance to rise will come when the time is right. Elisha composed herself. You're right, I'll have to keep working hard until that moment arrives. But why is there no response from the Bajip family? Is lending a single servant really that difficult? Old Yudin thought they must have calculated everything. They must know the geographical advantages Dama possesses. The only thing I'm worried about is, just then, hurried footsteps were heard and he stopped speaking. A man ran in and reported, Baroness, we've just received news that Count Gaeta's people have arrived in our domain. The person needed hasn't arrived yet. Elisha said dejectedly, They've already arrived. Old Yudin said, I will postpone their meeting until tomorrow. I will do my best to buy you time. Elisha was slightly tense. Old Yudin could only advise, Steel your heart, hungry eagles will never show mercy. Yit Van Gaeta, the heir to Count Gaeta, scoffed. How strange. Gazdu, who was behind him, said, Dama has always been like this. They prefer diplomacy over war and agriculture over trade. Yit Van said scornfully, in other words, boring. Yit Van asked Gazdu, There's nothing to do, is there? Gazdu said, At least you have to introduce yourself. Yit Van hesitated and said, So just an introduction. Gazdu patiently, as if teaching, said, You need to show interest and talk a little. Yit Van grumbled, uninterested. I don't want to do it at all. I hate doing anything. Gazdu urged, Shouldn't you fulfill your duties of bloodline? Yit Van said, bewildered. Why is father making everything so complicated this time? If he wants it, he should just take it. Father has lived by such simple logic, can't we take what we want from them? Hearing this question, Gazdu analyzed, the North has never failed to protect what it has to protect. On the other hand, we, the West, have come this far by taking. The North has come this far by protecting. Count Geta is the ruler and leader of the Western Alliance. It is natural for him to carefully consider his first step outside the West. Yit Van was annoyed, but finally sighed and said, all right. Since you've come along, father must be serious about this. Gazdu piqued Yit Van's interest slightly. We've heard that she's truly beautiful. Even compared to other ladies in this region, she has no rival. Yit Van cheered up. Is that so? Now I'm motivated. In Big Gant, the imperial capital, where the dragon-slaying knight's banner was displayed, Micoa knelt before the person seated at the head of the table. I have just returned, father. The person at the head of the table was Duke Sanu Gagala, the Dragonblood Duke. Old and ailing, Sanu said, bring the report. Micoa said, I apologize, the white dragon was killed by northern knights. Sanu said, displeased. Those uncivilized northerners, they don't know their place. Micoa said, but my journey was not in vain. I found a young boy in the north. He is merely a young dragon who has not yet opened his eyes. Micoa asked, Father, have you ever been to the north? Sanu replied, I have traveled everywhere. I have spent my entire life sowing seeds throughout this continent. A seed is a life of potential and no one knows what it will become. It is a task worth dedicating my life to. He asked a crucial question. Did your heart move when you saw that child? Micoa replied. Yes, Sanu asked. What color is it? Micoa replied. He has blonde hair and blue eyes like us. Those are the colors passed down through the bloodline of House Dagulia. His voice was hoarse. I see, it seems he hasn't summoned the dragon fragments yet. Then his voice became clear. As you say, he doesn't seem to have opened his eyes yet. The sun disappeared below the horizon. Sowing seeds is always difficult, much like waiting. The old man suddenly regained his youth. Nevertheless, humans continue to repeat the same things. That is how I have lived. I want to meet that child. Yit Van's expression was clearly flustered. Oh indeed, rumors are just rumors. Before my eyes is a beauty that no words can describe. I am Yit Van of House Geta. It is an honor to meet you, my lady. Alicia subtly frowned but outwardly maintained a courteous demeanor. Lord Yit Van Geta, welcome to my home. Old man Duncan was already displeased by Yit Van's demeanor. Indeed, the arrogance characteristic of Western pioneers, calling her my lady when her official title is Baroness. How preposterous. Yit Van, noticing old man Duncan's displeased expression, smiled slyly and said to Alicia, you must have had a difficult journey. It would have been better if you had informed us beforehand. Furthermore, it seems some changes are needed for this marriage proposal. I am slightly disappointed by the attitude Geta has shown me. This expression stimulated Yit Van's desire for conquest. Ha, interesting. I thought she was a harmless young lady, but her tongue is so cold, Gazdu interjected with diplomatic words. As our count always says, connections that begin with a precious meeting are truly valuable. Alicia suddenly interjected. How can a meeting between two houses progress so quickly? Gazdu, sensing the mood, said. Surely he cherishes Miss Alicia greatly, which is why he sent his son. Old man Duncan, trembling with anger, muttered to himself, I must endure. There must be an ulterior motive behind their actions. That's why they're acting so arrogant. Perhaps they're trying to create a pretext for their behavior. Yit Van politely said, I apologize for not adhering to the rules, Gazdu added. As Lord Yit Van is the heir to House Geta, his very presence can supersede meaningless procedures. Alicia, with complex emotions, while Yit Van, sneering, said, My lady, do not be angry. We have brought good news, so I do not wish to discuss this further. First, it would be best for you to rest in the accommodations we have prepared, however. Yit Van brazenly proposed, instead of resting, I would prefer to have a private conversation with Lady Alicia. He spoke to Alicia almost as if coercing her. Normally, it would be proper to pay respects to your parents first, but the situation is not favorable. Patience is a valuable virtue, but even benevolence has its limits. To endure in silence when one's opponent has crossed the line is merely to debase oneself. Alicia, trembling with anger, said, How dare you? This expression pleased Yit Van greatly. How simple, as expected. They've already laid their scheme, but fortunately luck was on Alicia's side. The Bajip knights have arrived, old man Duncan urgently shouted. Enter. As the door opened, the knights, now Alicia's saviors, appeared. Unlike Geta's men, they were disciplined. Long time no see, two tigers. The Ba family knights bowed to Alicia, the lady of Dama. Their attitude towards the Ba family's people was much more favorable. Welcome, knights of Ba. We apologize for the delay, Lady Alicia. We have answered your call. Alicia, showing clear favoritism, said, Only you have the right to call me my lady. You are the only one I have permitted. Bao raised his head and said, I have come here to pay a fitting price for the handkerchief you gave me, my lady. Yit Van heard these words and wondered inwardly. A handkerchief? Bao glanced at Yit Van and said, I will prove its worth upon my honor as a knight endorsed by Bajip. Bao, who had crawled through the mud, finally met Gaz's gaze. My shadow has reached you, knight of white and blue. Finally, I am worthy to stand before you in this chamber. Yit Van complained. I thought everything would go smoothly, but Bajip has played an unexpected hand. Yit Van mumbled. Bao of Sor? I've never heard this name before. Yit Van thought he might have met him in the Great Hall, but then dismissed the idea. His sharp eyes turned to Gazdu. Who is that person standing behind me? Yit Van felt intrigued. I've never experienced such an insult before. Yit Van asked Gazdu, Do you know that fellow? He is truly arrogant. Gazdu replied that it was a brief meeting. I never expected to meet him again here. Gazdu thought to himself, saving him that day wasn't just out of pity. The child's future potential drew me in, making me want to support him, although it could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Now he is truly remarkable. To think the one I received a report about as a person to watch out for was him. Itvan asked, what should we do now? Father told me to create a pretext to gain an advantage in this meeting. The unavoidable strategist Gazdu said, there is one way. Only the victor can have everything. That is a rule that applies everywhere. In the reception room, Jaeger said, Lord Joseph has promised to demonstrate the strong alliance between the two houses through action. Since Count Gaeta himself has arrived, further proof seems unnecessary. Gaze placed a letter on the table and asked for one to be sent to him. Although Sir Bao holds Lady Alicia's handkerchief, that alone will make it difficult to refuse Gaeta's proposal. Alicia read the letter and was impressed. Such a method exists, Jaeger said. Lord Joseph is doing his best for Dama. I understand. This is a perfectly viable method. My grandmother was from House Oscar like Okanaga, and I too inherited the same bloodline as Lady Okasa. These words surprised old man Duncan, Jaeger said. That's right, thanks to our shared bloodline, Sir Bao freely borrowed my sword in the last battle. The Countess will become your godmother, my lady. If you agree, the current marriage proposal can be easily refused. If Gaeta's eldest son wishes to marry you, he will need the Countess's permission. Alicia was slightly embarrassed. I worry about troubling the Countess. Jaeger said that Lady Okasa always welcomes Lady Alicia's family. Old man Duncan thought to himself, although these words are full of goodwill, this proposal will give Haina a pretext for Bajip's intervention. As expected, this proposal wasn't purely out of goodwill. But now we have no other choice. Is Lady Alicia deliberately delaying the proposal, having calculated this situation? Joseph Bajip is truly a terrifying man. The stage has already been set and Dama has fallen into his trap, Alicia asked. Should I decide immediately? Jaeger said, no, we understand that this matter is a great burden on you, my lady. Lady Alicia relaxed. Thank you for considering. Old man Ramon worried inwardly. This will be difficult. Gaeta approaching with a marriage proposal, or Bajip using protection as bait. Whom can Lady Alicia truly trust? Alicia now focused on her personal feelings. Long time no see, Sir Bao, she asked him. How are you? Do you feel pressure from your current role? Bao answered seriously. I will do my best for Lady Alicia. It is both the order I received and what I truly wish to do. Alicia and Duncan both widened their eyes. This young man with his honest and upright gaze was precisely the one Duncan was satisfied with. He gave them hope. There was no one else. Only this child stood beside Lady Alicia without any ulterior motive or conditions. Alicia felt a warmth within. I am truly happy. Sir Bao, please show me your handkerchief. You've always carried it, so it surely needs some care. Bao naively rummaged inside his armor. Alicia was even more pleased to see this. He kept it safely deep inside his breastplate. I feel strangely proud. Bao naively pulled out two handkerchiefs, one on top of the other. What caught Alicia's eye was a white handkerchief embroidered with another girl's name. Bao also realized he had pulled out the wrong one. Oh, this isn't it. Like the wind, the white handkerchief flew from Bao's hand. Alicia's face darkened and she rudely snatched it. The mysterious voice said, I didn't see her hand. Bao thought to himself, I didn't see it either. Alicia spoke as if interrogating him. This doesn't seem to be the handkerchief I gave you. The foolish Bao answered truthfully. No, this is what my friend gave me, and in fact it's the one I've been using. Bao was completely unaware that these words were making his situation worse. She said in a serious voice, Jamina, is your friend a girl? Bao said casually. Oh, we grew up together since childhood. Alicia exuded a devilish aura behind her smile. The low EQ Bao, with a bright smile on his face, said, It's pure cotton, so it's very comfortable for everyday use. Old man Duncan swallowed hard inwardly. Hey, you shouldn't talk about that. Gaze also broke into a cold sweat at this foolish fellow's stupidity. My goodness, please shut up. Bao looked around and noticed that everyone was giving him strange looks. Bao, bewildered, asked inwardly, Did I mess up again? The mysterious voice said, This time it's a big problem. Jaeger later had to instruct Bao. I hate fools, and you are the biggest fool I know. Lord Joseph meticulously prepared everything, and you ruined it all because of one handkerchief. Your foolishness could be called a talent. Bao didn't fully understand, but he knew he had acted tactlessly. I apologize. I didn't know it would turn out like this. Gaze gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, suppressing the urge to punch the fool in front of him. Jaeger sighed. Winter will pass, and he'll be 18. I need to treat him like an adult now. After all, he's a knight. Jaeger gestured for him to go outside. Bao raised his head like a child awaiting punishment. Jaeger growled, What are you doing? Aren't you going? Do you want another beating like in the old days? Bao foolishly said. Honestly, that's better. Just hit me. Jaeger clenched his fist and went outside. Don't be ridiculous. Today I truly might not be able to hold back. Bao was terrified. Damn it, he hurried away, and Jaeger's head throbbed. What should I do with this guy? When Bao returned, the other knights immediately watched him intently. All the knights fixed their gaze on him. Bao asked as if he couldn't understand. Why are you all staring like that? The knight brothers said. We must observe this great man closely. The aura of a hero, you know. The aura of a hero with two women in his heart. Truly admirable. What great potential, Bao with a headache said. I want to be alone, the others teased, saying, Oh, then we should leave you alone. Our rookie is already very outstanding. Bao, wanting to hear no more of the drama, avoided them. I'll take my leave then. The others continued to chatter about Bao's story for amusement. We should warn Haina's servants. It's truly worrying to let such a remarkable steed loose. Bao became even more angry and confused. Damn it. Why is everything so complicated? Why is this happening during my first night mission? I really wanted to do well. Even the knights, instead of comforting me, are just teasing me. Comfort to be comforted, the mysterious voice said. I think it's normal. I don't think they dislike you, I think they like you. The knights who followed two tigers seem to have fully accepted you as one of their own now, Bao said. I know I was in such a situation. Whether it's thugs in dark alleys or high-ranking knights, people seem to live in the same way, no matter where they are. Damn it, what can I do since it's already like this? There's no use crying over spilled milk, is there? And I truly have nowhere to go. I should pray for the first time in a while. Alicia felt heavy-hearted. The more I think about it, the more absurd it is. No matter how naive he is, how could he carry another woman's handkerchief along with mine? Old man Duncan defended Bao slightly. Still, he kept it clean, Alicia said as if it were nothing special. Of course. Old man Duncan insisted. No. No, my lady. That is not a simple matter, especially for someone his age, Alicia asked, pouting. Why? Old man Duncan explained that the fact that the child kept the handkerchief clean despite going through truly difficult missions meant he had taken special care of it. It was merely a mistake born of ignorance. In some ways it also means the child is pure. At least the child has no hidden intentions. Unlike others, didn't the child simply wield his sword for the sake of the people? Baroness, even Alicia had to admit this point. That was also true. Damn it, old man Duncan, he said to Alicia. See, every small action of that child holds the reason why Bajip cherishes him so much. Bao's purity captivated Alicia. He had not changed at all since then. Suddenly something entered her vision. Who is that? Old man Duncan's pupils contracted. He immediately shouted, Who's there? People outside. Go and inform Sir Jaeger. Emergency situation. A tail wagged. The white snake stood right beside Vlad. V thought, has he still not recalled any memories? That's right. The white snake had said that after seeing what the old man said, some memories resurfaced. The white snake replied, but I truly seem to be connected to the spirits. Someone is coming. V, startled, glanced at this person. Is there a graveyard here? Is someone you know buried here? Vlad stood up and replied, You can only come here with the Lord's permission. Does the Lord mean I can ask you but you can't ask me? Vlad replied, I have permission. The Lord smiled and said, Only now do you look at me. Back then, you only looked at Gojin as if I didn't exist. Vlad remained silent. The Lord continued, Gojin asked me to tell you. If you give up Baroness Haina's handkerchief, he'll consider it payment for the second jerky. The Lord's eyes were sly, and V bowed his head, saying nothing. The Lord said he didn't know. Anyway, I want to know your relationship. Give it here, Vlad replied. Just take it. The Lord was surprised by that. Vlad said, if you are capable enough. The West does not hide its desires, for it is a world where only the greedy can survive. The North never retreats, for it is a world where only those who can protect themselves can survive, the Lord said. I know you won't listen to me. As if there was no other choice, he attacked Vlad. The blade came dangerously close to Vlad's face, but I have no intention of returning empty-handed, northern brat. I challenge you to a duel for Alicia's handkerchief. Vlad watched silently, arms crossed. Say that again, the Lord asked. What? Vlad said, I am a knight of the Bawai family, and Lady Alicia's knight. If you wish to challenge me to a duel, call me by my proper name, you western thug. Amidst the towering buildings shrouded in darkness, he destroyed a city organization and killed all the Black Wizard's subordinates. Godwin read the paper in his hand. Lure the death worm Jachung and personally deal with the dragon Lin. He placed the paper on the table. Bajip must have been truly desperate. Ordinarily this matter could be exaggerated. He rested his chin in his hand. Is this a planned ability, even if not to this extent? The boy seems to have grown up really well. Godwin glanced and the blade swung once. Suddenly it was merely the manifestation of potential. Not enough to earn the title of Dragon Slayer in just 1 year. Godwin thought, still, his aura at that age was truly amazing. That couldn't be taught. What a shame, I should have found a way to bring that boy in. Godwin sat blankly and said, You're here? It seems you didn't bring the handkerchief I asked for. As you said, he's stubborn and doesn't listen. Godwin replied, I thought you would bring it yourself. The man bowed his head. I intended to, but I lost interest. I don't know how the old knight Haina and the one-eyed knight of Bajip caught wind of it, but they rushed over. Anyway, I've issued a challenge, Godwin asked. When? He replied. 2 days later. He said a priest must be invited to officiate the duel, Godwin said. Interesting. If a priest testifies, no one will be able to object, the red-haired man added. You can gain both honor and profit, plus seeing that guy's disgusting face contorted in fear is a bonus. 2 people stood in the spacious hallway. Old Haina asked, Is there a chance of winning? The person next to him replied, It won't be easy. Yit Van is the eldest son of the Geta family, ruler of the West. He received the best education from childhood and was trained to be the best, Jaeger said. Even Sir Gammon once spoke very highly of the Western knight's skills. Vlad's chances of winning are not high at the moment. Haina replied, Thank you for being honest. Then Lady Alicia's handkerchief, the one-eyed knight said. Don't worry too much. Hasn't he faced knights even as an apprentice knight? Moreover, Lord Joseph has been officially granted full authority by the Count to handle this matter. He wouldn't have called us without a plan, Haina asked. You mean there's a plan? Jaeger was surprised. Oh, I didn't realize he had prepared to this extent. I will fully support anything you need, Haina asked. What is it? I would like to propose a dual location to Lady Alicia. One foolish person asked. Godwin, don't duels usually take place in the Labina Hall? Godwin replied from the side. Baron Haina made a special request. Since this matter is related to marriage, he wishes for her parents who are already in the underworld to watch over it. Is that so? He thought. The reason isn't very convincing. What a strange field. It's so clean, not a single pebble in sight. The person sitting in the chair asked again. Did it rain this morning? Godwin replied. No, my lord, it didn't rain, but the grass is wet. The duel will be fought in an unfamiliar northern environment. This is something you must accept. Preparing an advantageous battlefield before battle is one of the fundamental principles of a commander. The black-haired old man glanced. Everyone watched him very carefully. The two looked at each other. Jaeger said, Guy's momentum is terrifying. While we temporarily hold him back, take a moment to catch your breath. V concentrated. Jaeger thought, the enemy is showing great patience in front of us. Surely the only reason he is doing that is to keep his promise with Lord Joseph. Vlad opened his eyes and said, I am ready. Jaeger thought, truly amazing, he said. Good, show the invaders what a true sword of justice is. Everyone prepare to advance. Aura use is permitted in this duel, but this is not a duel to the death. If the duelists are in danger, we will intervene. Do you agree to the current rules? I agree, Yitvan nodded. The judge said, under the bright shining sky the Lord watches over us. Today we shall begin the duel. Yitvan stepped forward first. You've kept that handkerchief safe, haven't you? What will you give me? Yitvan was bewildered. What I mean is, if I win, what will you give me? At least I could take your sword, couldn't I? Yitvan angrily said. Damn it. Ali continued. I heard the Western successor is very good at stealing. Is that what you're proud of? Stealing is part of life, and there are places where if you steal something you face death. You steal out of desire and I steal out of survival. I don't know who is more greedy. Yitvan thought, what exactly is his position? Ali continued, I hope you like it. His clothes fluttered and the others stood still. Yitvan stared at it. Because we prepared it just for you. The Bajip knights drew their swords. Were we expecting a duel from the beginning? Godwin thought. Ali said, fight me, Yitvan replied. Let's see how good you are, as good as Gaeta's successor. Yitvan attacked first, delivering a blow to Alet. Alet fell. Yitvan raised his sword. Al blocked it in time. He counterattacked and Yitvan attacked. Al's eyes widened. The two attacked and retreated. They fought fiercely. The warriors nearby thought, excellent, he's doing very well, keep it up. Keep it up. He dodged power attacks and blocked powerful slashes. He had thoroughly prepared for this battle. Moreover, while the grass here was convenient for rapid movement, it was not a good environment for agile and delicate swordsmanship. Who designed such a complex battlefield? Godwin thought. The sword dragged on the ground. Yitvan angrily swung his sword. Yitvan also vowed, damn this one-eyed bastard. The two attacked each other. Flet quickly blocked the attack. He dodged Yitvan's attack. He thought, what? I heard he was an inexperienced fellow who only just picked up a sword a year ago. How did he block my sword? Yitvan was surprised. Yitvan continued to attack. Flet continued to dodge. He raised his sword straight and delivered a frontal blow. Dust filled the air. It was still fine, he angrily said. Fight properly. How long do you plan to keep dodging? Flet panted. Damn it, this battlefield is like fighting in mud. If I keep this up, I'll miss my chance to win. Yitvan thought, it's truly shameful to fight with an unknown knight. Perhaps since he crawled up from the bottom, his fighting style must also be truly disgusting. Flet couldn't understand. Yitvan continued, if your mother saw your miserable face she would look away in shame. Flet was silent, and he smiled and sighed. That can't be true. If you knew the life of the dark alleys you couldn't say such things. Disappointing. I thought nobles would have more elegant taunts. Yitvan replied, what? Such taunts and provocations are just greetings in the dark alleys. The tip of the sword was right in front of Yitvan's face. He blocked it. Ali said, Lord Guy would be jumping with joy if he saw your face now, because you are his proud son. You flaunt your noble blood, and I, an orphan who barely became a knight from the dark alleys, am superior to you. Yitvan angrily said, you, he shouted fiercely as if set on fire. Damn it, a fiery power poured onto Flet. He immediately retreated. He continued to advance, his eyes filled with rage and his sword trembled. Don't even think of dying peacefully. Godwin watched. He's holding on well, but everything will end here. Of course the depth of the world Yitvan shows, befitting his position as Gaeta's successor, is clearly different from ordinary people. Van now has to try harder. A prolonged battle using a greatsword is self-defeating. And using aura will deplete his stamina even faster. Vlad also thought, if I keep blocking like this I might turn this duel into a conflict. Lord Joseph said it was okay to lose this duel. Sir Bawai gave me a public opportunity to fight, and my master Jaeger and Lady Alicia entrusted their honor to me. People did not rate my chances of victory highly, because they didn't expect someone from the dark alleys to defeat the son of a noble raised with the best education. Even if I lose I can gain something, but I want to abandon such thoughts now. Now I want to escape from dodging, from running away, and from promising to fight better next time. At least in front of the damned knight who tried to crush my dreams. Look at me again with eyes like the morning sun. I am now a person with the experience and skill of a knight. The things I had to gain to reach you will now be revealed in this battle. V said, the true terror of greatsword techniques is not a single powerful blow but continuous attacks. Be careful, a flaming sword approached Vlan. Yitvan continued to attack and the two fought fiercely. Yitvan in a rage raised his sword and delivered a sky-splitting blow. Heaven and earth seemed to tremble. Die, you dirty wretch! The sword rose, and dazzling dust filled the air. Vlad retreated. He thought too strong. This is the first time I've encountered such a rough and heavy swordsmanship. All techniques rely on strength. Within the range of a greatsword, I'm completely at a disadvantage. There's only one way to end this battle in this situation. Yet Van charged. Vlad dodged the attack and thought, advance, but he still dodged his attack. Vlad's eyes shone. Advance and get closer. He began to attack. He faced danger head-on, crossing the boundary of death. Yet Van followed Vlad's movements. Vlad decided to enter the enemy's weak spot. Two forces clashed at one point. V swung his sword and Yet Van was enraged. He thought, I cannot allow you to escape. Vlad rushed forward and Yet Van said, this insolent brat. A fierce explosion occurred. All the dust scattered. V saw eyes glowing red. V stopped and began to dodge his attacks, yet Van was surprised. Godwin thought, an avatar armor? How does he know the rare combat techniques of the Holy Knights? It's too heavy. I can't completely change the direction of that sword, Vlad said inwardly. Yet Van clenched his fist. What kind of trick is this, you damned bastard? Vlad shouted. Do you think thinking that is enough to beat me? The two charged at each other and Vlad headbutted his head. He was enraged. It felt like his finger was broken. Vlad was resolute. He charged immediately and the opponent showed no mercy. The two started fighting again. Light filled the screen. Lady Alicia stood up, her vision suddenly went dark and light flashed. Vlad asked, did I win fairly? The opponent's power changed. Vlad said, after this battle I should rightfully earn my honor, right? Godwin was silent. He shouted, answer me. Godwin finally spoke. Understood. My sword has finally gained its honor. Do you remember what you told me in the past? Godwin turned to him. You were the one who guided me every step of the way. You told me that a knight should only take what is theirs. I always kept those words in my heart and trained tirelessly to gain honor, but the hostility and calculations within this knightly society put me in many difficult situations. Now that I have won, I will take this. It is a just reward for my efforts and my right as the victor of this battle. Gojin dared to speak. As the price for this honorable duel, I demand Yet Van's sword. He was startled. Everyone else was surprised too. No one expected such an answer. He felt wronged. This is a legitimate reward for my victory. It is my right, earned in this arduous battle, V said. Winter is coming again. An urgent letter from Lord Joseph. He held the letter in his hand. Joseph thought inwardly. I prepared the best I could give him, but this mission is still too much for him. I hope the worst outcome can be avoided. Joseph suddenly remembered. It turned out to be this fellow. Joseph said, Bone, is Gaeta's Yet Van an easy opponent? Bone replied in surprise. No, he is not. He is only in his early 20s, but there is no knight with comparable potential in the West. Even among knights he is expected to become the best knight in the West. Joseph looked at the letter again. Yes, I based this plan on that point, Joseph thought inwardly. The successor to Count Gaeta, the conqueror of the West, there is no better choice for V's debut than him. If the opponent is a famous strongman, Vlad's reputation will not be affected even if he loses. But if he pushes Yet Van back even once, Vlad's reputation will greatly increase. Furthermore, if he is defeated and loses the handkerchief, Alicia will have no choice but to ally with the Ba family. This is quite an unexpected result. He smiled. Turning around he said, Bone, the task I entrusted to you. Bone replied, yes, Lord Joseph, I have prepared it without a single error. He was confident. Joseph said again, discard everything. Bone followed, yes, I will do so immediately. He clicked his tongue and muttered something. Joseph said, we will plan from the beginning again. Bone was surprised. What? We prepared all night for 10 days, Joseph replied. The situation has changed. I prepared for the worst-case scenario, but not for the best outcome. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Bone cried inwardly. Understood. The soldiers lined up and everyone smiled. At least I want to get that sword back. We'll talk about that later. Are you going to retreat? Isn't his demand too excessive? Godwin asked. Jaeger replied. That's our business, Godwin said. To take a sword for a mere match is clearly an excessive demand, Jaeger retorted. But it wasn't a simple match. You crossed the line first and you didn't think it through enough beforehand, Godwin said. Tell me what you want. Jaeger said, I cannot demand that. You know well that it is beyond my authority. Did he take that sword out of a grudge against me? Godwin wondered. Then the negotiation will be cancelled, Godwin said. Jaeger replied, if you understand, then go back immediately. Godwin stood up and placed a paper on the table. In the end, we will meet again, Jaeger said. Set a date. I will go and greet you myself, Godwin motioned. Convey my farewells to that child, Jaeger replied. All right, I can do that much. Godwin turned and left. Jaeger still sat there. Jaeger thought, rookie, you've tangled with a terrifying monster. A new day dawned and sunlight poured in. Lady Alicia said, now there's no need to accept Lord Joseph's proposal, is there? That's right, Haina replied. Indeed, your knight defeated Gaeta's suitor. Alicia, sipping tea, said, it's truly a relief. No matter how warm the Ba family's embrace, giving them a pretext is unsettling. A knight like Sir Vlad is rare, isn't he? Haina replied. Naturally, Alicia asked. How far can he grow? He thought. If he continues to grow like this, he has the potential to become the representative of the North in the next generation. Is the lady that surprised? He replied. This is even a cautious prediction. Because Sir Vlad's potential is never ordinary, the lady put down her teacup. Indeed, bearing the burden of a household head alone is never easy, and there's no guarantee that such incidents won't repeat. Alicia looked out at the sunlight outside the window. Rather than getting caught up in the inheritance struggles of countless nobles, it would be better to have a knight with no power background by my side. Haina said, Lady Alicia, are you suggesting? She asked. This would also be quite an attractive offer to the Ba family, wouldn't it? In some ways, isn't it like a blood alliance? Haina replied. I think it's still a bit early, don't you? even if he's of semi-noble status. If he becomes a knight, you said he has the potential to become the representative of the North. Right, we must secure him before someone else does, the lady said. Isn't that better than marrying an enemy? Hana stammered. That's true, but that child's actions are truly admirable. The two looked out the window. Vlad was there. He stood under a tree pouring water, and the white snake drank the water happily. It really seemed to like the water. It looks like the solution is to offer whiskey as a tribute, the white snake said. This is liquor aged in barley, so it will go well with this crystal, spirit of the earth. The white snake was overjoyed. It coiled around Vlad, very excited. Vlad stood still. That expensive wine is perfectly justified for this spirit. The white snake's blessing is like a second life. He stroked the white snake's head and said, "Thank you," Vlad said. "No, let's go back to the castle," Ali said. "Are you hurt anywhere, injured?" Jaeger replied. "I'm fine, lady. It seems Sir Vlad poured alcohol on the hill yesterday." She asked. Vlad: "Yes, I personally greeted the spirit there. Every time I come here I always achieve great victories. The lords of this place also seem to regard me favorably." Ali smiled. The lady said, "Sir Jaeger, please deliver this letter to Lady Okanaga. Tell her I felt the warmth of kinship for the first time in a long time, and please send this letter to Sir Jaeger. After enduring the 2 trials of the Central and the West, I am now certain where Jamina should stand," Jaeger replied. "Understood, Lady Alicia. I will deliver it without issue. And as for Sir Vlad, the knight who stood for my honor, I agree with your judgment that the former household heads would also have cherished him." So she took out a box. As the box opened, light flashed. "They will allow me to give this. This has been passed down through generations, and now I will give it to you." "I've definitely seen that before," Vlad was surprised. He recalled the queen holding a stone in her hand. It was the Eo tribe's stone of glory, in the forest full of light. The Eo tribe was a separate race living in the forest on the eastern border of the kingdom. They worshipped a different god, so they limited contact with humans. But our family's first household head was very close to the Eo tribe. He bowed his head before the Eo tribe. The stone was placed in his palm. I heard this jewel was born from that connection. It is an amber jewel made from very precious tree sap. A man's figure was reflected. Father had it on his sword hilt, but I never had a chance to wield a sword, so it's just left there uselessly. Lady Alicia smiled and said, "This jewel seems to go very well with Sir Vlad's sword." Vlad hesitated. He thought inwardly. "Something valuable should have a fitting price," he replied. "If it was left by the first household head, isn't this a family treasure?" "How dare I?" the lady replied. "He deserves it more than anyone. Sir Vlad has protected House Hana twice." She held out the stone to him. "It's too much anyway." Even Jaeger seemed flustered. He turned to the person next to him and said, "If you don't mind, you take it. I beg you." His words startled him. "All right, because that is the promise that made me who I am today." "The past," he had said. "I will help you. Please help me. I will help you regain your memories. In return, give me this sword." He held up the Bajur sword. "Since I have received the sword, I must surely help you regain your memories." He received the shining stone in his hand. A knight only receives what he deserves. Vlad said, "Thank you, Lady Alicia." Hana glanced at the lady and thought inwardly, is it all right for him to accept this? Thank you. It would be a burden to take this like this. V thought, it's all right, I can find a way. This is probably the clue to those memories. All right, look at the amber gem through my world. Flat was puzzled. The gem glowed and something seemed to appear within it. The image of a giant hand appeared. One of the team members said, "That guy is ambitious." Others spoke clearly. "It's not ordinary ambition. He just became a knight, yet he's aiming for nobility." A loud laugh. They said, "Yes, that's right. A man should aim high. He seemed special from the beginning." Vlad watched from behind. He replied, "Where?" "Ah, yes. I think I made the right choice. Yes, it's just a nominal debt. But in reality you've been given Hana's treasure, so you're no different from the knight who received the handkerchief." Their army marched and conversed. Loud laughter. "I know that shining potential." Vlad hesitated. "I told you no," Vlad said. "Why aren't you saying anything? You saw everything next to me." Jaeger said nothing. He turned his head. "First I will report separately to Lord Joseph. This time even I can't help it." V was saddened. Understood." They stopped. Have we arrived?" It seemed so. In front of them was a huge palace. "We teased this child for too long and ended up arriving at Sor." They continued to laugh, making him feel scared. "Ah, too bad. We camped here for 2 days, so we have to go tomorrow." A shout rang out. "Let's go." Base arrived at the gate of Sor before them. Jaeger turned and said, "Vlad, you do it." He was surprised. "Me?" Jaeger replied. "Yes, it's time for you to open the castle gate with your own voice." V thought inwardly, "Can I really do it? Just the other day I was sneaking in through a dog hole." The others scoffed. "If you can't open it, we'll camp out here." V was angered. "Even if the sky falls, I will open the castle gate." V stepped forward. The guard spotted him. A shout rang out. "Stop, who are you?" V replied, "I am Vlad, a knight of the Ba family. I have completed my mission and returned." They wondered, "Vlad, you defeated Lindworm and became a knight? Open the gate immediately." They hastily opened the gate. The gate opened. Vlad looked up. It really opened. The one-eyed man came up. "Of course," Jay said. "A knight is a title earned through skill and honor, and only those who have proven their worth deserve it. Now you have the right to open all gates within the Ba territory." Vlad listened. They lined up. A guard stepped forward and bowed his head. "Excuse me, Sir Vlad, welcome back." Jaeger looked at him. "Walk with confidence and pride. You left through this gate like a wanderer, but now you return as a knight." V confidently entered the darkness of the night. Currently in gate as Chinoba, he sat on the throne and asked, "Do you still consider yourself a knight? It would be better to die." The king said angrily. Yitvan bowed his head. I'm sorry, father." His eyes showed anger and Yitvan's arm trembled. He was extremely furious. King shouted at Yitvan, Such a disgrace just when I thought I had things settled. You ruined everything. He's not even a noble, just a soldier who just received his knighthood. Do you think you only lost a sword? You handed over all control of Dama to the Ba family?" Yet Van was scared, and he really seemed to shrink. "Gojin, what were you doing? What on earth were you doing while my son was being humiliated?" Gojin replied. "There is no excuse," he shouted even more angrily. "What happened? You said you knew him," Gojin replied. "If anything, he might also be connected to the Count. He is the fellow raised by the runaway knight Jajar." The king seemed to realize something. He trembled his hand. "Jajar," the enraged king crushed the handle. "That damn bastard is still causing me trouble to the very end," he said angrily. Gojin assessed, "That child has outstanding talent. All the knights who accompanied him are high-ranking, and he utilized his geographical advantage very well. Furthermore, there was an unexpected individual. This person was capable of directly confronting my pressure." The one standing before Gojin was Jaeger. The more people knew about him, perhaps he was one of the Ba Jip family's secret weapons. King Gaida's face darkened. "Oh, those cunning northerners," he looked up and said. "Gojin, do you remember what our ancestors taught us when they pioneered the West?" Gojin quickly replied. "Yes, I remember. You must take what is yours and seize what belongs to others. That is the only way to survive in the West. That's right. I too have lived my life seizing and breaking under this banner, following the teachings of my ancestors." King Gaida said, "The Gaida family is a family of pioneers. I can take what belongs to others, but I cannot let what is mine be taken. From now on, the great eagle will turn its gaze north." King Gaida told all his subordinates, "Retrieve what belongs to my son at any cost." On a cold winter day, a hand placed a coin on a table in a certain kingdom. "Congratulations, this is your first salary." Vlad looked at it and thought to himself, "Only 4 gold coins?" Bone noticed something. He asked, "What's wrong? Are you disappointed? Do you think it's too little?" Vlad replied, "Yes, a little. I thought knights had higher salaries." Bone said, "Truly a rookie. It's no wonder Sir Jaeger still wants to mentor you. Being a knight is not a path to wealth through salary alone." Vlad wondered. "Then how does one get rich?" Bone replied, "A knight must value honor, never forget their duty, and accept all responsibilities that come with their position." "No, what does that have to do with money?" He held up 3 fingers. "Actually it does. A full cat won't go hunting mice anymore. If you want fame and money, you must seek them out yourself. Honor has its own value, and that value will be paid out once at the end of the year. It's a special reward given to those who are deserving. You should aim for that too. You've achieved many feats this year. Well done," he said to Vlad. Vlad continued to wonder. "Oh, then what is the value of responsibility and duty?" Bone replied. "For you, who brought a precious item from the Ha family to Soar, to ask such a question. You have another name besides Dragon Slayer." He smiled and said, "Don't you carry ladies' handkerchiefs close to your heart? You rude northerner." Vlad of Soar. Vlad frowned. "Don't forget me even if I become a noble later." Vlad turned his head. That's not what you think." 2 cups of hot tea sat on the table. "Now that you are a knight, you must bear the responsibility befitting that title," Joseph said, sipping his tea. "I will assign you to patrol a certain district." Vlad was surprised. "I have to patrol that district alone?" Joseph Jaeger and Vlad sat in the same room. Joseph said, "I will assign a small number of soldiers as a support team, but you will still bear the main responsibility." Vlad replied, "Understood, my lord." Joseph continued, "That district is the back alleys. A place familiar to you?" Vlad said, "Yes, it's practically my home." Joseph said, "Though the manpower isn't sufficient, isn't that the most suitable place for you?" Joseph put down his teacup. "Some of my forces have already been distributed to Gregory, Maxim, and Gaze. I will arrange wages for 4 people." Vlad nodded. "Choose the people you want and make them your subordinates. This task is entirely different from leading a mercenary band. A knight stands at the forefront, ready to speak on behalf of others at any time." Vlad listened attentively. He asked, "There are only thugs I know in the back alleys. Wouldn't it be a nuisance to your lordship if I chose them?" Joseph replied, "Thank you for considering me, but you don't need to worry. The people you choose and their positions have no relation to the Ba family. If I were concerned about that, I would have kept you at Rose's Smile." He scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Managing people is harder than killing them. Since this is your first time, I'll introduce you to someone." Vlad replied, "Yes, thank you, my lord." Joseph continued, "You may go now." Vlad stood up. "Excuse me." He left. Jaeger said, "Lord Joseph, do you intend to have that child work for Vlad?" Joseph smiled. "Because it's Vlad, it's worth taking a gamble once. I will trust his unpredictable nature this time too." The scene shifted to another house. Wede was startled. "Really, boss?" "No," he sobbed. "Sir Vlad, I will gladly serve you to the best of my ability." Vlad frowned and said, "You don't need to react so strongly. Just continue doing what you were doing." He wiped away his tears. "It's a good thing I didn't run away during my mercenary days. After tough times come good ones. I shoveled horse dung, got bitten and kicked by horses. I followed him every day, but only strange and dangerous things ever happened." Vlad said nothing. He was crying with joy, and now he was finally a guard. Following him was truly the right decision. Vlad asked, "What are you talking about? You, really?" He was just someone working with him. He sniffled and laughed loudly. "Who would have known? At first you were just a mercenary too, my lord." Vlad. Now he must do his best. Vlad looked at Gioda and thought inwardly, "I need to keep Gioda by my side. Although he's talkative and easily fooled, he completes any task he's given. I need people like him." The restaurant proprietress said, "You can take that child with you too." Vlad wondered, "Who are you talking about?" "That child, I mean." A burly young man stood at the door. "OHA, is it? That's right, it's a waste for someone so big to be working in a tavern. After eating well, he's grown healthier and stronger," Vlad thought. OHA is a trustworthy person. He knows all the alleys thoroughly and is deeply loyal, Vlad asked. But will it be all right? There are always problems where there's alcohol, the proprietress replied. It's fine, the proprietress smiled and said. Who would dare cause a disturbance here? Haven't you understood the situation yet? Vlad didn't understand anything. This place can be said to be the safest in this alley. Everyone comes to eat, drink, and enjoy themselves. Business has been good ever since. This is a very popular tavern. What do you think is the reason? It's because you manage this alley, Vlad was surprised. The proprietress continued. Take whoever you want to work with. We will protect you and you will gain trustworthy people, Vlad replied with amusement. Interesting, the proprietress continued. Then it's mutually beneficial, Vlad replied. That's not what I meant. I was just happy that I could protect everyone without having to draw my sword. Look at your own wine glass, the proprietress looked at him. Vlad said, that's what I love most as a knight, she smiled. You finally realized your place, glancing at him, she thought. Then he will be the one laughing in the end. A beautiful sunset scene unfolded at a small pier. A man, his face flushed from drinking, said, good liquor really is different, worlds apart from the captain's drink. Is he still selling that poisonous stuff? That's his only pleasure. We just have to endure the aftertaste of getting drunk. Vlad seemed to struggle talking with him. The man in green clothes said, meeting you again brings back old memories. Just yesterday I was worried about you and Jamina making a living. They talked in a room filled with books. They said, don't raise black-furred animals. But golden fur is a whole other level, isn't it? Vlad said. Are you saying that because you're drunk or do you really mean it? So what's the purpose of coming here today? You didn't just come to chat, did you? The man in green clothes asked. Vlad said awkwardly. I'm still learning how to find my way by the stars, big brother. The man in green clothes sipped his tea and replied, I gave up a long time ago. Who would hire a lame person as a navigator? He said. You said you wanted to go to sea, big brother. To leave this place someday and explore the world. He said sadly, not all dreams come true, even with all your effort they might not. It's best to know your place for a wretch like me without a home or hometown. Living like this is enough. Vlad said nothing more. He asked, do you truly believe what you just said? Haven remained silent, saying nothing. Vlad asked Haven, do you know if a bird is confined in a cage for too long it forgets how to fly? Haven looked up. What? I understand now. Vlad stood up. He grabbed his sword. This place is secretly gnawing away at your dreams, Vlad said. It's their fault. Vlad's eyes glowed blue. Light emanated from his sword. Haven was startled. Hey. Vlad raised his shining sword. Outside everyone was working peacefully. Light radiating from within the sword seeped out. The villagers screamed and fled. Get out of the way. What the hell is this? What's going on? That was Captain Haven's hideout. Everyone murmured in that direction. One person stepped forward. Step back. Don't gather here anymore. Clear the way. The grumpy captain stepped up. A large hole appeared in Haven's hideout. He ordered his subordinate, inform the boss and call all the sailors here. The other one replied yes. The captain thought inwardly, we just barely got some rest after that scoundrel died. Who the hell are these damn guys? Inside the hideout there was fine dust everywhere. Haven shouted, hey, what the hell is this, you damn bastards? Vlad said, you people were corrupted by those damn thoughts. He was extremely angry. Those wretched walls had blocked his path to the great river of rough waves for too long. Vlad looked at Haven. They imprisoned and suppressed your power, preventing you from moving forward. Haven opened his mouth. It was as if it made him forget that he was a capable person. Vlad continued to slash. If you can't break down that wall forever, you'll be trapped in this dark and gloomy alley forever. But now that I'm here, everything will change. I'll do everything for him because he did the same for me. Vlad recalled the three of them huddled together in blankets on a cold winter day in the wind. So that your darkness wouldn't swallow you. Haven, Vlad and the red-haired girl looked in one direction. They looked at the splendid mansion before them. Beneath their feet lay piles of fallen debris. You were the one who reminded me that I have a goal to accomplish and that I can achieve it. Vlad slashed continuously. He kept destroying that house. Everyone outside couldn't understand. What is this? The captain from earlier was startled. Vlad stood proudly atop the pile of debris he had just destroyed. Vlad said, see Haven, your dream is still alive and can continue. Haven seemed to realize on the starlit water. Haven replied, that's right, I saw that vast sea. Haven said, now I see. As night fell, the two walked and talked. Being a knight certainly has its privileges. You destroyed their hideout and even took one of their subordinates and you even get rewarded for it. Vlad said, reward my ass. He looked at the purple glass bottle in his hand. This is black magic potion, isn't it? Did they fight each other because of this? Haven was silent for a moment, then said, this feeling is truly strange. I used to watch you leave, but now you've returned, Vlad. That truly reassures me, because their boss is very clumsy at making potions, but now that he has accepted someone like you, everything has completely changed. The captain actually, Vlad interrupted. Don't worry, Lord Joseph won't lay a hand on the captain. He knows the difference between a useful person and a useless one, Haven smiled. That's right. 1/3 of the alley economy is thanks to the captain's smuggling. Lord Joseph truly is exceptional. I can clearly see his meticulousness and wisdom. I think there's some meaning behind you being reassigned to these dark alleys, Vlad said. I understand now, that might be the case. He didn't give me any specific instructions, just said he'd entrust everything in these back alleys to me. So what should I do now? Haven replied. Why are you asking me? You already know the answer. Vlad was perplexed. Me, Haven said. Today you didn't strike down a single person, but you still made Captain Hover surrender. Vlad was surprised. You must also inform the other bosses in this alley what you intend to do to lead everyone in this alley to a better life. Gyota bit his finger and looked around. Why are they so late? Gyota then saw the two of them. He rushed over. Where have you been all day? We've been waiting a long time, Vlad asked. What's wrong? Gyota replied. Someone came to see you, Vlad replied. I thought it was something serious. Send them to Jamina. She'll handle my guests, Gyota stammered. I just think you should meet this person yourself, big brother. A horse confined in a stable gnashed its teeth. Denny watched in front of the horse and said, still magnificent. Vlad opened the door and asked, hey, who said to let other people into the backyard? What if that horse bites them? He was startled. Frog. Frog turned around. Vlad asked, what are you doing here? Frog replied. I came here at the mayor's recommendation. Let's return to Joseph and Jaeger's conversation. Do you think his lordship expects him to bow to Vlad? Joseph said that he wouldn't bow just because someone else told him to, but he would at least understand his position and my sincere invitation. Jaeger asked, then what is the next step? Joseph replied, that's right, now we will be able to secure a strong army that can control Dama. Now we must deal with the danger on the northern border. I heard Aji's Buddha tribe has considerable influence. I plan to use them to control other barbarian tribes. Over the past few years, many families have challenged Bajip's authority. Now it's time for us to respond with action. If the threats behind us disappear, Ba will be able to confront all difficulties without hesitation. Jaeger worried whether someone who had just become a knight like Vlad could handle such an important mission as restoring Bajip's reputation in the north. Joseph replied, he possesses more than mere potential. He rode a horse respected by the Manji tribe and saved them by killing a northern dragon. Who else but Vlad could do that? He re-emphasized that only Vlad could break the long-standing chain of hatred between the Manji tribe and their noble class, leading everyone toward a better future. Vlad, riding a horse on a mountaintop holding a flag, looked truly magnificent amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the people. A girl held a pile of clothes, her body was trembling, and ridiculous voices were heard from the room. You've come a long way, but when a sound came from the door she was startled. Vlad opened the door. Jamina replied. What's wrong? She looked up at him and asked, is no one here? Jamina handed him all the clothes she was holding, and Vlad asked in confusion, why? Jamina clutched the doorframe and said, if no one was here, why would I hear voices? Are you still talking to ghosts? Vlad replied, no, they're not ghosts. Jamina was certain she had heard voices. Jamina turned around to change rooms. Vlad asked where. She said it was the room at the end of the corridor, thinking, no one will know how you are now. Jamina continued, I'm moving to the room next to yours. Vlad put the pile of clothes on the table. Because you won't be able to hide any longer. Vlad glanced sideways and said, you mean you're volunteering to cover for me? Whether I'm in the shabby back alleys or shining in a knight's armor, you always worry about me. Jamina looked at him, then lowered her head again, recalling the church. Vlad watched her standing next to the pile of clothes. Vlad called her and asked, do you need anything? I'll buy it for you. Jamina replied, what I need. She paused for a moment and then said, take good care of yourself, you fool. She sighed, at least you should have some equipment. She took the dirty clothes again. Vlad silently watched her footsteps. He smiled, I just left it outside. Leota poked his head out and called the commander. Everything is ready, Vlad said. Really? Then let's go. The two walked. A round ball was about to be placed on the betting table. A hand placed it down. The round ball spun around the rotating table. The host said, odd, one person stood up. I should have come here earlier. There's no better place to train foresight and reflexes, Vlad observed, thinking to himself. I can't believe combat skills can be used like this. Focusing his eyes, time seemed to slow down, and he clearly saw the round ball on the board moving step by step. That ball earlier. This movement is unexpected. Vlad looked up at the host. Vlad thought to himself, what is this? It seems there's some trickery involved. Cheating is common in gambling houses. The host turned towards him with a puzzled expression. Vlad looked directly at him, and he seemed to realize something. He thought to himself, very appropriate. I needed an excuse to start a fight. Someone approached and called out, Sir Vlad, are you satisfied? He turned around in confusion. If you had informed us in advance, we would have served you more respectfully. A neatly dressed person approached and said, Vlad asked, do you mean I need permission to come here? He adjusted his glasses and said, haha, of course not. We will now escort you upstairs. The boss is waiting, Vlad asked. He's waiting for me. He's sitting comfortably and he expects me to bow and go up? Hey. The guy in the purple clothes turned around. Vlad asked, do you still see me as a lowly nobody from the back alleys? He was startled and the thugs there showed their attitude. Hey, even if you're a knight, there are things you do and things you don't do. As he raised his hand ready to strike, a kick flew and knocked him to the ground. Leota smiled and said, really? Leota held out a document and said, can't you see this knight is on a mission? The Manji tribe drew their swords and said, should we deal with these guys? I guess so. The guy in purple clothes was startled. Manji tribe? Why are the Manji tribe in sore? Tell your boss to come down. From now on, all activities at the gambling den are frozen. He shouted. What? Why suddenly? Vlad quietly said, I won't say it again. Bring the ledgers. The scene shifted to Kano Palace. Igodi laughed and said, Vlad, you're really famous these days. I hear you wiped out 2 organizations in the back alleys? Vlad bowed his head. Sir Igodi, please accept this. It's gammon. The pride of the Kano family. Boli gave it to you before, didn't he? Yes, I received it. I shared it with Sir Joseph. He liked it very much. Igodi laughed and said, ha ha ha, who wouldn't like it? Thank you, I'll taste it later. But why are you giving this to me? Do you have a favor to ask? Igodi asked cheerfully. Oh dear, was that too blatant a bribe? He said, it's not nothing. Your domain. To be honest about this might make it seem like I have a personal agenda, Vlad replied. It's all right, speak. Black Bear OG, a meat dealer in the back alleys. Vlad said, that's right, it's that guy. There was a kidnapping incident before and his record is very suspicious. What do you think, shall we team up and take him down? Vlad was startled and thought to himself, ah, so this was the personal agenda. I want to establish law in the back alleys, and Sir Ego D wants to expand Polly's influence in the meat trade. Both can get what they want through Black Bear. Vlad replied, so do you want to warn him or tame him, sir? Ego D's expression changed. A warning is too weak for that guy. Good, I was going to deal with him anyway. He recalled the image of his deceased mother. Ego D said, alright, my troops will support you. Let's start in 2 or 3 days. Vlad replied, yes. Ego D cheerfully said, tell me anything you need. Vlad said, can I have a bottle of whiskey? He was startled. Whiskey, I do have someone I need to bribe too. Vlad smiled and said, still I have to put it down. In front of a certain pub door, Vlad stood before the closed door. What, closed? Taking an early day off today? He knocked on the door. Grandpa, are you there? When the door opened, he was puzzled. No one was inside. Vlad looked around. Then he went inside. He walked through the pub. Vlad glimpsed something, was startled, and seemed to have seen something. He said, I brought liquor and meat for Grandpa, but I seem to be too late. He was lying in bed. Vlad's face was filled with sadness. The old man's face was illuminated, his lips tightly sealed. He suddenly smiled. This time I was on the northern border. It was a very beautiful place with endless snow-covered mountains rising and vast white snowfields stretching out before me. He spoke to the deceased old man. Vlad drew his sword. I fought a snow-white dragon there. This sword stayed with me until the very end. I wanted to say many things, but in the end I think this one thing will suffice. Vlad took the old man's hand. Thank you for saving me, Grandpa. He placed the sword in the old man's hand. A sword forged from an old man's dream. The old man grunting as he made the shining sword. Vlad held the glorious sword completed in the hands of a young boy. That sword, which had seen life and death, finally returned to his embrace. The sight of the old man embracing the hand holding the sword was truly beautiful, and at that moment that sword would shine brighter than any star. He recalled the moment they rejoiced together when the sword was completed. Haven, Vlad, and Jamina stood together in the cemetery. They stood before a grave. Haven said, you're truly amazing, buying a grave and a tombstone with your first salary. And in an expensive cemetery near the monastery. Vlad looked at the grave and replied, I just wanted to get Grandpa out of those dark back alleys. Sor's greatest blacksmith. The tombstone read that he was a blacksmith who forged a sword capable of cutting ghosts and even piercing dragon scales, yet he had no name to leave for posterity. Haven said, I asked but no one knows his name. Vlad said, what's in a name? As long as we remember him, that's enough. Then the three left. Vlad glanced sideways again. He saw the people looking at them. Why are those kids doing that? Haven was puzzled. Oh, those kids, Vlad said. They've been looking at us like that for a while. If they want to beg for money, they should just come closer. They just keep staring wherever we go. Haven asked, brother, do you really not know about those kids? Vlad, puzzled, said, Haven sighed. I think you've forgotten, brother. We also had eyes like that when we were young. This winter is colder than last winter, Vlad said, startled. Yes. Many of them will freeze to death, Vlad said. One blanket would be enough to survive. Haven interrupted. Stop. You only have 1 gold coin to use this month. Anyway, I wasn't going to save a single penny this month. This money can buy blankets for those kids and their friends too, Vlad replied again. When you receive the blankets, tell them to pray for that old blacksmith Grandpa. Haven held the gold coin. 1 prayer per blanket, lucky for those kids. Jamina rubbed her eyes and said, I'll talk to Sister Maria too. Because children need to eat well to get through winter. Vlad thought to himself, little by little I can change everything in these dark back alleys. The ordinary sword was buried with the old blacksmith, but the star the old man created still illuminated the dark back alleys. Its name and form changed, but it still brought happiness here every day. The children rejoiced at the new food and blankets. There was a red puddle on the ground and a foot stepped on it, splashing. It was the band unit. Ego D said, phew, this place is worse than the rumors. When the weather gets warmer, diseases will spread everywhere. I had planned to quietly close down some shops, but now stronger measures are needed, Vlad replied. Don't worry, sir, Ego D, puzzled, said. Vlad said. Black Bear will give us the perfect reason to eliminate them. Ego D realized. So you meant from the beginning Vlad couldn't deal with the dark side of those dark back alleys superficially, Ego D said with satisfaction. I like your honest nature, Vlad said. Shall we begin? Ego D agreed. All right. Vlad opened his mouth wide. He loudly said, I am Vlad of Sor. I am here to arrest Black Bear, who has disrupted the city's order. He presented documents detailing murder, fraud, kidnapping, and deception of the lord of this noble city. Black Bear, come out immediately and face just judgment. Vlad stood at the door with his army. Ego D said, they will resist, as you said. Black Bear has given us a legitimate reason to act, so they will also be thoroughly prepared to resist. The door was still closed. They know that if they are caught, it's over. Vlad called out to put them at the forefront. Having said that, the three went inside. Ego D asked, so what about this time? Are you just going to threaten them like at the gambling den? Looking at the charges, it seems we can be more forceful than last time. Vlad asked, what do you think, sir? They sold pregnant women and unborn babies as ingredients for black magic. Their sins are unforgivable. Ego D's eyes turned red with rage. Vlad's eyes also brightened and his eyes shone red. Is that really true? A red beam of light struck them, causing an explosion. Everyone staggered. A glowing red sword, damn it, what is that? Ego D looked at the people before him and said, just killing them isn't enough. They stood with their mouths agape. Hey, aren't those Manji tribe members? Why are Manji tribe members in Sor? Ego D replied. They're not Manji tribe, he's from the Buddha tribe, he charged. They shouted to stop him and raised their swords. Consecutive sword strikes poured down, he cut down one after another. And Igodi fought back against everything. They pointed their swords at Igodi, you damn monster. They rushed forward without fear. OHA leapt from behind, immediately attacking two, and the axe blade was stained with blood. Igodi attacked another and then looked back at his comrade. The two annihilated everyone. Igodi scoffed. Not bad, OHA replied. What are you doing there? There are only two of them left. Surround and trample them. A representative raised his sword and said. A flash of light streaked past and he was very shocked. His face changed as the beam of light streaked past him. They screamed in terror from now on. Anyone still standing on 2 feet. Vlad emitted a colorful light and he would be torn to shreds with overwhelming momentum. He was like a massive figure that struck fear into them. Vlad commanded them to kneel and kick the people surrounded by his soldiers. Igodi said, it's almost over. Let's leave this place to the soldiers and go upstairs. Vlad said, yes sir Igodi. They went up together. The door opened and the band unit entered. He was startled. A man in white clothes had his hand on Black Bear's head. He raised his hand. Welcome Sir Vlad. Vlad asked him who he was. He turned around and replied, I have come from the church by order of the bishop. Vlad said, I have come by order of the mayor. That Black Bear is an obvious criminal, the old man in white interrupted. No, there are no longer any thieves here. His sins have been pardoned in the name of the Lord. He extended a document, a pardon from above. Everyone was praying, but the golden glow shimmered and the Lord was everywhere. However, his light did not shine on everyone. It fell first upon those above and gave more to those who already had much. That was what those at the bottom of society had always seen. The world was divided into two halves, one splendid and grand, the other dark and desolate. That was the image of the Lord in the church. Vlad said, a pardon, so that man is now innocent? He replied, of course, it was issued directly by the bishop. Igodi asked inwardly. Bishop Pierre himself, this is absurd. Why this man from the dark alley? Vlad was also very surprised with just a piece of paper. Do you think you can erase the tears of all the women who died because of this rotten society? I am now innocent. That voice startled Vlad. Black Bear asked, I have been forgiven by the Lord, is that still not enough? Vlad said, forgiven? The priest standing next to him said yes. Sins can truly be forgiven. Black Bear smiled wickedly. They said, it seems your visit was in vain, sir. Vlad couldn't understand. How can this be? How can it be? The women you sold. A video of imprisoned women screaming for help through iron bars. They died trembling in fear in the darkness. Yet how can you, who drove those women and children to their deaths, smile like that? Black Bear is not that powerful now, Vlad said. He asked the priest, if the priest is truly sincere, can anyone be forgiven? The priest replied, of course. If the Lord and the church grant forgiveness, any sin can become innocent. Vlad bowed his head. Understood, he called out. Sir Igodi, what did you tell me in Foggy Town? If no one maintains their place, if no one takes responsibility when needed, where is the justice in this society? Ego seemed to realize something. Vlad continued. That's what you shouted. Wait, Vlad's eyes turned blue. Vlad cut off his head fell, and Igodi closed his eyes, and OHA also watched. Vlad exuded a fierce aura in the hotel. Black Bear's head was severed. The priest looked at him and shouted in anger, what is this? A bloodied sword. Vlad approached and said, I am a sinner, give me a chance to atone. He laid down his sword. The scene shifted to Joseph's castle. Joseph bowed his head and said, did he really kill a pardoned man? Igodi replied, I'm sorry, I should have stopped him. I truly never imagined he would return with a pardon. Joseph continued, indeed. Perhaps it was given, not earned. The knights standing behind Igodi were bewildered. Why would Bishop Pierre issue a pardon to a back alley boss? Joseph thought. An idea began to form in his mind. They are toying with Bati. Joseph asked where Vlad was. Bone replied, he is waiting in my office. We thought it better for him to stay out of sight. Joseph replied, very well done. Jaeger immediately arrested Vlad for murder. The four of them stood in front, surprised. Joseph thought. Perhaps it was a foolish choice, but it is completely understandable, and given the possibility that the pardon was intentionally issued. The bishop clearly targeted Vlad from the beginning, therefore the only way to protect him is to confine him. Joseph looked up. Jaeger understood his meaning. He bowed his head and said, understood. Igodi called out, Sir Jaeger, please allow me to do it. Jaeger said, if I failed to teach him properly, it is my fault. I will take responsibility. Igodi tried to say something but left. Ego bowed his head, blaming himself. For a master to arrest his disciple, it's all my fault. If only I hadn't acted so hastily for the sake of the family. Joseph wrote as he spoke, Sir Igodi, you too must bear responsibility as one involved in this matter. Igodi bowed his head and agreed, you are right, I will take full responsibility. Joseph was satisfied. Good, the judgment is very swift. Take this letter to Banao as quickly as possible. Igodi read the letter. You're here? He seemed to realize something. He bowed his head, taking the order. Understood, I will go on horseback. Joseph continued. Bokaz, bring the mage here, I need to contact my father in San Gino. Masim Kazu, cancel all activities immediately and prepare your elite soldiers. Everyone said in unison, yes, understood. Joseph gripped the armrest of his chair. He stood up and thought, I knew a day like this would come, but I didn't expect them to act so openly. Bishop Pierre has basically declared war on me, using Vlad as bait, in that case as an official of Bati. I must respond appropriately. Perhaps this is for the best. I can finally claim a place unencumbered by anything. A perfect city under the control of Bati. Joseph looked out the window at the city, lost in thought. You said sitting on your throne that he killed Black Bear without hesitation. The messenger prostrated himself on the ground. Yes, your lordship. He is more cruel than expected. The one who vouched for him was Father Andrea, wasn't it? He read the book and asked. A person below replied, yes, to my knowledge. He closed the book, then shaking him was the right decision, he thought. If all goes well I can eliminate him in one go. The second son of Bati, a fellow who dares challenge me just because of his lineage and the thorn at my side. The one who always pretends to be a devout priest, now a knight from the lowest ranks, is being protected by both of them. The sight of people revering Vlad was unacceptable to him. My will is the will of the Pope. His eyes turned blue. And the will of the Pope is the will of God. Tell the mayor. Must teach the foolish knight who disregarded the pardon. And prepare. The priest recalled the bishops with orbs in their hands just moments ago. You mean those whom I have always prepared since I was assigned to soar? They said they were struck by lightning. No matter how naturally talented he is, it's hard to believe that he manifested an aura and became a knight in less than a year. Perhaps there is an unknown dark side to him. Vlad is now incredibly strong. When the truth is revealed, all who defended him will not escape unscathed. He smiled wickedly. Night fell upon the city again and footsteps were hurried. A bishop led a legion. He raised his hand and all the soldiers stopped. A shout echoed. Immediately. We are here by order of the bishop. Knight Vlad disregarded the bishop's pardon. This act defies the will of God and is a serious sin that can be considered blasphemy. Open the gates immediately, otherwise all within will be deemed heretics. The gates opened and a person emerged. It's already noisy. The priest held a sword and asked, Who are you? This young man replied, I am Masim, Sir Joseph's knight. By order of the mayor, Rose's smile is currently under investigation. He said, That investigation is not under your jurisdiction. All here are suspected of blasphemy. Masim replied, That's excessive. Is being with Sir Vlad a crime of blasphemy? The church has already passed a definitive judgment. Don't you know there's an inviolable boundary between the nobility and the church? Masim said, but we haven't crossed that boundary. The soldiers advanced and their legion also appeared. Both sides stood facing each other. Masim said, From now on I will seal off this area. If you wish to enter, you must obtain permission from the mayor. The other bishop said, You will regret this. A mere knight daring to defy the church? Try it if you dare. I too have debt, so I have no choice, Masim replied. To repay my debt for my life, this is all I can do. At this time the prison was already lit. Jaeger asked, Didn't I always tell you to think things through? In the end, Sir Joseph has to clear the battlefield for you. Even as a knight you are still a servant. Vlad bowed his head and said, I apologize. Jaeger thought, You are a smart child. If you had seen further, you wouldn't have fallen into such a cunning trap. The problem isn't your vision, but that you are always busy with missions and lack the experience to understand the subtle balance between the nobility and the church. Jaeger looked at Vlad through the iron bars. Bishop Pierre chose his target precisely, Jaeger told him. Sir Joseph has bought you time, but it's only a week at most. Soon. You will have to testify before the church. Be prepared. Vlad replied yes. Jaeger also had nothing more to say. He turned around and said, It's cold, I'll bring you a thicker blanket. Jaeger left. Now only Vlad remained. Don't blame yourself anymore. You just did what you had to do. Vlad was silent. Tears welled up in his eyes. Clearly that act wasn't wrong. And even now I don't think it was wrong, but if the result is this, yes, this is my fault. He clenched his hands tightly. After all, the world of the back alleys is very different from the world of knights. And remember, a knight's sword is heavy because it is sharp. Jaeger had told him that long ago. In the dark room, only a faint light shone through a small window. Vlad said, I think I finally understand what that means. Snow was falling heavily. Education looked out from inside the gate and turned to ask, So that's why they insisted on dragging it out for another week. He watched the people outside. Everyone shouted, This trial is unfair. That man should be executed. I heard he sold pregnant women, everyone complained. Right? Sir only did what he had to do. Why should he be treated like a criminal? Don't you dare insult our knight after pardoning a murderer. Sir Vlad is the pride of Soar. Everyone protested together. We cannot accept a bishop sent by the Pope. This is the North. We want a bishop of northern blood. The bishop turned inside and said, Indeed, they say northerners are no different from uncivilized barbarians. To think they would try to win the hearts of the people to overthrow me. No matter how hard they try, it's just a petty trick that will ultimately fail in the face of truth. This trial will be a platform to represent the will of the Pope. He smiled wickedly. On the throne a person stood below. Joseph sat silently in the hall. A person said, The bishop has arrived. Everyone stand. Everyone stood. Joseph watched as if realizing something. An army entered. An inquisitor, that's too much. Not even during the witch hunts was it this severe. Joseph thought, truly cruel. They must have planned this intentionally. They must have intended to steer this trial in this direction from the beginning. Zigo not arrived yet. In the end, time is running short. The inquisitor called Vlad. Place your hand on the Bible and swear to speak only the truth, listening to the word of the Lord. Vlad followed as he was told. I will speak only the truth. Light emanated from the book onto his hand. The light enveloped the surroundings. The bishops stood in a circle. Letters flew up and entered the orbs they held. Light enveloped Vlad's entire body. The audience was all surprised. Oh, the oath of blessing has been made. From now on, if you lie, the light of the crystal ball will disappear. The inquisitor said. He turned his gaze to Joseph. I must prepare for the worst. Joseph frowned. The inquisitor smiled and thought inwardly, Look closely and feel it for yourself how useless your arrogant northern bloodline is in the face of truth. From now on, the trial of Vlad of Bati shall begin.